Chapter 1. The Orphan. On the night of July 15th, 1991, in London, in a narrow alley, a golden-haired youth stood in confrontation with a large, unkempt black dog, its fur dull and lifeless. The boy gripped a metallic short rod in his right hand, likely a remnant from some machinery, its jagged and still bearing sharp burrs. He shifted his right foot back, slightly bending his body into a fighting stance, while behind him loomed several oversized garbage bins, overflowing with refuse that emitted a foul stench. However, the evident focus of this standoff between the boy and the dog was, unmistakably, the heap of refuse. From the shadows, not far away, two figures observed this unsettling scene. One of them, an elderly man adorned with a long white beard, spoke softly, "Minerva, do you think you can scare off that dog? We cannot stand idly by while that child battles the dog. He may get hurt." "Professor." The tall woman beside him seemed quite displeased, her lips tightly pursed, the wrinkles on her face shifting as she spoke, brandishing her wand as if to intervene. The old man raised a hand to stop her. "Wait." Meanwhile, within the alley, the large black dog appeared unable to suppress the hunger gnawing at its belly, its mouth full of sharp teeth, dripping with saliva, lunged toward the boy. On the other side, the youth fixated on the advancing shadow, suddenly sidestepping to the right, evading the dog's attack. With a swift motion, he swung the rod, its initial speed unremarkable, yet it abruptly accelerated midair, transforming into a blur as it crashed down towards the dog. The dog whimpered and fell, only to scramble back to its feet, its tail tucked between its legs as it limped away from the alley, having sustained a broken front leg from that blow. "It seems our little Mike has emerged victorious," the old man remarked, his eyes narrowing into a smile. Yet within the alley, Mike appeared unrelenting, intent on pursuing the dog that dared to challenge him for food. In swift strides, Mike approached the injured dog, raising the rawhide to strike at its flank. With its right front leg injured, the dog's speed was significantly hampered, and facing away from Mike, it could only awkwardly hobble forward. With a resounding thud, the dog collapsed once more. Mike, now seated atop the dog, relentlessly brought the rod down upon its head. Time seemed to stretch as Mike gasped for breath. Finally ceasing his assault beneath him, the dog lay lifeless. Its head was a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, a small pool of crimson slowly expanding beneath it. Regaining his breath, Mike stood, one hand clutching the rod and the other dragging the dog towards the darkness beyond the alley, casting not a glance at the refuse they had fought over. Not far away, the two observers exchanged silent glances, astonished by the unexpected events that had unfolded in those brief minutes. These two were Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the head of Gryffindor House, who also taught Transfiguration. Initially, they had presumed that Mike, a boy not yet 11, would aim to scare off or repel the towering dog. Yet they could hardly fathom that Mike had opted to kill the beast, seemingly preparing to make it his supper. Professor McGonagall stiffly turned to Dumbledore. After all, he is a child who has wandered for 5 years as an orphan. Had he shown mercy, he might have perished long ago. "He is still but a child, Dumbledore." Her tone carried a note of persuasion, as she knew Dumbledore's disposition well, aware that Mike's actions would undoubtedly provoke his disapproval. "Rest assured, Minerva, I could discern that the boy's nature is not inherently malevolent, and besides, we are here to guide him, are we not?" Dumbledore, without turning, continued to gaze into the darkness where Mike had vanished. As for Mike, he remained blissfully unaware that two wizards had witnessed his actions, humming a tune as he walked along the desolate road. Mike had ventured out in search of sustenance, initially targeting the refuse bins within his territory. In these Western nations, where resources abound, residents often indulge in wasteful habits. Thanks to this unfortunate tendency, Mike was able to scavenge something each day. This time, fortune smiled upon him, as a large black dog had presented itself as a potential meal. With such a superior option at hand, Mike had no desire to rummage through the foul-smelling bins. Despite being a homeless orphan, he felt entitled to a degree of cleanliness. The filthier one became, the easier it was to fall ill. Indeed, Mike was an orphan. In theory, he should have resided in an orphanage, yet he understood that not every orphanage was as idyllic as they professed. In reality, many engaged in the insidious trade of human trafficking. Their clientele was diverse. Even couples with serious criminal records and no marriage certificate could successfully adopt a child. Logically, most of these individuals did not meet the qualifications for adoption, especially in the exceedingly stringent environment of England. Yet, as the saying goes, money talks. As long as one could pay, those cumbersome and stringent restrictions would be circumvented, with the extent of leniency dependent on the amount of money exchanged. Mike had never resided in any of these orphanages, but he was well acquainted with the grim realities. In this world, everything required money, and gaining entry to a reputable orphanage was impossible without it. For street orphans like Mike, regardless of how long they had been homeless, even a single day of wandering could drastically reduce their worth. Now, only government-funded welfare orphanages would accept Mike, and that was only after he had been caught by the so-called Social Welfare Department, which was in reality the City Beautification Department, and followed the proper procedures to gain entry. However, these orphanages, well, how should one put it? According to the personnel of the City Beautification Department, you little rascals who scavenge on the streets are only fit to rot in such orphanages. Mike could barely bear to recall the conditions of those orphanages, and the most despairing aspect was that no one wished to adopt the children residing there, even if someone did. Their intentions were rarely benevolent, as the entirety of London knew the types of children confined within those walls. Thus, to evade being captured by those hyenas and thrown into an orphanage, Mike was compelled to distance himself from the city, constructing a makeshift shelter in a wooded area on the outskirts. He even named this abode, which he had built with his own hands, the Garbage House, a fitting title, for it was indeed constructed from refuse. At this moment, Mike lay contentedly within the garbage house on a tattered mattress, his eyes fixated on a set of wind chimes hanging from the roof. After staring at them for a solid 20 minutes, the wind chimes inexplicably began to sway, producing a clear, melodious sound despite the absence of wind. Gazing at the chimes, a radiant smile blossomed on Mike's face. It was the first time in 6 months that he had actively utilized his ability to make the move. Mike believed himself to be a superhuman whenever his emotions surged. Supernatural phenomena would manifest around him. Sometimes a glass in his hand would shatter unexpectedly, while at other times, flames would erupt seemingly out of nowhere. The severity of these manifestations was entirely contingent upon the intensity of his emotions, and they were utterly uncontrollable. This was precisely why Mike had relocated to the secluded woods. Should these phenomena occur frequently in public, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to him being subjected to experimentation. Since discovering the connection between his abilities and his emotional fluctuations, Mike had endeavored to master his feelings. He realized that by controlling his emotions, he could exert a degree of control over his abilities, allowing them to manifest in ways he desired. Evidently, his efforts over the past 6 months had not been in vain. Just moments ago, during his confrontation with the black dog, he had successfully summoned that power. His mind had been solely focused on delivering a fatal blow to the beast, and thus, it seemed his rod had been imbued with some form of magic, amplifying both its speed and strength. With this, I can now proceed with the next phase of my plan. In the darkness, the boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and soon, soft snores filled the small shelter. The exertion of activating his abilities twice in one night had proven too taxing for the frail youth. Chapter 2. Lucky Mike and the Letter. Mike's full name is Mike Tully. He could be considered a success story if one measures success by wealth. One cannot deny that Mike is fortunate. After all, a boy who spent his childhood in an orphanage, cast out at 14 to roam the streets, managing to purchase a grand villa in New York's affluent district and marry, is no small feat. All of this is owed to his astonishing luck. Mike seems like the illegitimate child of Lady Luck herself since his first day on the streets. Regardless of the ferocity of brawls or gunfights he found himself in, he emerged unscathed. Thus, those acquainted with Mike bestowed upon him a most fitting nickname, Lucky Boy Mike. Yet, fortune appeared to have abandoned Mike, or perhaps all his luck was expended during that fateful bank heist. Having successfully robbed a bank and amassed a considerable fortune, Mike, in his middle age, found himself beset by a myriad of trivial misfortunes. His daughter aspired to enter the adult film industry, and his wife persistently adorned him with a proverbial green hat. However, the most unfortunate twist was that an old adversary had tracked down the man who had changed his name and identity. Ultimately, on the night of April 21st, 2019, a gunshot rang out and Lucky Boy Mike fell. Yet, upon awakening, he was astonished to discover that the goddess of fortune had not forsaken him. He had been reborn into the frail and injured body of a small boy, and had returned to the year 1991. After glimpsing the child's memories, Mike unearthed an extraordinary revelation. This boy, also named Mike but without a surname, possessed superhuman abilities. Although he could not control these powers and was branded a monster due to them, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the other children who ostracized him, leading to his untimely demise. But now all of this belonged to Mike. He was indifferent to the tragic experiences of this child. He had witnessed enough of the plight of the downtrodden to become desensitized. Had this body lacked superpowers, Mike might have been compelled to join a gang or enter one of those orphanages known as havens for delinquents. With the wisdom of his past life, Mike was confident he could navigate that world with remarkable success. Once he had accrued a significant fortune through these individuals, he could gracefully withdraw and engage in investment endeavors to cleanse his past. Moreover, several foolproof investment schemes had already blossomed in Mike's mind, inspired by the many success stories he had heard during his wealthy days. What? You suggest studying? You expect a gang leader and bank robber to strive for academic excellence? That is preposterous. Mike despised studying above all else, having only learned the basics of reading and writing in English after amassing wealth, purely to avoid embarrassment. And this is in England. In such an old-world capitalist nation, it is utterly impossible for a homeless orphan to achieve success through education. Merely sustaining oneself is a considerable achievement. In Mike's words, in a society like this, individuals of his ilk could only succeed through nefarious means. Adhering to the rules of the elite would forever doom them to obscurity. However, superpowers disrupted Mike's plans. Had he possessed such abilities in his past life, he would not have fallen victim to a single gunshot. If he had harnessed such power previously, he would have achieved success long ago, without ever needing to risk a bank heist. Thus, Mike resolved to master this newfound power, even if it required years or even decades of dedication. For once he had command over this strength, he was confident he could swiftly amass wealth and influence. Consequently, during the 6 months following his arrival in this world, Mike spent each day in his ramshackle abode honing his abilities. His training regimen was remarkably simple. He focused on stabilizing his emotions while fixating on the wind chime, suspended from the ceiling, willing it to move. Mike possessed some experience in emotional control, enabling him to stabilize his powers swiftly, preventing any further accidental ignitions of his small dwelling. However, he made little progress in animating the wind chime, suspecting that his resolve was insufficiently firm. Yet just last night, Mike felt he had succeeded. During a skirmish with a large black dog, his makeshift baton responded to his will, becoming faster and stronger. Elated, Mike returned to his hovel and commenced his daily training. And to his astonishment, the previously elusive wind chime manipulation technique finally bore fruit. At that moment, within the confines of the shabby dwelling, Mike awoke, and the first sight that greeted him was the wind chime above. Upon seeing it, Mike smiled. Throughout the past 6 months of training, he had fallen asleep each night gazing at this wind chime, and awoken each morning to its presence. Though it was merely crafted from scavenged glass and fishing line, Mike had resolved to take this wind chime with him upon leaving this wretched place, cherishing it until his last breath. Indeed, Mike had decided to leave the garbage house. Now that he had nearly mastered his superpowers, it was time to pursue wealth. Additionally, his current physique had recovered over the past 6 months, and, at his present height, the predatory children of the orphanage would no longer see him as prey. However, just as Mike envisioned himself marrying a gangland princess, ascending to the role of a crime lord, and reaching the pinnacle of his life, he noticed a letter lying beside his pillow. Mike froze. His hovel, though modest, was well guarded by his own design. The fact that someone could stealthily place a letter by his side indicated they possessed the capability to similarly eliminate him without detection. Realizing this, Mike unhesitatingly seized the envelope and opened it. If the sender was merely delivering a message, they presumably posed no immediate threat, for if they had malicious intent, they could have acted while he slept. After a while, Mike finished reading the letter, sitting in stunned silence on the mattress. Hogwarts? Isn't that the favorite of my youngest son, Jimmy, who adores Harry Potter? Due to his son Jimmy's enthusiasm, Mike had been compelled to read the entire Harry Potter series to him multiple times and had accompanied him through every Harry Potter film. He was intimately familiar with this children's literature. At that moment, it dawned on Mike what had transpired. His superpowers were nothing more than a magical surge akin to that of a young wizard. It is known that magical surges can be perilous. Many young wizards have perished due to such occurrences, and he had unwittingly treated it as a mere superpower, actively attempting to harness it. Indeed, the goddess of fortune had favored him, otherwise he would have been obliterated long ago. At that moment, a piece of parchment slipped from Mike's hands, falling from the Hogwarts acceptance letter. Dear Mr. Tully, in light of your unique circumstances, we shall dispatch a representative to your residence to address your inquiries and provide you with necessary assistance. Please note that our staff will arrive at your residence on July 16, 1991, at 8:30 a.m. Upon reading the note, Mike instinctively glanced at his electronic watch, which now lay beside him without its strap. The display read 8:31. Mr. Mike Tunney, it appears that you have reviewed the letter we sent to you. Mike turned his gaze towards the sound, realizing that the door of the junkyard had inexplicably swung open. A jovial old man with a white beard stood outside, grinning. My heavens, is that Dumbledore? Chapter 3, Dumbledore's unexpected visit. Mr. Mike Tully, it appears you have received the letter we sent you, Dumbledore announced from the threshold, the gentle rays of sunlight illuminating him, casting an ethereal glow around his figure, particularly highlighting his immaculate white beard. Mike stared blankly at Dumbledore, occasionally glancing at the letter in his hand, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Observing Mike's dazed expression, Dumbledore continued, "Please forgive my lack of introduction. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I have come to assist you, a young wizard in a rather unique situation." "Headmaster? Sir?" Mike appeared still bewildered. "Mr. Tully, should we not invite our guest inside?" Dumbledore winked at Mike with a hint of playful mischief in his smile. Mike shivered slightly, promptly inviting Dumbledore inside and offering him a seat on the only intact sofa in the dilapidated room. "Headmaster, is everything stated in the letter true? Have I truly been accepted into a school of magic?" Dumbledore settled himself comfortably, surveying the surprisingly tidy surroundings of the shabby abode. "Indeed, Mr. Tully. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a venerable institution with a rich history. Moreover, I must express my astonishment at the unexpected cleanliness of your home." At this moment, Mike's mind was in utter turmoil. Dumbledore's arrival was indeed too unexpected. Fortunately, having witnessed numerous grand spectacles in his previous life, Mike possessed a remarkable ability to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. "Ah, Headmaster, but why has it been you personally who has come? Surely, such matters could be entrusted to someone else." "Of course, I do not imply any suspicion of deceit on your part. It is merely that this occurrence is simply too sudden." Mike's face flushed with anxiety as he instinctively voiced his most pressing question. "Mr. Mike, there is no need for you to feel apprehensive. We are certain that you possess a magical aptitude that meets our admission criteria." At this point, Dumbledore paused. "The reason for my personal visit is primarily due to the Ministry of Magic's discovery that you appear to be intentionally triggering magical surges. It is imperative to understand that this can be exceedingly perilous, and I believe it is essential for me to address your unique situation in person." "Ah, the magical surges refer to the unusual phenomena occurring around you." With that, Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at the sizable piece of meat hanging from the steel structure of the shed. At this moment, Mike had regained his composure. The emotional control training he had undergone during this period proved to be somewhat effective. Noticing Dumbledore's gaze fixed upon the remnants of last night's meal, coupled with his earlier remarks, Mike comprehended that he had been under surveillance for some time. The peculiar circumstances mentioned by Dumbledore encompassed not only the surge of magical energy but also his actions from the previous night. "Professor," Mike began, "it has been quite a while since I last enjoyed meat. I assure you, it was not intentional. I simply could not resist." Mike feigned an expression of profound grievance. Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback. The boy's powers of observation were remarkably astute. Yet, this was not entirely unexpected, for he was a homeless orphan, and lacking the ability to read the room could lead to considerable hardship. "Mr. Mike, I harbor no intention of reproaching you. In truth, I have encountered many children akin to you, one in particular bearing a striking resemblance, possessing extraordinary talents and having endured a similarly sorrowful childhood." Dumbledore smiled kindly. "I believe in your goodness and have faith that Hogwarts will not disappoint you. Furthermore, feel free to call me Dumbledore. There is no need for such formality." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Mike couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had a foreboding sense that the child Dumbledore referred to, who bore a striking resemblance to him, was likely Voldemort. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. May I inquire about the tuition fees for Hogwarts? I am quite eager to attend, but I am uncertain whether my funds will suffice." Mike controlled his expression and forced a stiff smile. "Oh, Mr. Tully, I believe you may have misunderstood something. Hogwarts School offers subsidies for students with special circumstances such as yours. You simply need to await our subsequent staff, and there will be no charges involved." Dumbledore explained with a look of genuine surprise. Mike feigned a sigh of relief, his eyes glistening with tears as he choked out, "Thank you. Thank you. I have always dreamed of pursuing an education, but, thank you." He broke down again as he spoke the latter part. Truly a pitiable child. Dumbledore's large hand gently caressed Mike's golden short hair, assuring him, "Rest assured, just as I have told you, Hogwarts will not disappoint you." As McGonagall brushed his hair aside, a shiver ran down his spine, for it was well known that Dumbledore was suspected of harboring homosexual inclinations. Nevertheless, he was compelled to maintain a facade of heartfelt gratitude. The two conversed for a while longer, until Dumbledore himself expressed a desire to take his leave. With reddened eyes, McGonagall escorted Dumbledore to the door. In the shadow of Hogwarts, Dumbledore nodded at McGonagall before vanishing with a flicker of apparition. McGonagall stood at the threshold of the dilapidated house, rendered speechless for an extended period. He had never anticipated that Dumbledore would pay him a personal visit. Nor had he realized that his latent abilities were indeed a manifestation of magical power. During their conversation, he learned that his innate talent appeared remarkably potent, after all. Controlling one's magical outbursts without sustaining harm before the age of 11 was a clear indicator of extraordinary wizardly potential. This meant that he possessed an astonishing aptitude for silent and wandless magic. In antiquity, only individuals of such caliber were deemed to possess magical talent. The advent of wands in modern times had allowed many who were once considered squibs to wield magic through these implements. Contemplating this, McGonagall felt a surge of excitement. The world of wizards was vastly distinct from that of ordinary folk. In the wizarding realm, individual prowess could be immensely powerful. Figures like Dumbledore and Voldemort could single-handedly confront entire armies. In such a world, the implications of possessing formidable magical abilities were self-evident. For a Muggle-born wizard like him to rise to prominence within the wizarding community seemed almost an insurmountable challenge. Although Dumbledore and others championed the cause of harmony between wizards and Muggles, the wizarding world remained predominantly the domain of pureblood families. Muggle-born wizards undeniably occupied the lower rungs of the discrimination hierarchy. Even some squibs from illustrious families fared better than they did. A clear illustration of this could be found in the Weasley family. Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, worked in the Ministry of Magic, overseeing the misuse of Muggle artifacts and even contributed to the Muggle Protection Act. Yet, based on the narrative's portrayal, it was evident that his understanding of Muggles was rather limited. Was there not a Muggle-born wizard better suited for this role than Arthur? Undoubtedly, there were. However, the Ministry preferred to allow an inept pure-blood wizard to languish in this position rather than recruit a Muggle-born wizard. Thus, for McGonagall to achieve distinction, he would either have to overthrow the pure-blood dominance within the wizarding community or attain a level of power so formidable that it could not be overlooked by purebloods, much like Voldemort and Dumbledore themselves. Mike shook his head, casting aside the distractions that plagued his mind. A pressing matter loomed before him. He had just learned from Dumbledore that every young wizard born into a Muggle family could use their Hogwarts acceptance letter as proof to exchange 100 galleons at Gringotts for the rate of £5 to 1 galleon each year. Mike currently possesses merely over £400, a sum he has fortuitously accumulated from scavenging over the past 6 months. It must be said that his moniker, Lucky Boy, is indeed well-deserved. In this era, the purchasing power of the pound is remarkably robust. Thus, £400 is not an insignificant amount. Moreover, selling some items from the junk-filled abode could easily bring his total to over £500. With this thought in mind, Mike hastily gathered what might have been discarded treasures from the cluttered dwelling, shouldering a hefty package as he stepped outside. Chapter 4. Diagon Alley on a crisp morning. A tall figure accompanied by a small child traversed the streets of North Yonkton. The towering middle-aged man stood at least 2 meters tall, while the child appeared frail, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses, visibly mended with tape. His hair, seemingly neglected for quite some time, resembled a tangle of weeds, obscuring his forehead. This peculiar pair attracted the attention of passers-by, with some even speculating that the child might have been abducted, given the giant's imposing stature, which did not exude an air of benevolence. Yet, no one intervened, nor did anyone bother to alert the authorities. In the eyes of North Yonkton's residents, gang activity was not uncommon, though such brazen displays were a rarity. These two individuals were none other than Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and Harry Potter, a new student at the esteemed school. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a shed nestled within the western woods of North Yonkton. Hagrid cleared his throat, preparing to knock, when the door unexpectedly swung open. Mike gazed at the giant outside the door and instantly recognized him as Hagrid from the world of Harry Potter. Before Mike could utter a word, Hagrid lowered his hand, which was poised to knock, and cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. "You must be Mike Tully, right? Let me see." Mid-sentence, Hagrid appeared to lose his train of thought and fished a note from the pocket of his thick coat, beginning to read aloud. Abandoned by his parents at 2. Escaped from the orphanage at 5, wandering the streets of London ever since. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Realizing he had inadvertently disclosed the note's contents, Hagrid grew even more flustered and hurriedly crumpled the paper, stuffing it back into his pocket. To put it simply, I am the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and I've come to take you and Harry to Diagon Alley." Mike paid no heed to Hagrid's rudeness and displayed a radiant smile. "It's quite all right, Mr. Hagrid. I must thank you for coming all this way." Hagrid, eschewing any small talk, led Mike and Harry towards London once he discerned that Mike was aware of his intentions. Throughout the journey, Harry remained tense, rarely initiating conversation. He had anticipated that Hagrid would transport him to the magical realm through some extraordinary means. However, Hagrid first took him to retrieve a new Hogwarts student named Mike. After which they took the subway to the heart of London. Harry found himself quite fond of Mike. Until their meeting. He had believed that no one could possibly be more unfortunate than himself in this world. Yet Mike's experiences rendered Harry's own tribulation seemingly trivial in comparison. Of course, Harry could not entirely suppress a flicker of schadenfreude within him, but this sentiment quickly succumbed to a profound sense of guilt. It must be said that Harry remained rather innocent. Conversely, Mike was quite loquacious, engaging both Hagrid and Harry in conversation throughout the journey. As they talked, Hagrid's initial awkwardness dissipated, while Harry responded to their topics with a few words here and there, still visibly anxious. Before long, Hagrid guided them into the Leaky Cauldron. As a well-known public entrance connecting the magical world of Britain with the Muggle realm, the tavern was indeed famous. However, its notoriety was overshadowed by its dismal darkness and filth. A few elderly women sat in a corner nursing small glasses of sherry, one of them puffing on a long pipe. A diminutive man donned in a top hat conversed with a nearly bald pub owner. Upon their entrance, the trio captured the attention of everyone present. Just as Tom, the pub owner, was about to greet Hagrid, he noticed the two young men behind him. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he excitedly approached and grasped Harry's hand. Good heavens! You must be Harry Potter. It is an absolute honor. With Tom's proclamation, the entire tavern erupted in a fervor as patrons jostled to get closer to Harry, eager for the chance to shake hands with the illustrious Harry Potter. Mike noticed a figure dressed like an Indian, who spoke in a stammering manner. It was evident that he was Quirrell, this year's defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Hagrid appeared quite pleased, as if he were being compelled to shake hands with everyone present. Nevertheless, he fulfilled his duty by ushering the crowd away and leading the two to a brick wall behind the Leaky Cauldron. Count 3 bricks up and 2 across. He murmured softly, "All right, step back, little ones." He gently tapped the wall 3 times with the tip of his umbrella. The brick he had tapped began to tremble and shift, creating a small opening that gradually widened. Before long, a broad archway, ample enough for Hagrid to pass through, revealed itself, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. Mike gazed in exhilaration at everything in Diagon Alley. This is the realm of magic. Mike and Harry wished fervently that they possessed 8 eyes, constantly glancing around to absorb every detail of their surroundings. Hagrid, noticing the two of them resembling country bumpkins in the city, chuckled heartily. "Do not fret. Let us first visit Gringotts to retrieve some money, and afterward, I shall take you on a splendid tour, Harry." Hagrid then turned his attention to Mike, who stood beside Harry. "And you, Mike, worry not. Your school supplies have already been prepared for you by Hogwarts. We shall simply collect them at Gringotts." Mike smiled and nodded, clearly sensing the distinct difference in Hagrid's demeanor towards him and Harry. Amidst their jovial banter, they arrived before a towering, snow-white edifice that loomed over the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze door, a goblin clad in a resplendent scarlet and gold uniform bowed courteously to them. Harry, evidently intrigued, gazed intently at the goblin. Observing this, Hagrid leaned down to whisper something to Harry, his voice scarcely audible, even to Mike standing nearby. After a short while, a silver door appeared before the trio, inscribed with a warning: "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. To take without toil will subject you to the harshest of penalties. Thus, if you seek to claim wealth that has never belonged to you from our underground vault, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." Mike regarded this with disdain. In his previous life, he was a bank robber, and such warning signs could only intimidate Na'vi souls like Hagrid and Harry. As they passed through the grand entrance, the group entered a vast hall where approximately 100 goblins perched on high stools behind a long counter. Some weighed coins using bronze scales, while others examined gemstones through magnifying glasses, hastily recording their findings in large ledgers. The hall was filled with countless doors leading to various destinations, many goblins gesturing for customers to enter and exit these portals. Hagrid and Harry approached the counter, and after exchanging a few words with one of the goblins, Hagrid turned to Mike and said, "Mike, simply hand him the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and he will provide you with what you need. Harry and I still have to visit the vault to retrieve some items." Mike nodded in acknowledgement, observing them as they walked away under the guidance of a fairy. "Good day, sir," Mike said, turning back to hand the notice to the fairy. The fairy did not respond to Mike, but examined the notice with a magnifying glass for a moment before retrieving a large box from behind. Mike opened the box and was greeted by an array of educational materials, as indicated on the notification letter. However, each item bore the marks of prior use. Particularly the crucible, whose inner walls were uneven, the bottom significantly thinner than the rest, and marred by large patches of black stains. Mike even suspected that its previous user had cooked excrement with it, leaving it still emanating a foul odor to this day. Mike closed the box and turned to the fairy, who was intently examining the quality of the gemstones. "Can you exchange pounds for galleons here?" he inquired. "Certainly. It's 5 pounds for 1 galleon, with a limit of 100 galleons. The fairy lifted her head, somewhat astonished that this poor fellow would ask such a question. "Keep it confidential," Mike said, tossing a small pouch filled with assorted pound coins. The little fairy swiftly opened the pouch and began counting the coins with astonishing speed, startling Mike. Before long, she placed a bundle of galleons in Mike's hand. "We have a policy that any transaction involving Muggle currency exchanged for galleons by Hogwarts students must be reported to Hogwarts." The fairy spread her hands helplessly on the counter. Yet the smile on her face betrayed her true nature. What a greedy creature, Mike thought. He discreetly retrieved 5 galleons from his pocket and placed them in the fairy's outstretched hands. "Additionally, please inform the large fellow who just entered that I will be wandering around and will meet everyone at the Leaky Cauldron later." The fairy, having accepted the bribe, nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, sir, you have never exchanged galleons before." Chapter 5. The Wand. Michael stepped out of Ollivander's, feeling perplexed by the fact that the wizarding world entrusted economic power to the fairies. However, after gaining some insight into Ollivander's and the fairies, he began to comprehend the rationale behind it. The majority of wizards are not particularly adept at mathematical calculations and logical reasoning. One might even say they exhibit a certain dullness in these areas. This deficiency renders them ill-suited for the tasks at Ollivander's, whereas fairies possess an inherent aptitude for such matters. 1 galleon is equivalent to 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. Such a peculiar and convoluted exchange rate makes it exceedingly difficult for even the most powerful wizards to ensure their transactions are accurate, thus presenting a lucrative opportunity. Shaking his head to dispel these strange thoughts, Michael had one more crucial destination to reach. Following the memory of his earlier journey, he arrived before a dilapidated and diminutive shop. The sign had long since fallen away, and the once golden lettering had faded into obscurity, reading, Ollivander's, EST 382B, C. Expertly crafted wands. As Mike pushed the door open, he found a frail old man tidying up a chaotic assortment of wand boxes behind the counter, likely having just completed a transaction. "Welcome, young sir," Ollivander greeted upon noticing Mike. "An unfamiliar face. I surmise you must be a new student at Hogwarts, am I correct? I recall every wand I have sold, and it is evident that this is your inaugural visit to my shop. What is your name, young lad?" Mike Tully, sir," he replied. "Very well, Mr. Tully. Might I inquire which hand you prefer to wield?" With a flick of his wand, Ollivander summoned a measuring tape that slithered up Mike's leg like a serpent. "My right hand," Mike answered. "Ah, splendid. Let us see how this wand suits you. 11 inches. Crafted from cherry wood with a core of unicorn hair, a formidable combination." The measuring tape, having completed its task of gauging Mike's dimensions, swiftly returned to Ollivander's hand. Mike took the wand, and before he could even wave it, the tip radiated a gentle white light. "Splendid. Wait, no? It was suitable, yet not the most fitting." Ollivander snatched the wand back, rummaging behind him for a moment before producing another wand, this one black. 13 inches, crafted from blackthorn and containing a dragon heartstring. A formidable combination, a wand befitting a warrior. As Mike extended his hand to grasp the wand, it suddenly liberated itself from Ollivander's grasp and soared into Mike's palm before he could even seize it. The moment he held the wand, its tip emitted a radiant orange sphere, which flew a short distance before bursting into a cascade of orange luminescent dust, illuminating the small shop in a vivid crimson hue. How extraordinary! It was my first encounter with a wand so eagerly choosing its master. Witnessing this spectacle, Ollivander nearly leapt with excitement, proclaiming that Mike was destined for greatness. As Mike caressed the intricate patterns on the wand, he harbored doubts that Ollivander would extend such compliments to every patron who entered his shop. Nevertheless, Mike felt an undeniable joy. After all, who does not relish hearing flattering words, even if one suspects they may be insincere? Acquiring a wand signified Mike's formal induction into the realm of magic. Upon presenting the wand voucher bestowed by Hogwarts to Ollivander, he stepped out of the quaint shop. Ollivander's wand establishment maintained a cooperative relationship with Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, allowing him to receive subsidies for each one sold to young witches and wizards, thereby enabling them to procure their wands at a more accessible price. However, this privilege was limited to first-time purchases. Should one misplace their wand subsequently, they would be compelled to pay the full price. Each wand typically retailed for approximately 50 galleons, with custom wands fashioned from special materials costing even more. Elated by his newfound possession, Mike entered Flourish and Blots. Although he had anticipated that magical tomes would bear a hefty price, he was taken aback by their exorbitance. A textbook on advanced potion-making commanded 9 galleons, while the salary of the Muggle wizarding shop assistant at Flourish and Blots was a mere 42 galleons a month. This steep pricing was particularly due to the fact that these books were designated as Hogwarts textbooks, thus benefiting from subsidies. Other books of comparable caliber were nearly double the price. It was no wonder that Ron could only rely on his brother's hand-me-downs, as purchasing new ones would have been utterly unaffordable. Following the shop assistant's recommendation, Mike procured several volumes suitable for first-year students. The steep costs caused him a twinge of regret, yet he recognized this expenditure as a necessary investment. After all, there exists no investment with a higher return than that of oneself. Of course, the wizarding world also boasted second-hand bookstores, where the Weasley family's textbooks were predominantly acquired from a quaint shop nestled in a corner of Diagon Alley. Here, books could be procured for a mere third of the price of new editions, though they often bore the flaw of missing pages. Those texts adorned with diligent notes from studious owners and in pristine condition were sometimes priced even higher than their new counterparts. This predicament contributed to Ron's academic struggles. One could only imagine the state of these already tattered second-hand books as they passed through the hands of his older brothers before finally reaching Ron. With such a lack of content, it was indeed a formidable challenge for him to excel in magic, rendering Ron a rather pitiable figure. When Mike returned to the Leaky Cauldron with a large trunk in tow, darkness had already enveloped the sky. He had no intention of returning to the decrepit house, opting instead to rent a room upstairs from Tom. Considering Mike's youth, Tom offered him a discounted rate of 18 galleons per month, inclusive of lunch and dinner. Mike had just received the book and was eager to delve into the magical knowledge it contained. He vaguely recalled that wizards in the Muggle world faced warnings for using magic, although he could not clearly remember the validity of this notion. For the sake of caution, he deemed it wiser to study magic within the confines of the Leaky Cauldron. Mike had just placed his luggage in his room when Harry and Hagrid arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly concealing something. "Mike, I heard about you from Hagrid. Coincidentally, I discovered that my parents left me a substantial amount of galleons." Harry's face flushed crimson as he nervously rubbed his hands together behind him. "I believe we are friends, even though we just met today. If you are in need of money, here." Bowing his head, Harry thrust the hidden pouch filled to the brim with galleons into Mike's hands. Poor Harry, wishing to buy friendship with his wealth. Mike felt the weight of the pocket in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. He never imagined that Harry would actually give him money. Seeing Mike remain silent for an extended period, Harry grew anxious. "I mean no harm. I simply wish to assist you. I understand your feelings. I too am an orphan." Poor Harry, in an effort to spare his friend from discomfort, willingly bared his own scars for him to see. As Mike contemplated, he felt a surge of emotion in that moment. Harry, during this period, was indeed kind and endearing. Had it been Mike, he would not have acted in such a manner. "I know the Harry I am familiar with. I know everything about him. I admit I am in need of this money." Mike offered a gentle smile, "Yet accepting this money without reason would compel me to provide you with an IOU. Although it may take me quite some time to repay this sum, I swear I shall do so. There is no necessity for us to be friends, for between friends, no. This is a matter of principle. I do not wish for your kindness to devolve into mere charity towards me." Mike interrupted Harry's words. Hearing Mike's statement, Harry also smiled. Regardless, it sufficed for Mike to accept the money. As for the IOU, he would simply tear it up later. This was Harry's line of thought. As night fell, watching Harry gradually fade into the distance, Mike couldn't help but jingle the pocket filled with galleons. He did not disclose to Harry that he was not in need of funds for purchasing a cauldron or anything of the sort. Rather, he accepted Harry's goodwill. One of the swiftest ways to deepen interpersonal relationships is to seek assistance from the other party, or in other words, to find a way to owe someone a favor. The majority of adult friendships operate within this framework. You owe me a favor, and I shall return the favor to you. Thus, through this reciprocal exchange, The bond between the two individuals grows ever deeper. Mike's experiences from his past life revealed to him that this method was remarkably effective. As he savored the cool air outside, Mike returned to his room, eagerly anticipating the commencement of his magical studies. Chapter 6. Pride and Prejudice. The textbooks of the wizarding world are utterly nonsensical. After the 200th failed attempt at casting the petrification charm, Mike hurled the book in his hand with considerable force. Over the past few days, he had devoted all his time to studying the first-year textbooks from Hogwarts. Although these were outdated books donated by upperclassmen, luck was on Mike's side, as the pages appeared to be entirely intact. The number of spells a first-year wizard could learn was limited, and among them, the petrification charm was the one Mike yearned to master. This enchantment could render the target utterly defenseless in an instant, if cast with sufficient proficiency. It could even turn the afflicted into stone. However, it soon became apparent that Mike's aspirations were somewhat naive. Merely reading the text was insufficient for him to grasp the incantation. It was not due to a lack of magical talent, but rather the abysmal quality of the wizarding textbooks. These tomes were akin to Chinese cookbooks, rife with vague terms like a pinch or a suitable amount. Yet, magic is not akin to culinary arts. While an excess or deficiency of seasoning might still yield an edible dish, magic demands swift and precise movements along with the incantation. Who knows how much to raise one's voice when uttering a spell? This was somewhat understandable, considering these materials were crafted for young wizards by the British wizarding community, which comprised only a few tens of thousands of individuals. It was comparable to a handful of teachers in a small American town composing textbooks for their students. One could hardly expect high quality. Left with no other option, Mike sought assistance from the patrons of the Leaky Cauldron. "Get lost, mudblood. Return to your filthy hole," slurred a drunken wizard, responding to Mike's attempt at conversation. "It's people like you who have thrown the entire wizarding world into chaos." Infuriated by the outburst, Mike stepped forward and knocked the wizard's drink from his grasp. "What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that." The wizard, taken aback by Mike's audacity, pushed him to the ground with his wet hand, while his other hand reached into his pocket to draw his wand, aiming it at Mike. "You filthy mudblood. How dare you disrespect a noble pureblood?" Inverted bell. Mike was suddenly seized by an immense force that yanked his trousers, leaving him suspended upside down. The belt, unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, snapped with a sharp crack. Mike's trousers were almost instantly stripped away, revealing his bright red underwear. The sight of Mike in such a disheveled state sent the patrons of the bar into fits of laughter. As the uproarious laughter echoed around him, Mike felt an unprecedented fury threatening to overwhelm his reason. With a powerful roar, a shockwave erupted from Mike, sweeping through the vicinity. In an explosive crescendo, the Broken Cauldron pub was left in utter chaos, with tables and chairs around him shattered to pieces. The sorcerer who had cast the spell on him remained embedded in the bar counter, yet unscathed, thanks to the armor that the bar owner, Tom, had recently provided. "How dare you do this?" Tom exclaimed, storming out from behind the counter. "Take your rubbish and get out of my bar immediately. You are not welcome here." Mike understood that Tom had his best interests at heart. Remaining here would inevitably attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Yet, he remained defiant. He fixed his cold, piercing gaze upon the face of the wizard embedded at the counter, committing it firmly to memory. Without uttering a word, he swiftly exited the Leaky Cauldron. After Mike's departure, Tom instructed the staff to dispose of Mike's belongings, then knelt before the pure-blood wizard to assess his injuries. Meanwhile, Mike did not stray far. He was hiding just outside the Leaky Cauldron, awaiting a certain individual. He could not bear this humiliation. The recent shockwave had damaged the fireplace within the pub, beyond the reach of any repair spell. Consequently, patrons wishing to leave that evening had no choice but to seek alternative fireplaces in Diagon Alley or resort to Apparition. Observing the wizard gradually rising, Mike surmised that he would not be capable of casting such advanced spells in his current state. Time passed, and the pure-blood wizard lingered, boasting within the pub about how he had tormented numerous Muggle wizards, bragging about the ease with which he had seduced those witches of Muggle descent. Finally, as the pub closed for the night, the staggering pure-blood wizard stumbled out into the night. Mike concealed himself within the shadows of the night, trailing the wizard ahead of him. The wizard, seemingly intoxicated, had lost his magical faculties, opting not for the fireplace, but instead meandering aimlessly through Diagon Alley, ultimately succumbing to slumber before a shop. This deep sleep would prove irreversible, seizing the moment before his magical surge subsided. Mike bound the wizard to a large stone and cast him into the river bordering Diagon Alley. On the riverbank, pure blood? Huh. Mike tossed a purse retrieved from the wizard's person. His demeanor relaxed, while nestled within his own pocket lay 2 wands, quietly resting. In truth, being ejected from the leaky cauldron had little impact on Mike. That very evening, he secured a room at a nearby inn willing to accommodate him. As for his pursuit of magic, with the wands bestowed upon him by the pure blood wizard, Mike could now practice freely. Due to the authoring wizard's unfamiliarity with quantifiers, Mike resorted to the process of elimination to discern the correct incantation posture. Fortuitously, for Mike was indeed favored by fortune, after fewer than 100 attempts, he discovered the technique for the petrification spell, thereby mastering its incantation. As for the pure blood wizard, his wand bore the emblem of the pure blood Bach family. One of the 28. Mike remained unfazed by this. What a jest. That brother named Bach would, within 2 months at the latest, be reduced to mere bones by the reasonable fish and shrimp. The Bach family would scarcely trace the whereabouts of an 11-year-old child such as he. Mike had always considered himself to be a person of great tolerance. Any grievances could be overlooked as long as the appropriate price was paid. He believed that the pure blood wizard had already paid enough with his life and want. As for the Bach family, Mike had no intentions of seeking revenge in the future. There might even be opportunities for collaboration. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. A little over half a month had swiftly passed. During this time, Mike had been diligently studying the magical texts, and fortune favored the earnest. He finally mastered several commonly used simple spells. At present, he was dragging a large suitcase along the path to King's Cross Station in London. As he acquired more magical skills, his desire for magic intensified, and he could hardly wait to learn more powerful spells at Hogwarts. Ignoring the curious glances from passers-by, he approached platform 9 3/4, where a wondrous door awaited his touch. Before this enchanted portal stood Harry Potter, engaged in conversation with a group of red-haired individuals. Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. Hey, Harry. Oh, Mike. Harry, who had appeared quite anxious amidst the throng of red-haired companions, visibly relaxed upon seeing Mike, as though he had found his anchor. What took you so long? I thought you had already arrived. Ah, my apologies, Harry. A black cat happened to cross my path. Mike spread his hands and shrugged. Harry looked on, puzzled. What? Do you really like cats? Well, let's not dwell on that for now. Noticing that Harry had not grasped the joke about being late, Mike turned his attention to the group of red-haired individuals. Aren't you going to introduce your new friends? Oh dear, I completely forgot. This is the Weasley family. I was just inquiring about how to access platform 9 3/4. Upon hearing this, Harry finally reacted. This is my good friend Mike. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I truly appreciate your taking care of Harry. A radiant smile blossomed on Mike's face as he bowed to the Weasley family. Perhaps it was the adorably earnest bow of an 11-year-old that melted Mrs. Weasley's heart, for she stepped forward and enveloped Mike in a warm embrace. What a lovely and polite child. One could not deny that Mike's charming visage had indeed captured Mrs. Weasley's affection instantly. Look, Mom has a new son. Teased 2 tall red-haired boys nearby, making comical faces. Yes, it seems we might be losing our place. Mrs. Weasley turned sharply at the sound of their banter and exclaimed, George, you've mistaken the identity, Mom. It's George, protested one of the boys. It's quite disappointing that our own mother cannot recognize us. With that, the 2 boys, still chuckling, pushed their luggage and dashed into platform 9 3/4. Those little rascals. Mrs. Weasley feigned anger, though the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her amusement. All right. Harry, Mike, you 2 should head in as well. The train is about to depart. And you, Ron, take this sandwich I made for you. Don't let yourself go hungry on the way. After bidding farewell to the Weasley family, the trio rushed through the wall. Upon their first arrival at platform 9 3/4, it was evident that Harry and Mike were both immensely curious about their surroundings. In contrast, Ron appeared remarkably composed, his focus entirely on Harry, wearing an expression that suggested he had something to say but hesitated. Michael encountered numerous familiar faces. Neville appeared to be receiving a rather stern lecture from his grandmother, his expression one of palpable distress. In the distance, Draco Malfoy was bidding farewell to his parents, their family exuding a strikingly similar air of self-importance, creating a considerable radius of distance as others chose to circumvent them. The trio hastily boarded the train, finding an unoccupied compartment to settle in. Once seated, Ron could no longer contain his excitement and, summoning his courage, exclaimed, Are you really Harry Potter? Harry swept aside his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar for Ron to see. Goodness, I cannot believe I am sitting in the same compartment as the legendary Harry Potter. Ron eagerly struck up a conversation with Harry. Observing the lively exchange between the two, Michael felt compelled to join in. Harry, I have been inquiring around Diagon Alley these past few days and have gathered some information regarding your situation. I must admit, it may not be as favorable as we had hoped. Mike assumed a grave demeanor and remarked, since you have vanquished the Dark Lord. Many who once aligned themselves with him are quite displeased with you, particularly those of pure-blood aristocracy. Mike began to instill his own thoughts into Harry, believing that a naive child like Harry would be the easiest to manipulate. If Dumbledore could do it, so could he. Indeed, Harry, those so-called aristocrats are all wretched beings. Especially from Slytherin, where they are filled with nothing but little Death Eaters. Ron, overhearing Mike's words, immediately agreed and began to echo his sentiments. Mike found it somewhat amusing that Ron, hailing from one of the 28 pure-blood families, could so adeptly speak ill of pure-blood aristocrats. It was no wonder the Weasley family was dubbed the traitors of pure blood. Harry, clearly intimidated by the two, hurriedly began inquiring about matters pertaining to the wizarding world. As the conversation deepened, Ron warmed up to Mike, and when a vendor selling snacks entered, Harry eagerly purchased an array of treats to share with everyone. Just as the trio was enjoying their snacks and engaging in light-hearted banter, Neville, with his round face, walked in. "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" Neville said, tears welling in his eyes. Harry and Ron shook their heads. "I've lost it again. It must hate me. It always tries to escape from me. It will come back." Mike quickly stepped forward to offer comfort. Neville Longbottom was also a member of one of the 28 pure-blood families, specifically the Longbottom family, which was among the few pure-blood families inclined towards Muggles. It was prudent to cultivate a friendship with him. "How about this? I'll accompany you in your search." "Really? But never mind, I don't want to trouble you." "Thank you." One could clearly see that Neville was a self-conscious and introverted child. It settled then. "Let us go," Mike decided, understanding that a direct and firm approach was necessary with such a child. He led Neville out of the compartment. "Harry, you and Ron need not come. Someone must keep an eye on our belongings." Upon hearing this, Harry, who had initially intended to assist, settled back into his seat. Mike traversed through one compartment after another, with him initiating conversations with the occupants while Neville trailed behind, head bowed in silence. Upon opening the last compartment of the first year, a girl with a cascade of thick hair emerged before him. It was none other than Hermione Granger, one of the trio destined to be saviors. Observing the girl with prominent front teeth, Mike could not suppress a smile, one that conveyed the triumph of a well-crafted scheme. This entire endeavor had been Mike's design. First, to instill the notion that pure-blooded wizards were inherently malevolent. Next, to foster an impression of helpfulness and exceptional capability within the trio and Neville. "Have you seen Neville's toad?" Mike inquired with a grin, though his laughter had rendered his face somewhat rigid. "What sort of toad? Does anyone truly keep toads as pets? I mean, don't you find them rather repulsive?" Hermione bombarded him with a volley of questions, her words flowing like a rapid-fire assault. As for Trevor, the invisible leopard lineage is best left untouched. We won't be able to find him. Nevertheless, he should show up eventually, right? Neville managed a weak smile in Mike's direction, although tears still streamed down his cheeks. "Thank you for accompanying me in this search, Mike." "It's nothing, Neville. You mentioned that Trevor often disappears for a while before reappearing, correct?" "Yes." "Then it's not a significant issue, Neville. Trevor is merely playing with you. It's evident he adores you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run off only to return on his own," Mike reassured him. "Let us make one final sweep. If we still can't find him, we can ask the teachers for assistance once we arrive at school." Neville lowered his head, trying to conceal the tears that had escaped his eyes, repeatedly expressing his gratitude in barely audible whispers. "Excuse me, ladies, I apologize for the interruption, but we must continue our search for Neville's toad. Wait, I wish to join as well. By the way, do you know any magic? I have attempted a few simple spells at home, just for practice, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so when I received my acceptance letter, I was utterly astonished yet immensely delighted. I mean, from what I gather, this is the most prestigious school of magic, and I have memorized all the textbooks. Of course, I only hope this knowledge proves useful." Mike might have been the first peer that Miss Granger encountered along the way, and upon seeing him depart, she hurriedly followed, completely disregarding Neville. All the while, Hermione chattered incessantly, her enthusiasm unabated until the trio reached Harry's compartment, where Mike raised a hand to silence her. At that moment, the entrance was obstructed by two towering youths. "I believe I can discern who the outlier is," Mike overheard Harry coldly address Malfoy as he squeezed between the two. What transpired? Mike. Mike. He is Draco Malfoy. His entire family are Death Eaters. The two boys clamored to inform Mike. Ah, with that shock of red hair and tattered clothing, you must be one of the Weasleys. I surmise that nothing you wear is new. Given your father's meager salary barely sustains you. I heard your mother even resorts to selling trinkets to contribute to the household. Is that true? Weasley. Draco's face turned crimson as he glared at Ron. In response, Mike stepped forward, seizing Draco by the collar and looking down at him menacingly. Do you wish to fight? Lad? Do you desire for me to land a punch on that pretty little face of yours? I swear. I shall strike you so hard that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. In both past and present, Mike had taken many lives. Under Mike's fierce gaze, Draco felt as though he were facing a ferocious tiger. Nearby, Goyle and Crabbe contemplated intervening but were held back by a trembling Neville. Before long, Draco was drenched in cold sweat. After a struggle, he managed to free himself from Mike's grip and fumbled to adjust his collar to mask his embarrassment. Just wait. My father is a board member of Hogwarts. I shall have him expel all of you. Draco spat, leaving with Goyle and Crabbe, his voice still echoing in the distance as he berated them. Chapter 8. The Sorting Ceremony. Ha! Impotent rage, Mike scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Now, who shall enlighten me as to what exactly transpired? Harry and Ron closed in, each recounting the essence of Malfoy's intentions with fervor. Mike chuckled softly, fully aware of young Malfoy's intentions. This Mr. Malfoy had come with good intentions, yet he was evidently a spoiled child. He acknowledged Harry but held disdain for Ron. Most critically, he seemed to believe that Harry, having been raised in the Muggle world, could comprehend his ideology of pure-blood supremacy, particularly given that Harry's parents had perished at the hands of the pure-blooded leader, Voldemort. It was clear that the two were inherently on opposing sides. The notion of winning Harry over was utterly absurd. If he returns, you can come to me. I shall handle it. I have dealt with many such situations during my time on the streets, Mike solemnly declared to the two. You are truly impressive, Ron and Harry exclaimed. However, Hermione's focus diverged from theirs. What? You've been homeless? Indeed, I am an orphan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Hermione realized her misstep and hastily apologized. Let us not dwell on that, Mike interrupted before Hermione could finish. The train is about to arrive at Hogwarts. We should change our clothes promptly. Ladies, I believe you need to step aside. And thank you, Neville. Your courage just now was truly remarkable. You will undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. With a blush, Hermione hurried away. Meanwhile, Harry and the others swiftly donned their wizarding robes, unconsciously beginning to regard Mike as their pillar of support. Mike donned the second-hand robe sent to him by Hogwarts. It was evidently too small, barely reaching his calves, while Harry's robe, tailored to perfection, comfortably enveloped his shoes. Ron's robe, clearly a hand-me-down from multiple previous owners, made him feel somewhat inferior as he gazed at Harry's new garment. Unlike others, Mike remained completely indifferent to the tattered robe draping over him, oblivious to the disdainful glances it might attract. Striding confidently, he led Harry and Ron down from the train. Upon disembarking, a towering figure captured the trio's attention. Hagrid's imposing stature was impossible to overlook among the diminutive wizards. First year students, come this way. Harry, over here. How are you? Hagrid finally spotted the three. Under Hagrid's guidance, a vast black lake emerged before their eyes. On the opposite shore, a castle loomed majestically upon a hill. Illuminated by the stars, its grandeur rendering even the moon pale in comparison. No more than 4 in each boat, Hagrid instructed as he ushered the young wizards into small vessels. Harry and Ron hastily boarded one, with Mike and Hermione following closely behind. Originally, Neville had intended to join Mike, but upon witnessing Hermione's swift ascent into the boat, he begrudgingly retreated. Hagrid navigated his somewhat precarious little boat at the forefront, while the young wizards trailed behind. It wasn't long before Mike began to appreciate the majesty of Hogwarts. Unlike the distant view, the castle now glowed brilliantly, its spires piercing the night sky, a truly breathtaking sight. Duck. Mike and the others found themselves ensnared in a state of oblivion until Hagrid's resounding shout roused them from their stupor. The group traversed a pitch-black tunnel, arriving at the dock beneath the castle, where they ultimately congregated before an immense oak door under Hagrid's guidance. Along the way, Neville's toad finally returned to his grasp, prompting an emotional outburst from him. Noticing the commotion, Mike glanced at Neville, locking eyes with him and offering an encouraging look. Suddenly, the grand door swung open, revealing a tall witch clad in a flowing emerald robe, who regarded the small wizard standing at the threshold with a stern expression and tightly pressed lips. Her gaze casually drifted over Mike and Harry. She was Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." She bid farewell to Hagrid and led the young wizards into the castle. Under her imposing presence, the previously animated chatter among the small wizards fell silent, each trailing behind Professor McGonagall like chicks following their mother hen. As they passed through the vast entrance hall of the castle, the group eventually halted in a small chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "However, before your formal enrollment, you must undergo the sorting ceremony to determine which house you will belong to for the next 7 years. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has nurtured countless exceptional wizards who have made significant contributions to the wizarding world. Furthermore, the school hosts a house cup each year, and I hope you all perform admirably to bring glory to your respective houses. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire student body and faculty. Until then, I suggest you tidy yourselves up." With a pointed glance at the smudge on Ron's nose, Professor McGonagall turned to leave. Perceiving her gaze, Mike extracted his wand and aimed it at Ron's nose, casting a cleaning charm. Instantly, the blemish vanished. Noticing Mike's use of the cleaning charm, Hermione's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "You actually learned the cleaning charm. I haven't even mastered it yet. It's incredibly difficult." Mike offered her a polite smile, seemingly indifferent, as his attention was wholly captivated by the ethereal, translucent figures that emerged unexpectedly from the walls behind them, ghosts. He found himself profoundly intrigued by these apparitions. What manner of life forms were they? Did souls truly exist? Before long, Professor McGonagall returned. Ushering the young wizards into the great hall, Mike vowed he had never encountered such an enchanting hall. Students clad in flowing robes were seated around 4 long tables, with candles gracefully floating in the air above them. As one gaze ascended, the ceiling came into view, seemingly bewitched, as if it did not exist. The moonlight streamed down directly from the outdoors, while twinkling lights adorned the night sky. Ahem! Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, drawing the attention of the newcomers. Before her stood a tall wooden chair, upon which rested a tattered and patched wizard's hat. "I shall now call the roll. Those whose names I mentioned should take a seat upon the chair and don the sorting hat." Mike was somewhat taken aback, for this was not in accordance with his expectations. The sorting hat did not sing. However, he had no time to ponder this further, as Professor McGonagall commenced the roll call, and the first name to be called was his own, Mike Tawney. With purposeful strides, Mike approached the selection process, having already resolved to join Ravenclaw. From the insights gathered from the original text and recent inquiries in Diagon Alley, he discerned that Slytherin was a bastion for pureblood families. Thus he dismissed it. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, was merely a gathering of mediocrity, and he likewise opted out. This left him with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and he chose the former. Firstly, the combat prowess of Ravenclaw students evidently surpassed that of Gryffindor. It was no coincidence that this institution was dubbed a haven for academic elites. Secondly, akin to Slytherin, Ravenclaw also produced its share of dark wizards. The very name Ravenclaw translates to the claws of a raven, subtly hinting at the nature of avaricious marauders. One might ponder the origins of the vast collection of tomes within the Hogwarts library. Most were acquired through the cunning raids of Ravenclaw students, explaining their adeptness in combat and their inclination towards plunder. This notion is exemplified by their head, Phileas Flitwick, a champion of combat, a stark contrast to the stereotype of mere bookworms one might expect from such an academic institution. In essence, Ravenclaw represented a veritable paradise for Mike to cultivate his own faction. Returning to the Great Hall, Mike grasped the sorting hat, its surface rather soiled. Yet he felt no disdain, silently imploring, "Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw, grant me admission to Ravenclaw." The moment he donned the hat, a peculiar voice resonated within his mind. "Ah, an intriguing little wizard, ambitious and possessing remarkable magical talent. Were it not for your lineage, Slytherin would undoubtedly be the most fitting house for you." The hat paused momentarily. "What? You wish to join Ravenclaw? It is not out of the question, but perhaps Gryffindor would suit you better. Have you made your decision? Very well then, Ravenclaw." The sorting hat proclaimed the result with great volume. Instantly, the students at the second table on the left erupted into enthusiastic applause. They had welcomed their first new student of the year, a promising omen indeed. Chapter 9. A Beautiful Life in Ravenclaw. Upon being warmly welcomed by the enthusiastic upperclassmen to the seat, Mike began the process of mutual introductions. When they learned that Mike hailed from a Muggle background and was an orphan, the surrounding female seniors instinctively overflowed with maternal affection, offering him comfort. While only a select few displayed disdainful expressions, Mike gazed at the enchanting company surrounding him and couldn't help but exclaim, choosing Ravenclaw was undoubtedly the right decision. The trio of saviors, reminiscent of those in the original tale, found themselves assigned to Gryffindor. When Harry discovered that he and Mike were not in the same house, he nearly burst into tears. Despite their brief acquaintance, Harry had already come to regard Mike as a dear friend. As the feast came to a close, the hour was late, and Mike and his companions followed the upperclassmen to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, standing before the eagle-headed knocker. What is humanity's most precious treasure? Exceptional intelligence is humanity's most invaluable asset. The Ravenclaws replied in unison. The door opened silently. Please remember this phrase. The female prefect addressed the group. We, the students of Ravenclaw, are the most astute among the 4 houses and have navigated the vast seas of knowledge further than others. May this saying guide you to greater heights. Upon finally stepping into the Ravenclaw common room, it felt as though they had entered a library composed entirely of pure azure. The walls were lined with shelves brimming with books, all donated by generations of Ravenclaw students. Most of these tomes comprised notes and assignments from previous students, alongside a collection of novels, biographies, and magical texts. These volumes were among Mike's motivations for choosing Ravenclaw. With such notes, he could delve into spells that only upperclassmen typically studied. As for the disproportionate ratio of male to female students, with boys being a rare minority, that was merely an unexpected bonus. Due to the scarcity of boys, the male dormitories in Ravenclaw consisted of single rooms, which, when compared to the bunk beds in other houses, offered considerably better living conditions. Michael's inaugural class at Hogwarts was the potions lesson conducted by Professor Snape, and it spanned 2 consecutive sessions. During the lesson, Professor Snape delivered his customary discourse on death and glory. Mike's conjecture proved to be accurate. These phrases were uttered by Snape annually to the new students. The frail cauldron that Mike possessed was evidently unfit for the demanding task of concocting potions. Unable even to brew the simplest sleeping draught intended to motivate young wizards, resulting in an inevitable explosion. However, what astonished Mike further was that the brooding Snape, upon inspecting Mike's excessively flimsy cauldron, refrained from deducting points from Ravenclaw, offering only a few verbal reprimands. At the end of the class, he even took the time to keep Mike behind, providing him with a second-hand cauldron that, while not new, was nearly intact. Snape cautioned him that should any similar incidents occur in potions class in the future, he would face detention. Mike held the cauldron in his hands, unfazed by Snape's warnings. After all, he had experience as a cook within a gang and was no stranger to the intricacies of chemical concoctions. What surprised him was Snape's demeanor. It seemed that Snape's malice was largely directed towards Gryffindor and Harry Potter. With few classes at Hogwarts, Mike found himself with ample free time, which he devoted entirely to perusing the books in the Ravenclaw common room. Unlike other students who rushed out to frolic in the castle after class, many Ravenclaws, like Mike, chose to immerse themselves in reading. Thus, he relished his time. When fatigue from reading set in, he would tease the female classmates nearby, and whenever he encountered confusion, he would seek guidance from the upperclassmen. Spending too much time with the girls, Mike even felt as though he had absorbed their delicate fragrance. Were it not for his still youthful physique, he might have already taken action. It is worth noting that at Hogwarts, girls could freely enter the boys' dormitory. After extensive study, Mike realized that mere rote learning and solitary practice were insufficient. Consulting the upperclassmen proved immensely beneficial, as he discovered the numerous flaws in the spells he had self-taught. However, when he inquired why his spells seemed so weak, no one could provide an answer. They merely suggested that it might be due to his still developing magical ability. Mike scoffed at this notion. Had they not witnessed the spectacle of his magic when it surged? What nonsense. Soon, it was time for Mike's first charms lesson, taught by none other than their head of house, Professor Flitwick. During the class, Professor Flitwick introduced a simple spell to them, the engorgement charm. With a solid foundation, Mike nearly simultaneously caused the small mouse on the desk to grow 2 enormous front teeth alongside Professor Flitwick. It was truly marvelous. 10 points for Ravenclaw. I have never encountered a young wizard with such remarkable talent, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, nearly tumbling from his lectern in excitement. Ah, and Miss from Gryffindor has performed admirably too. 5 points for Gryffindor. Hermione shot Mike a fierce glare, her eyes widening as she glanced at the mouse with its oversized teeth, feeling as though the world was conspiring against her, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Yet, Mike had no time to dwell on Hermione's reaction. He needed to create a favorable impression on Professor Flitwick. After class, rather than rushing out like the other young wizards, Mike waited until Professor Flitwick had gathered his belongings before approaching him. Professor Flitwick, may I trouble you for a moment? I have some questions regarding charms that I would like to discuss with you. Of course. Mike, let us converse in my office. I also have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Professor Flitwick readily agreed. In the corridor, Mike noted that although Professor Flitwick was short in stature, he moved with surprising agility. Mike found that he had to quicken his pace to keep up with the professor. Upon reaching the office, Professor Flitwick invited him to sit beside the desk and poured him a cup of tea. Esteemed headmaster, I feel that my spells lack effectiveness compared to those of the upperclassmen. What could be the reason for this? Mike asked eagerly as soon as he settled down. Oh, the reasons for this issue are manifold. Why don't you cast a spell for me to observe? Professor Flitwick replied, evidently pleased that Mike referred to him as headmaster rather than professor, his smile nearly splitting his face. Wingardium Leviosa. Mike withdrew his wand and cast a levitation charm upon the book resting on the table. Immediately, the book began to tremble slightly and, after a brief moment, wobbled into the air. However, it had not ascended very high before it fell back onto the table. Ah, an impressive levitation charm. If I may be so bold, Mike, your proficiency in magic has surpassed that of the vast majority of first-year students, and even many older students pale in comparison to your talent. Professor Flitwick paused momentarily, then continued, yet, I perceive that there remains room for improvement. When you cast your spells, your emotions appear unengaged. Emotions? Mike inquired, visibly perplexed. Indeed, Professor Flitwick affirmed. The essence of magic lies in the release of the magical power within us in a particular manner. The gestures of your wand and the incantations you utter are processes that channel this power. However, this method of harnessing magical energy is quite rudimentary. Engaging your emotions is a more advanced technique. The stronger your feelings of success when casting a spell, the more potent your magical effects will be. Up to the limits of your ability. The highest level of mastery involves complete control over your magical energy, allowing it to operate according to your will. This skill, however, demands a vast repository of knowledge and remarkable talent, which also serves as the foundation for silent and wandless magic. Of course, this may still be a daunting challenge for you. Professor Flitwick then took a generous sip from the teacup on the table. Thank you. Your guidance has illuminated my understanding. Professor, Mike responded with a deep bow of gratitude. Setting down the teacup, Professor Flitwick regarded Mike with a measure of sympathy. I have heard of your predicament, poor child. As for what lies ahead, you shall see in the next chapter. Chapter 10. Malfoy's Provocation. Poor child, I have heard of your troubles, Professor Flitwick said, looking at Mike with compassion. I assure you, within the walls of Hogwarts, no one would dare to discriminate against your lineage. Upon hearing the voice, Mike was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes began to redden. He quickly realized that Professor Flitwick was referring to the incident that had occurred at the Leaky Cauldron. He was astonished that news had reached the professor's ears so swiftly. Indeed, the wizarding community in Britain was rather small. Mike was on the verge of forgetting this matter. He had always considered himself someone who does not hold grudges, preferring to settle scores promptly. However, appearances must be maintained, and fortunately, decades of life experience had bestowed upon him impeccable acting skills. When Flivy observed the look of grievance on Mike's face, his heart nearly shattered. He recalled how he, too, had faced discrimination due to his fairy lineage, much like the young boy before him. In his youth, Flivy had possessed a rather tempestuous temperament. Anyone he deemed offensive would quickly find themselves at the receiving end of a fiery curse from his wand. It was only after he secured the title of duel champion that his disposition gradually improved, for no one dared to offend him thereafter. Oh, poor child. It's all right now. Everything is fine, Professor Flivy murmured, gently stroking Mike's golden short hair. Thank you, Dean Flivy. You are the first person to show me such kindness, Mike said, wiping away non-existent tears. After exchanging pleasantries, Mike bid farewell to Professor Flivy. I truly appreciate your help, Dean Flivy, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. May I come to seek your guidance again in the future? Of course, my child. The door to my office will always remain open for you. Now, off you go. Or you might miss lunch, Flivy replied with a smile, then seemingly remembered something, playfully winking at Mike. By the way, do refrain from experimenting with magic in the lounge. It would create quite a mess. You might explore the 8th floor. It should yield fruitful results. Thank you, Dean. After parting from Flivy, Mike walked alone towards the dining hall, reflecting on the incredibly worthwhile exchange he had just experienced. Not only had he discovered a solution to the weakness of his spells, but he also received a promise of support from Flivy. Most importantly, Flivy had granted him permission. The 8th floor housed the room of requirement, and Flivy's last remark undoubtedly hinted that he could access it, alleviating any concerns about Dumbledore becoming suspicious of his intentions. This was not mere overcaution on Mike's part. According to the original text, Hogwarts Castle itself was a magical entity, and it was highly likely that the headmaster possessed surveillance capabilities over the school's various facilities. Lost in thought, Mike soon found himself within the bustling dining hall. Numerous young wizards were enjoying their meals, and Mike casually chose an empty table to sit down. Before him, a steaming plate of food materialized: beef stew and white bread. "Mike, what have you been up to these past few days? We've been wanting to find you." Mike turned his gaze towards the sound, and before him stood the three saviors. "I apologize. Hogwarts is simply too fascinating. I have been exploring it for the past few days, although I have yet to fully discover the Ravenclaw common room," he remarked, spreading his hands and shrugging playfully. Hermione, clearly skeptical, retorted, "I see some individuals have been preoccupied with flirting with upperclassmen these past few days. I am not. I haven't." "Please don't make baseless accusations," Mike quickly protested. "You are lying. I saw you in the library, all cozy with those upperclassmen." Mike was taken aback by Hermione's unexpected concern and teased, "Oh? Why are you so interested in me? Do you have a crush on me?" "Absolutely not. I merely happened to be here. Don't say such things." Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, and she appeared ready to flee. However, a boy with platinum blonde hair intercepted her. "Wow. Everyone, come and see. The know-it-all from Gryffindor is getting cozy with the blonde from Ravenclaw." "What are you doing here, Malfoy?" Harry shouted furiously at Draco. "Step aside. Is this how your parents taught you to treat a lady? You ill-mannered beast." Mike stood up, glaring fiercely at Draco. It seemed that the intensity of his gaze reminded Draco of his embarrassing moment on the train, causing his complexion to turn a shade of iron. "A lady? With that big buck tooth, she can be called a lady?" Draco spat, his words dripping with disdain. "But she does seem quite suited to you, Mike. You two filthy mudbloods." Upon hearing the last three words, Mike couldn't help but chuckle. Just as the protective umbrella was raised, someone presented themselves at his doorstep. Eager to challenge him, he drew his wand and directed it at Draco, declaring, "I shall grant you an opportunity to rephrase your statement." Draco, undeterred, harbored no belief that Mike, a mere muggle-born, could have mastered much magic in such a brief span of days. Conversely, he was a pure-blood aristocrat, having commenced his magical education from a tender age. "Mud, blood." Draco enunciated each syllable with disdain. "Petrify them all." A beam of light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, struck Draco, rendering his body rigid, his face frozen in a grimace, and a stone-like gray hue enveloping him. This was Mike's petrification spell. Drawing upon his emotions for the incantation, a feat that had become second nature after 6 months of training, Mike found the release of such emotions remarkably effective. The spell's potency was evidently enhanced, exhibiting a brilliance that previous iterations of the petrification charm lacked, signifying his mastery of the spell. As Draco became immobile, gasps of astonishment echoed around him. "You will be expelled. Casting spells in the hall is forbidden. We must inform the professor," Hermione cried, her eyes brimming with tears. For the unfortunate child did not grasp the venomous implications of the term mudblood. Mike was indifferent to this situation in a place like Hogwarts. Bloodline discrimination was a violation of political correctness. He was more concerned about the significant enhancement that emotional magic could provide to spells, which indirectly validated his hypothesis about the essence of magic. Magical power was akin to chakra, a fusion of physical and spiritual strength. Thus, when emotions ran high, the intensity of spellcasting would increase, and a young wizard's magical power would naturally grow with age. Moreover, he now had influential backing. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Professor Flitwick hurried into the hall, his short legs moving swiftly. "I shall see which little rascal dares to slap my face." Draco Malfoy. You truly are capable, just like your wretched father." Professor Flitwick was extremely agitated, having just assured Mike he was taken aback to find someone had challenged his authority. He chose to overlook Mike's petrification spell on Draco, believing he would have acted even more harshly in the same situation. "How dare you? How dare you so brazenly defy school rules?" At that moment, Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived. McGonagall was evidently furious. She had never anticipated that a first-year student would dare to violate school rules so soon after the term began, especially in such a public setting. Meanwhile, Snape stood silently beside McGonagall, having witnessed the entire incident, which explained Draco's audacity. However, Draco had miscalculated this time. The term mudblood was Snape's Achilles heel. It was this very term that had cost him Lily. You two will each lose 50 points. Detention for 10 days, declared Professor McGonagall. I protest. I cannot abide by your decision, McGonagall. Professor Flitwick was clearly unable to accept such a severe punishment. Young Malfoy had dared to call Mike a mudblood. He deserved the petrification spell. Upon hearing the term mudblood, McGonagall's expression shifted dramatically. Slytherin loses 100 points. Draco Malfoy will serve 15 days of detention, which I shall personally oversee, McGonagall said, looking at Draco's contorted face with pursed lips. Mike Tully will be confined for 1 day, under the supervision of Professor Flitwick. Chapter 11. Aftermath of the Dining Hall Incident. Professor McGonagall announced the final verdict. Slytherin lost 100 points, and Draco Malfoy was sentenced to 15 days of confinement, to be served in Professor McGonagall's office. Meanwhile, Michael was assigned to a single day of confinement in Professor Flitwick's office. The confinement period extends from dinner until midnight. Such a punishment can be deemed exceedingly severe, particularly for Draco. Not only is he facing 15 days of isolation, but his actions have also jeopardized Slytherin's standing by deducting 100 points. It is noteworthy that Slytherin has maintained a streak of victories in the House Cup over the past few years, and Draco's behavior has rendered their chances of winning this year exceedingly bleak. Professor Snape, upon witnessing the deduction of points for Slytherin, exhibited no reaction. However, Michael was not surprised. As Dumbledore's confidant, Snape surely comprehended that this year's House Cup had already been predetermined in favor of Gryffindor. Mike was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. Having been confined for merely a day, and that in Professor Flitwick's office, felt like a reward. He could engage with Professor Flitwick and inquire about various matters throughout the night, which brought him immense joy. As the heads of houses urged the onlookers to disperse, the crowd that had gathered in the dining hall began to scatter. Mike and Draco were escorted back by their respective deans. However, the difference was palpable. Draco trailed behind Snape, his face a canvas of misfortune, resembling someone who had just ingested something repulsive. In contrast, Mike strode confidently alongside Professor Flitwick, slightly lagging behind. Many onlookers, primarily of Muggle descent or half-blood, applauded Mike, having long harbored disdain for the pure-blood aristocracy. I sincerely apologize, Mike, Professor Flitwick remarked, his eyes reflecting regret. I had assured you just moments ago. Not to worry, Professor. I am quite capable of defending myself. My Petrificus Totalis is formidable, Mike replied, brandishing his wand. Haha. Professor Flitwick chuckled at Mike's display. Indeed, your Petrificus Totalis is the finest I have witnessed among the first years. However, in dealing with such individuals, I personally prefer the use of the Incendio spell. I forgot you have yet to master Incendio. Fear not, for I can teach you this evening. Upon hearing the news, Mike was not particularly elated. He had encountered references to the fire-making spell in the Ravenclaw library. It was not an exceedingly difficult incantation, nor was its power particularly formidable, as a simple water-making spell could easily extinguish it. Nevertheless, he had to feign a facade of delight. The two of them laughed and chatted all the way back to the Ravenclaw common room. Meanwhile, Mike's earlier triumph over Malfoy with a petrifying charm had circulated among their peers, who eagerly gathered around to inquire about the details of the event. After Mike and Professor Flitwick spent considerable time elucidating the matter, the students gradually returned to their original seats to continue their reading, while Professor Flitwick made his way back to his office. At that moment, a sturdy young black man approached, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "You did exceptionally well. I've always been irritated by those purebloods and their elitist attitudes." Mike remembered the young man, named Franklin Clinton, who hailed from a Muggle background. He was the tallest among their cohort of newcomers, and Mike found it perplexing that he had joined Ravenclaw. Given his physique, Gryffindor seemed a more fitting abode for him. "Thank you, Franklin. It's merely my duty. These pure-blooded scum deserve the punishment they receive." Franklin was not surprised that Mike remembered his name. He was well aware that his stature attracted considerable attention. "Absolutely. Consider me your friend. Next time such an incident occurs, be sure to call me. I'll make them regret it," Franklin exclaimed. "Indeed, we, the so-called mudbloods, must unite to combat those who harbor bloodline prejudice." Mike found the name of this distinctly American young man amusing and thought it might be a means to forge a bond. "Hey, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an instant connection. From now on, we are friends. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Franklin was overjoyed. The past few days had been quite unpleasant for him, as others were hesitant to approach him due to his size. Mike was the first person willing to befriend him. After a lengthy exchange, Mike finally managed to dismiss the insatiable Franklin, who was left in a state of excitement. Having freed himself from Franklin's clutches, Mike intended to venture into the kitchen in search of sustenance. However, just as he was halfway through his meal, he found himself embroiled in a scuffle with Draco. The hour for dining had long passed, leaving him no choice but to disturb the house elves in the kitchen. As he stepped out of the Ravenclaw common room, he discovered that the trio of saviors had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him emerge, Harry and Ron hurried over, exclaiming, "You were absolutely brilliant. Did you see Draco's face?" His expression at the end was akin to that of someone who had just tasted a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that was flavored like earwax. Harry and Ron continued to exchange words animatedly. Indeed, Professor Mike explained to us the meaning of mudblood. He truly had it coming. Mike casually brushed them off. Yet he noticed Hermione in the corner. Her eyes were still red, and with her head bowed, she stood there cradling a paper bag, exuding a sense of deep vulnerability. Mike noticed that the paper bag contained what appeared to be food, with grease seeping through its surface. "Hey, Hermione, is this for me? I truly appreciate it." "I am quite famished," he remarked, perceiving a hint of guilt in Hermione regarding his confinement, and thus spoke deliberately. "I noticed you seem to have left your lunch unfinished." Hermione handed the paper bag to Mike, saying, "It's all my fault. You're in detention because of me." As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes once more. Mike hurriedly reassured her, "It's all right, Hermione. We are friends, are we not? This time, Draco was targeting me. It is I who have implicated you. Moreover, in my view, it hardly constitutes a true detention. After all, Professor Flitwick is an expert in charms, and being confined in his office is quite desirable." "Really? You mustn't be deceiving me," Hermione replied, gradually calming her tears. Mike was one of her few friends. The Gryffindor students generally held her in disdain, viewing her as a mere rule-bound bookworm. "Of course, you need not concern yourself about it. Remember, we are friends. Are we not?" Mike, now ravenously hungry, swiftly unwrapped the paperback. "Oh, sausages and chicken legs. My favorite. I cannot thank you enough, Hermione." At this, Hermione lowered her head, attempting to conceal her shyness. Mike paid little attention to Hermione's actions. In his view, Hermione, along with Harry and Ron, were mere children, even younger than his own son and daughter. Yet, he mused to himself, his daughter was quite sensible. Harry and Ron were only concerned with how impressive he had appeared in the dining hall, while only Hermione noticed that he had not yet finished his meal. This reminded him of his daughter from a past life, Tracy. Once upon a time, Tracy was a dutiful and understanding young girl, but alas, for reasons unknown, she later sought to pursue a rather unfortunate career, a true misfortune for the family. Chapter 12. A distinctive flame spell. After bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Mike set off towards the Transfiguration classroom. The only class in the afternoon was Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall was not one to tolerate tardiness from her students. Mike's aptitude for Transfiguration was clearly not as remarkable as his proficiency in charms, or perhaps it was simply that he held little interest in the former. In comparison to other offensive spells, Transfiguration was exceedingly intricate. Upon his initial encounters with Transfiguration, Mike discovered that successfully executing the spells was quite challenging. It demanded a profound understanding of the composition of matter. In other words, mastering Transfiguration required a considerable grasp of physical and chemical knowledge, which posed a significant challenge for Mike. Throughout his previous and current lives, he had scarcely delved into these subjects. His only exposure to chemistry came from the teachings of his mentor during his culinary days, which sufficed for his potion classes, yet he was utterly ignorant of material composition. However, this did not imply that Mike performed poorly in his Transfiguration class. On the contrary, his results surpassed those of most freshmen. A lack of knowledge in physical and chemical principles? No matter. Many wizards who had not studied these subjects had their own methods of comprehending the nature of matter. After attending Transfiguration class, Mike returned to the Ravenclaw common room to continue his studies on emotional spellcasting techniques. He was particularly pleased with the petrifying curse he had executed in the dining hall, which was the most potent manifestation of that spell since he had learned it. The enhancement effects of emotional spellcasting were vividly apparent, as evidenced by the brilliance of the Lumos charm. If the light emitted by his initial Lumos was akin to a smartphone flashlight, then employing emotional spellcasting techniques with full force transformed it into a high-powered flashlight, casting a bright and penetrating beam. Emotional spellcasting was not an esoteric technique. Most wizards would discover it during their magical education. The reason his upperclassmen had not shared this insight with him was not due to their ignorance, but rather their inability to grasp the essence of the technique. They perceived it merely as a fervent desire for their spells to succeed, which in turn led to favorable outcomes. In this regard, Professor Flitwick truly deserved his reputation as an expert in charms. He elucidated the principles of this technique using the most accessible language. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for Mike to report to Professor Flitwick for detention. He found himself puzzled by the professor's intention to teach him the fire-making spell, as he understood it to be a rather simplistic form of magic with limited potency. Nevertheless, he refrained from dwelling on it too deeply. His immediate priority was to continue to win over Professor Flitwick. The esteemed head of Ravenclaw was a formidable wizard, rivaling even Snape in power. Although his portrayal in the original narrative often cast him as a source of comic relief among the faculty, the title of dueling champion was not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, based on the professor's distinct appearance, it was evident that he had faced discrimination no less than that experienced by wizards of Muggle descent, which likely fostered a sense of camaraderie between him and Mike. Upon entering the office, Mike found Professor Flitwick perched on a specially designed high stool, perusing the Daily Prophet. The stool's legs resembled a ladder, facilitating the professor's ascent. "Ah, Mike, you've arrived. Please, have a seat. The red tea here is exquisite. Would you care to try some?" Professor Flitwick greeted him warmly. After Mike nodded in affirmation, the professor waved his hand, summoning a teapot and cup that gracefully floated over to pour a steaming cup of tea for him. After exchanging pleasantries over their tea, Professor Flitwick transitioned to the evening's main topic, the fire-making spell. Mike had already reviewed the spell prior to their meeting, and he found its execution to be straightforward. After a few attempts, he managed to cast it, though the result was rather underwhelming. His fire-making spell was barely sufficient to light a cigarette. However, rather than displaying disappointment, Professor Flitwick praised Mike, recognizing that for a wizard of Muggle origin to master such magic was commendable, and it was unreasonable to fault him for the spell's lackluster performance. "Do not underestimate the fire-making spell, Mike," Professor Flitwick cautioned, pausing momentarily. "It is a remarkably versatile incantation, capable of manifesting in various forms according to the caster's intent." As he spoke, he waved his wand, conjuring a magnificent blaze. Suddenly, an eagle composed of flames soared from the tip of his wand, each feather vividly animated, resembling a fiery sprite. It gracefully navigated the confines of the modest office, skillfully avoiding all obstacles before vanishing before Mike's eyes. Mike was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that magic could be employed in such a manner. Prior to this revelation, his understanding of magic was simplistic, the wand akin to a firearm, spells akin to bullets, and casting magic comparable to firing a gun, with the potency entirely reliant on the caster's magical prowess. However, Flitwick's display had unveiled a new realm of possibilities, demonstrating that magic could indeed be manipulated in such extraordinary ways. To think that a projectile could bend mid-flight, such mastery requires an extraordinary level of magical control, a skill far beyond his current capabilities, and admittedly, this approach appeared rather impractical and ostentatious. Flitwick, pleased by Mike's naive expression, beckoned him to witness something more pragmatic. With that, Flitwick led Mike to a bookshelf nestled in the corner. With a flick of his wand, the bookshelf swung open, revealing an expansive room beyond. This was a spacious spell training chamber, its walls constructed from premium alchemical materials, intricately engraved with ancient runes designed to provide protective wards, ensuring that magic could not inflict damage upon them. At the far end of the room stood several dummies, which were no ordinary models. They had been crafted by an alchemist, imbued with unique alchemical enchantments, allowing spells, such as the Tarantella, which typically affected living beings, to manifest their effects on these inanimate figures. Upon entering the room, Professor Flitwick wasted no time. He pointed his wand forward, and a deep violet flame erupted from its tip, surging towards the distant dummy. The flames were of such intense heat that the air surrounding them warped and twisted. Although the dummy was fashioned from alchemical materials, boasting remarkable resistance to high temperatures, it succumbed almost instantaneously to the searing violet fire, disintegrating within mere seconds. Flitwick glanced at the astonished Mike and chuckled with pride. He then directed his wand once more, and the violet flames manifested again, this time taking the form of spherical fireballs that launched rapidly from the tip of his wand. These violet fireballs traveled with astonishing speed, some darting erratically through the air, ultimately striking the dummy with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a violent explosion. When the chaos subsided, the dummy had vanished, leaving behind only a charred remnant of its former position. Mike's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had not anticipated the formidable power of the fire charm, which could even be utilized as a fireball technique. From Frivy's recent casting, it was evident that this was akin to a fireball machine gun. Spells are versatile and adaptable. Frivy interrupted Mike's reverie. The incantations you are currently learning have mostly been simplified. While these simplifications make your studies more accessible, they also render the spells you cast somewhat rigid and lacking in vitality. Go meditate and immerse yourself in the flow of magical energy during casting. Once you have a clear sense of how this energy flows, attempt to harness it, allowing it to embrace you and become an extension of your will. Chapter 13. Perception of Magical Energy and Meditation. Mike lay in his dormitory bed, his eyes wide open, still reeling from the profound impact of the fire spell Professor Flivy had demonstrated to him. He could scarcely recall how he had managed to leave the office and return to his chamber. The capabilities of magic were astonishing. How foolish he had been to once believe that casting spells was merely a matter of waving a wand and reciting incantations. In retrospect, he realized he had been utterly naive, akin to a frog confined to the depths of a well. Today marked his first encounter with the true power of magic, and he finally comprehended the pride of wizards. Just imagine a group of individuals casually wielding their wands to unleash spells that rival the might of heavy artillery. How could they possibly treat the talentless mortals, who resembled ants in comparison, with anything approaching equality? Mike even believed that it was nothing short of a miracle that humanity was not enslaved or exterminated by wizards before the invention of nuclear weapons. At that time, wizards held a position of power over muggles akin to that of early American settlers facing the indigenous peoples of the Americas, an undeniable disparity in strength. The fate of those indigenous peoples is well known. They were nearly driven to extinction. It is worth noting that the purple flames unleashed by Flitwick were formidable. Mike recalled that his mentor, during his culinary training, once informed him that flames of red and orange typically reach temperatures around 3,000 degrees Celsius, which are the most commonly encountered flames. As the temperature of the flames rises, their color transforms, ultimately becoming ultraviolet light, which is invisible to the naked eye. At such extreme temperatures, the heat can exceed tens of thousands of degrees. Although Mike was uncertain of the precise temperature of purple flames, he was certain they surpassed 3,000 degrees. Such flames could instantaneously melt steel. If a mere fire spell could achieve such intensity, one could only imagine the terrifying power of the more advanced fire spells. Without the use of counterspells, these infernal flames would burn eternally, growing ever more potent. And in certain environments, their destructive capacity could rival that of nuclear weapons. Mike yearned for such power. In comparison to this extraordinary strength, his original aspiration of becoming a superior being seemed utterly insignificant. Contemplating this, Mike found himself exhilarated to the point of insomnia. However, he had no inkling of what Professor Flivy meant by meditating and sensing the flow of magical energy. To sense the flow of magic, as Professor Flivy suggested, likely implied that he should attune himself to the currents of magic while casting spells. Yet, throughout his experience, Mike had always succeeded with a mere flick of his wand and an incantation, never truly perceiving any magical essence. Mike felt that perhaps he had inadvertently overlooked something when he cast his spell, casually releasing a flicker of luminescence. Yet, as before, he felt nothing. This time, Mike was somewhat at a loss. According to Professor Flivy, amplifying magical power necessitated complete mastery over one's own magic. However, Mike could not even sense his own magical energy, let alone control it. After several attempts, Mike had nearly exhausted every spell he knew, but the outcomes remained disheartening. Aside from tiring himself to the bone, he sensed not a trace of the so-called magical power, leading him to gradually doubt his own aptitude. The ability to perceive magic might indeed be a gift, much like his innate fortune. Those lacking such talent would find it impossible to grasp magic no matter how hard they tried. Nevertheless, Mike did not yield to despair. After all, his luck was so formidable that even in the face of death, he could be reborn. If sensing magic truly required a gift, then he must possess that very talent. After all, good fortune can indeed pave the way to boundless possibilities. Mike, undeterred by superstition, began to meticulously delve into his memories, seeking the elusive essence of magic within his past spellcasting experiences. As his recollections gradually unfolded, Mike reaffirmed that he had never sensed any form of magical energy during the act of casting spells. In a moment of exasperation, as he clutched his hair in frustration, a sudden thought struck him. It need not occur solely during the act of spellcasting. Compared to the formulaic release of magic aided by incantations and wands, the supernatural phenomena triggered by a surge of magical energy were manifestations he had conjured without any external assistance. Thus, Could it not be that the fluctuations of magical energy during such eruptions were more readily perceptible? Mike was soon reminded of his recent surge of magical energy, specifically the incident at the Broken Cauldron. Although he had been consumed by rage, intent on vanquishing that wizard, he vaguely recalled a force being unleashed from within him, a sensation akin to flowing water. Filled with hope, Mike was almost tempted to experiment with another outburst of magic immediately, yet reason held him back. A magical eruption in his dormitory would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. It is worth noting that Professor Flitwick had explicitly warned him against conducting magical experiments in the dormitory. Although Flitwick's tone had been somewhat jesting at the time, Mike did not perceive it as mere humor. Teachers generally favored diligent and compliant students, and having already caused a ruckus for Flitwick during the day, the prospect of igniting a grand explosion that very night would certainly incite the professor's displeasure. Perhaps it would be prudent to postpone his experiments for another time. Fortunately, Mike had identified an excellent location for his trials, the Room of Requirement. Exercising self-restraint, Mike resolved to visit the Room of Requirement the following day for his experimentation. Although locating the room so swiftly might attract the attention of that old busybee, Dumbledore, time was of the essence. As he grew older, the occurrences of magical surges had diminished significantly. Previously, Mike had to consciously suppress his emotions to prevent such outbursts. During his days at Hogwarts thus far, even after loosening his emotional constraints and employing emotional spellcasting techniques, he had not triggered a single magical surge. At that moment, Mike harbored serious doubts about his ability to provoke another magical eruption. Nevertheless, all would be revealed through experimentation. With his plans for the next day settled, Mike began to contemplate another keyword mentioned by Professor Flitwick: meditation. Mike was entirely unfamiliar with meditation. In fact, he had only encountered the term for the first time today. No, he suddenly recalled hearing about meditation from his wife, Amanda. He remembered that his wife had been quite enamored with yoga for a while, during which she would either be seated cross-legged on her mat, motionless, or engaging in sessions with that insufferable yoga instructor who had betrayed Mike's trust. When he inquired about her activities, her response had invariably been that she was meditating. Could it be that meditation simply involved sitting cross-legged with one's eyes closed? Mike sat on the bed, conjuring memories of Amanda's appearance from the past, but soon felt a wave of drowsiness sweep over him. His golden hair bobbed gently in the air until, with a heavy nod, Mike succumbed to slumber. Chapter 14. Franklin. The following day, Mike awoke to the brilliance of a sunny morning. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating his face and causing his golden hair to glisten with a dazzling radiance. Outside, shadows danced intermittently as owls returned from their deliveries, weary from a night of long travels. Eager to rest and replenish at the Olery on the western side of Ravenclaw Tower. As a rhythmic knocking echoed, Mike squinted and sat up in bed. Rubbing his head, he realized it was perhaps time for a haircut. His formerly neat buzz cut had grown unruly, losing its previous comfort. After adjusting to the bright sunlight, Mike did not rush to open the door. He casually picked up a cup from the bedside table and took a sip of the water he had left from the night before. Mike began to straighten his clothes, which were wrinkled from falling asleep in them due to his meditation the previous evening. Once he had tidied himself, Mike opened the door to reveal a tall black youth standing outside, towering over Mike by nearly half a head. This was Franklin Clinton, a fellow freshman from the same college. "Hey, Mike, good morning," Franklin said, displaying no impatience despite his lengthy wait. "It seems you're ready now. Let us hurry. We're already late for defense against the dark arts class." "Oh, all right, Franklin." Mike was taken aback that this classmate, with whom he had exchanged only a few words, had come specifically to wake him up, even at the cost of being late for class. "I'm sorry. So much happened yesterday that I overslept a bit." "Don't mention it. We're friends, aren't we?" "Helping each other is what friends do," Franklin replied, flashing a dazzling, reflective smile. "But we really need to get moving. We're late." Mike brushed off Franklin's concern, stating, "No need to worry. The professor for defense against the dark arts is Quirrell, that stuttering fellow. He graduated from Ravenclaw too, so he won't make it difficult for us." "That essay relief," Franklin sighed, slowing his pace. "But what do you mean by stuttering fellow?" "You'll find out soon enough." Mike licked his teeth, offering a knowing smile. "In fact, I'm surprised that Quirrell graduated from Ravenclaw. He is quite the embarrassment to the house now." The two continued their banter, even stopping by the dining hall for breakfast. Throughout their conversation, Mike shared numerous tales about Hogwarts, including the rivalries among the four houses and various peculiar anecdotes. Upon arriving at the classroom for defense against the dark arts, They found Quirrell at the podium, stuttering through a text, while the students below bore expressions of fatigue mingled with determination to pay attention. Spotting the tardy duo, Quirrell set down his book, ready to speak, but Mike interjected. "Dear Professor Quirrell, please forgive us," Mike said, discreetly hiding the breakfast he had brought under his robe. "Hogwarts is so vast that we got lost on our way to class." "Ah, well, Mike and this gentleman, please come in," Quirrell stammered in response. This lesson was shared between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, with the classroom divided into yellow and blue sections, students instinctively choosing to sit with their respective housemates. However, Mike paid no heed to this, leading Franklin to a secluded corner of the room. In that corner sat a timid Hufflepuff boy who appeared frightened at the sight of the two towering Ravenclaws. Immediately, he stood up straight, bowed to them, and hurried to an empty seat at the front. Mike naturally paid no mind to these matters and calmly took a seat. Franklin hesitated for a moment, but seeing Mike's nonchalant demeanor, he too settled down. Two shades of blue emerged amidst a vast expanse of yellow. Even though the corner Mike had chosen was quite concealed, it remained strikingly prominent from the podium. Yet, Mike was indifferent. His selection of this corner was merely a gesture to afford Chilo some semblance of respect. Given Chilo's current timorous disposition, as long as he did not provoke him excessively, he would likely disregard Mike altogether. Mike produced 2 slices of bread from his robe and then retrieved a sausage wrapped in greased paper from his pocket. Unwrapping the paper, he ingeniously fashioned a makeshift hot dog and began to savor it. In contrast, Franklin appeared significantly less audacious than Mike, feeling somewhat anxious amidst a cluster of Hufflepuffs. However, upon observing Mike relishing his meal, he decided to imitate him and crafted his own hot dog, taking bites as he went along. "I truly admire you, Mike," Franklin remarked after pausing for a moment. "You managed to interact so well with both the professors and your peers. Just now, Professor Quirrell called your name, while I was merely referred to as the new student." In a matter of moments, Mike devoured the hot dog in his hand, feeling a touch of thirst. He then seized the water bottle that the previous Hufflepuff had forgotten to take with him and took a generous swig. To his surprise, the liquid was not water but a delightful, sweet beverage. "I only need to know your name, Franklin. In truth, I had been observing you for quite some time. A physically robust young man with a mind far from simple, an individual who may not be loquacious yet yearns for companionship." Mike set down the water bottle, asserting that there was no need for self-pity. "After all, you are my friend, Mike Thorne. You are no less than others. And to be candid, your magical prowess is nothing short of astonishing." A hint of crimson flushed Franklin's otherwise dark visage, for it was the first time someone had praised him since arriving at Hogwarts. Mike gazed at Franklin, whose expression was so overwhelmed with emotion that it rendered him speechless. Was this child truly so starved for affection? He had merely engaged in a casual exchange of compliments, yet it had stirred such fervor within him. Meanwhile, Professor Chilo continued to recite from the textbook in a monotonous manner, occasionally casting his gaze towards the vibrant blue amidst a sea of yellow. Franklin, on the other hand, spoke incessantly to Mike, recounting the tribulations of his troubled family life and the peculiar glances he endured at Hogwarts due to his stature and lack of eloquence. Mike responded intermittently, his water bottle emptied without him noticing. The beverage was truly delightful. He planned to inquire about its brand after class. Finally, when the bell rang, Franklin ceased his incessant chatter. Yet, his gaze remained fervent, causing Mike to feel uneasy under his scrutiny, prompting him to quicken his pace as he exited the dark arts defense classroom, with Franklin closely trailing behind. Chapter 15. The Shadow. After 2 exhausting classes of dark arts defense, Mike began to meander through Hogwarts, having overindulged during lunch and in need of a digestive reprieve. He had no desire to visit Ravenclaw, having thoroughly explored it already. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture towards Gryffindor. The distance between the dark arts defense classroom and the Gryffindor common room was not considerable. He took advantage of a moving staircase and soon found himself before the portrait of the fat lady. Observing the portrait of the plump woman who was tidying her hair, Mike recollected that the password for the Gryffindor common room was Draconis. "Password changed, dear," the fat lady remarked, pausing her grooming to regard Mike. "Oh, you are a Ravenclaw student. A dashing little Ravenclaw. What brings you to Gryffindor?" The fat lady adopted a preening demeanor, which Mike found rather distasteful. "Look who it is. Our Prince Charming," she exclaimed. "Indeed, it seems our Prince Charming has finally remembered his friends in Gryffindor." Just then, the Weasley twins strolled over from a distance. "Your timing is impeccable, George, Fred," I was just about to seek you out, Mike said, spreading his arms and shrugging. And what's this about a Prince Charming? Don't you know? Your exploits in the dining hall have become the talk of the school, George replied, feigning astonishment. Poor Cinderella Hermione, cornered by the villainous Malfoy in the dining hall. Just when all seemed lost, her Prince Charming swooped in to rescue her from the clutches of the rogue. Fred clasped his hands over his heart, gazing upward with an exaggerated expression of rapture. Mike was rendered speechless. He never anticipated that the restaurant incident would morph into a tale of heroism. However, observing the whimsical antics of the two brothers before him, it seemed evident that they were the culprits behind it all. The Weasley twins refrained from further teasing Mike, possessing a remarkable control over their jesting, which was one of the reasons Mike cherished their friendship. George glanced at the African-American lad trailing behind Mike and inquired, "By the way, who is this? Your new friend?" "Indeed, this is my newly acquired friend, Franklin," Mike replied with a resigned shrug. Franklin had been shadowing Mike since their defense against the dark arts class, silent and steadfast in his company. Poor Mike, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness that hung between them, initially engaged Franklin in conversation. Yet, after descending several flights of stairs without any indication of Franklin departing, Mike chose to disregard him. Following their introductions, the Weasley brothers finally ushered Mike into the Gryffindor common room. Upon entry, he was greeted by the sight of a girl with cascading, voluminous waves of hair. "Mike, how could you enter the Gryffindor common room?" Hermione exclaimed, her reaction somewhat exaggerated. Generally, students from other houses were not permitted in the common rooms. But she quickly recalibrated her demeanor. "What I meant to say is, what prompted you to seek me out in the Gryffindor common room? I'm quite concerned about you, Hermione. When I left yesterday, I noticed you seemed a bit off," Mike fiddled seamlessly. "By the way, where are Harry and Ron?" Hermione rolled her eyes, slightly dismissive. "They are in the dormitory playing wizard's chess. Shall I escort you to them? I truly do not understand what is so amusing about that game. It is a frivolous pursuit." Under Hermione's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Harry's dormitory. The door was ajar, and the raucous sounds of their exuberant voices echoed down the corridor. Hermione boldly stepped into the room. Girls could freely enter the boys' dormitory, but the reverse was fraught with peril for any boy attempting to breach the girls' quarters. "My goodness, Hermione, this is the boys' dormitory. If you must enter, could you at least knock first?" Ron exclaimed, startled by Hermione's sudden entrance while hastily concealing the underwear he had carelessly discarded on the floor. Spotting Mike, he exclaimed, "Mike, you've come to see us? Splendid. Harry and I are currently engrossed in wizard's chess. Would you care to join us?" Mike and Franklin did not refuse. The two young wizards, both born of Muggle heritage, were quite curious about wizard's chess. After introducing themselves to one another, the four of them gathered around the chessboard. However, Mike merely glanced at it before diverting his gaze. Aside from the animated and vociferous pieces, it was essentially a mere replica of international chess, which struck Mike as rather tedious. Hermione, noticing that Mike shared her disinterest in wizard's chess, appeared quite pleased and began to chastise Harry and Ron. Meanwhile, Franklin stood awkwardly to the side, embodying the very essence of Hermione's criticism regarding those who squander their potential. Mike did not echo Hermione's words. Instead, he invited everyone to join him for a meal at the dining hall. Having explored sufficiently, he realized that if they did not head to the restaurant soon, they would miss lunch. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory, Franklin immediately reverted to his previous demeanor, silently trailing behind Mike. Unfazed, Mike strode forward confidently, while Harry and the others seemed to sense something amiss, though they chose to remain silent. Today's lunch consisted of roasted chicken accompanied by mashed potatoes, a meal that evidently pleased Harry's palate. He vigorously devoured one chicken leg in each hand, his fingers glistening with the oil and sauce from the succulent meat. A ring of dark brown residue, a mixture of roasted chicken sauce and mashed potatoes, adorned his mouth. "You should try this. It truly tastes delightful," Harry exclaimed, extending the untouched chicken leg towards Mike. "By the way, Mike, this afternoon Ron and I have made plans to visit Hagrid. Would you care to join us?" Mike deftly evaded the chicken leg that Harry had extended towards him, deftly slicing a piece of poultry with his knife and fork before placing it in his mouth. "I'm afraid that's not possible. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon." Before Harry could inquire further, Hermione interjected, "Indeed, Mike is not like you lot, who seem to think only of leisure. This afternoon, let us convene at the library to study." The latter part of her statement was directed at Mike. I'm afraid that won't work either. Professor Flitwick has requested my presence for some matters this afternoon." Mike sensed that Hermione's demeanor towards him was somewhat amiss, and he casually fabricated an excuse to deflect her inquiry. "Very well then," Hermione replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, as she absently prodded the chicken on her plate with her fork. "May I accompany you?" It was Franklin, who appeared to have developed a penchant for Mike. Upon hearing that Mike would be meeting with Flitwick, he hastily inquired. Mike found himself in a predicament. It seemed that if he did not assign Franklin some task in the afternoon, the boy would remain uneasy, anxiously awaiting his entrance into Professor Flivvy's office. "Very well, Franklin. Would you do me a favor this afternoon?" Mike, struck by a sudden inspiration, proposed. Franklin, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately nodded and rose to his feet, seemingly prepared to forego his meal. "Oh, sit down, Franklin. There's no need to rush. It's merely a trivial matter." Mike urged him to take a seat. "This morning, I had a delightful beverage in class, and I would greatly appreciate it if you could inquire about what it was." Upon hearing Mike's request, Franklin settled back down, devouring the food on his plate, and with a muffled voice assured, "Rest assured, I shall attend to it right after my meal. I promise to get it done." Michael gazed at Franklin, who, like a whirlwind, devoured his lunch and made his way towards the Hufflepuff common room. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This child is beyond redemption." Yet, perhaps he could serve as a valuable pawn, Michael mused. Chapter 16. The room of requirement, the 8th floor of Hogwarts, appeared remarkably desolate compared to the other levels. It lacked classrooms typically frequented by young witches and wizards. Therefore, those who ventured here were either driven by ulterior motives, lost, or simply bored. Michael, evidently, fell into the former category. At that moment, he stood before the tapestry depicting the troll being bludgeoned by the hapless Barnabas, the very location of the legendary room of requirement. It is said that this chamber can fulfill nearly any desire of its user, provided they walk back and forth 3 times in front of that tapestry while mentally repeating their wish 3 times. Subsequently, a door would materialize on the bare wall, leading to a room meticulously arranged to meet their needs. Legend has it that Albus Dumbledore once found himself in dire need of a restroom after a soiree, pacing anxiously in front of the room of requirement. Suddenly, a door appeared on the wall, and upon entering, he discovered the room filled with an array of opulent and extravagant chamber pots. He later took to collecting the very chamber pots he had used that night. How Dumbledore first learned of the room of requirement remains a mystery, but it is certain that many were aware of its existence. Over the centuries, Hogwarts has nurtured countless exceptional wizards, among whom were undoubtedly those fortunate enough to stumble upon such serendipitous treasures. Mike gazed at the wall before him, gradually beginning to pace. His immediate priority was to ascertain whether he could sense magical energy during an experiment in the wish-granting room, rather than delving into its secrets. "I require a training room for spellcasting," Mike silently reiterated thrice in his mind. Suddenly, a door materialized soundlessly in the wall. He had succeeded. Beyond the door lay a chamber reminiscent of Professor Flitwick's training room, albeit significantly larger. The surrounding walls appeared indistinguishable from ordinary walls, yet any attempt to cast magic upon them would reveal their astonishing magical resistance. This training room also housed training dummies, akin to those of Flitwick. Yet these figures bore an unmistakably archaic design, clearly not products of this era. Tarantella. With a flicker of his wand, a nearby alchemical dummy commenced a lively tap dance. Not bad, Mike mused to himself. Confirming that the facilities of the training ground were intact, he commenced today's experiment. He closed his eyes, remaining utterly still, and summoned the anger that simmered within him. Oddly, several minutes elapsed without any occurrence. It appeared that Mike's previous suspicions regarding the waning of his magical outburst were indeed correct. He was gradually losing the capacity for such a release. Yet, sensing magic was the only method he could conceive at this moment. With a sense of resignation, Mike closed his eyes once more, recalling the most infuriating memory he possessed, his daughter Tracy from his past life. Tracy had always aspired to be a star. Had she been exceptionally talented and pursued a conventional academic route, Mike might have supported her. However, she was merely mediocre and unwilling to relinquish her dreams. Ultimately, in her eagerness to sign with a film company, she voluntarily accepted the lead role in a new production, one that was, under normal circumstances, rather inappropriate. Furious, Mike rushed to the set with a gun upon receiving the news. Reflecting on these events, Mike's expression gradually warped into one of ferocity, and the temperature in his vicinity began to rise swiftly. At last, with a primal roar, flames erupted around him, engulfing everything indiscriminately. Fortunately, it lasted only a moment. Otherwise, Mike would likely have suffered severe burns today. As the flames dissipated, they revealed Mike sprawled on the floor, shielding his head with his hands. Mike sustained no injuries. Aside from his robe being charred and tattered, he bore no wounds whatsoever. Even his hair remained unscathed due to the protective position of his hands. Straining to flip his body over, Mike erupted into hearty laughter, for he had distinctly sensed the flow of magical energy during the recent surge. Forgive Mike and the author for their lack of cultural knowledge, as they find it exceedingly difficult to articulate that sensation with precise vocabulary. In Mike's own words, at the moment of the magical explosion, he felt as though viscous tar surged swiftly through his veins, a process both brutal and overwhelming. The tar-like substance is challenging to describe accurately. However, once experienced, it is an indelible memory. Ultimately, it reached the surface of his skin, erupting like bullets from every pore. Now, Mike's entire body burned with pain, as the backlash from the magical surge was intensely powerful. Yet, he had survived. Not only had he endured, but he also succeeded in experiencing the magic. Mike exerted effort to crawl towards the table in the corner, where he had previously placed his wand to prevent its destruction during the experiment. As a glimmer of light appeared at the tip of the wand, Mike once again sensed the flow of magic. Although faint to the point of being negligible, he could still perceive it, feeling surges of energy gradually coalesce throughout his body, ultimately being released through his wand, manifesting as the luminous flicker he now emitted. Mike felt a sense of relief. If he were to remain devoid of sensation during this occurrence, he would have to endure yet another, perhaps several, surges of magical energy, which would undoubtedly be perilous. Despite possessing a fortuitous streak that instilled confidence in his survival amidst such magical upheavals, he could not shake the feeling that his advancing age rendered him more susceptible to the ravages of these forces. During the magical surges, he experienced an excruciating sensation, as if his very being were on the verge of being torn asunder. The pain was unbearable. Yet, despite the agony, Mike maintained his luminescent flicker, diligently attuning himself to the subtle currents of magical energy. He understood the imperative of committing this sensation to memory, forgetting it would render his previous efforts futile. Time flowed unmeasured, and when Mike finally opened his eyes, he was not to be mistaken for having succumbed to slumber. Rather, he had been deeply engrossed in perceiving the flickering magical flows. In that moment, he had entered a remarkable state where only the faint magical currents occupied his consciousness. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Mike sensed that upon emerging from this state, the previously tenuous magical flow had become markedly clearer. Mike struggled to his feet, deciding to conclude today's experiment. Although the pain in his body had considerably lessened, he felt utterly exhausted both physically and mentally, a likely consequence of overexerting his magical abilities. At this moment, all he yearned for was the comfort of his bed. As he stepped into the corridor, he realized that night had completely fallen. The hallway was enveloped in darkness, with only the faint glow emanating from the tip of his wand to illuminate his path. Summoning what little energy he had left, he made his way toward Ravenclaw Tower. The footsteps that had seemed inconsequential during the day now echoed ominously in the corridor, carrying far into the night. As he passed by a classroom, a pair of large hands suddenly reached out from within, covering his mouth and pulling him into the pitch-black room. Chapter 17. The plot of the Philosopher's Stone begins. Mike was taken aback. Given his current condition, he was utterly incapable of casting offensive spells. However, the inability to wield magic did not imply a lack of means to defend himself. With a swift motion of his left hand across his waist, a sharp dagger materialized in his grasp. Just as he was about to inflict a deep wound upon the arm he was protecting, the figure suddenly spoke. "Hey, it's me, Mike. Stay calm." Mike recalled the sound. It was the voice of the Weasley twins. Filch was nearby, so it would be wise to remain quiet. Mike nodded slightly, and the small knife in his hand vanished silently into his sleeve. It was indeed unexpected that our Prince Charming had developed a penchant for nocturnal escapades. George sensed that Mike had ceased to struggle and released his grip. "You don't look too well. Have you just battled a giant?" Fred remarked, observing Mike's disheveled state. "I encountered a bit of an incident, George. Fred, could you escort me back to Ravenclaw? I'm feeling rather unwell." "Of course, we are the famed Weasley brothers. Follow us. We know of a secret passage that leads directly to the Ravenclaw Tower." George and Fred supported Mike as they exited the classroom. Demonstrating their prowess as nocturnal adventurers, Mike could hardly hear their footsteps, while he himself felt like a rag doll, his feet barely grazing the ground, rendering his own steps nearly inaudible. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance to the hidden passage leading to Ravenclaw. This secret passageway was also located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, and its entrance was flanked by 2 suits of armor, which were impeccably clean, indicating that it was frequently maintained. Emerging from the passage, Mike finally returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. To be honest, he was quite curious. The Ravenclaw Tower was situated near the Ollery, and although the passage was not lengthy, it provided a direct route to the tower. "Don't you really need to check in with Madame Pomfrey?" the Weasley brothers inquired with concern as they reached the Eagle door knocker, declining their kind offer. Mike responded to the riddle posed by the door knocker and entered the Ravenclaw common room. His injuries were not severe. All he truly needed was a good night's sleep. It seems our Prince Charming is anything but ordinary. Indeed, those from Ravenclaw are rather peculiar, much like that pesky Franklin. I know you're not referring to that. I understand. But Mike is our friend. There's no need to delve deeper. Come on, Filch has been summoned to the 8th floor. Let us hurry to his office and retrieve our treasure. As George and Fred conversed, they ventured into another secret passage. The following noon, Mike finally awoke. After a restful slumber, he felt invigorated. The fatigue from the previous night completely dissipated. Youth is truly a blessing, he mused, relishing the vitality coursing through his youthful body. In his previous life, before his transition, he had already been in his 40s, and the functions of his body had begun to decline. Today was the weekend, so Mike had no worries about being late for class. He leisurely tidied himself up and stepped out of his dormitory. As he opened the door, he spotted Franklin idly fiddling with a water bottle outside. Upon seeing Mike emerge, his eyes lit up, and he approached, eagerly offering the water bottle to Mike. Mike instinctively grasped the water jug before fully comprehending its weight, nearly losing his grip due to its overwhelming heft. The jug appeared to be roughly the size of an ordinary thermos, yet Mike was certain that the liquid within exceeded 10 pounds. "Yesterday, I sought out that Hufflepuff, only to be informed that the beverage was crafted by his mother and could not be purchased anywhere outside." Franklin smugly remarked that he devised a way to persuade him to part with the remainder, and here it all is. Mike was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "How much?" Upon hearing the mention of money, Franklin became even more pleased. "I spent nothing. That kind-hearted Hufflepuff simply offered it all to me when he learned of my fondness for it." Mike could not help but mourn for the Hufflepuff. However, it appeared that Franklin had been waiting at the door of his dormitory since early morning. He had not heard any knocking, perhaps out of consideration for Mike's rest. I must admit, Mike felt somewhat touched by this gesture. He handed the heavy water bottle to Franklin, grateful for his assistance. "Thank you so much, Franklin. You must have been waiting outside for quite a while," Mike said apologetically. "Not at all. I just arrived myself," Franklin replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mike led Franklin to the dining hall, his stomach growling with hunger. Today's lunch was quite sumptuous and remarkably delicious. Far from the typical fare one would expect from British cuisine. Mike leisurely savored his steak, occasionally lifting the glass of beverage beside him to toast with Franklin. This time, Mike had not mistakenly taken the wrong seat. He and Franklin were comfortably situated at the exclusive Ravenclaw table. However, it became evident that sometimes, even when one refrains from seeking out trouble, trouble can still find its way to you. "Mike, do you remember that time we visited Gringotts?" Harry began. But noticing Franklin listening beside Mike, he abruptly halted his words. Mike noticed his gaze, stuffing a piece of beef into his mouth while chewing and saying, "Franklin is my brother. It's all right, Harry. Please continue. What happened at Gringotts?" "On the day we went to Gringotts, it just so happened that it was being robbed. And on that day, Hagrid was mysteriously retrieving a peculiar bag from the vault." Harry paused. "I suspect that the intruder's target was that bag." "Come on, Harry. Such matters are far removed from us. You might as well focus on your own affairs." Mike attempted to divert the conversation. "I heard you faced some targeting in potions class. What is that about?" Harry, still too young, began to lament about Snape after Mike's few prompts. If only Harry understood the enmity between Snape and his parents, he might grasp why he was so despised by Snape. After finally handling Harry, Mike drained the last sip of his drink and, watching Harry gradually retreat, fell into contemplation. Judging by Harry's words, he and Ron must have learned something from Hagrid yesterday. And in Mike's memory, the peculiar bag retrieved by Hagrid from Gringotts was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. This indicated that the narrative surrounding the stone had officially commenced. He needed to ponder his role in the unfolding story. Chapter 18. Penelope. A week had elapsed since Mike discovered his magical abilities. During this time, he had frequented the Room of Requirement almost every night, thanks to the secret passage shown to him by the Weasley brothers. The time spent traveling between locations was significantly reduced. It must be said that the Room of Requirement was indeed a splendid place. It allowed Mike to experiment with magic without restraint. Additionally, the room concealed a vast collection of magical tomes, some of which were not even found in the Hogwarts library, including several concerning dark magic. These books were coated in a layer of dust, seemingly untouched for ages, while a few had noticeably less dust, suggesting recent usage. Among them were numerous volumes on defensive dark magic not included in the curriculum. It was as if a pillow had been offered just as sleep descended upon him. Mike had been troubled about how to enhance his knowledge of dark magic. It was well known that the past 2 years of defense against the dark arts classes had been utterly useless, Quirrell merely read from the textbook. And next year's Lockhart would be thoroughly inept. Only when Lupin, the werewolf, arrived in the 3rd year would they finally have a proper defense against the dark arts class. After searching through the collection and finding no books detailing the specific casting processes of dark magic, Mike set those volumes aside. His immediate concern was to elevate his combat prowess, as the narrative of the Philosopher's Stone had begun. He must secure a commendable position in this challenge orchestrated by Dumbledore for Harry, thus presenting an opportunity to shine before the entire year. Of course, aiding Ravenclaw in securing the House Cup would be even better. That way, all the students in Ravenclaw would remember his name, which would greatly benefit his plans in the upper years. Mike did not focus his training on magical perception and meditation, as he discovered that the short-term enhancement of his abilities from these practices was nearly negligible. Although his awareness of the magical energy within him would slightly increase after each meditation session, he found himself utterly incapable of controlling this magic in the immediate term. Furthermore, meditation was far from the idyllic representations found in wizardry novels. It was not a substitute for sleep, but rather an activity that demanded considerable mental exertion. Mike could now meditate for only about half an hour each day. Any longer, and he would feel utterly exhausted. Consequently, he scheduled his meditation after his spell training. For otherwise, he would lack the energy to practice his incantations. Each night before bed, he would enjoy a drink he had procured from that unfortunate Hufflepuff, which Mike found remarkably restorative. A cup each evening aided in his recovery, and he resolved to find a way to obtain the recipe from that Hufflepuff. One day, while Mike and Franklin were diligently completing their assignments in the Ravenclaw common room, they were approached by the renowned Penelope, a celebrated figure within Ravenclaw. "Hey, Mike, how are you finding your time in Ravenclaw?" she inquired. "Quite well, Penelope. I encounter so many lovely upperclasswomen daily. My friends in Gryffindor are envious. Most of the girls there are rather unremarkable compared to our Ravenclaw ladies," Mike responded, eliciting a delighted laugh from Penelope. It seemed that women, regardless of time or place, cherished compliments. Mike had long admired Penelope, the Muggle-born witch who truly embodied greatness. Nearly everyone in Ravenclaw praised her. Not only was she beautiful, but her magical talent was exceptional, and above all, she possessed a remarkably high emotional intelligence. Her interpersonal skills were impeccable, and even first-year wizards eagerly followed her lead. While many upperclassmen held her in great respect. "You certainly are a smooth talker. I wonder how many hearts you'll break in the future," Penelope remarked, still chuckling. "I'm here to inform you that Professor Flitwick requests your presence in his office. I am not merely flattering you. You are the one I respect most in Ravenclaw. Your beauty and prowess are astounding, and it's hard to believe you are Muggle-born," Mike continued his flattery. Upon hearing the term Muggle-born, Penelope's smile faltered. "I'm nothing special. In a few years, I will graduate, and I'm uncertain of my future. Perhaps marrying someone would be a wise choice," she mused, feeling a bit out of sorts. "Now, hurry along to Professor Flitwick's office. Don't keep him waiting. I must take my leave." As Penelope departed, Mike couldn't help but exchange a knowing glance with the perplexed Franklin, wearing a smile that suggested, "I told you so." Franklin remained puzzled as to why Penelope had been so jovial one moment and had abruptly walked away the next. Penelope was a clever and ambitious individual. Such a person would find her future best suited in the Ministry of Magic. However, the Ministry did not embrace Muggle-born witches. While they might accept a few Muggle-borns as hit wizards or aurors, the notion of appointing a mudblood as an official, especially a witch, was far-fetched. In reality, most Muggle-born witches graduating from Hogwarts tended to marry pureblood or half-blood wizards. This was often the only way they could achieve a semblance of fairness within the British wizarding community, such as obtaining positions within the ministry. After all, once married, they represented their husbands' families rather than their own, and it is worth noting that in Britain, women typically adopt their husband's surname upon marriage. Some might assume that pureblood families would disallow their members from marrying mudbloods to preserve their lineage. While such families did exist in abundance once, they have since become rare. Those clinging to pure bloodlines, like the Blacks and the Gaunts, have either fallen into decline or reluctantly accepted mud-blood witches into their fold. However, do not be misled into thinking that life becomes easier for these witches after marriage. Many wizarding families still harbor prejudices against them, and the majority of wizarding families are quite impoverished. In fact, most wizarding families today are financially struggling, with only a select few, like the Malfoys, enjoying wealth. Some families even rely on these mudblood witches to work and support the entire household, believing that the esteemed purebloods should not lower themselves to such menial tasks. These are the responsibilities best suited for mudbloods. Indeed, not only must they earn a living for their families, but they often receive little gratitude in return. A minority of witches even face domestic abuse. And some ethical issues arise, which I shall not elaborate on further for fear of censorship. Thus, it becomes clear why Penelope would choose to date Percy. If we consider her perspective, it is understandable why the Queen of Ravenclaw would be attracted to someone like Percy. First, the Weasley family is one of the 28 pureblood families, which would greatly benefit her future prospects within the ministry. Additionally, the Weasley family is known as the pureblood traitors, being one of the few wizarding families that hold a favorable view of muggles. By marrying Percy, she would at least avoid discrimination during family gatherings. From this angle, one might argue that Hermione marrying Ron could be seen as Hermione reaching above her station, at least from the perspective of purebloods. After all, a mudblood witch marrying into a pureblood family transforms overnight from a dirty mudblood to Mrs. Weasley. Surely a significant elevation. Regrettably, Percy proved to be unreliable, and ultimately, Penelope could no longer tolerate him, leading to their separation. Chapter 19. Professor Flitwick's surprise. Mike approached Professor Flitwick's office with swift steps, meticulously inspecting his appearance and finding no areas in need of improvement before he rapped gently on the door. Upon hearing Flitwick's slightly high-pitched voice from within, Mike pushed the door open. As he entered the office, he was greeted by a rich, sweet aroma that enveloped the space. Before the professor, a cup on the desk emitted steam, releasing the delightful scent into the air. "What are you standing there for? Please, take a seat," Flitwick said, waving his wand, causing a chair across from him to slide open automatically. "How have you been lately, Mike?" Mike glanced at the enigmatic beverage, murmuring that it was tolerable. Yet his attention remained fixated on the cup, overwhelmed by an overly saccharine aroma. Observing Mike's unwavering gaze upon the sweet tea, Flivvy waved his wand, promptly conjuring a fresh brew for him. This new infusion had belonged to a previous patron who had an undeniable penchant for all things sweet. Mike felt he might have guessed who it was. "It seems you have discovered that room. How is it?" "Quite splendid, isn't it?" Flivvy inquired. "Absolutely marvelous. That room is akin to a wishing well. It grants me whatever I desire," Mike exclaimed, feigning great excitement. "Furthermore, I sensed an aura of magic within it, a sensation that is truly indescribable." "You sensed it? How is that possible?" Professor Flivvy's eyebrows arched in astonishment. "You are undoubtedly the most gifted little Ravenclaw I have ever encountered." Mike took a sip of the freshly brewed tea on the table, appearing quite pleased with himself. "The ability to sense magical energy indicates that you possess the potential to become a true wizard. It is worth noting that in the past, when spells had not yet been simplified, only those who could perceive magical forces were deemed eligible to learn the arcane arts. Even during the golden age of wizards, few young sorcerers achieved such a feat at your age, which truly astonishes me." "Thank you for your kind words, Dean Flivvy," you replied. "What you must do next is engage in regular meditation, as it can enhance your perception and manipulation of magical energy. However, be cautious not to exceed 10 minutes of meditation each day. You are still young, and your mental fortitude is not yet robust. Prolonged meditation could lead to fatigue. An excessive strain on your mental faculties may result in irreparable harm to your psyche. This is no trivial matter, so please exercise utmost care." Mike nodded in agreement. Yet he found himself perplexed. Despite dedicating approximately half an hour each day to meditation, he had not sensed anything unusual. Could it be that his previous life as an adult endowed him with extraordinary mental fortitude? Or perhaps it was related to the beverages he frequently consumed. Meanwhile, Professor Flivvy remained engulfed in a state of excitement. He had leaped from his specially designed high chair and was now pacing back and forth in the office on his short legs, seemingly in search of something. Found it. Mike, this is for you." Flivvy tossed a wooden box to Mike, proclaiming that an exemplary young wizard deserves a reward. "Quick, open it and see." Mike opened the wooden box and discovered a pendant resembling a raven in exquisite detail. The pendant, entirely black, emitted an ethereal glow, particularly around the eyes of the raven, which shimmered as if imbued with life. The material of the pendant was indiscernible, yet it exuded a coolness that suggested it would be refreshingly pleasant against the skin during the summer months. What are you waiting for? Put it on and try it. Professor Flivy urged impatiently, noticing Mike's momentary stupor. This is an ancient artifact, crafted by sorcerers of yore to aid young wizards in sensing and manipulating magical energies. Currently, there are fewer than 10 individuals in the entire wizarding world capable of creating such a pendant. As Mike donned the pendant, he was unexpectedly taken aback. Its touch against his skin was not the chilling sensation he had anticipated, but rather imbued with a subtle warmth, reminiscent of jade. Does it possess a name? Indeed. It is one of the treasures bequeathed by the illustrious Ravenclaw, known as greed, symbolizing an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Greed? I find it quite delightful. My heartfelt gratitude to you, Dean Flitwick. Flitwick smiled and waved his hand dismissively, remarking, as I mentioned earlier, a talented young wizard deserves rewards. By the way, how is your flying class progressing? When it came to flying lessons, Mike had much to say. In a previous life, he was a bank robber, not the outdated sort from the 1980s, but a representative of the new millennium's elite criminals. Do you understand what it means to be a premier robber of the new century? It involves the utilization of cutting-edge technology. Mike often mused that had he not failed the civil service exam, he might have pursued a career as a federal agent. Naturally, Mike was no stranger to flying. He had experience with parachuting, hang gliding, and even wingsuit flying. With such background, he found himself at ease when using the enchanted broomstick. Though the wizarding world's version of the flying broom was decidedly peculiar, the brooms provided for their lessons were far from the magical cushions he had envisioned. Students found themselves astride mere wooden rods. The sensation was anything but pleasant, and maneuvering the broom proved particularly challenging, relying entirely on the user's center of gravity. The combination of these factors could lead to disaster, and Mike's inaugural flying lesson came to a swift conclusion, as he could hardly endure it. Only those novice flyers, filled with an earnest yearning for flight, managed to persevere. Nonetheless, even amidst the struggle, Mike's performance surpassed that of his peers, owing to his wealth of experience. Well, it was bearable, Mike replied nonchalantly. Why do you ask? Harry Potter has joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, becoming the youngest member in history to do so. If you have time, seek out Penelope, let her take you to witness a Quidditch match. I have high hopes for you, Mike. With that, Flitwick bestowed upon Mike a smile akin to that of a benevolent father. Mike was taken aback by the smile, shuddering at the sight. One could only imagine the scene of Professor Flivy, whose face resembled that of a fairy, exhibiting a paternal grin. To be frank, it was rather chilling. After hastily expressing his gratitude to Flivy, Mike exited the office. Feeling the warmth radiating from the exquisite pendant adorning his chest, he couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that dear Flivy would be so generous. This pendant was indeed a remarkable item. Mike distinctly sensed a significant surge in his magical perception. Bolstered by the pendant, and the once uncontrollable magic within him began to stir. Such an extraordinary item would surely incite a frenzy if exposed to the outside world. With a heart brimming with excitement, Mike hurried towards the Ravenclaw common room, for he had more pressing matters to attend to than pondering his good fortune. Chapter 20. Dolphin's Magical Beverage. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, Mike enlisted the help of the idle Franklin to guide him to the Hufflepuff student who possessed the coveted beverage. Through his recent experiences, Mike had astonishingly discovered that this drink had a remarkably restorative effect on mental stamina. Every time he indulged in a cup post-meditation, he found his mental energy replenished more swiftly. Even after exerting himself, as long as he didn't overdo it, his subsequent day-to-day studies and activities remained unaffected. Moreover, the beverage was deliciously delightful. Before long, they reached the Hufflepuff common room, which, unlike those of other houses, lacked a locking mechanism, allowing anyone to enter freely. However, Hufflepuff had never encountered any trouble due to this, as the Hogwarts kitchen was adjacent. Within that kitchen thrived hundreds of house elves, who had flourished through generations. For these little beings, who had once narrowly escaped extermination during the Goblin Rebellion against the Wizarding Army, this place was a sanctuary. They owed their refuge to Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of Hufflepuff House. In gratitude for her benevolence, these house elves had safeguarded the Hufflepuff house for millennia. Thus, a door lock was unnecessary. The elves provided round-the-clock protection. Their combat prowess rivaled that of adult wizards, ensuring that any ill-intentioned intruder would face their wrath. Regrettably, Mike was one such intruder, for he sought the recipe for the elusive beverage and was even willing to resort to somewhat aggressive tactics to obtain it. Under Franklin's guidance, Mike soon encountered the young wizard named Dolphin Caro. The Caro family, a member of the pureblood 28 families, had nearly all its members graduate from Hufflepuff. However, the Caro family faced retribution from Voldemort for their allegiance to Dumbledore, leading to the near annihilation of its core members. Leaving Dolphin as the sole representative of his family studying at Hogwarts, Mike was hardly surprised that this venerable pureblood family possessed a potion capable of restoring mental stamina. However, it seemed they were unaware of its true value, treating it merely as a delightful beverage. This presented Mike with an unexpected opportunity. Upon seeing Mike and his companions, Dolphin was visibly startled and attempted to flee, only to be seized by Franklin and brought before Mike. Mike gazed at the slender boy before him, who was a head shorter, and spoke in a gentle tone, "You must be Dolphin, right? I truly appreciate your beverage. It is undoubtedly the finest drink I have ever tasted." The boy, realizing that Mike seemed devoid of malice, felt a slight sense of relief and replied, "That was made by my mother. Of course, my mother's concoction is the most delightful drink in the world." It appeared that Franklin had frightened Dolphin quite severely last time, as the child was still trembling slightly. "So it's your mother who made it. I envy you for having a mother who is willing to prepare drinks for you. I have never met my mother. I am an orphan." Mike noticed a hint of sympathy in Dolphin's expression and continued, "Do you still have any of that drink left? I truly adore it. It reminds me of my mother. Or perhaps you know how to make it. If you could share the recipe with me, I wouldn't have to come and ask you each time." Upon hearing that Mike would seek him out again, Dolphin appeared taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, I know how to make it. My mother taught me once." He began to relay the recipe. "First, you need orange juice." "Hold on, Dolphin," Mike interjected. "Why not fetch a piece of paper to write it down? It would certainly be more convenient, wouldn't it?" At this suggestion, Dolphin hastily dashed back to his dormitory to retrieve paper and pen, as he truly wished to avoid encountering these two seemingly intimidating individuals again. Mike turned around and whistled at Franklin with a smile, not expecting that this little brat would be so easily deceived. Franklin, bewildered, could only respond with a foolish grin, revealing his 8 gleaming white teeth. It must be noted that the dental health of black individuals is indeed remarkable, with each tooth radiating a brilliant whiteness. Before long, Dolphin returned, holding a note filled with formulas. Mike took the note and, without a glance, stuffed it into his pocket. He was not at all afraid of being deceived by Dolphin. After all, a monk may run, but the temple remains. "Thank you, Dolphin. From now on, you shall be my friend. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out," Mike said, giving Dolphin a light pat on the shoulder. Dolphin, seemingly indifferent, responded somewhat dismissively, "I truly appreciate your kindness, but we have Senior Cedric to assist us. You may leave now." "Cedric? That paragon of virtue? I have heard of him." "A star of Hufflepuff." Mike raised an eyebrow. "But are you certain he is willing to assist you in all matters? He is quite the prominent figure in your house, surrounded daily by throngs of eager young wizards. Can he truly extend help to each and every one of them? Moreover, if you were to face bullying, would he genuinely step in to defend you? I doubt it. He is a model student who adheres strictly to the rules. However, we are different. No matter the foe, should anyone dare to bully my friends, I will ensure they are repaid in kind. What do you think? Sounds rather appealing, doesn't it?" Upon hearing Mike's persuasive words, Dolphin appeared noticeably swayed, his breathing becoming heavier. Michael refrained from continuing his discourse, convinced that Dolphin would soon seek him out of his own volition. He understood the youthful mindset all too well. Their pursuit revolved around a singular concept: loyalty. The notion of sacrificing oneself for a friend, a feat deemed nearly impossible by adults, was the very aspiration of these youngsters. A mere suggestion could ignite their fervor, clouding their judgment with youthful exuberance, rendering them malleable to his will, particularly with a timid boy like Dolphin. After uttering such words, his mind would not drift towards Cedric when faced with adversity, but rather to Michael. Even a family like the Caros, though diminished, still possessed remnants of worth. Such was the essence of their lineage. Perhaps in the future, he could procure more valuable items from Dolphin. With these thoughts in mind, Michael and Franklin departed from the Hufflepuff common room, yet before they could venture far, a voice, characteristic of a boy in the throes of adolescence, pierced the air. "You too, halt." Chapter 21. The joy of helping others. Cedric Mike was consumed by fury. He had just put on a show before Dolphin. And before he could even step out of the Hufflepuff common room, the very embodiment of irony had arrived to slap him in the face. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Cedric Diggory, a distinguished figure of Hufflepuff. He epitomized the quintessential Hogwarts student, excelling in both character and academics. embodying all the admirable qualities that one could envision in an ideal Hogwarts pupil. Mike believed that had it not been for the Diggory family being a traditional Hufflepuff lineage, Slytherin would have been Cedric's most fitting abode. The Diggory family may not belong to the esteemed 28 pure-blood families, yet this does not imply their weakness. On the contrary, families like the Diggorys, who tend to coexist harmoniously with Muggle wizards, are highly regarded in the contemporary wizarding world. Throughout generations, the Diggorys have been luminaries of Hufflepuff, with nearly every descendant serving as the head of house, leveraging the considerable numbers of Hufflepuff. Some members of their family have even ascended to the position of Minister for Magic. It can be said that the Diggory family has truly mastered the art of uniting the majority to counter a minority, although they faced oppression during Voldemort's reign. After a decade of recuperation, their current strength is undoubtedly among the most formidable in the wizarding realm. They represent the new generation of nobility in the wizarding world, far more illustrious than the decayed old aristocrats, despite those being listed among the 28 pure-blood families. However, this did not instill fear in Mike. Mike stood in place, twisting his neck, the joints emitting a creaking sound, before turning his gaze towards Cedric. "Look who it is, Franklin. Cedric Diggory, of great renown. May I inquire what brings you here?" "I know you, Mike Tully. When my younger classmates informed me that 2 tall Ravenclaws were causing trouble for Dolphine in the common room, I immediately suspected it was you. But heed my warning. Do not think that Hufflepuffs are easily bullied." Cedric stepped forward, his large eyes fixed intently on Mike's. "You truly are a paragon of virtue, Cedric. However, I am curious, did that eye of yours witness us tormenting any Hufflepuff students?" Mike replied, unruffled. "That is inconsequential. I trust my younger classmates. This is the Hufflepuff common room, and you are not welcome here. Kindly leave at once." Cedric raised his voice. As the two faced off, an increasing number of onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. "Please mind your language. The Hufflepuff ethos seems to embrace all, does it not? The common room is devoid of locks, isn't that an invitation for everyone?" A flicker of hostility crossed Mike's face. "What do you mean by people like us? Is Hufflepuff embarking on a campaign of bloodline discrimination? Kindly elucidate." A blackthorn wand appeared silently in Mike's hand, and the surrounding young wizards gasped as some older Hufflepuff students brandished their wands, ready to intervene. Cedric's expression darkened. He expected this first year to flee in terror after being warned by a prominent upperclassman, yet he found Mike quite formidable. Regardless of the outcome of a confrontation between them, neither would emerge unscathed in reputation, especially now that Mike had pinned the label of bloodline discrimination upon him. Although the Hufflepuff students would likely believe him, other houses, particularly Ravenclaw, would be more inclined to side with Mike. "I am referring to bullies such as you." Cedric began to panic. "Where is Dolphine? Bring him here for confrontation." Ultimately, Cedric, still a youth, lacked the experience in handling such matters. He hurriedly commanded the nearby young wizards to locate Dolphine, eager to absolve himself of the accusation of bloodline discrimination. Should he be found guilty, not only would his reputation at Hogwarts suffer, but his family's standing within the wizarding community would also be severely damaged. However, Dolphine had long since vanished. The timid young wizard had fled at the first sight of Cedric. Watching the Hufflepuff students frantically searching the dormitories for Dolphine, Cedric's expression grew increasingly grim. Without the presence of the individual involved, he would be unable to clarify the situation. Meanwhile, Mike had retracted his wand, preparing to bring this farce to an end. If they were to find Dolphine, the situation would be irretrievable. "Dolphine is a dear friend of mine. How could I possibly bully him?" Mike remarked, fiddling with a note detailing potion recipes, smiling brightly at Cedric. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding, dear Cedric." Cedric recognized that Mike was offering him an escape, and could only manage a stiff smile in response, muttering that it was indeed a misunderstanding. "If it is a misunderstanding, then all is well. However, my fragile heart has endured considerable harm due to your misunderstanding. I implore you to apologize, dear Cedric." Mike pressed on, relentless. Cedric's smile faded. He realized he had once again been ensnared by Mike. Having acknowledged the previous incident as a misunderstanding, Mike had now assumed the role of victim. If Cedric failed to apologize, his reputation would be tarnished. "I am very sorry." Cedric articulated each word with effort. He understood the virtue of humility, yet found it difficult to swallow his pride. Upon hearing the response he desired, Mike responded to Cedric with a light laugh and departed from the Hufflepuff common room, leaving a visibly furious Cedric in his wake. As Mike made his way back, he felt a surge of joy. Not only had he acquired the coveted potion recipe, but he had also managed to trample on Cedric's pride. He was confident that this incident would soon circulate among the 4 houses. However, He was taken aback when that scoundrel Dolphin chose to flee at such a moment. Clearly, Cedric had come over to assist him, perhaps out of fear of future retribution. What a foolish lad, after this, who would dare to come to his aid. Yet, this turn of events suited Mike just fine. Dolphin's days in Hufflepuff would surely become quite arduous, and when that time came, he would have no choice but to seek help from Mike, his so-called friend. With this thought, Mike's spirits lifted even higher, and he began to whistle cheerfully as he and Franklin returned to the Ravenclaw common room, laughing heartily. Chapter 22. Hermione's complaints. Time flew swiftly, and it had been a week since Mike acquired the potion recipe from Dolphin. The ingredients required were not particularly valuable. It made sense, after all, that if it were an expensive potion, Dolphin would not treat it as a mere beverage. Having confirmed the recipe's authenticity, Mike promptly contacted the Weasley twins. His effort in obtaining the recipe was not merely for his own enjoyment, but rather a venture aimed at profit. The Weasley twins were remarkable individuals, well-versed in the ins and outs of Hogwarts, familiar with most of the secret passages. Their dream was to open a joke shop after graduation, and they had already begun their entrepreneurial endeavors, amassing funds. To date, they had become the most successful smuggling operation within Hogwarts, capable of procuring various items expressly forbidden by school regulations, such as butterbeer. While younger wizards might not be as familiar with the Weasley twins, their reputation resonated loudly among the older students. After negotiating a 50-50 split, Mike handed the recipe over to them. With his rigorous schedule of spell learning and meditation, he had little time to manage such affairs. He trusted the twins implicitly. They would never betray a friend for a mere trifle. Thus, the Dolphin Potion began to spread throughout Hogwarts. Indeed, Mike had named this concoction the Dolphin Potion, unapologetically acknowledging its origins, as he was merely looking to make a quick profit. With these matters settled, Mike could finally concentrate on his magical studies. One day, Mike made a long-overdue visit to the Hogwarts library, seeking a book that was not available in the Ravenclaw collection, only to unexpectedly find Hermione. Surrounding her were towering stacks of books, nearly obscuring her from view. Had it not been for her signature cascading brown curls, Mike might not have recognized her at all. "Hey, little Hermione, did you miss me?" Mike inquired, settling down beside her. "You really ought to pay more attention to your appearance. A tidy young lady is far more appealing. Don't speak to me in that condescending tone. You're just a child too," Hermione retorted, rolling her eyes and shifting away in disdain. "I was merely jesting. Where are Harry and Ron? Why aren't they with you?" Mike spread his hands and shrugged in a gesture of feigned innocence. Mentioning Harry and Ron sent Hermione into a tizzy. "You only ever think of Harry and Ron. If you want to find them, go look for them yourself. Don't come asking me." "Quiet. If you don't settle down, I'll have to expel you," Madame Pants shouted furiously, brandishing her feather duster. Mike dismissed the old woman who had come to interrupt him while he was teasing the young girl, saying, "What's the matter? Did you have a quarrel with them? Do share with me." Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she took several deep breaths to suppress her emotions. They had ventured out at night to duel with Malfoy, even sneaking into the room that the headmaster had expressly forbidden us to enter. They showed no regard for the house points, which I had painstakingly earned. Hermione's voice dwindled to a whisper, and Ron privately referred to me as Miss Know-It-All. At that moment, Hermione seemed to have an epiphany, her voice rising once more. "And you? I don't understand how you manage it. You never visit the library to study, yet you always accumulate more points than I do. Get out of here." At last, Madame Pants could no longer endure the scene. Hermione was startled, her eyes welling up again as she grabbed her book and fled the library. Mike hurried to catch up, placing his right hand gently on Hermione's shoulder in a comforting manner. "It's all right. Don't cry. The reason I don't frequent the library is that Ravenclaw has its own study room, which is quite extensive. Since we can't go to the library now, why not come to my place?" "But I am a Gryffindor," Hermione replied, clearly unaccustomed to Mike's sudden physical contact. She shifted slightly, attempting to shrug off his hand. But her efforts were in vain. "There's no buts about it. Let's go," Mike insisted, pushing her forward towards the Ravenclaw common room. Upon entering, Hermione maintained a dazed demeanor, as it was her first time in a common room of another house. In contrast to the Gryffindor common room, Ravenclaw's was markedly more orderly. The Ravenclaws were particular about cleanliness. In such an environment, even those who were typically less fastidious would adapt, lest they face social exclusion. Many students were seated, engrossed in their books. Mike found a sofa, urging Hermione to sit down, and casually handed her a bottle of Dolphine Potion. "How is it?" "Quite delightful, isn't it?" Mike settled into the adjacent sofa. "If you ask me, you should truly consider joining Ravenclaw." Hermione, sipping her potion, was drawn in by Mike's words. Before she could respond, he continued, The students here are the most diligent in all of Hogwarts, second only to Slytherin. Surely, you can sense the atmosphere here. It is entirely different from Gryffindor. The study environment is exceptionally conducive. Do not underestimate the influence of your surroundings. I assure you that if you were to join Ravenclaw, your academic efficiency would soar. For solitary study is not the path to success. Hermione lowered her gaze, the bottle of potion creaking in her grip. The sorting had suggested Ravenclaw for me. But I insisted on Gryffindor. Before arriving, everyone kept saying Gryffindor is the best house in Hogwarts. Rest assured, even if your experience in Gryffindor isn't to your liking. You are always welcome to visit Ravenclaw, Mike said, reclining comfortably. I am your friend, am I not? And I believe the riddle of the Eagle Door will pose no challenge for you. However, Hermione attempted to interject, but Mike cut her off. No buts, Ravenclaw is unlike Gryffindor. No one will chase you away. Here, you have access to the notes of past Ravenclaws, and if you encounter any difficulties, you can always ask the upperclassmen around you. Wouldn't your learning efficiency be far superior to isolating yourself in the library? Hermione appeared somewhat swayed, and Mike, sensing her hesitance, opened a bottle of Dolphine potion for himself. Before he could take a sip, Professor Flitwick's voice rang out, "Is our young Mike on a date with Miss Granger?" At the sound, Mike stood up to see Professor Flitwick approaching with a book, followed silently by Penelope. "Good afternoon, Professor Flitwick," Mike greeted with a bow. "I merely invited Miss Granger to explore our house. I believe Ravenclaw suits her better than Gryffindor." Hermione stood as well, offering her own greeting, to which Flitwick waved his hand dismissively, indicating they need not be overly formal. "In fact, I concur, since Lily graduated. I have seldom seen such a bright and eager young witch. I remember Lily was also a Gryffindor. Why is it that so many talented witches prefer Gryffindor? I truly cannot comprehend." "Professor, actually Hermione wishes to frequently visit Ravenclaw for her studies," Mike interjected. "She believes the academic atmosphere here is superior." Beside him, Hermione shyly bowed her head, giving Mike a playful pinch on his side, feeling unprepared to converse as easily with the professors as he did. "Welcome, welcome," Flitwick beamed. "Ravenclaw welcomes any clever young witch. You two are among my favorite students. I hope you will support one another." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they bid farewell. Before departing, Penelope shot Mike a glance that felt as if she were appraising him, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Chapter 23, Halloween the following day. Mike did not spot Hermione in the Ravenclaw common room. Although this shy young lady had received Professor Flitwick's permission, she still lacked the courage to venture into the Ravenclaw common room. Despite Hermione's absence, another pair of Gryffindors was entirely unconcerned. As soon as Mike entered the lounge after class, he spotted the utterly bored Weasley twins. "Do you have any idea how much we have earned? You wouldn't believe it." The twins, upon seeing Mike, flocked around him, each speaking animatedly, their words flying like spittle. "Calm down. I presume you are here to present me with some money, right?" Mike replied with a hint of disdain. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, and George retrieved a heavy cloth bag from his robe. "In recent days, we have traversed every pub and tea house in Hogsmeade. Madame Putafoot's tea house accepted our proposal and added our drink to their menu. Indeed, this beverage is simply splendid. They are now requesting more from us daily. Alongside our sales at Hogwarts, we have amassed a grand total of 100 galleons over the past few days. Here is your 50 galleons." The Weasley twins, taking turns, recounted their recent endeavors to Mike as they handed the bag into his hands. Mike was somewhat taken aback. To be candid, he had not anticipated that these two brothers possessed such remarkable entrepreneurial acumen, even venturing into partnerships with dining establishments. It was no wonder that he had recently observed several upperclassmen wizards clutching the same dolphin magic drink as he was, shaking the heavy gold galleons in his hand. Mike silently commended the duo. Clearly, their magical beverage was performing splendidly beyond the school grounds, as he noticed numerous senior students indulging in it. As Mike tucked the galleons into his robe, he pondered the fate of the younger students. Had they been overlooked? One must remember that women and children's money is the easiest to earn. Upon hearing Mike's words, the Weasley brothers' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, eagerly inquiring if he had any clever ideas. With Halloween fast approaching, Mike paused thoughtfully. What if they offered each wizard a taste of the dolphin magic drink at the Halloween feast? Wouldn't those who found it delightful seek to purchase it? The Weasley brothers momentarily stood in astonishment. Then, filled with excitement, one grasped Mike's arms while the other seized his legs, hoisting him into the air while chanting, "Mike, our white knight. Mike, our white knight. Mike, our white knight." This spectacle drew curious glances from passing Ravenclaws. Fortunately, the Weasley brothers had a good sense of humor. And as the surrounding crowd grew, they gently set Mike down. "We must hurry to stock up. Farewell, Mike." With that, The two playfully dashed out of the Ravenclaw common room. Mike shook his head as he watched the two figures retreat into the distance. They were delightful in many ways, yet a tad too exuberant. With Halloween fast approaching, Mike, seated on the sofa in the Ravenclaw common room, barely settled in before Penelope summoned him to assist in decorating the Hogwarts Great Hall. Ever since she had overheard Professor Flitwick declare Mike to be his favorite student, her demeanor towards him had transformed into one of enthusiastic warmth. In recent days, she frequently appeared before him, inquiring about his well-being. What a shrewd young lady she was. However, Mike harbored no aversion to Penelope's flattery. After all, she was a beauty, and he found her, 3 years his senior, far more appealing than the younger Hermione. As for her opportunistic nature, is it not the case that most individuals gravitate towards the powerful? They yearn for the strong to drop morsels from their feasts. And when such scraps fall, they pounce upon them like ravenous hounds. Mike had encountered such people in his past life far too often and found pleasure in their company. At least they were refreshingly straightforward. As long as greater interests did not present themselves, they would remain steadfast and loyal. Assisting in the hall's decoration was an opportunity to earn house points, prompting each house's prefect to mobilize students for the task. In truth, these young wizards were not particularly helpful. Some Gryffindor pranksters even managed to create more chaos than they resolved. The primary workforce consisted of house elves, who tirelessly cleaned up the messes left by the young wizards each day. This exercise was akin to a labor experience lesson for the Hogwarts students, reminiscent of how elementary school children in China might be taken outside to pick up litter on International Environmental Day. Most of the participants were first and second-year students, as the older students were preoccupied with their increasingly demanding coursework. Amidst them, Mike undoubtedly emerged as a celebrity in the Great Hall. His magical prowess and spellcasting skills surpassed those of his peers. While others required breaks after levitating just a few large decorations, Mike could tirelessly work for an entire afternoon. At last, after 3 days of diligent effort, the hall was splendidly adorned for Halloween by the morning of the event. That afternoon, Dumbledore and the professors from the 4 houses hosted a luncheon for all the students who had participated in the labor. During the gathering, Mike received effusive praise from Dumbledore, who awarded Ravenclaw an impressive 50 points, elevating their total above Gryffindor, second only to Slytherin. Beside them, Professor Flitwick clapped enthusiastically, his hands turning crimson without his notice, his eyes crinkling in delight until they were nearly obscured. During the luncheon, Mike was diligently searching for Hermione's whereabouts. Fully aware that she would be cornered by a troll in the girls' restroom that evening, he was determined to prevent such an unfortunate incident from occurring. Although his presence had not drastically altered the overarching narrative of this world, the finer details had been significantly transformed. He could not guarantee Hermione's survival against the troll's onslaught. It was imperative that he avert her encounter with the creature that night. However, to his dismay, Hermione was absent from the Gryffindor table, leaving only Harry and Ron voraciously devouring their meals. Mike recalled that they had given up after just 1 day due to the arduous nature of the task. Mike had no appetite for food. After receiving the professor's accolades, he departed from the hall. At this moment, locating Hermione was of utmost importance. Mike searched numerous places, the library, the Gryffindor common room, and various professors' classrooms, but to no avail. As he gazed out at the now darkened sky, he felt dejected and could only return to the Ravenclaw common room. He needed to gather his strength for the night ahead, where a towering creature over 3 meters tall awaited him. However, upon entering the common room, he was met with the sight of someone he had sought for an entire afternoon, Hermione. She was huddled alone in a corner of the empty Ravenclaw common room, her nose and eyes red from tears. Chapter 24. The hunt begins. Hey, look who it is. Mike approached Hermione slowly. Oh, a little kitten. Hermione, upon hearing Mike's voice, did not respond. Instead, she quickly turned her head to hide her face from him, hastily wiping her eyes in an attempt to conceal the evidence of her recent tears. Upon witnessing Hermione's demeanor, Mike was reminded of his daughter from a past life. He recalled how Tracy, too, bore a similar expression when she faced injustice. Who has wronged you? I shall promptly deal with them, he declared with resolve. Handing her a handkerchief, he gently advised, do not perpetually wipe your eyes with your hands. It is detrimental to your vision. Surely, you wouldn't want to sport large glasses like Harry, would you? That would not be appealing. As she listened to Mike's tender words, Hermione felt the tears she had so valiantly held back begin to flow anew. They all despise me. Mike gently patted Hermione's back with one hand, as the child sobbed so intensely that she began to cough. It's all right. You still have me, don't you? I shall forever be your friend. Upon hearing his voice, Hermione turned her head and threw herself into Mike's embrace, weeping loudly, her tears and snot quickly soaking the front of his robes. Mike held the sobbing Hermione in his arms, gently patting her back while softly uttering comforting words reminiscent of those he used in his past life to soothe his daughter. After a considerable time, Hermione's tears finally subsided, yet she remained nestled against Mike's chest, her voice muffled as she confessed, "Am I particularly detestable? Who said that? Tell me who it was, and I shall promptly give them a piece of my mind." "No one said it. It's merely my own perception." The poor girl continued to shield her friend, fearing that Mike might actually go after Ron. Mike possessed a remarkable talent for comforting children, having accumulated considerable experience in his previous life. With just a few words, he managed to quell Hermione's tears. "Now, today is Halloween. Let us hasten to the Great Hall," he said, taking her hand. "You've shed quite a few tears today. Make sure to indulge in some treats later." Hermione playfully swatted Mike but did not resist his grasp. As Mike guided Hermione through the castle, weaving left and right, she initially paid little attention to their path. However, after some time, Hermione began to sense something amiss. "This does not appear to be the way to the hall, does it? Perhaps I am mistaken." Mike casually brushed off Hermione, which was all part of his scheme. He intended to lead Hermione to find the troll, and upon locating it, he immediately instructed her to fetch a professor while he confronted the creature alone. This way, even if he could not defeat the troll, he could buy time for the professors to arrive, providing a safety net. Hermione, unsuspecting of his true intentions, followed his lead. At last, after rounding a corner, a towering figure, a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster, loomed before them. "Quickly, go get a professor to help. I will hold it off here." Mike released Hermione's hand. "No, you must come with me. We cannot allow it to roam the castle freely. Hurry." In a commanding tone, Mike addressed Hermione loudly. Startled by Mike's stern inflection, Hermione felt her eyes welling up once more, yet she refrained from letting the tears fall, instead turning on her heel and dashing towards the hall. Mike watched as Hermione vanished around the corner, then turned to face the hulking creature before him. The ebony wand of Blackthorn had silently materialized in his hand. The hunt had begun. In a previous life, Mike had a profound passion for hunting. He had once ventured to Africa to hunt majestic creatures such as lions and rhinoceroses, possessing a keen understanding of the techniques required to confront these formidable beings. "Stiffen your legs." A precise leg-locking spell struck the right leg of the colossal beast. To contend with such large entities, one must find ways to diminish their mobility. It is nearly impossible to slay them with a single blow, and once injured, they often become even more ferocious. In such a case, one's own 2 legs would certainly not outpace the giant. The creature, which had been preoccupied with examining the restroom door, experienced a sudden spasm in its right leg upon being hit by the leg-locking spell. Yet it did not draw together with the left. The spell had been forcefully resisted. Just as the giant scratched its head in bewilderment at the inexplicable cramping of its leg, 2 more leg-locking spells struck its right leg. This time, under the influence of the dual spells, its right leg finally aligned unnaturally with the left, forming an unusual angle. Mike even heard a distinct crack, and he could ascertain that it was the sound of a bone fracturing. The giant let out a thunderous roar of agony, reminiscent of a lion's bellow, and fell to the ground. As the colossal creature lay sprawled, it finally noticed Mike, the minuscule insect responsible for its immense suffering. Despite enduring excruciating pain, it crossed its hands and uninjured left foot, advancing towards Mike with an unnaturally swift determination. Mike immediately began to sprint to the side, casting the spell of obstacles with each stride. This dynamic spell casting on a moving target requires exceptional marksmanship, as most wizards would likely miss their aim. However, Mike was different. In his previous life, he was a renowned sharpshooter in the industry. The grotesque creature, writhing and twisting, began to slow its pace, letting out furious roars with each obstacle that struck it. The manner in which it moved inflicted significant harm on its right leg, causing agonizing pain with nearly every twist. Gradually, under the relentless barrage of Mike's spells, the creature's speed diminished to a level comparable to Mike's own swift movements. Upon witnessing the situation, Mike ceased to release the obstacles and instead employed the Swift Binding spell, a powerful incantation capable of ensnaring the entirety of a creature. As the binding spells descended upon the colossal beast's arms, it finally came to a halt. Its hands were firmly restrained behind its back, and it let out a furious roar of defiance at Mike, who was not far off, still reinforcing his incantations. Confirming that the giant could not break free in the short term, Mike, panting heavily, approached the creature. The recent exertion of casting spells had drained much of his stamina. The giant continued to bellow, and with each roar, an odor far more repugnant than that of a long unattended women's restroom assaulted Mike's nostrils. Mike was nearly overwhelmed by the stench, hastily pinching his nose. At that moment, the giant creature appeared utterly wretched, its right leg twisted in an unnatural position, still pressed against its left. During its recent crawl, the broken bone in its right leg had already pierced through flesh, leaving a gaping wound from which blood flowed like a small stream, quickly pooling into a large, vivid crimson stain on the ground. Gazing at the pitiful form of the creature before him, which continued to roar in agony, Mike raised his wand-bearing right hand and unleashed his most formidable spell, aimed directly at the giant's gaping maw. Flames erupted. A torrent of red and yellow fire surged forth from the tip of his black thornwood wand, instantly engulfing the creature's massive head. The flames poured into its open mouth, searing its oral cavity and throat. The creature writhed in torment, emitting mournful cries from within. Yet, the more it opened its mouth, the greater the influx of flames surged down its throat. Mike advanced step by step, commanding the flames to draw nearer. With the aid of the covetous necklace around his neck, he could distinctly perceive the surge of magical energy coursing through his body, converging towards his wand. However, during this process, some of the magical essence would inevitably detach from the main flow, ultimately dissipating into the air. Mike diligently exerted control over the errant magical energies as they surged into his wand alongside the main group. These energies proved exceedingly challenging to manage, causing his head to throb painfully. At that moment, the greedy necklace around his neck emitted a soothing chill, alleviating the pain to a bearable level. As more and more magical energy was successfully channeled into the wand, the flames engulfing the giant began to shift in hue. Ultimately, the flames transformed from a mix of red and yellow to a bright, near-white yellow. This vibrant yellow flame possessed immense power, inflicting damage on the giant that surpassed the cumulative harm caused by the previous red and yellow flames within mere seconds. Soon, the giant fell silent, but Mike, unassured, continued to incinerate for a while longer until he confirmed the giant's demise before ceasing the incantation. In this hunt, Mike emerged victorious. Chapter 25, Doubt and Suspicion. After successfully slaying the giant, Mike felt utterly drained, struggling to rise and lean against the wall. He assumed a more comfortable position and began to await the professor's arrival. The first to reach the scene was Professor Flitwick. It was difficult to imagine how his short stature enabled him to outpace all the other professors. However, it was understandable, as Mike was one of his most promising students. And had he perished at the hands of a foolish giant, Flitwick would have carried that guilt for a long time. Upon arrival, he was met not with the chaotic sight of Mike fleeing from the giant, but rather with Mike, seated in the corner, wielding his blackthorn wand and gasping for breath, while the giant that had forced them to pause the Halloween feast lay defeated nearby. Now, the giant could no longer move, its upper body charred beyond recognition. Particularly, its head and neck were reduced to little more than charred bone. Its hands remained firmly bound behind its back by the binding curse, contorted into an excruciatingly twisted posture. The right thigh had been broken, with jagged bone protruding from the wound. A large pool of dark crimson liquid lay on the ground, the giant's congealed blood. The air was thick with a rancid stench, intermingled with a hint of roasted meat. This grotesque amalgamation of scents would ensure that anyone who inhaled it would forever shun barbecued delights. The subsequent arrival of Professor McGonagall and others left them in shock at the grisly scene. They had once speculated that perhaps Mike, as a first-year student, could outsmart the giant, but they never anticipated that it would meet its end in such a brutal manner. As for Hermione and Harry, they had long since succumbed to nausea. "Are you hurt?" Flitwick, ever the concerned mentor, was the first to inquire about Mike's condition amidst the others' astonishment at the giant's fate. "I'm fine, Professor. I'm just a bit fatigued." "That's a relief. You performed splendidly. Your fire spell was magnificent. I was nowhere near your level at your age." Flitwick seemed unconcerned about the giant's demise, his focus solely on Mike's well-being. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. "How could you? How dare you do such a thing?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her fury palpable. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? A single finger of that giant could have easily crushed you." Upon hearing McGonagall's admonition, Hermione grew agitated, suppressing her nausea as she retorted, "It's all my fault. Mike only encountered the giant because he was taking me to the hall. He stayed behind to hold off the giant to protect me." Professor McGonagall found herself in an awkward position as Hermione confronted her, but fortunately, Professor Flitwick came to her rescue. Ultimately, what matters is that everyone is safe and sound. Flitwick assisted McGonagall to her feet, and in recognition of McGonagall's bravery and ingenuity, Ravenclaw was awarded an additional 20 points. Mike felt a surge of emotion. Having traversed this world for so long, Professor Flitwick was the first person to genuinely show him kindness. He could sense that Flitwick regarded him as a promising younger colleague. Such a gaze was something he had never experienced in both of his lifetimes. It was time to leave this unpleasant place. They should return promptly. Mike needed to visit Madame Pomfrey for a checkup. With that, Flitwick and Hermione supported Mike as they departed from the foul-smelling restroom. McGonagall's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Hermione was a student she held in great affection, possessing a character reminiscent of her own youth. Observing Hermione supporting the ailing Mike, Professor McGonagall felt an inexplicable sense of dismay, akin to witnessing one's prized cabbage being ravaged by a pig, as she glanced at Mike and Hermione. Then turned her gaze to Harry and Ron, who were still retching. Her irritation grew. Grabbing the ears of the two boys, she marched them towards Gryffindor's common room. Left behind was Snape, who had remained silent, his presence almost pitifully understated, a stark deviation from his usual persona. Unlike the others, he chose not to depart. Instead, meticulously surveying the scene, attempting to reconstruct the events of the recent battle, a task he found rather manageable. His gaze ultimately fixed on the giant. Its hands still bound behind its back and its right leg, broken yet stubbornly pressed against its left. When Hermione and Professor Flitwick escorted Mike to the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was indulging in a slice of pumpkin pie, having been unable to finish her meal at the hastily concluded dinner due to the giant incident. By the time Madame Pomfrey completed her examination of Mike, it was well past midnight. Although Mike was merely fatigued, she prudently decided he should rest in the infirmary for the night. Once reassured of Mike's well-being, Hermione reluctantly left the infirmary under the watchful escort of Professor Flitwick. Meanwhile, in the office of Hogwarts headmaster, Snape was reporting to Professor Dumbledore about his recent observations. "Our dear Mr. Tully is quite a formidable character," he remarked in his signature low voice. "Not only does he possess remarkable combat prowess, but he also exhibits a chilling ruthlessness." Dumbledore, seated at his desk and engrossed in writing, gestured for Snape to continue. He cleverly employed the leg locker curse to hinder the giant's mobility, a truly astute maneuver, Snape continued. Approaching Dumbledore's desk, only those with extensive experience in hunting dark creatures would comprehend such a strategy against a behemoth. In fact, Mr. Tully could have retreated after the curse took effect, yet he chose not to. Instead, he utilized the binding curse to render the giant immobile, ultimately employing a fire spell to eliminate it. Do you grasp the implications of this? It signifies that Mr. Tully, faced with an utterly incapacitated adversary, still opted to kill it. This is not the mindset one would expect from a first-year wizard. Dumbledore finally paused his writing, lifting his gaze to meet Snape's with a neutral expression. "Thank you for your efforts. You may take your leave and rest," he replied, without hesitation. Snape turned and exited, leaving the office enveloped in a profound silence, the crackling of the fire distinctly audible. Dumbledore did not resume his work, but instead approached the corner of the room where Fawkes, his phoenix, was preening its feathers. He gently scratched the back of Fawkes' head, eliciting a contented response as the phoenix leaned back, squinting in pleasure. "It appears we need to find time to converse with young Mike," Dumbledore murmured softly, almost inaudibly. Fawkes, seemingly oblivious to Dumbledore's words, opened his eyes wide, regarding the headmaster with a look of curiosity. The following day, when Mike emerged from the infirmary, it was already noon. Perhaps due to his fatigue, he had succumbed to slumber midway through his examination, oblivious to when Professor Flitwick and Hermione had departed. Upon entering the dining hall, he found it bustling with students. The previous evening's banquet had been interrupted. Professor Dumbledore had ordered all students to return to their respective houses, resulting in the culinary creations prepared by the house elves being wasted. Fortunately, in this magical realm, the house elves were adept at household magic, ensuring the food remained fresh, transforming last night's unserved feast into today's lunch. However, the delectable dishes, usually adored by the young witches and wizards, went largely untouched. As everyone congregated around the Gryffindor table, where Ron animatedly recounted his experiences from the previous night's encounter with the giant, his storytelling was animated, punctuated by sips of juice passed to him by others. In his retelling, Mike's battle against the giant had morphed into a confrontation with a dragon. Yet, it was undeniable that Ron possessed a flair for storytelling, captivating those around him, who were momentarily oblivious to their meals. "Look, it's Mike, the giant slayer," exclaimed a young wizard on the fringe of the crowd, who had attempted unsuccessfully to join the throng. With that exclamation, the group encircling Ron swiftly dispersed, forming a circle around Mike, who was besieged with eager inquiries about the events of the previous night. Mike was utterly bewildered by the situation, frantically attempting to manage the enthusiasm of the young wizards. Fortunately, a savior had arrived to extricate him from this predicament. "Everyone disperse," Severus Snape's low voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every young wizard present. No sooner had Snape spoken than the cluster of young wizards around Mike immediately scattered back to their respective tables. Mike even observed a few timid young wizards trembling in fright at Snape's presence, needing support from their companions to walk. This exemplified the formidable authority of Professor Snape. In all of Hogwarts, only two individuals possess such power, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Michael wished to express his gratitude to Snape for extricating him from a predicament. But before he could utter a word, Snape interjected, disrupting the order of the dining hall. Ravenclaw loses 5 points. With that, Snape flicked his black robe and turned on his heel, departing. The display left Michael feeling rather flustered, and with no other recourse. He took a seat at the Ravenclaw table. As he settled in, a young Ravenclaw which beside him trembled with excitement, yet before she could speak, Penelope rushed over, demanding to switch places with her. Clearly intimidated by the older student, the young witch complied, her expression one of defeat as she exchanged seats with Penelope. Do you know what they call you? The Troll Slayer? Indeed. Did you really slay a troll? If you mean the one from last night, that would be me. No sooner had he sat down than Penelope unleashed a barrage of questions, her curiosity insatiable. Upon receiving Michael's confirmation, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she leaned in closer, asking, how did you manage that? Just luck, really. I did this and that, and in the end, the troll was dead. Penelope's face hovered mere inches from Michael's, and he could distinctly sense a fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of pear blossoms, exquisitely delightful. That's a bit too close, Penelope. Michael instinctively leaned back, feeling somewhat awkward. To his surprise, Penelope chuckled at his bashfulness and pinched his cheek playfully. Her teasing prompted him to straighten up, shaking off the discomfort. After all, he had once navigated through fields of flowers in a past life. Surely he wouldn't be intimidated by this young lady. Now it was Penelope's turn to blush. Michael's sudden posture adjustment startled her, causing her to retreat her hand, her cheeks flushed. You're truly remarkable. I've never heard of anyone slaying a troll in their first year. Penelope attempted to divert the conversation to ease her own embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing really. You're the one who is impressive. You manage Ravenclaw with such finesse. Professor Flitwick often speaks highly of you, saying he'd be in quite a predicament without you. Michael observed Penelope's demeanor, finding humor in her flustered state. Their mutual compliments clearly struck a chord as she stifled laughter behind her hand, the rosy hue on her cheeks deepening. Mike found it amusing to tease the young lady at times. He continued, especially since Senior Penelope is so beautiful. I'm sure many boys must be fond of you, right? Not at all. It's you they admire, she retorted. With your handsome looks and remarkable abilities. Many younger students are undoubtedly your admirers. Even some of my close friends have expressed an interest in you, Penelope replied, casting Mike a playful glare. The remainder of their dining experience slipped away amidst their light-hearted exchanges and mutual compliments. What Mike failed to notice was that, not far away at the Gryffindor table, Hermione was glaring at him with intense fury. Damn Mike. Wretched Mike. Watching him engage in lively conversation with Penelope, Hermione felt as though her lungs were about to explode. Last night, when Hermione returned to the dormitory, it was already well past midnight. She had spent the entire night fretting over Mike's safety and had not slept a wink. As dawn broke, she hurried to the infirmary to check on him, only to be turned away by Madame Pomfrey, who insisted that patients must not be disturbed. During the subsequent potions class, her exhaustion caught up with her, and she inadvertently dozed off, resulting in a deduction of 20 points from Gryffindor by Snape. Meanwhile, Mike, the very subject of her concern, had suffered no ill effects and had become a celebrity throughout Hogwarts. To add insult to injury, he was now flirting openly with his beautiful upperclassman right in front of her. Truly, the words of men are often deceptive. Everything he had said to her in the Ravenclaw common room last night was a mere facade. The more she pondered, the angrier she grew, chewing fiercely on her chicken as if she were gnawing on Mike's arm instead. Beside her, Harry paused in his eating, astonished by Hermione's demeanor. He had just distinctly heard the sound of bones being crushed. Did Hermione just bite down on a chicken bone? Harry wondered, observing her ferocious expression. He instinctively moved his plate further away from her. Hermione was genuinely terrifying at this moment. Chapter 27. Hunger Marketing. After lunch, Mike took Franklin to the Gryffindor common room. The straightforward boy had previously complained that Mike was not being a good friend, as he hadn't invited him to the thrilling challenge against the troll. However, being still a child at heart, Franklin quickly perked up and followed Mike enthusiastically once he explained the events. As they made their way, they attracted countless gazes. After the news of Mike's solo troll defeat spread this morning, most of the wizards at Hogwarts were now aware of his feat. Franklin, however, felt a bit shy, unaccustomed to being the center of so much attention for the first time. In contrast, Mike strode confidently toward the Gryffindor common room, seemingly indifferent to the stairs. He intended to find Hermione. Having spotted her in the dining hall, he noticed she appeared to be deliberately avoiding him. Upon hearing Mike call her name, She not only failed to stop but quickened her pace to leave the dining hall altogether. Resigned, Mike decided to seek her out in Gryffindor. He stopped a young Gryffindor witch and asked her to help them call out the password, and finally, they gained entry to the common room. Upon recognizing Mike, the young witch immediately began inquiring about the previous night's events. Reluctantly, Mike recounted his battle with the troll, captivating her to the point where her eyes sparkled as if she were gazing upon an idol. Yet, the young witch, still unsatisfied after hearing the tale, continued to chat with Mike, their conversation veering far and wide until it inevitably landed on the topic of whether Mike had a girlfriend. Ultimately, it was Franklin who had to take on a stern demeanor to chase the young witch away, a role he was quite accustomed to. Mike silently gave Franklin a thumbs up. The boy was not as foolish as he appeared. On the contrary, Franklin was remarkably intelligent, often surprising others in critical moments. Mike, you were truly incredible last night. You single-handedly defeated that formidable giant. Harry and Ron, stationed near the common room entrance, immediately surrounded Mike and Franklin upon their arrival. It was merely luck. I was fortunate to have prevailed. Mike waved his hand dismissively. And Hermione? I was just about to look for her in the dining hall. But she seems to have vanished. Well, she is in the dormitory, but she doesn't seem particularly keen on seeing you, Harry replied with a peculiar expression. Mike was somewhat taken aback and inquired with surprise, why? Was everything not fine just last night? Harry intended to respond with uncertainty, but before he could utter a word, a girl from Hermione's dormitory interrupted him. How can you even ask why? Humph. You vile man. Just leave. Hermione will never see you. With that, she strode back to her dormitory with an air of defiance. Harry, Mike, and the others were momentarily stunned by the young witch's boldness. And it was Ron who first regained his composure. By the way, Harry has been selected for the Quidditch team. I suppose you were all unaware? Ron declared proudly, as if he himself had been chosen. Prompted by Ron's remark, Mike recalled the news, saying, I heard Headmaster Flitwick mention it. Congratulations, Harry. Feeling somewhat bashful at the mention of this news, Harry fidgeted with his hair and remarked, Oh, by the way, my first match is about to commence soon. Do come and watch. Mike nodded in agreement. Earlier, during lunch, Penelope had invited him to watch the Quidditch match, which conveniently allowed him to catch Harry's game as well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they returned to class. Since Hermione was unwilling to meet him, he saw no need to pursue her. It was likely just a childish tantrum that would pass in a couple of days. However, for the next few days, Hermione continued to avoid Mike, pretending not to recognize him in class or the library, ignoring his greetings entirely. Soon enough, the day arrived when he was to watch Harry's Quidditch debut with Penelope. In the meantime, the Weasley twins had visited Mike again, bringing a larger sum of money, this time 200 galleons. After learning the details, Mike couldn't help but admire the Weasley twins for their entrepreneurial spirit. Following his suggestion, they had placed a small bottle of dolphin potion on each young wizard's seat ahead of the Halloween feast. Each bottle was indeed small, just enough for Mike to take a single sip. Though the potion's quantity was minimal, the twins had invested considerable effort into the bottle's design. It featured not only their names but also a logo they had specially crafted for Dolphin Potion. The logo was strikingly simple, reminiscent of the Coca-Cola emblem, with the word dolphin elegantly inscribed in red ink. Enchanted with a magical text effect, the letters shimmered like silk and fluttered in the breeze like ribbons. The exquisite packaging immediately captured the attention of the young wizards. Many, upon realizing it was a drink, hastily opened the bottles and consumed them in short order. The following day, the name Dolphin Potion echoed throughout Hogwarts, coinciding with the tale of Mike's battle against a troll that had begun to circulate, allowing the Weasley twins to capitalize on Mike's fame to promote their product extensively. Orders poured in like rain, overwhelming the twins. Their initial stock sold out in no time. In desperation, they enlisted the help of some upperclassmen to assist in concocting the Dolphin Potion, as it was impossible for just the two of them to meet the enthusiastic demand. Naturally, these upperclassmen charged for their time, and their fees were not lower than those of the Muggle vendors in Diagon Alley. The academic pressure on Hogwarts upperclassmen was considerable, making their compensation seem modest. Even with additional assistance, it remained a drop in the bucket against the sheer volume of orders. Mike could have earned more, but due to insufficient production, he was left with only 400 galleons after costs were deducted. The Weasley twins lamented this, knowing they could have profited more if only they were not bound by their status as students, which limited their production capacity. Mike proposed a revolutionary solution that left the Weasley twins astounded: scarcity marketing. Since increasing production was not feasible, they could simply maintain their official prices while ensuring the actual stock was woefully inadequate, leading to a rapid sellout upon availability. They could then privately sell the majority of their stock at a marked-up price to resellers, ensuring that by the time the potion reached the customers, it would be priced several times higher. This marketing strategy was well known in the previous world, yet its widespread recognition did not diminish its effectiveness. Businesses continued to thrive through scarcity marketing. By employing this method, they could multiply profits without raising production levels, making it a superb strategy. Regarding pricing, Mike intended to raise the private price from 5 sickles to 10. However, the Weasley twins disagreed, suggesting instead to price a 500-milliliter bottle of dolphin potion at 1 galleon, nearly quadrupling the price. Truly, they were commercial geniuses, with a shrewdness that surpassed Mike's. Chapter 28. Quidditch. The weather in England has always been rather dreary. By November, the chill sets in and daylight hours grow shorter. On this particular day, just as dawn began to break, Mike was roused by Franklin. They were to join Penelope in watching Harry's Quidditch debut. Although Penelope initially planned to take them to see the Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff match, Mike suggested watching Harry's game instead, and she readily acquiesced. Mike held little interest in Quidditch, finding the game riddled with rule loopholes and lacking in spectator appeal. Yet, it was curious that virtually all wizards worldwide exhibited profound enthusiasm for Quidditch, even organizing a Quidditch World Cup. Wizards who excelled in this tournament gained fame and fortune, akin to the Muggle world. Interestingly, Quidditch did not discriminate based on blood status, whether pureblood or Muggle-born, as long as one possessed remarkable skills and charm, they could rise to stardom. This inclusivity attracted numerous Muggle-born wizards to pursue careers in Quidditch, but that is a topic for another discussion. By the time Mike, Penelope, and Franklin leisurely finished their breakfast and arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the match had already commenced. Given that it was Harry, the Savior's, debut, the atmosphere was electric, with attendance nearly rivaling that of previous Quidditch finals. Everyone was eager to see if Harry's talent on the broomstick matched his prowess in defense against the dark arts. Notably, the commentator for this match was Lee Jordan, a close friend of the Weasley twins. It was said that birds of a feather flock together, and Lee's lively personality mirrored that of the twins, his commentary infused with humor that frequently elicited laughter from the crowd. Mike tilted his head and searched for quite a while before finally spotting Harry, who was clad in a striking red and gold Gryffindor Quidditch uniform, soaring through the sky. At that moment, Harry was aimlessly gliding on his broomstick, occasionally glancing around in pursuit of the elusive golden snitch. As the seeker, his objective was to capture the snitch, which would conclude the match. His speed surpassed that of his competitors significantly, thanks to the latest model of broomstick sponsored by Professor McGonagall, the Nimbus 2000. This clearly illustrated that, despite her outward demeanor of impartiality, Professor McGonagall held a particular fondness for her own house. As Mike observed every move of Harry in the sky, Penelope began conversing with him. "I have heard other first-year students speak of your remarkable flying talents. Have you considered joining the Quidditch team?" Due to the lively atmosphere, Penelope had to lean close to Mike's ear to ensure he could hear her words. Mike felt her breath, fragrant and warm, brushing against him, prompting him to awkwardly turn his head. "I am merely a first-year student, and my flying prowess does not necessarily guarantee success in Quidditch. Harry is also just a first year. With him setting the precedent, no one could object to your joining the Quidditch team. Moreover, Professor Flitwick holds you in high regard. If you bring it up with him, he will surely agree. You could also practice with the Ravenclaw team for a few days to see if it suits you. I share a good rapport with Roger Davies, the captain of the Ravenclaw team, and I can certainly arrange something." Mike could discern that Penelope was attempting to offer him a favor. Yet he chose not to confront her directly, instead perpetually deflecting her advances. Gradually, Penelope came to realize that Mike had made up his mind and ceased her attempts at persuasion, shifting her focus to introducing him to the members of the Quidditch teams from various colleges. Mike did not intend to join the Quidditch team in his first year, primarily because he had an abundance of commitments that left him with insufficient time to attend weekly Quidditch practices. Moreover, Mike was acutely aware that this year's Quidditch championship would undoubtedly be claimed by Gryffindor, as it was one of the rookie perks that Dumbledore had bestowed upon Harry. He had no desire to engage in a contest he was certain to lose. Michael and Penelope were engrossed in their intimate conversation, while Hermione, sitting not far from them, felt quite uncomfortable. Days had passed, and her anger had nearly subsided. She had initially intended to seize the opportunity to reconcile with Michael today, especially since she had heard he would be attending Harry's match. Fearing that the crowd might be overwhelming and that Michael, the notorious late riser, might arrive to find no seats available, she had even reserved a spot beside her own for him. To her dismay, however, the tardy Michael was led by Penelope directly to a seat reserved for the Ravenclaw students, and it wasn't long before they were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Their closeness evident. The more Hermione pondered the situation, the more her brows furrowed, her cheeks puffing up in frustration. It wasn't jealousy that plagued her. Her feelings for Michael were not of a romantic nature, as she was not yet of that age. Rather, she felt a sense of loss, believing her friend had been usurped by Penelope. After all, she had been the one to forge a friendship with Michael first. Yet he seemed to have turned away from her due to this woman. What was so special about her? Hermione mused. Was it merely her beauty? Just as Hermione was lost in her thoughts about Michael, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Following their gaze, she spotted Harry in the air, seemingly struggling with his broomstick, twisting and turning as if he might plummet to the ground at any moment. With her keen observational skills, Hermione noticed Professor Snape in the stands, fixated on Harry and speaking animatedly, instantly conjuring a scenario in her mind where Snape intended to harm Harry. Meanwhile, Michael and his companions were similarly captivated by Harry's unusual antics, but unlike the others, Michael remained unfazed. He had seen Dumbledore earlier, and with him present, Harry would be safe even if he fell victim to Quirrell's malevolent curse. True to form, Harry soon regained control of his broomstick. Not only that, but during his moment of imbalance, he managed to catch the golden snitch, bringing the match to a close with Gryffindor triumphing over Slytherin. As Lee Jordan announced the results, the atmosphere erupted in jubilation. The savior, Harry, had not disappointed them, showcasing his extraordinary talent in Quidditch. Mike also rose to applaud, while simultaneously noticing that Professor Snape's robe was ablaze not far away. He was struggling to extinguish the flames, his vigorous movements even toppling Professor Quirrell, who sat in front of him. Observing this, Mike could not help but emit a derisive chuckle. Snape's acting was woefully inadequate, as a mere splash of water could have resolved the trivial matter. After the competition concluded, the trio did not linger long, swiftly departing the scene. As they turned into a deserted corridor, Mike instructed Franklin to return to Ravenclaw alone, as he and Penelope needed some private time together. Franklin did not inquire about the reason, departing without hesitation, but not before playfully wiggling his eyebrows and discreetly giving Mike a thumbs up. Chapter 29. The controlling charm in the narrow corridor. Only Mike and Penelope remained. Hogwarts Castle was devoid of any electrical lighting, and with the inclement weather of the day, the surroundings were shrouded in a profound darkness. Mike turned to Penelope, his gaze not as gentle as usual, but rather imbued with a hint of darkness. Startled by the intensity of Mike's eyes, Penelope instinctively recoiled, her face betraying a look of panic. She realized that the youth before her was not quite as she had previously imagined. Mike scrutinized the expression on Penelope's face as he conjured his ebony wand into his hand. "Penelope, I require your assistance with a matter." "What is it?" Penelope's anxiety intensified upon witnessing Mike draw his wand. She glanced nervously at the exit behind her, overwhelmed by an urge to flee. Mike silently circled behind Penelope, obstructing her escape route. The entrance they had arrived through was the sole source of illumination in the corridor, and with Mike's presence, the surrounding light diminished slightly. "I require the specific method to learn the disillusionment charm," he stated directly. "That is a restricted spell. Only graduates aspiring to become Aurors may submit an application to study it, and I cannot assist you. I believe you must have a way," he continued. "Are you not the social queen of Ravenclaw?" Mike leisurely paced around Penelope. Under the dimly lit surroundings, Mike's face appeared particularly somber, and the figure, which was half a head shorter than her, exerted immense pressure on Penelope. "Don't you have Professor Flivy? If you speak to him, he will surely teach you." "If it were that simple, would I even need to seek you out?" Mike harbored inner resentment, yet outwardly, he revealed nothing. "Do you wish to become the class representative, Senior?" Observing Penelope's unwilling demeanor, he decided to unleash his trump card. Upon hearing Mike mention the class representative, Penelope's expression shifted dramatically. Her recent efforts to curry favor with Mike were aimed at persuading him to speak favorably of Professor Flitwick. Yet she was taken aback to find that Mike not only disowned her intentions but was now leveraging them against her. Penelope fell into silence, noticing her prolonged quietude. Mike remained unperturbed, gently caressing his blackthorn wand, patiently awaiting Penelope's response. Mike was entirely unperturbed by Penelope's potential refusal. From their recent interactions, it became evident that Penelope harbored a far greater desire for power than he had initially anticipated. Furthermore, she possessed the capability to procure for him the detailed methodology of the disillusionment charm. It is noteworthy that Penelope, among the pure-blood graduates, attracted many suitors. The disillusionment charm serves as an invisibility spell. Upon its application, the caster experiences the sensation of a liquid cascading down their head, enveloping their entire body. Once the spell is completed, the user's skin adapts to the colors of the surrounding environment, akin to a chameleon. Yet the efficacy of the disillusionment charm surpasses that of the chameleon significantly. Moreover, an invisibility cloak is essentially a cloak imbued with the disillusionment charm. Due to the limited duration of the charm, standard invisibility cloaks necessitate periodic reapplication of the spell. Cloaks fashioned from ordinary materials can only maintain the disillusionment charm for a brief period. Thus, invisibility cloaks are crafted from magical materials, which alone can sustain the charm for longer durations. In the original narrative, Harry's invisibility cloak is unlike any ordinary cloak. It is a genuine artifact, permanently infused with the disillusionment charm, ensuring its invisibility effect remains everlasting. However, mastering the disillusionment charm does not equate to the ability to create an invisibility cloak, as affixing the charm to such a garment requires profound knowledge of alchemy. This year, it is imperative for Mike to learn this spell. Previously, he had scoured the Ravenclaw library and the Hogwarts library for comprehensive instructions on the disillusionment charm, yet aside from a few rudimentary introductions, he found nothing of substance. The disillusionment charm is classified as a controlled spell, essential for aspiring aurists, and remains inaccessible to the average wizard throughout their lifetime. Many other controlled spells fall under the same category, the most notorious being the unforgivable curses. However, the methods of learning these controlled spells are often confined within the walls of certain families, creating a so-called knowledge barrier for ordinary Muggle-born wizards aspiring to learn the disillusionment charm. The only feasible route is to join the Aurors or submit an application to the school during their 7th year at Hogwarts. This application is not open to all. It requires the endorsement of at least 2 professors to qualify. According to Mike's knowledge, the last individual to submit a successful application to Hogwarts was named Tom Riddle. Upon submission, professors conduct a stringent review of the applicant, confirming their talent and character before providing the specific learning methods for the disillusionment charm. Naturally, the restricted section of Hogwarts houses the utilization methods for the disillusionment charm, yet with Mike's current grasp of spells, he lacks effective means to navigate the magical defenses in that area. Should these defenses be triggered, they would alert Professor Dumbledore in his office. Gaining access to the restricted section requires waiting until Dumbledore is absent from the school. This year, such an opportunity would indeed arise. At that moment, Penelope finally spoke. "All right. I can indeed obtain the disillusionment charm, but you must ensure that I become head girl next year." Her demeanor was no longer as anxious as before. Having discerned Mike's intentions, she felt little to fear. "You will become head girl, I assure you," Mike replied, stepping closer and meeting her gaze. "Then, let us cooperate harmoniously." Penelope regarded the youth before her, who stood half a head shorter, with a cold expression. Having received the desired affirmation, Mike made no further delay. Sheathing his wand and striding towards the 8th floor and the room of requirement. Midway, as if struck by a thought, he halted and turned, saying, "Christmas is fast approaching. We must seize the time." With that, he departed briskly. Penelope bit her lip, comprehending the implication of Mike's words, merely a reminder to expedite her efforts. With only a month remaining until Christmas, this time might seem ample. Yet extracting detailed learning methods for the disillusionment charm from the graduates bound by confidentiality agreements would prove a daunting task. Meanwhile, Mike remained unconcerned. Should Penelope manage to procure the disillusionment charm before Christmas, it would be ideal. If not, he had a contingency plan in place, ensuring he would not be solely reliant on her. Chapter 30. The Mirror of Eris. That evening, as was customary, Mike emerged from the room of requirement, weary after a prolonged session of practice. Since discovering this sanctuary, he had made it a point to train there at every opportunity. And with the incorporation of meditation into his regimen, he often left the room in a state of utter exhaustion, resembling a lifeless husk. Mike leaned against the wall as he entered the secret passage leading to the Ravenclaw Tower. Thankfully, this passage, though remarkably unscientific, was situated far from the location of the room of requirement, allowing him to reach his destination in mere seconds. Initially, Mike had harbored doubts about its efficacy, but now he truly felt grateful for its existence. All he desired was to return swiftly to his bed and indulge in a restful slumber. The interior of the passage was shrouded in darkness, forcing Mike to rely solely on the flickering glow to guide his way. After a minute, he sensed something amiss within the passage. At his usual walking pace, he should have encountered the exit by now, yet before him lay an interminable expanse of darkness. Mike summoned his resolve, for it was highly probable that he had triggered a mechanism, thereby altering the destination of the secret passage. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and at last, the exit of the passage materialized before him. Yet, Mike refrained from hastily stepping out. The Ravenclaw Tower, adjacent to the Ollery, boasted excellent illumination, allowing Mike to survey his surroundings even in the depths of night. However, judging by the light seeping through the passageway, it was evident that the destination was far from the Ravenclaw Tower. Mike extinguished the flickering glow in his hand and slowly moved along the wall towards the secret passage's exit. This was an exceptionally spacious room, seemingly an abandoned classroom, with dusty desks and chairs piled in the corners. In the place where a podium would typically stand, there was an incongruous object, a large full-length mirror. Under the illumination of the moonlight streaming through the window, everything in the forsaken classroom was laid bare, and that mirror stood silently, reflecting the moonlight and exuding an eerie aura. Mike cautiously emerged from the secret passage, and the moment he departed, the entrance that had been inscribed upon the classroom wall vanished without a trace. He groped along the wall where the passage had once been, searching for any mechanism. But his heart sank when he found nothing. Fortunately, the door to the abandoned classroom remained ajar, alleviating his fears of being trapped within. After observing for a while and discovering that he was alone in the classroom, Mike's gaze fell upon the sole anomaly in the room, a magnificent full-length mirror. As he approached, he realized the mirror was astonishingly large, reaching all the way to the ceiling. Its golden frame was adorned with exquisite wood carvings, and at the top, an inscription read, Aristeruat Tubicafruat Angwohis. Mike was taken aback. Was this not the Mirror of Ariste? It had been transported to Hogwarts far earlier than he had anticipated. In the original narrative, Harry only discovered this mirror after Christmas. The Mirror of Ariste, as legend has it, is known as the Mirror of Desire. It reflects the deepest longings of its beholder, presenting them vividly before their eyes. Throughout history, many illustrious figures have succumbed to its enchanting allure, including the renowned Merlin. Although he was acutely aware that he might become ensnared in the illusions it conjured, Mike could not resist gazing at his reflection. He yearned to uncover what he truly desired. In truth, most individuals remain oblivious to their innermost aspirations, merely drifting through life guided by instinct. The ability to discern one's true desires is an essential quality for anyone aspiring to greatness. As Mike beheld his reflection in the mirror, he recognized himself despite the considerable differences in his appearance. It was the visage of his former life, that of a middle-aged, portly man. Surrounding this rotund figure were numerous individuals, all of whom were his relatives and friends from a past existence. His wife, Amanda, clad in a wedding gown, embraced him tightly. Her image in the mirror not resembling the aged woman he had known at the time of his demise, she retained the radiant beauty of her youth. And Mike swore she was the most exquisite woman he had ever seen. Behind them stood three figures, his eldest daughter, Tracy, adorned in an elegant evening gown, exuding grace akin to a princess emerging from a fairy tale. His youngest son, Jimmy, donned in a doctoral robe, clutching a scroll tied with red silk ribbon, which Mike surmised to be a diploma. A short distance away, a slightly balding man held a bottle of wine, gazing at the family of four with a smile in his eyes, occasionally taking a sip. Trevor, Mike murmured. Mike gazed intently at everything reflected in the mirror, tears unbeknownst to him cascading down his cheeks. He reached out, yearning to touch Amanda's visage, yet his hand met not her warm skin, but the cold, smooth surface of the glass. Nearly a year had passed since he entered the world of Harry Potter. A year during which Mike had diligently practiced to numb the ache of longing for his family and friends. This suppressed emotion, however, finally erupted this evening. Mike's emotions finally shattered. He collapsed against the Eris mirror, weeping uncontrollably on the ground. Mike had always believed he remained the carefree and unburdened rogue of his youth, convinced that family and friends were mere optional embellishments in life. However, he ultimately discovered that what he truly cherished were indeed those very connections. In the shadows of the classroom, Dumbledore observed the weeping Mike, familiar with such a reaction. He himself had responded similarly upon first encountering his loved ones in the Mirror of Ariste. Seeing Mike now felt like gazing back at his younger self. With a silent sigh, Dumbledore gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing from sight. Today, he had deliberately led Mike to this abandoned classroom to use the Mirror of Ariste to gauge Mike's sentiments. He had envisioned a moment where, just as Mike became ensnared in the mirror's illusions, he would appear to impart a lesson about love. Yet, it seemed that such an intervention was no longer necessary, as Mike was demonstrating an exceptional understanding, surpassing even Dumbledore's most optimistic expectations. Unlike Voldemort, who harbors no love within his heart, only desire and hatred, Mike possesses a deep affection for his family and friends. Such a Mike will undoubtedly not become the next Voldemort. Chapter 31. Mike's plan the following day. When Mike opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a photograph of himself and his family within the Mirror of Ariste. He had spent the night in this abandoned classroom. After a night of contemplation, he surmised that his experiences from the previous evening were orchestrated. From the moment he exited his room of desires to the unexpected emergence of a secret passage leading to this desolate classroom, Only one person possesses the capability to achieve this, and that is Dumbledore. Mike could also roughly deduce Dumbledore's motives. He merely sought to test his character. From their very first encounter, Mike had sensed Dumbledore's dissatisfaction with him. In truth, the timing of this test had taken Mike somewhat by surprise. He had anticipated that Dumbledore would approach him for a conversation shortly after his enrollment. However, Dumbledore did not appear last night, indicating that he had successfully passed the trial. As Mike stepped out of the classroom, the dazzling sunlight outside enveloped him. Following the events of the previous night, he had come to a profound realization about his deepest desire. He yearned to return home. In the days that followed, Mike dedicated himself to the rigorous study of magic, understanding that to achieve his goal, he must cultivate formidable skills. After his encounter with the troll, he gained a clearer perspective on his combat capabilities. Presently, he believed that in terms of sheer fighting prowess, he could stand on par with students in their 6th and 7th years. However, when it came to the breadth of magical knowledge and comprehension, he found himself lacking, unable to match even the 3rd and 4th year students. It is noteworthy that Hogwarts' educational approach is quite peculiar. The 1st and 2nd year young wizards are almost entirely self-directed in their learning, focusing on the most fundamental aspects of the wizarding world. This is somewhat understandable, as it caters to the needs of those from Muggle backgrounds. It is not until the 3rd year, when elective courses become available, that Hogwarts truly begins to impart a more structured magical education. This phase marks a significant crossroads in a young wizard's life, as the choice of electives can profoundly influence their future. Simultaneously, the academic pressure begins to escalate. From the 3rd to the end of the 4th year, the intensity of study increases each year, culminating in the first major examination for wizards, the O.W.L.S. After completing the O.W.L.S., students must select their N.E.W.T.S. courses based on their results. The O.W.L.S. are akin to a national college entrance examination, while the subsequent N.E.W.T.S. courses resemble university studies. Many N.E.W.T.S. courses have specific score thresholds, and subjects like potions and charms are particularly competitive, with high score requirements. Engaging in these courses can significantly enhance one's future employability and magical prowess. Conversely, students who perform poorly are relegated to less demanding subjects, such as Muggle studies, only to face the daunting reality of graduating into unemployment unless they have substantial family resources. Beginning in the 5th year, Hogwarts students are divided into 2 groups: those who undertake challenging courses like potions, and those who opt for less rigorous subjects. The former group is inundated with an unending barrage of assignments and reading, while the latter group, although facing more difficulty than 1st and 2nd years, finds their workload considerably lighter than that of 3rd and 4th years. The pinnacle of academic achievement at Hogwarts is represented by the N.E.W.T.S. examinations, which serve as the highest certification of educational attainment and are esteemed as one of the most valuable qualifications in Europe over the centuries. Upon graduation, whether in employment or marriage, individuals are often evaluated based on their N.E.W.T.S. scores in chosen subjects. Exceptional performance can enable even Muggle-born wizards to thrive in the wizarding community. Conversely, the academic burden on 6th and 7th year students is unimaginably intense. In the original work, Hermione used a time turner in her 3rd year to attend all elective courses, leading to her exhaustion. Such a level of academic strain is commonplace for students in their later years. Thus, one will observe that nearly all upper-year wizards at Hogwarts exhibit an air of hurried urgency, often foregoing leisurely activities like Quidditch matches. This is not due to a lack of interest in entertainment, but rather the overwhelming demands on their time. Nevertheless, the arduous study yields rapid growth in their magical abilities, with 6th and 7th year students mastering spells and incantations that rival those of many adult wizards. Consequently, Mike's combat abilities are indeed formidable. He possesses spells such as Shield Charm and Disarming Charm, and his prowess is greatly augmented by his previous life's combat experience. Utilizing a wand to cast spells parallels the precision required in marksmanship. Many wizards struggle due to their limited range, making them ineffective at a distance. However, Mike was a sharpshooter in his past life, making marksmanship as effortless as drinking water. Additionally, Mike benefits from emotional casting techniques and magical control skills, allowing his spells to surpass those of wizards with comparable magical power. Presently, aside from learning new spells, Mike aims to enhance his magical perception and control, as a higher level of control translates to more potent magic. Yet, many spells are exceedingly challenging to grasp solely through reading. This is not due to a lack of talent on Mike's part, but rather the inadequacies of the wizarding textbooks, which often fail to convey the complexities of the spells. True understanding often necessitates the guidance of others, with personal notes holding the greatest educational value. Mike had once sought the counsel of Professor Flitwick, but upon noticing that Mike's inquiries pertained solely to advanced spells, the professor advised him against aiming too high, suggesting instead that he should thoroughly master the spells he was currently learning. Mike harbored a strong suspicion that Dumbledore had subtly influenced the old professor's advice. Contemplating this, Mike could not help but clench his teeth. That old wizard Dumbledore was quite cunning. However, Mike was not without recourse. There existed a place where the intricate details of those advanced spells could surely be found, including the method for casting the unforgivable curses, the restricted section. He had enlisted Penelope's assistance in acquiring the disillusionment charm specifically to gain access to the restricted section. Dumbledore would be departing Hogwarts during the end-of-year examinations, presenting Mike with an opportune moment to infiltrate the area. As for the barriers within the restricted section, Mike had devised his own strategy. Following his recent encounter with the troll, Mike sensed a significant enhancement in his magical perception abilities. He could now faintly detect the magical energy surrounding him. Upon realizing this, Mike promptly made his way to the library, and as anticipated, he sensed the presence of magic at the entrance to the restricted section. There were strands of magic, resembling infrared beams, crisscrossing the walls, creating a net-like barrier. However, for Mike, this was not an insurmountable obstacle. Now, it remained to be seen whether Penelope could procure the disillusionment charm. If she failed to do so before Christmas, Mike would likely lack the time to master such a complex spell. In that case, he would have to risk asking Harry to borrow the invisibility cloak. Chapter 32. Christmas. Unbeknownst to many, it was already mid-December. Hogwarts had entered winter quite early, with snowflakes beginning to fall sporadically from the end of November. By now, the entire Hogwarts campus had donned a shimmering cloak of white. Due to the Christmas holiday, most young wizards had returned home, which was indeed welcome news for Filch. The snowy weather had prompted many mischievous young sorcerers to indulge in snowball fights, resulting in their clothes frequently becoming damp. As these rascals returned to the castle, they left behind a trail of muddy footprints, significantly increasing Filch's workload. This poor old squib, faced with a task that could be easily resolved with a thorough cleaning, found himself laboring with outdated cleaning tools for hours. One day, when Mike awoke, he discovered a multitude of owls gathering at his window. Upon seeing Mike open his eyes, the owls immediately began pecking at the glass, signaling him to open the window. Mike hastily rose to open the window for the owls, having forgotten that last night was Christmas Eve. The customs of Christmas in the wizarding world starkly contrast with those of the Muggle realm. To wizards, Christmas initially served merely as an excuse for leisure, which eventually evolved into a grand celebration. Thus, the legend of Santa Claus descending chimneys to place gifts and stockings by the bedside does not exist in their tradition. On Christmas Eve, every household in the wizarding world leaves a crack in their doors and windows, allowing the owls to silently deliver presents, ensuring that the first sight upon waking is the delightful Christmas gifts in their rooms. However, it was evident that Mike had forgotten this custom. Mike received a modest number of gifts, merely 7 in total. Among them, Franklin personally delivered his gift to Mike just yesterday, as he was still unaccustomed to sending items via owlpost. Upon opening the package, Mike was taken aback to discover a bag of buzzing honeycomb sweets. It is important to note that first-year wizards are unable to visit Hogsmeade. Thus, obtaining such exclusive treats from the Honeydukes would typically necessitate the assistance of the Weasley twins, notorious for their smuggling endeavors, and of course, one is well aware of the prices involved. Mike also returned the favor with a gift of his own, his personal study notes. This was the most valuable among the gifts he presented, while he opted for the dolphin magic drink for everyone else's presents. Mike had come to regard Franklin as his trusted confidant, and Franklin's prodigious talent in the realm of enchantments had certainly lived up to his expectations. Thus, Mike resolved that it was time to bestow upon Franklin some additional advantages. As he continued to sift through the Christmas presents, he found a large box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from Harry, while Ron had gifted him an old Gryffindor scarf, marred by a conspicuous stain, which Mike promptly discarded into the trash. Hermione, on the other hand, had presented him with a novel by Gilderoy Lockhart, surprising Mike with her early infatuation with the author. The Weasley twins, in a joint effort, had gifted him a sizable bag of dung bombs. When Mike unwrapped their gift, he was taken aback, for these dung bombs were rather volatile. Should a multitude of them detonate within his dormitory, it would render the space uninhabitable. Professor Flivy had bestowed upon him a set of combat wand sheaths, which, unlike ordinary wand sheaths, bore the distinctive mark of combat. Admittedly, this was rather superfluous information. The combat wand sheath is one of the Auror's essential pieces of equipment, designed to be worn on the forearm. Its construction bears a resemblance to the hidden blades in Assassin's Creed, albeit powered by magical energy. In the heat of battle, one need only summon their thoughts to deploy the wand, instantly entering a state of combat readiness. Furthermore, this particular set from Professor Flivy was enhanced with a summoning charm. Henceforth, even if Mike's wand were to be disarmed by a disarming charm, he need not fear, for the summoning charm embedded in the sheath would automatically activate, returning the wand to the wielder's grasp. Mike fitted the wand holder and moved his arm, realizing that it did not hinder his movements. He nodded in satisfaction. Professor Flitwick truly lived up to his reputation as a champion of combat. The gift he bestowed was straightforward yet potent, significantly enhancing Mike's combat prowess. The next highlight was the gift from Miss Penelope, which was a notebook, a compilation of study notes on the disillusionment charm from a 7th-year pureblood graduate. The cover bore the inscription, "To my beloved, Penelope." However, apart from this phrase, there was nothing else, not even a signature. It appeared to be a Christmas gift from some infatuated admirer to Penelope, which she promptly forwarded to herself that very night. Mike opened his notebook and discovered the incantation for the illusion spell along with the method for wand movement. He conducted an experiment, and as he had anticipated, there was absolutely no reaction whatsoever. Mike placed his notes in his drawer and refrained from further perusal. Today is Christmas, and Hogwarts is hosting grand celebrations throughout the day. Perhaps out of concern that the students remaining at school might feel isolated, the decorations at Hogwarts are exceptionally splendid today. As Mike strolled along, he discovered that not only had the Ravenclaw common room been adorned in a festive manner, but the corridors had also undergone a splendid transformation. Even the typically cold suits of armor sported charming red hats reminiscent of Santa Claus. The grand hall was even more magnificent, with a towering Christmas tree standing majestically in its center, reaching towards the heavens, its peak hidden from view when gazed upon from below. The trunk was lavishly decorated with an array of Christmas ornaments, sparkling under the enchanting illumination of the magical ceiling. The branches seemed to be enchanted, as delicate snowflakes perpetually drifted down, unlike the clumpy snow outside. These flakes formed perfect hexagonal shapes, reminiscent of those described in fairy tales, gently descending and vanishing upon touching the ground. Immersed in this magical scene, Harry and his friends, who had arrived early, were exuberantly chasing after the snowflakes. Upon catching one, they watched it dissolve in their hands, only to rush off in pursuit of another, clearly intent on capturing one as a memento. Despite Mike's significantly advanced mental age compared to the young wizards present, he too was momentarily entranced. This was far more vivid than any 3D film from his previous life. The young wizards were gathered together by their respective professors, and Dumbledore made no formal speech. With a simple exclamation of "Eat up!" an array of delectable dishes appeared before them. The young wizards cheered and dove into a culinary battle, while Dumbledore observed from his elevated seat, smiling at the sight of the students indulging heartily. Inspired by the joyous atmosphere, Mike felt his appetite surge. After the Weasley twins snatched a chicken leg from his plate, a spirited food fight ensued. The professors were unperturbed, with Professor Flitwick even joining in, and even the usually stern Professor McGonagall wore a cheerful expression. On this day, everyone was enveloped in the joy of Christmas, casting aside all worries. Chapter 33. Nicodemus having experienced the enchantment of Christmas in the magical world. Mike fully immersed himself in the study of the disillusionment charm. The notebook provided by Penelope was truly remarkable. Not only was the handwriting immaculate, but the insights into the charm were profoundly insightful. The original owner of this notebook must have anticipated Penelope's desire to learn the disillusionment charm in advance, as they had included numerous beginner-friendly tutorials, evident by the recent ink stains, now a fortunate boon for Mike. Thanks to these tutorials, Mike successfully cast the disillusionment charm before the end of the holiday, albeit in a somewhat incomplete form. Initially, the effects of the disillusionment charm that Mike cast were rather unsatisfactory. Not only was the casting speed exceedingly slow, but any significant movement would cause the charm to fail. Consequently, Mike was compelled to exert greater effort in his studies. Furthermore, within the notes on the disillusionment charm, there were references to methods for bypassing magical restrictions to achieve perfect invisibility. The author penned this section with great flourish, revealing a palpable sense of pride. 3 techniques were outlined. First, leveraging one's own formidable magical prowess to dismantle the magical barriers. Second, employing a high-level potion known as the dissolution powder to mask one's magical fluctuations and thereby deceive the barriers. And third, utilizing an object imbued with potent magical energy to obscure the barrier surveillance. Mike disregarded the first 2 methods, recognizing that only the third was within his capabilities. The notes clearly indicated that most barriers detect targets through magical perception, and if one carried an item that consistently radiated substantial magical energy, the barriers would overlook them entirely. This was akin to attempting to discern a roasted sweet potato in an oven using thermal imaging. It would be utterly obscured. Elated by this newfound knowledge on circumventing magical restrictions, Mike felt a surge of confidence regarding his plan to infiltrate the restricted section by the semester's end. On the other hand, Harry, much like in the original narrative, received an invisibility cloak from Dumbledore on Christmas Day, and under Dumbledore's subtle guidance. He also underwent testing with the Mirror of Erist. However, unlike Mike, Harry became utterly captivated by the mirror, spending nearly every night gazing into it. Ultimately, Dumbledore had to intervene and provide Harry with psychological counsel to help him regain his composure. Once Harry settled down, he remembered his promise to Hermione to search for the elusive Nicholas Flamel during the holiday break. Flamel was the key to uncovering what Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts that fateful day. During their time at school, the trio had not been idle. They had first stumbled upon the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog and deduced from Snape's actions that he was intent on acquiring whatever lay beneath that trapdoor. Eventually, they learned from Hagrid that the creature, Fluffy, was guarding an important item they had extracted from Gringotts. Now, they merely needed to ascertain the nature of that item. I believe we should consult Mike. He has become quite the celebrity and may possess the knowledge we seek, Ron suggested, a hint of envy in his voice. However, Harry did not harbor high hopes regarding Ron's proposition, aware that Mike, like himself, had been raised in the Muggle world. And it seemed implausible he would know something even Ron, from a pureblood wizarding family, did not, with a mindset of giving it a try. They ventured to Ravenclaw to seek out Mike, realizing they needed to take some action, otherwise, Hermione would undoubtedly become upset. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance to Ravenclaw's common room, they were taken aback. In what year did the first Goblin Rebellion occur? The eagle-shaped knocker inquired. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances. Blast! Professor Ben's history lectures were like lullabies, and we had dozed off in nearly every class. Who could possibly be so bored as to listen attentively to that old ghost? 520, Harry blurted out, desperate. Incorrect. 521, came the swift retort. A restless first-year Ravenclaw student, waiting in line behind Harry and Ron, interjected. 201A, D, he stated flatly. Correct. The eagle-shaped knocker swung open the door. The first-year Ravenclaw, brimming with pride, squeezed past Harry and Ron into the common room, casting a disdainful glance at the two. Embarrassed, Harry and Ron followed him inside. Acutely aware that if they failed to seize this opportunity, they might never enter Ravenclaw's common room again. When Harry and Ron finally located Mike, he was reclined on a sofa by the hearth, reading with his legs crossed, occasionally indulging in a snack. Noticing their arrival, he set his book aside and inquired about their purpose. By the time Harry and Ron had each taken turns explaining the situation, Mike had finished off his snack. So, that's the situation. We were wondering if you knew who Nicholas Flamel is, Harry said, feeling somewhat sheepish. As he sensed the gazes of everyone in the common room lingering on him due to the earlier incident with the knocker, causing his face to flush. Fortunately, standing by the fire, others would merely assume his reddened visage was due to the heat. I know. What? You actually know? Harry could hardly contain his eagerness to leave. But Mike provided a surprising response. Indeed, if you were observant enough, you would notice that the chocolate frog cards include information about Nicholas Flamel, particularly on Dumbledore's card. Shifting his seating position, Mike continued, Nicholas Flamel is the renowned sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone and its current sole possessor. Harry and Ron were left utterly bewildered, prompting Mike to elaborate further. The Philosopher's Stone possesses the ability to turn any metal into gold and grants immortality. It is said that Flamel and his wife have lived for several centuries, all thanks to the stone. Then what Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts that day must be the Philosopher's Stone. Snape is certainly trying to get his hands on it, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Absolutely. Who wouldn't want to turn stone into gold? Ron added, his eyes gleaming with visions of galleons. Mike, Ron, we must inform Dumbledore that Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Observing the fervor of his friends, Mike calmly shook his head, returning to his book. I won't be joining you. I still have reading to do. Harry attempted to persuade Mike further, but Ron pulled him away. I think he's read himself silly. You know how Ravenclaw is full of bookworms. If Hermione hadn't been sorted into Gryffindor, she'd probably end up like that too, Ron whispered, believing no one could overhear. Mike, having heard every word, shot a disdainful glance at the departing duo before resuming his relaxed posture. He had no intention of participating in the decoding game that Dumbledore had devised for Harry. Chapter 34. Dolphin's request. The Christmas holiday swiftly came to an end, and students gradually returned to Hogwarts, bringing a lively atmosphere back to the school. Everyone appeared joyful, whether they had stayed or returned home, sharing tales of their Christmas experiences with great enthusiasm. However, not all were so cheerful. Dolphin had a rather unpleasant Christmas. The Caro family, once one of the esteemed 28 pureblood families, had now fallen into decline. For over a century, the Carlo family has steadfastly refused to intermarry with Muggle wizards, determined to preserve their noble lineage by only uniting with other pureblood families from the esteemed 28. However, after centuries of intermarriage among these pureblood families, their bloodlines have grown alarmingly close, rendering further unions akin to incestuous relationships. Consequently, the membership of the Carlo family has dwindled, with an increasing number of members rendered mute. It is a well-known fact that consanguineous unions significantly heighten the likelihood of producing deformed or intellectually challenged offspring, yet there exists a slight chance of birthing a prodigious genius, which explains why many cling to the doctrine of pureblood aristocracy. Historically, the vast majority of renowned wizards have emerged from exceptionally pure-blooded families. Had the Carlo family been fortunate enough to produce a gifted individual, they might have revitalized their once great lineage. Alas, fortune has not favored them. In fact, Dolphin is the sole surviving descendant of his generation, while the rest have largely succumbed to infertility. Yet, this is not their most pressing concern. The Carlo family is currently bereft of funds. Like many pureblood families, they remain ensnared by the allure of their past glory, indulging in extravagant luxuries for their every need. Given such offspring, it is evident that regardless of the vast wealth amassed by their ancestors, it would inevitably be squandered. Thus, Dolphin was taken by his parents to the Malfoy Manor for the Christmas gala, hoping that the Malfoy family, sharing their status as a pureblood family, might offer them some assistance. Contrary to their hopes, however, they were met with scorn. Led by Draco, the children subjected Dolphin to relentless humiliation. The source of their derision was Dolphin's association with a potion, as Draco believed that since the drink sold by Mike and the Weasley brothers bore Dolphin's name, their relationship must be amicable. Dolphin's plight worsened. Having lacked peers in childhood, he was further ostracized by the offspring of other wizarding families due to his family's impoverishment, fostering a deep-seated insecurity within him. As the adage goes, one either erupts in silence or perishes quietly. Under the relentless taunts of Draco, Dolphin chose to erupt, delivering a punch to Draco's cheek. Though Draco staggered back a few steps from the blow, he did not fall. Enraged, Draco, along with Goyle and Crabbe, retaliated, administering a severe beating to Dolphin before expelling him and his parents from Malfoy Manor. Wounded, Dolphin returned to Hogwarts, and his first action upon arrival was to seek out Mike. "You were serious about helping me, weren't you?" Dolphin said, grimacing in pain, his face marred with bruises. "Of course, feel free to share your troubles," Mike replied, rising from the sofa by the hearth, recognizing that an opportunity had presented itself. "I want you to help me teach Draco a lesson. That scoundrel reduced me to this state and insulted my parents," Dolphin exclaimed, gesturing to the bruises on his face, his voice laced with fury. Mike circled around Dolphin, scrutinizing the injuries he bore, and remarked, "It appears he has inflicted considerable harm upon you. I shan't inquire into the particulars. You are my friend, and I shall certainly assist you. However, regarding the matter of expenses." Upon hearing Mike's words, Dolphin erupted in fury, lunging forward to seize Mike by the collar, shouting, "Did I not provide you with the recipe for the magical elixir? Did you not promise to help me? Do you realize that it is precisely because of you?" Before he could finish, Mike raised his right foot and delivered a swift kick to Dolphin's abdomen, sending him sprawling backward. "Mind your manners, you little brat." Mike straightened his collar and continued, "Have you considered who would be willing to assist you now? Cedric, perhaps? I dare say that fellow would be more inclined to create trouble for you than to offer aid. In short, if you wish for my assistance, you must present something of value. Otherwise, our discussion is concluded. But I have no money." Dolphin curled into a ball, despair evident on his face. "I am not in want of money." Mike's face broke into a triumphant smile. "I am well aware that your family, the Caros, is one of the 28 pureblood families, even though you have squandered much. A starved camel is still larger than a horse. Surely, your family possesses some valuable items still." "Our family heirlooms have long been sold," Dolphin replied, clearly affected by the force of Mike's earlier kick as he struggled on the ground, attempting to rise but failing repeatedly. "So, it seems there's nothing to discuss then?" Mike signaled to Franklin standing nearby. Franklin understood the cue, nodded at Mike, and approached Dolphin, prepared to eject him from the Ravenclaw common room. "Wait, Wait, I know what I can offer you, Dolphin exclaimed, fearing that Franklin was about to administer further punishment, hastily covering his head with his arms. Upon hearing this, Mike raised his hand to halt Franklin's actions and resumed his seat on the sofa, saying, "Do tell." The wind speed spell. It is a hereditary enchantment of the Carlo family that enhances one's movement speed, and I have mastered it. Dolphin knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "The wind speed spell is incredibly effective." Truly. Mike stepped forward and extended his hand to help Dolphin up, whispering in his ear, "It's a deal." After witnessing Dolphin meticulously inscribe the incantation for the wind speed spell, Mike led Franklin towards the Slytherin common room. This time, Mike had no intention of employing any cunning schemes. It was his inaugural moment standing up for his underlings, and he aimed to deliver a resounding lesson to Malfoy in front of everyone, demonstrating his loyalty and camaraderie. As for the school rules, Mike was utterly indifferent. Given his rapport with Professor Flitwick, expulsion was an unlikely consequence for such matters. The house points were of little concern as well. Initially, Mike had entertained thoughts of securing the House Cup, but he soon realized that Dumbledore had already predetermined the award for Harry Potter. Regardless of how many points he earned for Ravenclaw, come the end of the year, Dumbledore would find various justifications to bolster Gryffindor's standing until they emerge victorious. Chapter 35. Chris closes the door inside the Slytherin common room. Draco was regaling his peers with tales of the opulence of his family's Christmas gala and the esteemed guests in attendance. Just as he was reaching a crescendo, a voice interrupted him. "Draco, it's bad." Chris panted, "That madman Mike is blocking the Slytherin entrance, claiming he wants to trouble you." "What?" Draco exclaimed, his face paling. "Chris, quick, shut the door. Don't let him in." Draco genuinely wished to avoid further confrontation with Mike. Previously, he had merely offended Mike verbally, and he had expected Mike to respond with indignation yet be powerless to retaliate. Instead, Mike had cast a petri ficus totalis on him. Most infuriating was the fact that Mike faced no repercussions for his actions, while Draco endured a fortnight of confinement. Professor McGonagall was not his godfather. Draco's punishment was a tangible, monotonous face-off with the wall for half a month. At the tender age of 11 or 12, boys were inherently mischievous and restless. During his confinement, Draco had been petrified multiple times by Professor McGonagall for improper posture while facing the wall. After this month of isolation, Draco determined that the most detestable spell in existence was indeed the petrification curse. In Draco's eyes, Mike was a complete lunatic, utterly dismissive of school regulations. If he were allowed into Slytherin to deliver a beating in front of so many classmates, Draco would truly be unable to face anyone afterward. "I believe it would be wise for you to take a look," Chris said, his expression peculiar. "A crowd has gathered at the entrance, and Mike has said many unsavory things." Upon hearing this, Draco clenched his fists. He understood Chris's implication. If he allowed Mike to run unchallenged, the outcome would be no different than being publicly humiliated. Furthermore, he was unsure whether he could best Mike in a confrontation. "Good friend, your foresight is commendable," Draco said, patting Chris firmly on the shoulder. "Let us go." When Draco and Chris arrived at the Slytherin entrance, a throng of students had already gathered, all members of Slytherin, with Mike, Franklin, and Dolphin at the center. The moment Draco spotted Dolphin, he comprehended the situation. It was simply a case of the younger seeking out the elder for retribution. Observing the multitude of Slytherin students surrounding them, Draco's heart finally settled. No matter how formidable Mike was, he could not overpower so many. Thus, he calmly declared, "Mike, do not overstep your bounds. And you, Dolphin, you glutton, a derogatory term used by Slytherin for Hufflepuff, how dare you show your face before me? It seems I did not adequately address our previous encounter." At the mention of this incident, Dolphin nearly exploded with rage. Yet, surrounded by so many Slytherins, he dared not unleash his fury, adopting a stifled demeanor instead. At that moment, Mike spoke up. "Draco, do you not find your actions despicable? You, who claim to be a pure-blood aristocrat, bullying Dolphin, who is also one of the 28 pure-blood families, and ganging up on him with several others. Are you afraid you cannot confront Dolphin alone? You're talking nonsense," Draco retorted, visibly agitated. "Dolphin is my friend. I must seek justice for him. Since you are both pure-bloods, let us resolve this matter as pure-bloods do, through a wizard duel. You set the time and place." A mocking smile appeared on Mike's face. "But you won't back out like you did with Harry, will you? That is absolute nonsense. Tonight, at our usual spot, whoever does not show is a coward." Draco felt a twinge of panic. He feared Mike would bring up the incident where he had tricked Harry, which would turn him into a laughingstock. "Very well, but you may be mistaken. The one dueling you is Dolphin. I am merely his assistant." With that, Mike pushed Dolphin forward. Dolphin was taken aback by Mike's unexpected maneuver, nearly losing his balance. After regaining his composure, he intended to utter a few threatening words. But upon meeting Draco's predatory gaze, he ultimately shrank back to Mike's side. The onlookers erupted in laughter at Dolphin's cowardly display. Yet Draco was unable to join in the mirth. Mike is a student highly regarded by Phileas, and his prowess needs no elaboration. If I were to bring Goyle or Crabbe along, it is likely that I would be outmatched by Mike. As for abandoning them as I did last time, Draco would never dare to do so. Many are aware of that incident now. And it would be far more humiliating to be defeated than to have not participated at all. After much contemplation, Draco finally identified a suitable ally, Chris. Chris, whose full name is Chris Flint, is also one of the pure-blooded families, belonging to the illustrious 28. Unlike the dim-witted Goyle and Crabbe, the Flint family is not inferior to the Malfoy lineage, and Chris's strength is formidable. One word suffices to describe him: fierce. Draco, seeking Chris's counsel, communicated through his gaze. For their statuses were comparable, Draco could not command Chris as he did with Goyle and Crabbe. Chris, upon perceiving Draco's look, nodded slightly. The Flint and Malfoy families have maintained a cordial relationship for generations, and Chris has been a childhood companion of Draco. Unable to turn a blind eye to his friend's plight, seeing Chris's acquiescence, Draco's face lit up with joy as he declared to Mike, "My assistant is Chris. You are doomed this time." It was only upon hearing Draco mention Mike that he noticed the dark-haired youth standing beside him. The boy appeared to be of similar age to Draco, with slightly wavy, medium-length black hair, standing straight like a pine, clearly indicating a refined upbringing. Observing Mike's gaze directed at him, Chris even managed to smile at Mike. Mike nodded casually, considering it a greeting, then addressed Draco, "We shall see when the time comes." After departing from Slytherin, Dolphin could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Why must I duel Draco? Shouldn't you be the one to teach him a lesson? This is not what we agreed upon. Rest assured, with me by your side, victory is assured." Mike yawned languidly. "In the end, it will appear as though you triumphed over Draco, which would indeed be delightful." Dolphin, upon hearing Mike's words, felt a flicker of temptation. Yet his timid nature rendered him exceedingly hesitant. Michael, observing the pitiful state of his companion, decided against further conversation and beckoned Franklin to return to the Ravenclaw common room. Before departing, he left a parting remark: "Do not forget tonight. Should you abandon me, you are well aware of the consequences." Chapter 36. The Midnight Duel at Midnight. Michael, having cast the disillusionment charm, departed from the Ravenclaw common room. Upon his arrival at the duel's designated location, the trophy display room, he found that Malfoy, Chris, and Dolphin had already gathered. "Where is the little glutton, Michael? Could it be that he is too frightened to show up?" Malfoy taunted, directing his jeers at Dolphin. Dolphin, hearing Malfoy's taunts, dared not respond, anxiously scanning the surroundings in search of Michael. He was exceedingly nervous. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never venture out at night. Yet this time, he felt compelled by Michael's threat. "Are you looking for me, Malfoy?" From a nearby clearing, Michael dispelled the disillusionment charm, gradually revealing himself before the assembled group. The sudden appearance of Mike startled the trio. Dolphin let out a gasp, only to quickly cover her mouth in fear of attracting Filch's attention. Malfoy and Chris recognized the disillusionment charm, their expressions darkening. For such an advanced spell could only be wielded by a wizard of considerable power. "Since everyone had arrived, let us commence," Chris declared. He was eager to move past the trivialities, as the trophy room was hardly an ideal location for a duel, especially at night, with Filch potentially appearing at any moment. Mike expressed his agreement. "Allow me to introduce the combatants, Draco Malfoy and Dolphin Carlo." Dolphin spread his arms, indicating the two, while their assistants were myself and Mike Tully. Chris nodded in acknowledgement to both parties, then retreated to Draco's side, stating, "The duel shall commence. May both sides bow to one another." Both Dolphin and Draco, being pure-blood wizards, were well versed in the etiquette of wizard dueling. They raised their wands before their chests like swords and then bowed to each other. Their manners were impeccable. Draco was to be expected, yet Mike was somewhat surprised that even the timid Dolphin could master such standard dueling etiquette. Of course, had he known that Dolphin had been compelled by his family to practice daily with a stick since the age of 3, perhaps he would not have been so astonished. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Draco swung his wand sharply towards Dolphin, casting Leg Locker Curse. Simultaneously, Dolphin, caught off guard by the streak of red light flying towards him from Draco's wand, took a moment to respond, only to realize too late that he needed to evade. Unfortunately, his reaction was far too sluggish. Just as he turned to escape, Draco's curse struck him. With a resounding thud, Dolphin fell awkwardly. losing his balance under the sudden onslaught of the curse. Just as Draco prepared to press his advantage, Mike swiftly positioned himself in front of Dolphin. "We shall switch," Mike said coolly. "Heh, just what I hoped for. Allow me to demonstrate the new magic I have mastered. Wire him out of the hole." With a mighty shout from Draco, a plume of black smoke erupted from his wand, coalescing on the ground into a small, entirely black serpent. The moment the serpent emerged, it lunged at Mike, flicking its red tongue in anticipation. Windspeed charm. Mike's wand gracefully swayed, casting a fleeting green light that flickered around him. Subsequently, he surged towards Draco like a rocket. Mike had no intention of using a spell against Draco, for that would be far too mundane. Instead, he sought to engage in a physical confrontation utilizing the newly acquired Windspeed charm. Upon invoking this enchantment, Mike's velocity surged several times over. He would undoubtedly secure a gold medal in sprinting were he to compete in the Olympics. With a slight sidestep, he deftly evaded the dark serpent lunging towards him. And in an instant, he surged forward to confront Draco, bending his knees and lowering his stance. Mike gathered his strength for a brief moment before delivering a powerful right hook to Draco's abdomen. The astonishment that lingered on Draco's face was swiftly replaced by the involuntary arching of his body as Mike's punch landed with ferocious impact. Mike, emboldened by his success, seized a meticulously styled lock of Draco's golden hair with both hands, while simultaneously delivering a fierce knee strike to Draco's face with his right leg. The impact of the knee strike elicited a pained cry from Draco as he recoiled backwards. His nose was broken, and blood gushed forth from his nostrils, cascading like an unrestrained torrent. With a resounding thud, Draco fell to the ground, clutching his nose and groaning in agony. The swift defeat of Draco left the two remaining onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Mike disregarded the incapacitated Draco, tilting his head to glance at Chris. Chris observed Draco sprawled on the ground, blood and tears streaming down his face, as he continued to clutch his nose and writhe in agony. He then turned his attention to Mike, who was glaring at him with an intensity that suggested he might charge forward at any moment to deliver a loving knee strike. "You win. I certainly don't wish to endure such a blow," Chris declared without hesitation, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. "We will provide sufficient compensation to Dolphin, rest assured." Mike gazed at Chris, who stood before him, somewhat astonished. This fellow was not lacking in intelligence. He had assumed that associating with Draco would render him equally foolish, yet it appeared that there were indeed some who possessed wisdom. Not far away, Dolphin, immobilized by the leg locker curse, caught sight of Draco's pitiful state and could not help but burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, look at you now. You thought you were so formidable, yet here you are, reduced to tears. Ha ha ha." Chris cast an exasperated glance at Dolphin, pondering why he felt so triumphant over something he had not even cost. As Mike prepared to respond to Chris, the voice of Filch echoed from outside the trophy room. "Aha, found you here. You mischievous little rascals. Why are you engaging in wizard duels at this late hour?" The group turned towards the entrance, where they beheld Filch, his eyes ablaze with fury as he gazed at the four within. Appearing startled by Draco's unfortunate state, Filch retreated to a place beyond their sight. "Just you wait. I've already informed Professor McGonagall. You cannot escape." Before Filch could finish his sentence, Professor McGonagall appeared at the doorway. All of you are to be confined to your quarters. I can hardly catch my breath from my anger, deducting 50 points from each of you." Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Draco, still sprawled on the ground, turned pale. He never wished to be petrified and sentenced to face the wall again. Moreover, the thought of losing 100 points for Slytherin alongside Chris meant that the upperclassman would surely have his head when they returned. Mike remained remarkably composed. He was utterly indifferent to both the scores and the confinement. As for whether Draco would seek vengeance from his father afterwards, he was even less concerned. Michael, unburdened by footwear, fearlessly challenges Malfoy to summon his father for a duel. As for Malfoy's father, a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, the notion that he could expel Michael is utterly implausible. Dumbledore would never permit the governors to dismiss students based on personal vendettas, in his eyes. The governors served merely as dispensers of funds, especially given his unparalleled prowess in the wizarding world. Chapter 37, The Forbidden Forest. That evening, Professor McGonagall escorted each student back to their respective houses, with the exception of Malfoy, who was required to seek treatment from Madame Pomfrey. Malfoy's injuries were not severe, and under Madame Pomfrey's care, he was restored to health by the following morning. Nevertheless, he endeavored to feign excruciating pain, hoping to persuade Madame Pomfrey to allow him to remain in the infirmary for a few more days, fully aware that a storm awaited him should he venture outside. However, Madame Pomfrey was not swayed by his ruse and insisted he leave. Thus, Malfoy found himself, with great reluctance, entering the great hall the next morning. Cognizant that there was no escaping his fate, in the hall stood 4 colossal hourglasses, each representing the points of the 4 houses. At that moment, the hourglasses for Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw were notably diminished, with Slytherin's loss being particularly conspicuous. They had forfeited 100 points due to the nocturnal escapades of 2 young wizards the previous night. Mike arrived early in the hall, leisurely savoring his breakfast. For him, losing points was inconsequential. The scores he had amassed for Ravenclaw far exceeded 50. A fact well known among the young wizards of his house. In contrast, Draco and Chris faced a different reality. Slytherin had triumphed in the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and this year's graduates were determined to secure a Grand Slam victory. They exerted immense effort themselves and cautioned their younger peers that anyone whose reckless actions jeopardized this year's House Cup would become the adversary of all 7th-year graduates. Upon entering the hall, Draco was promptly whisked away by 2 upperclassmen, leaving one to wonder to which secluded corner they were taking him for a life discussion. As for Chris, he may not have been taken away, but the bruises on his face suggested he had endured his fair share of punishment after returning home last night. Among the 4, the one receiving the most favorable treatment appeared to be Dolphin. The Hufflepuff students not only refrained from blaming Dolphin for further diminishing their already meager house points, but they also gathered around him, offering constant comfort. Hoping he would not feel guilty about the incident, for they had long grown accustomed to finishing at the bottom year after year, unperturbed by the events around him. Mike found himself at breakfast in Hogwarts, where the dish of the day was curry beef, although he was somewhat perplexed by the choice of curry for the morning meal. He had to admit that it was quite delectable. Suddenly, Anal swooped down and dropped a letter onto Mike's plate. Reacting swiftly, he rose to evade the splatter, thus avoiding a curry disaster. However, the young witch seated opposite him was not as fortunate. She was doused in splattered curry, and after a moment of stunned silence, she fled to the girl's restroom in tears. Mike paid no heed. He drew his wand and cast a cleansing charm upon the letter, which was smeared with curry, before finally picking it up to read. Mr. Mike Tully, please arrive at Mr. Felch's office by midnight today. Mr. Felch will escort you to the Forbidden Forest to commence your confinement. Upon reading the letter, Mike was taken aback. This was not right. Wasn't this the plot involving the trio of saviors venturing into the Forbidden Forest? How had it been ensnared upon him? Mike felt a sense of foreboding. The Forbidden Forest narrative marked the first encounter of the trio with Voldemort, thus it was highly probable that he too would confront the Dark Lord. However, given Mike's current prowess, a reckless confrontation with Voldemort could lead to dire consequences. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy rather than remain passive. Disregarding his meal, Mike turned towards the Ravenclaw common room. For the entirety of the day, Mike busied himself in preparation for the evening's expedition into the Forbidden Forest. Particularly proud of his ingenious creation, a protective vest against the killing curse. This vest bore a resemblance to an ordinary tank top, yet it was adorned with numerous pockets, each housing a laboratory mouse that Mike had meticulously sewn inside. Should the Avada Kedavra curse strike the vest, it would likely affect the mice instead, thereby ensuring Mike's survival. This protective garment was not of Mike's own invention. It originated from the resourcefulness of half-blood wizards during Voldemort's reign, who feared drawing the Dark Lord's attention. The vest undeniably had its merits, as many had evaded death from the killing curse thanks to it. However, its sole drawback lay in the element of chance. Should a vital area be struck, one would still meet their demise. Yet, luck was something Mike possessed in abundance. With all preparations complete, Mike set forth towards Filch's office. When Mike arrived, Dolph and the others were already there, yet the office was devoid of Filch's presence. Mike, do you know? My mother told me there are 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Dolph spoke anxiously, tugging at Mike's sleeve and lowering his voice. The 8-eyed giant spider is the kind that preys on children. I've heard they are as large as a knight's bus. Oh, you don't know what a knight's bus is? Before Dolph could continue, Filch's unmistakable voice echoed from outside. Indeed, tonight, you shall all be devoured by the 8-eyed giant spider. Filch limped into the room, surveying the 4 occupants with a discerning gaze. All right, follow me quickly. We are already late. He illuminated an oil lamp and added, in my opinion, the school ought not to employ such convoluted methods to discipline students. Simply dangling the miscreants from the ceiling for a few days, as was done in the past, would suffice to ensure their compliance upon release. I assure you, I maintain those chains in excellent condition. I have no time to listen to your further boasts. Let us go, Filch, Mike interjected, growing impatient as the little white mice stitched into his vest began to squirm, causing him considerable discomfort. Filch, infuriated, watched as Mike strode out of the office. Upon seeing Mike take the lead, Malfoy and the others followed suit, sharing a mutual disdain for Ferk. As Mike approached the entrance of the forbidden forest, he spotted a towering black figure standing motionless. It was Hagrid, easily recognizable by his distinctive physique. "Ah, you must be the students here to assist tonight. Where's Filch?" Hagrid inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "That old codger is so slow. We left him behind ages ago," Malfoy boasted, casting a smug glance at Mike, implying that he wasn't the only one seeking attention. "You're talking nonsense." "I'm not," Filch huffed as he arrived, panting, just in time to overhear Malfoy's remark. "I saw that letter you left on the table. Quick spell course, huh? Poor old Filch can't even cast a spell." Malfoy erupted into laughter. "Enough. Stop your bickering. You're already late," Hagrid interjected, cutting off Filch's retort. "Let us be on our way." With a torch in one hand and his hound Fong in the other, Hagrid led the way into the forbidden forest. Without hesitation, Mike followed suit, while Dolphine and the others exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before joining them. Chapter 38, A Frightening Encounter in the Dead of Night. Hagrid, Mike, and the others traversed the dense woodland. The moonlight was particularly bright, allowing Mike to initially survey their surroundings. However, as they delved deeper into the forbidden forest, the foliage above obscured the moonlight. The atmosphere was alive with the sounds of chirping insects, the rustling of unseen creatures moving through the underbrush, and distant roars of unknown beasts, accompanied by pairs of glowing green eyes peering from the shadows. All these signs served as reminders that they were not the sole inhabitants of this forest. Draco and Chris were visibly anxious, while Dolphine trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to move. Even Mike felt a chill run down his spine. His experience in jungle survival made him acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the night. They had barely entered the forbidden forest, and it seemed illogical for the trees to be so densely packed as to block out the moonlight. This was simply unnatural. In such an environment, their only reliance was on Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The torch in Hagrid's hand glimmered like a beacon of hope, drawing the four towards him instinctively. Noticing the group's tension, Hagrid spoke softly, "Don't worry, little ones. You're safe with Fong and me. Our task is simple. We just need to check on the unicorns in the forest, as their recent behavior has been rather unusual." The group remained silent, aware that Hagrid's words were meant to comfort, yet they lacked the spirit to express gratitude. After a brief walk, Hagrid halted. "All right, this is where we should split up," he announced. "What? Split up? Are you mad or am I?" Draco exclaimed incredulously. Hagrid, slightly overwhelmed by Draco's outburst, stood firm in his decision. "We don't have much time. If we don't divide our efforts, we won't accomplish anything. By the way, you're Mike, right?" Hagrid continued. "Indeed. Oh, I remember you. You were with Harry when I took him to Gringotts. He often mentions you, saying he wanted to bring you along to see me." "Yes. I was caught up with some matters. Harry has shared many stories about you. You're a good man, Hagrid," Mike replied with a shrug, delighted by Mike's compliment. Hagrid handed Fong's leash to him. "Huh, what a good lad. Here, take Fong. According to Professor McGonagall's instructions, you'll be in a group with young Malfoy, while Dolphine and Chris will accompany me. Don't worry, if there is any danger, Fong will alert you. Just cast a signal spell, and I'll come running." Mike nodded in agreement, realizing that it would be futile to confront Voldemort regardless of his companion. Draco, however, vehemently objected. "What? You want me to partner with him?" Draco's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Do you have any idea that he broke my nose just yesterday? You promised to protect me. I want to be with you." Professor McGonagall, aware of their animosity, believed that spending time together might be beneficial. Hagrid, looking at Draco with a sense of resignation, urged. "Enough. You should hurry. Mike has already set off. You must understand, if you disregard the school rules, no amount of wealth from your father will prevent your expulsion." Hearing this, Draco glanced at the already distant Mike, gritting his teeth as he followed suit. Meanwhile, Mike had gradually acclimated to his surroundings, casting a brief glance at the silent Draco trailing behind him, but paid him little mind. He had shed his fear regarding the journey into the forbidden forest and felt fully prepared for what lay ahead. In fact, he even harbored a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of encountering the formidable Voldemort. The two advanced slowly under the glow of the Lumos spell. While the spell illuminated their path, it did not provide the same sense of security that a torch would offer. As Mike passed by a patch of grass, a radiant object suddenly emerged from within, startling Draco, who let out a shriek and turned to flee. "Silence! That is a pixie," Mike exclaimed in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Draco halted, trembling as he turned to gaze at the luminous entity. Before him stood a Cornwall pixie, measuring approximately 6 centimeters in length. Adorned with insect wings yet possessing a humanoid form, brandishing its claws in a menacing manner. Draco exhaled in relief. These pixies lacked significant offensive capabilities. And it seemed that Mike had merely disturbed its slumber. Why is there a Cornwall pixie in the Forbidden Forest? They inhabit only Cornwall, Draco inquired. Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Focus on your own self, Mike replied. Mike, you are quite powerful, aren't you? I am aware of it. Draco swallowed hard. If you protect me tonight, I shall forgive you for breaking my nose, and my father will reward you handsomely with a substantial sum of galleons. Be quiet. And look over there. Mike disregarded Draco's words, having detected something unusual. Not far ahead, in a clearing, an object emitted a faint silvery glow. Starkly visible in the pitch blackness of the Forbidden Forest, Mike hurriedly stepped forward to investigate. What is this? Draco inquired. Unicorn blood, Mike responded, dipping his hand into the silvery liquid and rubbing it between his fingers. It seems we have found it. Unicorns are formidable creatures. What sort of being could inflict harm upon them? Draco felt a twinge of fear. Let us depart. This is too perilous. Let us pretend we discovered nothing. Mike paid no heed to Draco. To achieve the flawless disillusionment charm that would circumvent the magical restrictions of the forbidden section, one required an object capable of emitting a substantial amount of magical energy to obscure one's own magical fluctuations. The blood of powerful magical creatures was the optimal choice. Initially, Mike had planned to use dragon blood, as Hagrid's Norwegian Ridgeback was set to be born soon, providing an opportunity for a discreet extraction. However, he now had a superior alternative, unicorn blood. Mike began to survey his surroundings, noticing that the unicorn's silvery, luminescent blood was scattered far and wide, indicating that this majestic creature was indeed injured. Mike and Draco followed the trail of blood, quickly arriving at its conclusion. There, they beheld a unicorn, radiating a pure, silvery luminescence, lying motionless upon the grass. A shadowy figure loomed over it, voraciously feeding on its form, while silvery blood flowed steadily from beneath the unicorn, creating a luminous pool of crimson. Chapter 39. A fierce battle. Mike felt as though his scalp might burst. The shadow hovering over the unicorn was undoubtedly Voldemort. Draco, who arrived shortly after, was equally startled, his mouth agape in terror as he stared blankly at the horrific scene unfolding before him. Their companion, the hound Yaya, was so frightened that it collapsed onto the grass, its tail tightly tucked between its legs, exuding an aura of profound fear. Mike was deeply concerned that Draco might utter a sound, so he swiftly covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Slowly retreat, and do not make a sound." Do you understand? Feeling the pressure of Mike's hand over his mouth, Draco nodded, prompting Mike to release him. The two exchanged a glance and began to retreat gradually, moving with extreme caution, fearful that even the slightest misstep would attract the attention of the dark figure not far from them. However, Draco's comprehension of Mike's words did not extend to Yaya. Suddenly, Yaya, who had been just as frightened as Draco and lying motionless on the ground, sprang up and darted back in the direction they had come from, creating a rustling sound. This noise resonated sharply in the stillness of the night, causing the shadowy figure to turn its gaze toward Mike. That wretched dog! I shall return and make soup from it, Mike shouted, casting a spell for speed. Mike, disregarding everything else, cast a wind speed charm, hoisting Draco and fleeing. However, barely had he made any distance when a raspy voice echoed behind him. Obstacles abound. No sooner had the words been uttered than Mike felt himself collide with an invisible barrier, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, while Draco was flung to an unknown location. A wind speed charm? Are you a scion of the Caro family? No, that's scent. You're a mudblood. The raspy voice emerged from behind Mike, and upon hearing it, Mike's previously dazed mind cleared in an instant. He swiftly raised his right hand, and the black pearwood wand, which had been cast away, was summoned back to him in a flash by the enchantment of his combat wand sheath. Flames erupted. A torrent of shimmering white fire shot forth from the tip of the black pearwood wand, soaring skyward and engulfing the shadowy figure. As Mike struggled to maintain the flame spell, he pondered his escape, acutely aware that the incantation would not endure for long. Suddenly, a piercing scream captured his attention. It was Draco. That fellow, upon witnessing Mike confronting the shadowy figure, had turned tail and fled. In that moment of distraction, the hoarse voice emerged once more from the white flames, declaring, "Disarm your weapon." This time, the voice was imbued with palpable fury. A flash of crimson surged through the flames, racing toward Mike at an astonishing speed, rendering his fire spell utterly feeble in comparison. Boom. Mike was propelled backward in response. And although his wand remained unaffected due to the wand holster, the disarming spell cast by the shadowy figure was evidently extraordinary. The sheer force of its accompanying repulsion sent Mike flying over 3 meters away. Mike struggled to rise, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body. However, he realized that if he did not fight with all his might, he might truly perish in this moment of peril. In this critical juncture, Mike felt a peculiar warmth emanating from his chest, and his magical perception sharpened remarkably. It seemed as though the magic within him sensed its master's imminent danger and began to simmer with intensity. Something appeared to be guiding him. Under the influence of this mysterious force, the magic within him began to arrange and combine in a unique manner, ultimately forming a magical sigil that surged collectively towards the ebony thornwood wand. With an instinctual motion, Mike raised his wand and bellowed, flames ablaze. A fireball, as large as a human head, soared from his obsidian black wand. Protect all. As the fireball hurtled towards him, the shadowy figure began to panic. The wand was waved in the air, swiftly tracing a series of intricate magical runes. With the formation of the runes and the incantation spoken, a translucent white shield enveloped the shadowy figure entirely. Boom! With a resounding crash, the woven white fireball collided violently with the translucent shield. In an instant, the shield shattered under the force of the fireball. The violent shockwave sent the shadowy figure sprawling backward. The explosion of the woven white fireball scattered sparks, igniting the surrounding trees. The temperature of the white flames was extraordinarily high, causing the fire to spread almost instantaneously. Mike felt utterly drained. As if every ounce of strength had been sapped from his body, that last strike had consumed nearly all the magical energy within him. Fortunately, the effects of the wind speed spell still lingered, and with great effort, he forced himself to flee in the direction from whence he had come. However, the battle was far from over. The dark figure, propelled by the shockwave, slowly rose to its feet. The black hood that had adorned its head was shattered in the recent explosion, revealing the youthful visage of Chilo. As Mike swiftly retreated, Chilo struggled to pursue him. But the searing pain in his right leg thwarted his efforts, for it had been tragically fractured in the blast. Just as Chilo found himself in a state of despair, a cold, emotionless voice resonated from the back of his mind. "Incompetent fool, allow me." "Yes, master." An eerie black mist emanated from the back of Chilo's head and soon enveloped his entire form. Chilo's expression became vacant as his body contorted into an unnatural stance. Chilo, no. He must now be referred to as Voldemort, glanced at Mike's receding figure and raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green, signifying death, streaked across the night sky, hurtling towards Mike with a velocity imperceptible to the human eye. Meanwhile, as Mike ran for his life, he sensed an impending danger and turned to look back. The green light expanded ominously within Mike's pupils, striking him squarely in the chest. In an instant, the impact of the green light erupted, sending Mike hurtling backward as if he had been struck by a speeding vehicle. Crack! Mike fell to the ground like a tattered cloth, enveloped in a profound silence. Unable to hear or feel anything, a lingering hue of green remained etched upon his retina. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. In a distant haze, Mike sensed the presence of someone moving his body, yet he found himself too feeble to resist. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the individual who had been shifting him seemed to depart, plunging Mike's awareness into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 40. The unfamiliar ceiling in the Hogwarts infirmary. Brilliant sunlight streamed onto the pristine bed linens where Mike lay, his brow furrowed, as his mind incessantly replayed the moment when that green light struck him. A throbbing pain echoed within his head, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Mike could no longer endure the excruciating pain. He clasped his head tightly with both hands and abruptly sat up from the hospital bed. The act of rising proved detrimental, as he was immediately met with a sharp agony piercing through his chest. Unable to restrain himself, Mike let out a cry. Hearing his anguished shout, Madame Pomfrey hurriedly entered from the adjacent room. "Merlin, you are finally awake." Drawn by the sound, Mike turned his gaze towards her, finding Madame Pomfrey's concerned visage peering at him. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" she inquired. "My head is throbbing terribly, and my chest as well." "Well, that is to be expected. The chest pain is normal given that you have fractured 3 ribs, my dear." Madame Pomfrey gently stroked Mike's forehead. "As for the headache, it might be a consequence of the killing curse." "The killing curse?" "Indeed. I can hardly believe you survived the Avada Kedavra simply by relying on an outdated protective charm. The odds of that are exceedingly slim." With that, Madame Pomfrey retrieved a vial of blue liquid and another of purple from a cabinet, pouring their contents into a transparent cup. The 2 liquids, upon mingling, formed an oddly vibrant green concoction that defied scientific explanation. "Here, drink this. It will alleviate your discomfort." She brought the cup to Mike's lips. Mike gazed at the enigmatic green liquid in front of him, which was still bubbling ominously, and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The mere sight of anything green now conjured memories of the eerie green light from the forbidden forest. Observing Mike's reluctance to drink, Madame Pomfrey resolutely pried his mouth open and poured the entire cup of the mysterious green concoction down his throat. Mike felt a warm current flowing down his throat, reaching his stomach, where it circled around before surging straight to his brain, causing him to lose consciousness once more. When Mike awoke again, the sky had darkened. It must be said that although Madame Pomfrey's potion lacked aesthetic appeal, its efficacy was undeniably remarkable. At this moment, the pain in Mike's head had significantly diminished compared to before. Mike did not rise immediately. Instead, he gradually began to move his body, starting with his fingers, to ascertain his physical condition. After conducting a thorough self-examination, Mike let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Madame Pomfrey had not deceived him. Aside from a faint ache in his chest and head, he experienced no other adverse effects. "Good evening, Mike." Startled, Mike quickly turned towards the source of the sound, realizing only now that he was not alone in the room. "Relax, would you like some sweet honey candy?" Dumbledore gestured for Mike to calm down, offering him a piece of candy from his other hand. Sweets are a peculiar form of magic. They invariably bring joy to those who partake. It is said that Muggles have unraveled the science behind this phenomenon, positing that it stimulates the nerves or some such thing. "Professor Dumbledore, what brings you here?" Mike asked, still somewhat dazed as he accepted the candy. "I wish to discuss the events that transpired that night in the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore replied, settling into a chair. "You have been unconscious for 3 days. Everyone has been quite worried about you. Not everyone survives a killing curse, even when clad in protective garments. You are fortunate, Mike. You emerged from the ordeal nearly unscathed. Hagrid was the one who saved you. I must say, your mastery of the fire-making spell is commendable. It was extraordinarily powerful, almost igniting 1/9 of the Forbidden Forest. Upon discovering the fire, Hagrid rushed towards your direction, ultimately encountering young Malfoy, who guided him to your location. It was truly perilous. You were engulfed in flames, and Hagrid had to use the water-making spell to locate you. Thankfully, the spot where you lay was devoid of trees. Otherwise, you might have perished in the blaze. Oh, by the way, please keep Hagrid's ability to use magic a secret. He was deprived of his wand due to an incident years ago, and the Ministry decreed that he could never practice magic again." Dumbledore continued, "You displayed remarkable bravery, standing up to unknown dangers to protect your classmates despite the imminent threat. Young Malfoy has informed us that you chose to let him escape while you confronted that 8-meter-tall, 8-meter-wide creature alone." At this, Mike could no longer contain himself. He spread his arms wide and raised his voice. "What? That coward told you that? It was that wretched coward who abandoned me to flee on his own. I was even thinking of taking him with me." Observing Mike's flustered demeanor, Dumbledore smiled radiantly. The silvery moonlight streaming through the window illuminated his pristine robes and beard, making him appear almost luminescent. "Nevertheless, the outcome is still favorable, is it not?" Dumbledore winked at Mike. "And that creature? It was not an 8-meter-tall, square giant. It was a human," Mike continued, still lamenting the encounter. Dumbledore's eyes, hidden behind his spectacles, glimmered with a hint of triumph at Mike's mention of the creature. "A human? Can you describe him to me?" He was approximately 1.78 meters tall, of average build, a man. Mike realized he was being led into a trap by Dumbledore and offered a dismissive reply. Dumbledore paused for a moment, then prodded, "And what else? What more is there to say?" It was pitch dark, and he was wearing a hood. "I couldn't see his face at all," Mike shrugged, lowering his tone. "I couldn't discern his true voice." Dumbledore fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he raised his head and inquired, "What was he doing when you first encountered him?" "I believe that coward Malfoy has already provided you with an answer. If you need confirmation, I can repeat it." He was gnawing on the back of that unicorn. "I understand. Thank you very much for the information, Mike." Dumbledore disregarded Mike's attitude and stood up, preparing to leave. "I must take my leave now, Mike. You should rest well. Perhaps you ought to consume that candy before sleeping, letting the sweetness envelop your senses as you drift off. That is one of my favorite pastimes. Oh, and one last thing." Dumbledore turned back at the door. "For your courage and wisdom, Ravenclaw earns an additional 100 points. With a playful wink, he vanished into the darkness, leaving Mike in a state of speechlessness. Chapter 41. The Wand's Anomaly. The following day, Mike awoke to the midday sun. After Dumbledore's departure the previous night, Madame Pomfrey had once again administered a copious dose of potion, which appeared to possess soothing properties. Mike felt as though he had slept far longer than usual after consuming it. Mike's wand, accompanied by the wand case gifted by Professor Flitwick, lay quietly upon the bedside table. As he reached for the wand, intending to inspect it for any damage sustained during the previous battle, he immediately sensed something amiss. Although the blackthorn wand appeared unchanged, the sensation it imparted was profoundly different. Ollivander's craftsmanship was unparalleled. Mike had wielded other wands before, yet none could compare to the blackthorn wand selected for him by Ollivander in terms of performance. While it was indeed possible to cast spells with other wands, there always lingered an obstructive sensation in the transmission of magic, resulting in a significant diminishment of power. In stark contrast, the blackthorn wand exhibited none of this hindrance. The magic flowed through it freely. When using the blackthorn wand, Mike found that the spells he cast were at least 30% more potent. Following the harrowing encounter in the Forbidden Forest, the wand felt less like a mere instrument and more akin to an extension of himself. The moment his palm made contact with the wand, a surge of magic filled its entirety. This sensation was extraordinary, under Mike's magical perception. The flow of magic within the wand mirrored that within his own body. In this state, casting spells required no conscious effort to infuse the wand with magic, for it seemed as though the magic possessed its own will, effortlessly replenishing the wand's energy. Mike was acutely aware of the implications of this. His spellcasting speed would escalate to an extraordinary degree, and the potency of his spells would also increase significantly. The precise extent would require testing in the Chamber of All Wishes after his recovery. Mike was oblivious to the reasons behind the transformation of his wand. Yet he remained unconcerned. Just as Dumbledore had told him the previous night, as long as the outcome was favorable, that was all that mattered. He could inquire about the wand's peculiarities after the holiday by seeking out Ollivander. There was no need to dwell on it now. Creak. The door to the infirmary swung open, and Draco stealthily entered. "Hey, Mike. As soon as I received word of your awakening, I rushed over to see you. Are you all right?" "You coward," Mike replied with an impassive stare directed at Malfoy. "I wasn't fleeing. I was merely seeking reinforcements," Draco stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. "You see, I did return with Hagrid, that giant of a man, to rescue you, didn't I? You should be grateful. Without me, you might have perished in the flames." "You coward." "I didn't mean to. I was simply frightened." Draco's face flushed crimson. "You coward. All right. All right. I apologize. Is that satisfactory?" Draco exclaimed in exasperation. "Is an apology all it takes? What then is the role of an Auror? What more do you want?" Draco caught the underlying meaning in Mike's words. "How about this? I'll forgive you for breaking my nose if you promise not to divulge what transpired that night." "How does that sound?" Mike caressed the wand in his hand, casting a half-smile upon Draco. "Add 10 ounces of dragon's blood, and I shall keep your secret." He continued, "Surely you would not wish for the tale of your solitary escape, abandoning your classmates, to spread far and wide. At most, 5 ounces. That substance is exceedingly costly." Draco glared at Mike's smirking visage, his frustration bubbling within. Understanding the principle of knowing when to withdraw, Mike nodded at Draco. "The market price for an ounce of dragon blood hovers around 100 galleons, and it is often in short supply. Thus, 5 ounces would amount to 500 galleons, nearly equivalent to the income from selling a semester's worth of dolphin potions." Seeing Mike's nod of agreement, Draco visibly relaxed, the tension in his expression easing considerably. He approached Mike's bedside with an awkward gait, proudly lifting his chin as he declared, "Furthermore, after our encounter in the Forbidden Forest, I believe you might be a particularly special mudblood wizard. Perhaps we could become friends." What a surprising notion that a scion of the esteemed Malfoy family, one of the 28 noble pure-blood families, would entertain friendship with a mudblood. "Draco, have you been struck in the head by a troll?" Mike retorted mockingly. "And please refrain from speaking to me in that manner. All I can see are your filthy nostrils and those disgusting nose hairs." Initially taken aback by Mike's self-identification as a mudblood, Draco's anger flared at the latter comments. "Do you think I desire your friendship? If it weren't for my father's insistence on maintaining a good relationship with you, I wouldn't give you the time of day. Since you are unwilling, consider this conversation forgotten." Draco leaned against the bed's edge, adding, "But believe me, if you continue to associate with those devoid of talent, you will inevitably become like them." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. It was indeed astonishing that Draco's father would seek to cultivate ties with a talented mudblood, a detail not depicted in the original narrative. Mike mused, though it was understandable, prejudices based on race or lineage pale in comparison to substantial benefits. His own exceptional performance had naturally garnered their attention. Moreover, although the expedition into the Forbidden Forest had not yielded unicorn blood, Draco, the unwitting benefactor, had voluntarily offered Mike 5 ounces of dragon blood, alleviating a significant concern for him. Otherwise, given Mike's financial constraints, acquiring such an expensive ingredient would have been quite challenging. Now, he might even have some left over. Having come to this realization, Mike reclined once more, determined to set aside thoughts of Draco. The recent conversation had caused his head to throb again. He needed to rest. Unfortunately, it seemed that a peaceful respite was not in the cards for him today. Hardly had Draco departed when Harry and his companions arrived to visit. Harry and Ron. Those carefree lads were solely intent on inquiring about the events of that fateful night to boast to their friends later, which only exacerbated Mike's already throbbing headache. On the other hand, Hermione, the lovely little girl, immediately crouched by Mike's bedside, showering him with concern. She peeled an apple for him and poured him a glass of water. Her eyes were red-rimmed, clearly indicative of recent tears. Gazing at the charming young girl before him, Mike felt his heart nearly melt. In Mike's heart, there existed not a trace of desire. Some individuals possess the innate ability to awaken the flicker of hope within others merely through their smiles and demeanor. Mike believed that Hermione was such an angel. What a splendid girl she was. How could the original narrative lead her to wed Ron? Chapter 42. Making a name at Hogwarts. After finally persuading Hermione and her companions to leave, Mike had hoped for a moment of respite, only to be met with despair. News of his awakening had spread, and visitors began to arrive in droves. Among them were familiar faces like Penelope and Franklin. But there were also many whom Mike had never encountered before. These individuals were drawn by the desire to behold the one who had withstood a fatal curse that fateful night and yet emerged unscathed. Ultimately, it was Madame Pomfrey who could no longer tolerate the commotion. She raised her voice to expel all visitors, citing the necessity for the patient to rest, thus granting Mike the quietude he so desperately needed. Mike exhaled heavily, sincerely grateful to Madame Pomfrey. The medical room's bed was adorned with a thick quilt, rendering the entire bed exceptionally soft. Mike relaxed his body, feeling as though he had sunk into the mattress, enveloped in immense comfort. The quilt, tinged with the unique scent of sunlight, was perplexing to Mike, for he recalled having covered himself with it for no less than 2 days. Additionally, a gentle fragrance reminiscent of lavender lingered on the quilt and pillow. The subtle aroma gradually infiltrated Mike's nostrils, causing his furrowed brow, tightened by pain, to slowly unfurl, ultimately leading him into a silent slumber. In the ensuing days, Mike's headaches progressively improved. Madame Pomfrey attributed the headaches to a curse. Yet Mike understood that the primary cause of his discomfort stemmed from the excessive use of his magical powers, which had inflicted harm upon his psyche. This injury was not akin to the wound on his chest, which could be swiftly remedied with a few potions. It required a period of rest and recuperation. The green elixir Madame Pomfrey had administered was, in fact, a pain-relieving potion made from elm leaves, offering no true healing for his affliction. After lying in bed for a full month, Mike's condition finally reached a state of recovery. During this month, he experienced a veritable existence of torment, with his days consisting solely of eating and sleeping. Due to the strain on his mind, Mike was utterly incapable of casting spells. And even the simple pleasures of reading or perusing the news were strictly forbidden by Madame Pomfrey. When she finally declared that he could be discharged, Mike felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in joy. He sensed that if he remained in bed any longer, he would soon succumb to madness from sheer boredom. As he pushed open the creaky wooden door of the infirmary, a young black boy appeared before Mike, Franklin. Mike was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone waiting for him at the infirmary's entrance, especially given that it was class time. Franklin stepped forward and enveloped Mike in a warm embrace, gently remarking, "Next time something like this happens, remember to bring me along." In response, Mike gave Franklin a hearty pat on the back and assured him, "Absolutely." The two companions made their way toward the hall, and Mike's spirits were evidently high as he animatedly recounted his adventures in the Forbidden Forest to Franklin, embellishing certain details for effect. Franklin proved to be an excellent listener, consistently posing insightful questions at just the right moments, which made Mike's boasting all the more enjoyable. As they arrived at the hall, engaged in cheerful banter, they coincidentally timed their entrance perfectly with mealtime, as the young wizards were trickling into the dining area. Mike had initially believed that after a month of reflection, the topic surrounding him would have cooled down. However, it became evident that the incident in the Forbidden Forest had retained its significance in the minds of these mundane little wizards. Almost the moment the two entered the hall, they captured everyone's attention. The more timid wizards dared only to hide at a distance, curiously peeking in Mike's direction, while the bolder ones approached him directly. They encircled Mike, their eyes gleaming with excitement, chattering incessantly about who knows what. Mike gazed upon the scene before him, feeling an involuntary shiver run down his spine. The headache he thought had long since vanished began to throb once more. This was the moment for Franklin to shine. With his physical stature as an advantage, he forcefully carved a path through the crowd, ushering Mike away from the hall before the throng could swell any further. At long last, they escaped to a secluded corridor. where Mike leaned against the wall, panting, and exclaimed, "What is happening? It has been a month. Have they lost their minds?" Beside him, Franklin was in even worse shape. Having expended considerable energy clearing the way for Mike, he now lay sprawled on the floor, barely clinging to life. Beads of sweat trickling down his face and pooling on the ground. "You have no idea. You have become quite the sensation," Franklin replied after catching his breath. That night, around 2 o'clock, Dumbledore summoned us all. We were gathered in the hall, where Professor McGonagall provided us with sleeping bags for rest. Dumbledore announced that the Forbidden Forest had been invaded by a creature, one that might breach Hogwarts Castle. Although the professors assured us that as long as we remained together, we would be safe, fear gripped us all. Eventually, we discovered that the Forbidden Forest was ablaze, the flames illuminating the sky almost entirely. Professor Flitwick rallied some 7th-year students to extinguish the fire, which they managed to do. We were all terrified. Many could scarcely sleep the entire night. It was only the following morning that Dumbledore declared the alarm lifted and informed us about you. "You have become a hero, Mike," Franklin exclaimed, gripping Mike's shoulders in excitement. Malfoy recounted everything that transpired that night. "You are truly remarkable. I almost forgot to mention, Dumbledore awarded Ravenclaw a full 100 points because of you. Our house points have now surpassed Slytherin, placing us in first place. With the remainder of this academic year dwindling, barring any unforeseen events, the House Cup will surely be ours." Mike barely registered the last part of Franklin's exuberant statement. He was still reeling from the earlier revelations. He had not anticipated Dumbledore orchestrating such a grand affair. To be candid, Mike felt a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. However, based on his earlier conversations with Dumbledore, it seemed that Quirrell or Voldemort had not been apprehended that night. This suggested that the narrative would continue to unfold in accordance with the original story. Mike's greatest fear was the potential collapse of the original plot. As a time traveler, his most significant advantage lay in his familiarity with the storyline. If Chilo were to be captured prematurely, leading to a disruption in the narrative, all of Mike's meticulous plans for the future would dissolve into nothingness. However, having watched numerous science fiction films in his previous life, he possessed a fair understanding of the intricacies of time travel. He was acutely aware that the longer he remained in this world, the greater the risk of disturbing the original narrative, regardless of his involvement in the plot. Such disruptions were inevitable. This was the essence of the butterfly effect. At the very least, before the storyline spiraled out of control, he must leverage his prophetic advantage to enhance his strength as much as possible, he murmured softly, almost inaudibly. Chapter 43, The Unsightly Facade of Capitalists in the Ensuing Days. Mike felt akin to the prominent stars of his former life, inciting a stir wherever he went. While this may sound delightful, and Ron might have reveled in such attention to the point of losing sleep, for Mike, it was sheer torment. During class, the focus of all his classmates was solely on him, with some audacious individuals even passing notes in his direction. Many professors were growing increasingly discontent with this distraction. Mike surmised that had it not been for his commendable academic performance, he would have been expelled from the classroom by irate instructors. Even mealtimes were no respite, as he became the center of attention the moment he appeared. Some individuals would even brawl to secure a seat beside him. And the younger wizards were no match for their older counterparts. Consequently, Mike was always surrounded by a throng of upperclassmen during meals. This situation placed immense pressure on him, especially as some senior girls would tease him under the table, leaving Mike bewildered as to their intentions, given that he was merely 11 years old and incapable of any mischief. Fortunately, relief was on the horizon as examinations loomed in a month. The weight of the impending final exams, O, W, L, S, and N, E, W, T, S, bore heavily on everyone's minds. The once bustling Quidditch pitch fell silent, while the normally desolate library was now overflowing with students diligently preparing for their assessments. Those sitting for the final exams had a comparatively lighter burden, whereas the candidates for the O, W, L, S, and N, E, W, T, S faced a grueling challenge. The sheer volume of material to master was overwhelming, compelling students to study tirelessly through the night. Reports indicated that candidates for the N, E, W, T exams averaged only 3 hours of sleep per night in the month leading up to the tests, a testament to their relentless efforts. Amidst this fervor, the previously underwhelming sales of Dolphin Magic Drink, a result of a hunger marketing strategy, soared as demand surged. Students discovered that even after a night of cramming, a single bottle of Dolphin Magic Drink could revitalize their energy with just a brief rest, allowing them to tackle the next day's studies with renewed vigor. Consequently, nearly all candidates became fervent consumers, rapidly depleting the stock held by opportunistic resellers. When the Weasley brothers relayed this news to Mike, they were brimming with excitement, each taking turns to explain the situation while casting eager glances in his direction. The earlier success of their hunger marketing strategy had filled their coffers. And from that moment on, Mike was no longer merely a person in their eyes. He had ascended to the status of a deity, a god of wealth. They eagerly anticipated that Mike would conjure yet another brilliant idea to help them amass even greater profits. Mike would naturally not refuse. The better the sales of Dolphin's magical elixir, the more galleons he would acquire. Furthermore, he had a grand plan for the summer that required a substantial amount of galleons. Mike stroked his chin, still devoid of any facial hair, as he paced back and forth with his head bowed. The Weasley twins' eyes were fixed intently upon him, their heads swiveling in sync with his movements. In the vast emptiness of the classroom, the only sound resonating was the echo of Mike's footsteps, each step seemingly pressing upon the very hearts of the Weasley brothers, causing them to grow increasingly anxious with every resonant thud. They feared that Mike might be at a loss for a strategy to enhance their profits. In truth, their concerns were unfounded. Mike had already devised a plan to improve their earnings after grasping the situation. His prolonged contemplation was solely focused on maximizing their potential gains. Time slipped by, though its passage was indeterminate, until at last, his footsteps came to a halt. With a gentle demeanor, Mike approached the Weasley brothers and, in a slightly persuasive tone, inquired, "Would you like to earn more?" The Weasley brothers nodded vigorously. "Then do as I say," Mike continued, his smile growing more affable. "We shall triple the original price, selling each bottle for 3 galleons. Upon hearing this, the anticipation on the brothers' faces instantly froze, and they exclaimed in unison, "Have you lost your mind? 3 galleons a bottle? That's nearly the price of a standard energy potion." They added, "Aren't those students currently treating the Dolphin elixir as an energy potion?" Mike's smile remained undiminished. "Moreover, as far as I am aware, the efficacy of a regular energy potion seems to be barely half that of the Dolphin elixir, does it not? To achieve results comparable to the Dolphin elixir, one would require a superior energy potion. Let me ponder, how much does a superior energy potion cost?" "Ah, yes. Around 10 galleons per bottle, if I recall correctly." At this revelation, the Weasley brothers fell into a state of shock once more. It is worth noting that Mr. Weasley earns merely 80 galleons a month, supporting a family of 9 with that amount. Although the eldest, Charlie, and the second eldest, Bill, graduated earlier and alleviated some of the financial burden, it is undeniable that the purchasing power of those 80 galleons is far from negligible. Observing the brothers' bewildered expressions, Mike clapped his hands forcefully, the sound echoing harshly in the stillness of the night. The Weasley brothers, startled, simultaneously flinched and were jolted back to reality. Upon witnessing their awakening, Mike nodded in satisfaction. With his hands spread wide and shoulders shrugged, he continued, "Thus, it is decided. You shall supply those secondary vendors at the price of 3 gold galleons per bottle, allowing you to avoid offending the upperclassmen. As for the specific selling price set by those vendors, that is of no concern to you. Additionally, recruit upperclassmen to assist in the production of the Dolphin elixir. Their wages can be compensated with the very elixirs they create. Offer them an employee discount, valuing each bottle of the Dolphin elixir at 2 gold galleons. Moreover, do not forget to employ an assembly line approach for the potion's preparation. Each step must be executed in distinct locations to safeguard our precious formula. Regarding Dolphin, I shall personally caution him against disclosing the elixir's recipe." Mac's amiable smile remained affixed to his visage, yet at that moment, it appeared to the Weasley twins as nothing short of the devil's grin. Good heavens! Only a demon could conceive such a nefarious scheme. How wretched must the examinees be who, unable to afford the Dolphinian elixir yet fearful of falling behind, resorted to laboring for the Weasley brothers. The twins exchanged glances, contemplating the misfortune that awaited those students. Chapter 44. The examination. It has become evident that the wizarding world is rife with affluence. The Dolphinian elixir acts as a veritable enhancement, allowing its users to nearly double their study time, an irresistible temptation for those striving for academic excellence. Even when Mac raised the wholesale price of the elixir to an exorbitant 3 galleons per bottle, demand continued to outstrip supply. The retail price for each bottle typically ranged from 5 to 9 galleons, enabling the resellers, who had secured distribution rights, to earn even more than Mac himself. However, Mac harbored no envy towards them. He understood that for a brand to flourish, it must uphold a stellar reputation. Unrestrained price hikes for the sake of profit were akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Moreover, despite the current prosperity of these resellers, once the examinations concluded and demand for the elixir diminished, they would face the consequences. Who among those able to afford the elixir was not from a wealthy household? Would these individuals stand idly by while others exploited them without retaliation? Mac was adamant in his disbelief. The soaring sales of the Dolphinian elixir inevitably attracted the attention of the unscrupulous. Given the elixir's name, it was clear that it related to dolphins, prompting a steady influx of inquiries directed at the dolphin itself. Yet, Mac had forewarned the dolphin, should it dare divulge the elixir's formula to others, it would find itself in a precarious predicament. Of course, Mac understood the principle of offering a sweet reward alongside a stern warning. After instilling fear in the timid creature, Mac then pledged to grant it a 5% share of the profits as a licensing fee. This sequence of events ultimately led the cowardly dolphin to express profound gratitude towards Mac. Mike was indifferent to whether Dolphin's character was innate or a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome. All that mattered was that the outcome aligned with Mike's interests. Days passed one after another, and the sales of Dolphin's magical drink steadily increased. On the eve of the exams, when Mike gathered with the Weasley brothers to calculate their profits, they were astounded by the extravagant sum. After removing the decimals, their pure profit over the past few days reached an astonishing 12,000 galleons. After deducting the agreed 5% profit share for Dolphin, the Weasley brothers and Mike split the remaining 11,400 galleons. Gazing at the impressive sum of 5,700 galleons before them, the Weasley brothers felt as if they were in a dream. Such a substantial amount was enough for them to open a reasonably sized joke shop on Diagon Alley. They were even tempted to drop out of school immediately to pursue their dreams, but upon considering their mother's likely reaction upon discovering this, they decisively abandoned the idea. After distributing their spoils, Mike finally faced his first final exam at Hogwarts. He was unconcerned about this examination. The first-year questions were inherently simple. Besides, Mike had no family to worry about. Even if he performed poorly, he would not fear a parental double whammy. Nevertheless, passing was essential, as he had heard that students with excessive failures might be expelled, though he was unsure of the truth of that rumor. The first exam was Charms with Professor Flitwick, and there was little to discuss. As Flitwick's favored pupil, Mike excelled in this subject above all others. The practical exam required him to cast a levitation charm on a pineapple and control it to perform a tap dance across a desk. To be honest, this was quite challenging. Most young wizards could only manage to make the pineapple float, and achieving a smooth passage over the desk was already commendable. Performing a tap dance required exceptional precision and spell control. However, Mike was undeterred. After a year of meditation, his spell control surpassed that of his peers. With a gentle flick of his wand, the pineapple sprang to life, executing an array of intricate aerial maneuvers before bouncing across the desk like an acrobat. Although it was not a tap dance, Professor Flitwick was nonetheless delighted. After the exam, he inquired why, despite being able to control such complex movements, Mike could not make the pineapple perform a tap dance. Mike could only feel exasperated. He could hardly admit that in his previous life, he had been utterly uncultured and had no idea how to tap dance. The practical exam for transfiguration involved transforming a mouse into a snuff box. Upon hearing the prompt, Mike was momentarily bewildered. What was a snuff box? Eventually, Professor McGonagall provided a demonstration, conjuring a snuff box adorned with emeralds, which gave Mike a vague idea of its appearance. Unfortunately, even with this knowledge, Mike could not replicate the exquisite craftsmanship of Professor McGonagall. And despite exerting all his effort, he could only manage a rather ordinary snuff box. Observing the less than pleased expression on Professor McGonagall's face, Mike felt that his performance in Transfiguration was likely in jeopardy. Unlike the previous two exams, Professor Snape was noticeably more rigid. The potions exam required brewing a vial of forgetfulness potion, a task that was far more straightforward than the peculiar challenges posed in Charms and Transfiguration. Mike quietly thought to himself that he had secured a stable outcome. His proficiency in potions was commendable, and crafting a vial of forgetfulness potion was a mere trifle for him. Surprisingly, after inspecting Mike's potion, Professor Snape not only refrained from his usual scornful remarks but even nodded in approval. Witnessing such a reaction from the old bat filled Mike with immense joy. He was confident that his potion results would not be disappointing. As for other subjects, such as history of magic, Mike believed that merely passing would be a cause for celebration. At last, with the conclusion of the final examination, the young wizards of Hogwarts were liberated. Laughter and cheer once again filled the halls of Hogwarts, and the faces of the young witches and wizards radiated with brilliant smiles. The exams were over, and they could indulge in a week of unbridled enjoyment until the results were announced. Mike strode briskly down the corridor leading to the Ravenclaw Tower, surrounded by jubilant little wizards. Unlike his peers, he wore no smile. He had resolved to infiltrate the restricted section of Hogwarts that very night. Whether he would emerge with boundless riches or face expulsion hinged solely on the events of the evening. Moments earlier, he had witnessed the trio known as the Golden Trio hastily making their way toward Hagrid's hut. According to the storyline, it was the night they would venture through the trapdoor for a challenging escapade. The original text revealed that Dumbledore had departed for London due to a letter, marking this as an opportune moment for Mike to slip into the forbidden section. However, Mike speculated that Dumbledore might not have gone to London at all, but rather remained close to the trio, vigilant against any unforeseen mishaps befalling his little saviors. Should Mike's conjecture prove accurate, any misstep during his intrusion would certainly alert Dumbledore. Nevertheless, Mike could hardly afford to dwell on these concerns. The gradual unraveling of the narrative and the ominous green light of Voldemort lurking in the Forbidden Forest weighed heavily upon him. He understood that he must exhaust every means to bolster his abilities, or he would find himself with no avenue for escape. Thus, with this thought, Mike quickened his pace even further. Chapter 45. A nighttime infiltration of the restricted section. Later that evening, equipped with all he needed, Mike cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, his form twisting and vanishing from the dormitory. His mastery of the charm had significantly improved, and with the aid of his Blackthorn wand and the Greed pendant, he could achieve invisibility almost instantaneously. The Ravenclaw common room buzzed with activity. Desks had been pushed together to form a grand table, laden with an array of delectable dishes. The once studious eagles had set aside their books, gathering around the table to voraciously indulge in the feast. With examinations just concluded, even the most zealous scholars of Ravenclaw found themselves swept up in the festive atmosphere. Mike once again silenced his presence, ensuring that his footsteps would not betray him. He cautiously navigated past the celebrating classmates and exited the Ravenclaw common room. As he stealthily crept along the walls, turning corner after corner, Mike finally beheld the grand entrance of the library. The doors stood firmly shut. At this hour, Madame Pants should have retired for the night. With a quiet incantation, Alohomora, Mike effortlessly unlocked the library doors. He carefully closed them behind him, letting out a sigh of relief. With all examinations officially concluded for the day, he was convinced that no one would remain in the library at this late hour. Yet, it seemed Mike had underestimated the situation. Upon reaching the entrance to the restricted section, he was astonished to discover that two individuals were already present. The dim lighting rendered their features and attire indistinguishable, but the intermittent sounds of their murmurs suggested that they were a pair of upperclassmen engaged in a clandestine affair. Cursing under his breath, Mike felt his previously calm heartbeat quicken once more. With these two blocking the way, he found it impossible to slip into the restricted section unnoticed. After much contemplation, Mike resolved to wait. Based on his past experiences, such encounters typically concluded in a matter of minutes, and he could afford to bide his time. Thus, Mike quietly nestled into a corner, peering at the couple. However, half an hour later, despair began to seep in. Discounting the time prior, the couple had already taken an astonishing 30 minutes to reach their first climax. Just as Mike prepared to check his gear and take action, the sounds of their murmurs resumed. This time, he could no longer endure the situation. Those with experience knew that the second round would invariably take longer than the first, and given the evident prowess of this pair, it might extend for an hour or more. As Mike contemplated risking exposure to intervene, a faint glow emanated from the direction of the library doors. The couple at the entrance of the restricted section noticed the light as well, and with two barely audible incantations, they vanished from sight. The disillusionment charm? Mike was genuinely taken aback. While he had surmised that they were upperclassmen, he had not anticipated that both possessed the skill to perform such a spell. However, judging by their speed of casting, they had likely only recently mastered it. The sound of footsteps grew nearer, and soon Madame Pants's face, weathered with wrinkles that even cosmetics could not conceal, came into view. Mike exerted himself to extend his magical perception in search of the location of the pair of wild mandarin ducks. At present, everyone was cloaked in invisibility, and a collision would be quite unfortunate. Fortunately, the potency of the illusion spell cast by the two was rather feeble, allowing Mike to swiftly discern their whereabouts. He observed two indistinct blue silhouettes remaining motionless at the entrance of the restricted area, with the male seemingly not even having donned his trousers. Upon observing the situation, Mike quickly discerned that the two individuals possessed a rather feeble command of the illusory body spell, their apprehension seemingly preventing them from making any significant movements lest they reveal their true selves. Thus they remained rooted in place like wooden mannequins. The diligent Mrs. Pants swiftly conducted her rounds in the library, and as the flickering glow gradually receded, the two blue silhouettes began to shift within Mike's magical perception. The pair tiptoed stealthily, akin to thieves in the night, and due to their inability to see one another, they occasionally collided. On one occasion, the blue silhouette with long hair was even knocked over by the other, narrowly avoiding disaster by grasping the bookshelf with remarkable agility. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations, the two finally managed to slip out of the library, prompting Mike to emerge from his hiding place in the corner. He had already been delayed too long this evening and needed to hasten his efforts. Upon reaching the entrance to the restricted section, Mike's magical perception revealed a labyrinth of densely packed blue beams, crisscrossing like the infrared alarms in a spy film, filling the entire corridor. Despite having previously scouted the area, the sight of such an array of magical barriers still left Mike with a twinge of discomfort. Mike approached the entrance with measured steps, retrieving the dragon's blood that Draco had given him from the seemingly untraceable bag of the disillusionment charm. As he uncapped the vial, he let the viscous crimson liquid cascade into the corridor. The dragon's blood, glimmering with a faint red luminescence, scattered delicately upon the ground, its brilliance stark against the enveloping darkness of the night. With each drop that fell, the previously unyielding blue beams of light within the passage shifted their course, converging upon the dragon's blood that now adorned the floor. The once impenetrable azure light walls, which had appeared solid and devoid of gaps, revealed slender openings. These crevices were so minuscule that even an adult, rigorously trained in espionage, would find them insurmountable. However, for Mike, benefiting from his diminutive stature as a child, this presented no obstacle, given his expertise from a previous life. After stretching his limbs, stiff from crouching too long, Mike took a deep breath and dashed into the passageway. Mike executed a series of acrobatic maneuvers through the corridor, his once cumbersome wizard's robe replaced by a form-fitting suit that allowed for greater agility. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the center of the passage. The latter part of the corridor remained untouched by the dragon's blood, with a dense wall of blue light still shimmering vibrantly. Michael balanced on the tip of his right foot, his left foot elevated at a 30-degree angle, while his left calf bent downwards at a 45-degree angle. He raised his left hand high, with great difficulty using his only freely movable right hand. Michael extracted the remaining dragon's blood from the bottle and scattered it all around. A gap once again appeared in the luminous wall before him. At this moment, Michael was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling slightly. Although he had maintained that position for merely a few seconds, it had drained him of considerable strength. Drawing a deep breath and exerting pressure with his toes, Michael propelled himself forward once more. After a series of spins and leaps, he finally navigated through the terrifying passage. Upon emerging from the first corridor, Michael collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, having refrained from even taking deep breaths while within the confines of the passage. This body was, after all, still that of a child, lacking the stamina of his former middle-aged self. After resting for a while, he finally regained his composure and glanced back at the corridor. The thought of having to repeat his previous actions upon departure sent a fresh wave of discomfort through his teeth. Chapter 46. Harvest shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts from his mind, Michael continued deeper into the forbidden book area. In the subsequent stretch, he encountered no signs of barriers, which heightened his vigilance. Given the dense array of alarm-type defenses at the entrance, it seemed implausible that this area would be entirely unprotected. What Mike was unaware of was that there had originally been lethal, touch-triggered wards in place. However, these wards had been dismantled by Dumbledore's orders. Dumbledore was undoubtedly the kindest headmaster in the annals of Hogwarts, without exception. Prior to his ascension to the role, the regulations at Hogwarts were exceedingly harsh. As Filch had once conveyed to Mike and his companions during that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, the penalties for students who transgressed the rules were severe in the past. Filch's office still housed those instruments of punishment, which included not only the iron chains used for hanging but also branding irons, steel spikes, and oddly shaped knives. These implements were meticulously preserved by Filch, awaiting a potential return to use. Following Dumbledore's appointment, he mandated the abolition of all excessively cruel punishments, which included the perilous wards within the restricted section. After traversing the second passageway without incident, the true appearance of the restricted section finally unfolded before Mike's eyes. The area was not expansive. Mike could perceive the entirety of the restricted section at a glance. Within the pitch-black confines of the restricted section, approximately 30 scattered bookshelves were arranged. These shelves were starkly different from those in the exterior library. Within Mike's magical perception, they resembled walls of light, gently emanating a faint magical aura, clearly infused with some form of enchantment. Mike made a thorough inspection of the restricted section and discovered that the books were not only meticulously categorized but also immaculately clean, as if they were regularly tended to. At this moment, Mike discerned the purpose of the enchantments affixed to the shelves. They served to preserve and protect these invaluable tomes. Deep within the restricted area, Several shelves housed texts on advanced dark magic revelations and soul cultivation manuscripts, clearly indicative of their nefarious nature. The magical fluctuations emanating from these shelves were significantly more potent than those from the others, within the realm of magical perception. They no longer appeared as mere walls of light but rather manifested as formidable barriers of flame. Observing the intense magical aura surrounding these shelves, Mike opted to forego their exploration and instead turned his attention to the shelves with milder magical signatures. Who could fathom the peculiar and arcane enchantments that were likely cast upon those holding the tomes of dark sorcery? Approaching the shelf with the weakest magical emanation, Mike retrieved a muggle camera from his concealed spell pouch and began to capture images. Judging by the titles, this shelf seemed dedicated to the preservation of advanced spells. Seal Your Mind, The Path of the Master of Thought Capture, Comprehensive Guide to Advanced Spells, and 100 applications of the fire spell. As roll after roll of film filled up under his careful documentation, an abundance of advanced spell knowledge was amassed by Mike. Originally, Mike intended to transcribe these tomes using a magical quill, but upon discovering that muggle cameras could also be employed within Hogwarts, he promptly abandoned that notion. The efficiency of the two methods was simply incomparable. These prestigious magical volumes were increasingly substantial, and after capturing images of just the first shelf, Mike had already expended the majority of his film. Left with no choice, he had to pause and selectively photograph the books that would prove beneficial to him. By the time he had finished photographing the chosen spellbooks, his film supply was perilously low. To make matters worse, he had squandered an excessive amount of time. And in just a few hours, dawn would break. The remaining shelves in the restricted section housed historical tomes on magic and advanced potion recipes. Mike harbored no desire to delve into the historical secrets of the wizarding world. On the contrary, the tremendous success of the Dolphin Potion piqued his interest in potion making. He hastily approached the shelves lined with potion recipes, fervently searching for the tomes he required. The Felix Felicis? Splendid. I shall capture that. The Wolfsbane Potion? Rubbish. I shall forego it. However, before he could photograph many more recipes, Mike's film ran out. The complexity of these potion recipes far surpassed Mike's expectations. A cutting-edge formula like Felix Felicis was as voluminous as a tome detailing advanced spells. Faced with the remaining shelves still laden with unphotographed recipes, Mike exhaled deeply, resigning himself to the fact that he would have to return another time. Remarkably, his acquisitions already exceeded his initial intentions. He had planned merely to capture a few significant spells, yet he had also secured several advanced potion recipes. Time had grown late, and reluctantly, Mike prepared to depart. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, he found the sky had begun to lighten, and the once jubilant eagles had retreated to their dormitories, leaving behind a chaotic scene. Unexpectedly, one individual remained awake, Franklin. Mike cautiously navigated around Franklin, who was dozing on the sofa, intent on returning to the dorm unnoticed. However, upon seeing Franklin shivering in the cold, Mike's heart softened. He retrieved a blanket from the dorm and gently draped it over Franklin. The moment the blanket covered him, Franklin, startled, grasped Mike's hand. Taken aback, Mike attempted to withdraw his hand but was unsuccessful, ultimately conceding to dispel his invisibility spell. As Mike materialized before him, Franklin's mouth fell agape in astonishment, creating an awkward atmosphere. Would you believe me if I said I merely stepped out to use the restroom? Mike scratched his nose and inquired. Gradually regaining his composure, Franklin released Mike's hand and weakly demanded, I searched for you all night. Tell me where you've been. Why didn't you contact me? Aren't we friends? This trifecta of probing questions left Mike in an unbearable predicament. He had never anticipated that Franklin, with his obliviousness, had waited in the lounge for him all night. Yet, deep within, he felt a twinge of warmth. I ventured into a dangerous place. I did not bring you along for fear of you getting hurt. To put it plainly, I'm simply too weak and would only hinder you, wouldn't I? How foolish of me to think we shared everything as friends. Franklin slumped dejectedly on the sofa, tears welling in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, Mike stepped forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace, whispering softly in his ear, Hey, brother, listen to me. I assure you this will be the last time, all right? Next time, I will definitely bring you along. Franklin clenched his fist tightly and, with a choked voice, responded, Michael did not deny Franklin just now, which undoubtedly served as an implicit acknowledgement of Franklin's words. Tears could no longer be restrained as Franklin embraced Michael tightly, vowing internally to study diligently and enhance his abilities swiftly. Otherwise, he might never be able to assist Michael. Chapter 47. Year-End Banquet P.S. Seeking Votes. Joyful moments are always so fleeting. A week of revelry seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Shortly after Michael returned to the dormitory, the trio of saviors was rescued one by one, Ron and Hermione, though injured, were not severely harmed and soon appeared before everyone, lively and animated. The crowd gathered around the two, inquiring about last night's events. Hermione, with her youthful demeanor, felt bashful and kept her head down, remaining silent throughout. In contrast, Ron was brimming with excitement, his face aglow as he recounted their experiences beneath the trapdoor. In comparison to the two, Harry fared much worse. Having lain in the infirmary for 3 days before regaining consciousness, Michael, along with Franklin, visited Harry the moment he awoke. During their conversation, Harry expressed his apologies to Michael, explaining that they had not brought him along on the adventure for the Philosopher's Stone because they had been unable to locate him at the time. Mentioning Franklin made Michael feel a sense of heaviness. Ever since that day's incident, Franklin had withdrawn into himself. Michael held a great deal of promise for the young man, and with no other recourse, he could only offer words of comfort. It was only after Michael promised to tutor Franklin during the summer break that he began to recover. At last, after a week filled with such busyness, Michael was set to experience his first year-end banquet at Hogwarts, due to his assistance in decorating the Great Hall. Michael arrived early, following Professor Flitwick. The Ravenclaws, under Professor Flitwick's guidance, hung banners depicting the wise eagle of Ravenclaw on the walls of the hall, while the tablecloths were changed to blue. Their current house points were the highest, signifying that the House Cup was rightfully theirs this year. Through the efforts of the young Ravenclaws, the Great Hall transformed into a sea of blue, and Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with joy. Slytherin had won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, leaving Ravenclaw as the perennial second place. He had anticipated another similar outcome this year, but to his astonishment, Michael had shone brilliantly, propelling Ravenclaw to the top position. With that, he began to search the crowd for Michael, believing such a commendable student deserved recognition. Mike did not wear a beaming smile like the others. He was acutely aware that this year's House Cup was already predetermined for Gryffindor. Regardless of how many points they were ahead, Dumbledore would undoubtedly award Gryffindor the necessary points tonight. Professor Flitwick, observing Mike's glum demeanor, mistakenly attributed it to the impending holiday, fearing that Mike would soon find himself homeless once again. This thought softened Flitwick's gaze with a hint of compassion. "Mike, why are you here all alone?" Flitwick gently patted Mike's arm. "Do not be disheartened. You are our hero today." Yet, Mike thought to himself, "I fear that joy may soon elude me." While managing a forced smile, Flitwick, noticing this, became even more convinced of his suspicions and spoke soothingly. "Do not worry about the holiday. If you do not mind, you are welcome to stay at my home. I happen to have a few old friends I would like to introduce you to." Mike felt somewhat perplexed, yet maintained an impassive expression. "This might not be appropriate. Would it be too much trouble for you?" Mike hesitated, wishing to decline, as he had already promised Franklin to attend remedial classes during the summer. "Do not feel obliged to be courteous with me, it is settled." Professor Freeway clapped his hands. "Tomorrow, do not rush to leave. Once I have attended to matters at the college, I shall take you to my home." Mike could only smile wryly in agreement, while silently mourning for the unfortunate Franklin for 3 seconds. Just as Mike was engaged in a lively conversation with Professor Flitwick, students began to arrive in succession at the auditorium, quickly filling it to capacity. With the banquet about to commence, Flitwick urged the students to return to their respective tables before returning to his own seat. In the midst of the crowd, Mike spotted Draco, whose complexion appeared rather unwell at that moment. His once meticulously styled slick-back hair had become somewhat disheveled, and he walked with a slight limp, as if he had just endured a beating. It was not only him. The Slytherin students all bore grim expressions, as though everyone present owed them a million. Mike deeply comprehended their sentiments. The legendary streak of Slytherin securing the House Cup for 6 consecutive years had been abruptly halted by their hands, and these individuals were destined to become the disgrace of Slytherin. In stark contrast stood Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, one basking in the glory of being the year's greatest victor, while the other relished in Slytherin's misfortune. The Slytherin students were incensed by the smug expressions of Gryffindor, who visibly reveled in their downfall. Losing to Ravenclaw could be excused as a reflection of their own inadequacies, yet to be outdone by Gryffindor, currently ranked 3rd, felt utterly intolerable. How could such vanquished rivals dare to flaunt their triumph? Thus, a heated exchange of insults ensued between the two houses, where the eloquence of the cunning snakes paled in comparison to the boisterous lions, especially the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan, who could silence the entire 3rd year of Slytherin with their retorts. Just as the verbal skirmish threatened to escalate into physical confrontation, Dumbledore arrived. With a mere flick of his wand, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the hall. The gathered crowd, drawn by the noise, hastily returned to their seats, awaiting his words in silence. Satisfied with the restored tranquility, Dumbledore began his address. As Mike had anticipated, with each announcement of points awarded to the trio of saviors. Gryffindor's score surged from third place to a tie for first with Ravenclaw. This was merely the beginning. After bestowing 10 points upon Neville, Gryffindor eclipsed Ravenclaw, claiming the top position. It seemed the decorations of the evening would require a transformation. With a flourish of Dumbledore's wand, the Blue Hall, which had taken the Little Eagles an entire afternoon to adorn, was instantaneously transformed into the crimson and gold emblematic of Gryffindor. The Gryffindor lions erupted in jubilation, surrounding the trio of saviors, hoisting them high before lowering them again, chanting their names in unison. The Little Eagles retreated into a shell of silence, seated beside Mike. The male student president, Abbott, clenched his fists so tightly that the nails pierced his palms, blood trickling onto the table, only to be absorbed by the golden red tablecloth and vanish. This meal was excruciatingly uncomfortable for the Little Eagles. The once delectable and enticing dishes now tasted like mere wax to their tongues. Professor Flitwick, too, wore a grim expression, departing the feast shortly after it commenced. Unable to continue eating, Mike noticed that the surrounding little wizards were all sullen and devoid of appetite. In such a moment, it was clearly inappropriate for him to indulge alone. Observing Professor Flitwick exiting the hall, Mike also rose to depart. Mike's departure served as a signal, prompting the Ravenclaw Eagles to rise one by one, trailing behind him as they exited the hall. The Slytherin Serpents, observing the scene, found amusement in it. Under the leadership of their respective prefects, they too vacated the hall. What was once a lively gathering was now left with the jubilant little lions and the food-absorbing badgers, while Dumbledore's smile on stage gradually became rigid. Chapter 48. The key Ravenclaw had suffered a significant embarrassment. The coveted house cup had been snatched away by Gryffindor, and their meticulously arranged hall had been rendered a mere backdrop for others' triumph. Upon returning to the Ravenclaw common room, complaints began to emerge, with some accusing Dumbledore of favoritism towards Gryffindor and others claiming that Harry Potter and his friends had merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. The astute Eagles recognized the underlying injustices. Mike had earned a mere 100 points for bravely confronting the creature in the Forbidden Forest, while Harry and his trio had amassed an astonishing 324 points for their own efforts against the beast. The Eagles were filled with righteous indignation, and some of the more emotional upperclassmen even shed tears. Their previous joy had transformed into profound sorrow. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick arrived just in time. It was evident that he too was a sensitive soul, with reddened eyes that suggested he had already wept. Nevertheless, he stepped forward to offer comfort to the distraught students. This moment illustrated the advantages of having a majority of girls present. Under Professor Flitwick's soothing words, the crowd gradually settled. Had the situation been reversed, with Gryffindor's house cup seized by Slytherin, it was likely that the little lions would have clashed with the serpents. Mike watched the scene before him with a stoic expression. He had mentally prepared himself for the events of the evening, so he did not feel particularly distressed. The occurrences of tonight had directly forged a feud between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, a rift that seemed unlikely to mend for at least the next 7 years. Currently, Gryffindor found itself in a precarious situation. Having already been at odds with Slytherin, they now faced animosity from Ravenclaw as well. If the outcome were akin to the original narrative, it would merely compound their grievances. However, the present circumstances suggested that Gryffindor's future would be fraught with difficulties. Yet, none of this bore significant relevance to Mike, as he had a pressing matter to address. Are you saying the training plan for the holidays has been cancelled? Franklin retreated into his shell once more. It's merely postponed. Mike produced a slender wooden box and handed it to Franklin. Take this. It contains a wand without a trace of a core. I am uncertain of its exact material and core, but you will be able to perform magic in the Muggle world with it. For the next few days, practice on your own. Once I have resolved my matters, I shall come to find you. Franklin silently accepted the wooden box, understanding that this was the extent of Mike's assistance. In the stillness of the night, Mike lay in bed, devoid of slumber. Over the past year, he had witnessed the wonders of the magical world and mastered powerful spells. He had forged trustworthy friendships and earned the affection of his teachers. While he had reaped many rewards throughout the year, he remained unsatisfied. Acutely aware that he was like a boat sailing upstream, stagnation meant regression. He knew that the path ahead required even greater effort. Eventually, he succumbed to a deep slumber. On the following morning, the young wizards busily packed their belongings, gathering at the school gates to await the Hogwarts Express. Although Mike did not need to board the train, he rose early to bid farewell to his friends. Harry's envy was palpable upon learning that Mike had been invited to spend the holiday at Professor Flitwick's home. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid returning to the Dursleys, for compared to Hogwarts, that place felt like a hellish confinement. The mere thought of spending the entire holiday there filled Harry with a desire to leap from a height. Due to Ravenclaw's early departure the previous night, Professor Flitwick could only announce Ravenclaw's results to the young Eagles that morning. Mike also received his report card, and to his surprise, he had performed admirably, achieving full marks in charms and transfiguration, along with a high score in potions, while passing all other subjects. After finally sending the young wizards on their way, Professor Flitwick's duties came to an end. As Apparition and Portkey were not permitted within Hogwarts, the two could only proceed to the school gates. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Professor Flitwick said, producing a teacup and offering it to Mike. "This is a Portkey. I trust you know how to use it." Mike nodded nervously, grasping the corner of the teacup. It was his first time using the key to the door. He had heard that the experience of employing such teleportation magic was often less than pleasant, and he hoped he would not feel nauseous during the process. The moment Mike's hand made contact with the teacup, the two transformed into a distorted silhouette and vanished. In the next instant, Mike found himself on the floor of an unfamiliar room. Professor Flitwick helped Mike to his feet, gently patting his back to alleviate his discomfort. Mike felt as though he was on the brink of death. Moments ago, he had been tossed into a washing machine, his entire being contorted and spun around. Just as he was about to retch, he finally arrived at his destination, only to lose his balance and collapse onto the floor. After a considerable pause, Mike began to survey the room he found himself in. It appeared to be the living room, where a grand chandelier made entirely of crystal sparkled under the sunlight, casting brilliant reflections. The walls were adorned with numerous taxidermied animals, both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Prominently displayed in the room was a gleaming medal, likely the Combat Championship Award of Professor Flitwick. Noticing that Mike had taken interest in the medals, Professor Flitwick introduced it. "This is the championship medal I won at the International Wizarding Combat Tournament many years ago. You should have seen the expressions of those haughty purebreds when I, a mere half-blood standing only a meter tall, defeated them." Mike exhibited an expression of profound admiration, fully engaging with Professor Flitwick's fervor. The professor, invigorated by the interaction, began to elaborate on the taxidermied creatures adorning the walls. "Behold the coiled winged demon, a cunning predator. Do not be deceived by its current imposing wingspan of nearly 3 meters. When coiled, it shrinks to the size of a mere egg. These creatures conceal themselves in the shadows, lying in wait for their prey to draw near, only to suddenly unfurl and envelop their victim's head, feasting upon its brain." As Professor Flitwick's enthusiasm escalated, Mike felt compelled to maintain a facade of astonishment and reverence, though his face began to ache from the effort. A prolonged rumble emanated from Mike's stomach, jolting Professor Flitwick back to reality from his zealous state. "Ah, my apologies, dear boy. I've let my old habits resurface." With a snap of his fingers, he called out, "Lolo, is lunch ready?" In response to the crisp sound, a house elf appeared before Mike. The elf bowed deeply, its head nearly touching the floor. Mike could not discern its features clearly but noted the immaculate pillowcase it wore, suggesting it lived a rather comfortable existence. "Yes, master," came the high-pitched reply. "Lolo has prepared roasted potatoes, roasted chicken, and mushroom sweet soup for you and your esteemed guest. I hope it will meet your satisfaction." The house elf, Lolo, recited an impressive array of dishes, leaving Mike utterly astounded. It was a pity such talent was not put to use in the realm of comedic performance. Chapter 49. 210 Godric's Valley House Elves are exceptional servants, possessing innate magical abilities that require no training, unlike wizards. After centuries of conditioning, they take pride in serving their masters without compensation and view abandonment as disgraceful. The original house elves were captured spoils from families involved in suppressing the fairy rebellion, evolving into symbols of familial honor and heritage over generations. Consequently, no family would part with a house elf unless utterly desperate, rendering these creatures invaluable and beyond market value. Lolo was won by Professor Flitwick in a duel against another, who reportedly returned home to face severe repercussions from their family for the loss. Mike harbored no sympathy for the house elf. The unyielding truth of the world is that those who lag behind must face the consequences. It must be said that Lolo's culinary skills were indeed impressive, far surpassing the expectations of a house elf born in England. The meal shared by Mike and Professor Flitwick was one of great delight. After lunch, Flitwick took Mike on a tour of his residence. The address was 210 Godric's Hollow, not a mere coincidence, as it was indeed the same Godric's Hollow where Harry Potter's parents once resided. To be frank, the house appeared utterly mundane from the outside, resembling an ordinary 2-story British home. However, upon entering, one would discover a realm of enchantment within. Doors would automatically swing open. Mops and cloths would clean on their own, and specimens with rotating eyes would captivate the gaze. Most astonishingly, this seemingly modest abode contained a staggering total of 46 rooms. From guest rooms spanning a few dozen square meters to spell training chambers covering several hundred, each space was imbued with an abundance of undetectable extinction charms. The sheer scale of this endeavor left Mike utterly astounded. If such efforts were applied to the creation of undetectable extinction bags, one could likely purchase a significant portion of Diagon Alley. Upon learning that this magnificent house was entirely crafted by Professor Flitwick himself, Mike's perception of him transformed entirely. How could someone so wealthy choose to be a professor at Hogwarts? Surely, he must be quite eccentric. Mike had also visited Professor Flitwick's quarters at Hogwarts. While they were indeed comfortable, they paled in comparison to this opulent mansion. Mike expressed his doubts to Professor Flitwick, yet the professor offered no explanation. Merely chuckling lightly before diverting the conversation. Let us refrain from such tedious inquiries and hasten to the magic training room. I am eager to witness your magical prowess. The training room in the luxurious mansion surpassed even the one concealed within Professor Flitwick's office, with walls adorned in exquisite obsidian, upgraded from the previous anti-magic stone. Under Flitwick's watchful gaze, Mike raised his black thornwood wand. Flames erupted fervently. A blinding white fire surged forth from the wand's tip, engulfing several dummies in the distance, dimming the entire training room's illumination. The quality of these dummies was evidently superior to those in the wishful room, as they endured the searing flames for nearly 10 seconds before beginning to melt. With a mere thought, Mike commanded the column of fire to dissipate, launching fist-sized orbs of blinding white fire. Although these fireballs traveled at a leisurely pace, they seemed to possess an innate ability to adjust their trajectories, ultimately converging upon their targets. Boom, boom, boom. As the fireballs homed in on the dummies, a series of explosions engulfed the area, sending shockwaves that billowed the garments of both Mike and Flitwick. Professor Flitwick was visibly exhilarated, applauding fervently. Yet, Mike's display was far from over. Wind speed spell. Obstacles abound. Flames ablaze. Shattered to pieces. All petrified. Mike began to run, and under the enchantment of the wind spell, he resembled a bolt of lightning, darting and weaving through the training room. Spells erupted from his wand, reducing the few remaining targets in the room to mere rubble. Upon completing his display, Mike leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, resembling someone just pulled from the depths of water, drenched in sweat. Professor Flitwick hurriedly handed him a glass of water, exclaiming, "You are undoubtedly the most outstanding student I have ever taught. I demonstrated the fire spell to you just once, and after a year of self-study, you have achieved this remarkable feat. It is hard to believe you have only just completed your first year." "Not at all. It is thanks to the headmaster's excellent teaching," Mike replied as he took the cup and drank it in one go. "As an orphan without any support, how could I have achieved such results without your guidance?" Professor Flitwick, a deeply sentimental man, felt tears welling in his eyes upon hearing Mike's words. He reached out to pat Mike's head, but realized he was too short to reach, causing his expression to shift awkwardly. His hand quietly redirected to pat Mike's arm instead, all the while continuing to praise him. Mike, seemingly oblivious to Flitwick's earlier gesture, engaged in mutual flattery. Before dinner, Professor Flitwick took Mike on a tour of Godric's Hollow. As they stepped outside, the grand mansion behind them vanished, a protective enchantment at work, which elevated Mike's admiration for the residents. Godric's Hollow, the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 legendary founders of Hogwarts, had transformed into a village where muggles and wizards coexisted after the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Over time, the mingling of these two communities led muggles to uncover some secrets about wizards, making this area a focal point for the Ministry of Magic's Obliviation Department. Nearly every muggle resident had undergone oblivion, and perhaps due to the side effects of the forgetting charm, their memories were rather poor. Moreover, this village is renowned as the birthplace of Harry Potter, where Voldemort was defeated by the infant Harry. To commemorate the Potter family, statues were erected in the village square. These statues were enchanted with muggle-repelling charms, appearing simply as a World War II memorial to muggles, while to wizards, they represented the Potter family. Almost every wizard visiting Godric's Hollow would take a moment to bow deeply in gratitude for the courage displayed by this brave family. The village church is also noteworthy. The small graveyard behind it serves as the ancestral resting place for numerous pure-blood families. Those powerful wizards who once commanded respect in life are confined to this small and dilapidated graveyard in death, illustrating the chilling equality of mortality. Gazing at the multitude of gravestones, Mike pondered the reason behind Voldemort's relentless pursuit of immortality. Death indeed harbors profound terror. In the following days, Mike found himself deeply engaged in a fulfilling routine. Each morning, he would run a lap around the village, where most residents were elderly muggles. As the younger generation had ventured out to work, These elderly folks, likely unaccustomed to seeing someone of Mike's age, would often invite him to their homes when they spotted him running, and after being declined, would insist on offering him food. Consequently, Mike would leave for his runs empty-handed but return laden with treats. After his runs, Professor Flitwick would awaken, and following breakfast, he would instruct Mike. True to his reputation as a combat champion, Professor Flitwick's teaching method was hands-on, involving sparring sessions in the training room. Under Flitwick's tutelage, Mike felt his spell-dodging skills becoming increasingly adept. The remainder of his time was spent in his room, poring over the books he had retrieved from the restricted section. He had entrusted a small camera shop in London with developing the film he had taken on the first day of his holiday. The shopkeeper, seemingly a fervent enthusiast of the arcane, engaged Mike in an extensive discussion about various mystical subjects when he returned to collect the photographs. Initially, Mike believed the other party to be a wizard as well and almost brandished his wand to render him unconscious. However, upon broaching the topic of planting with mud, he discovered that the individual was merely a muggle, thus he dismissed the thought. On that day, as usual, Mike rose early to prepare for his morning jog. Upon entering the living room, he found Professor Flitwick already attired and eagerly awaiting his arrival. "You seem quite spirited. Come over quickly. We must be on our way." "On our way? To Diagon Alley?" Mike inquired, bewildered. "Did I not mention it? We are attending a gathering today." It was then that Mike recalled Professor Flitwick had indeed mentioned this matter during his time at Hogwarts. However, with so many days having passed, it had long since slipped his mind. "Enough of that. We are running late." Professor Flitwick waved his hand and said, "Come, grasp my shoulder. This time we shall use disapparition." Upon hearing the shifting of illusions, Mike felt a tightening in his chest. Vividly recalling the unpleasant experience of his last attempt at teleportation using the door key. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and grasped Professor Flitwick's shoulder. With a gentle wave of his wand, a familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves amidst a verdant jungle. This forest was not as foreboding as the Forbidden Forest. The morning sun filtered through the sparse leaves, illuminating the lush array of plants beneath. Colorful flowers dotted the greenery, their blossoms swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a maiden basking in sunlight, languidly stretching as if from a fairy tale. A meandering path wound through the woods, remarkably smooth and devoid of protruding stones, occasionally graced by the playful leaps of squirrels, who, upon spotting Mike and Professor Flitwick, quickly vanished into the underbrush. As they walked along this path, the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds. Within a mere 10 minutes, an open glade emerged before Mike's eyes, carpeted with vibrant green grass, at the center of which stood a dilapidated cottage. Small woodland creatures frolicked around the cottage, unperturbed by the presence of Mike and Professor Flitwick, their curious, wide eyes fixed on the two. During their journey, Professor Flitwick had briefed Mike about today's gathering, an event held monthly by the Raven's Nest, an organization spontaneously formed by graduates of Ravenclaw. Initially, it was akin to a reunion, but over the course of a millennium, it has evolved into a formidable entity. Its members are scattered across the globe, and new applicants must hail from Ravenclaw, be recommended by a member who has been part of the organization for over a year, and finally, pass a rigorous test. Such stringent admission criteria ensure that every member possesses extraordinary talent. Similar organizations exist within the other three houses, Slytherin's Pure Blood Society, Gryffindor's Order of the Phoenix, and Hufflepuff's Badger Denver. Among these, the Badger Den wields the most considerable influence. While Hufflepuff wizards may not rival Ravenclaws in intellect, Slytherins in wealth, or Gryffindors in bravery, they possess an unparalleled advantage: numbers. It may seem amusing, but in the sparsely populated wizarding world, sheer numbers translate into significant power. Lacking wealth or strength? Fear not, for our numbers are formidable. In contrast to the Badger Den, the Raven's Nest resembles a mutual aid society, with its monthly gatherings reminiscent more of a school reunion than a formal assembly. As for the Order of the Phoenix and the Pure Blood Society, both organizations suffered considerable losses during the wars instigated by the two Dark Lords. The Order fared somewhat better, bolstered by the presence of the formidable Dumbledore. While the Pure Blood Society has nearly disbanded, its once mighty families now reduced to mere remnants. The Raven's Nest also participated in these conflicts, aligning mostly with the Dark Lords due to its predominantly pure blood membership. Fortunately, the clever Ravenclaw members quickly withdrew when the tides turned, resulting in minimal losses for the organization. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff maintained a neutral stance, remarkably preserving its strength. Consequently, the Badger Den has emerged as the undisputed, unofficial monarch of the British wizarding world, with members ranging from the drivers of the night bus to high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, Hufflepuffs are renowned for their unity when one faces adversity. Many will come to their aid. While one might mock Hufflepuff students as ineffectual in academia, they would think twice in the wider world, where a swift lesson in reality awaits any who dare to belittle them. Professor Flitwick's purpose in bringing Mike to the Raven's Nest gathering was to recommend him for membership. According to the professor, the entry test for the Raven's Nest is exceedingly rigorous, with a low pass rate. However, once admitted, the benefits are immense. Members gain access to a wealth of shared knowledge, and in times of need, assistance from fellow members is readily available. Additionally, the organization offers special support to those who have not yet graduated, including a meditation technique passed down from Lady Ravenclaw herself, a technique whose efficacy varies by individual but, according to Professor Flitwick's own experiments, can enhance one's abilities by at least threefold. Chapter 51. The test. The interior of the cottage was surprisingly spacious, evidently enhanced by a stretching charm, much like that of number 210 in Godric's Hollow. As Mike and Professor Flitwick entered the cottage, they discovered that others had already arrived. Two middle-aged gentlemen were seated at a large, elongated conference table, casually crossing their legs and engaging in light-hearted banter. Upon noticing Mike and Flitwick's entrance, one of the men, sporting a mane of brown curls, warmly approached them. "Phileas, it has been far too long," the middle-aged man exclaimed as he crouched down to embrace Flitwick. "Today, we must indulge in a good drink. It is quite a challenge to catch a glimpse of you while you are ensconced at Hogwarts. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, we shall not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated after the business of the day is concluded." Hearing Flitwick mention the matter at hand, the middle-aged man turned to Mike and inquired, "Is this the promising young talent you spoke of?" "Indeed, this is Mike Tully, the most gifted student I have encountered during my years at Hogwarts," Professor Flitwick introduced. "Mike, allow me to present Mario Flea, the current deputy director of the Auror office. You may be familiar with his son, Abbot Flea, last year's president of the Hogwarts Student Council." "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Flea," Mike said, extending his right hand with a respectful demeanor. "Abbot has always been my idol. I frequently hear him speak of his remarkable father. I was astounded to learn he achieved 12 outstanding grades in this year's O.W.L.S. examinations. It is well known that parents, regardless of their origins, relish in hearing praise for their children." The moment Mr. Mario Flea heard Mike mention his son, he erupted into hearty laughter, firmly shaking Mike's extended hand. It was evident that he was a man of straightforward nature. Observing their amiable interaction, Professor Flitwick's smile grew even more radiant. "I shall now introduce this gentleman." Flitwick indicated towards a rather aloof middle-aged man who sat alone at the conference table. "This is Mr. Bartemius Crouch, the current director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a member of the Wisengamot, and a formidable contender for the position of Minister of Magic." Upon hearing Flitwick's introduction, Mr. Crouch's already somber countenance turned an ashen shade. It was common knowledge that he had lost the ministerial election to Fudge due to the notorious affiliation of his son, Barty Crouch Jr., with the Death Eaters. The fact that Flitwick had publicly labeled him a strong contender for the position of minister was, in his view, a blatant affront. Nevertheless, his composure prevailed as he offered a slight nod to Mike. Upon witnessing the scene, Mike naturally refrained from imposing his warmth upon someone else's indifference, merely offering a greeting as an acknowledgement of their acquaintance. After the introductions, Professor Flitwick began to tiptoe around, seemingly in search of something. "Where is old Carter?" he inquired. For he was the host of today's examination, yet his absence was conspicuous. Flitwick turned to Mario for answers. "Who knows? Perhaps he has lost his way. You are aware, of course, that he is of advanced age, and a touch of senility is not uncommon," Mr. Mario jested. "Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just as the two were conversing, an elderly gentleman with a white goatee, appearing even older than Dumbledore, entered the small room. "I believe I overheard someone speaking ill of me. Was it you, Mario?" the old man inquired with a smile. "Ha, you must have misheard, Carter. We were just introducing young Mike to you," Mr. Mario chuckled, deftly shifting the topic. "This is Gilga Carter, the former director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and a permanent member of the Wisengamot. And here is young Mike, quite the handsome lad." Before Mike could utter a word, Gilga's large hand rested gently upon his head as he spoke kindly. "Phileas has informed me of your situation. You are indeed a poor child." Mike felt the warmth emanating from above, a sensation to which he was somewhat unaccustomed. Despite having resided in this body for over a year, he still found himself disliking the childish gesture of being patted on the head, and could only manage a forced smile as he greeted them. The four of them stood at the doorway, engaging in lively banter, while old Barty nearby felt a twinge of discomfort. He pulled out his pocket watch and, glancing at it impatiently, interjected, "Since everyone is here, let us commence. I have a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention." The interruption clearly irked Mario, who had wished to continue conversing with his two old friends about his son. "Very well, since Crouch has pressing matters to attend to, let us proceed with the business at hand," Mr. Carter remarked, extending a hand to restrain the visibly frustrated Mario. After speaking, he retrieved his wand from the folds of his robe and with a gentle wave, summoned a silver birdcage that materialized upon the conference table, within which stood a magnificent raven. This raven, approximately 1 meter in height, boasted glossy black feathers that shimmered with an ethereal glow, each feather's intricate pattern distinctly visible. Its formidable talons were the size of an adult's hand, and the sharp tips occasionally glinted with a chilling light. Initially, Mike was convinced that the raven before him was a living creature. However, upon noticing its immobility upon the perch, he discerned that it was, in fact, a sculpture. "Gentlemen, the testing ceremony shall commence." Carter's parched voice jolted Mike back to reality. The candidate for this assessment was Mike Tully, nominated by Phileas Fleavy. The proceedings were presided over by Gilga Carter, with witnesses Mario Flea and Batty Clouch in attendance. After introducing the participants, Carter directed his gaze toward Mike, saying, "There is no need for trepidation. This raven sculpture is one of the relics left by Lady Ravenclaw. It possesses the ability to determine your eligibility for entry into the nest of ravens. The method of testing is exceedingly simple. You need only to gaze into the raven's eyes. There is no danger involved. Come forth." Upon hearing this, Mike wasted no time, inhaling deeply to quell his rising anxiety as he approached the raven statue under the scrutiny of all present. Upon closer inspection, he found the sculpture to be exquisitely crafted. Any observer would be easily deceived into believing it was a living raven at first glance. Its eyes were not like those of ordinary specimens or statues, which often exude a lifelessness. Rather, they conveyed a sense of vitality. There was an almost magical allure to it. And as Mike fixated on the raven's gaze for just a moment, he felt the surrounding world begin to blur, his focus narrowing solely on the deep brown vertical pupil, which grew increasingly distinct. As time passed, all of Mike's attention was entirely absorbed by that eye. Suddenly, the once still statue blinked, its eye darting abruptly towards Mike. Mike was startled by the sudden transformation. A glance around revealed that he found himself immersed in a sea of pale blue light. Chapter 52. Claw Marks. The abrupt shift in scenery caused Mike's heart to race, and with a mere thought, the obsidian blackwood wand concealed within his sleeve materialized in his hand. Armor of protection. The newly learned protective spell was unleashed, and with this invisible shield enveloping him, Mike finally felt a semblance of assurance, prompting him to scrutinize his surroundings. Before him lay an expanse of pale blue radiance, and due to the absence of reference points, he could not discern directions. Suddenly, within the luminous sea, a withered tree, towering over 10 meters and requiring 2 people to embrace it, appeared not far from him. The branches of the dead tree were adorned with ravens, all gazing intently at Mike below. The largest of these ravens, perched at the highest point, was unmistakably the one he recognized from the sculpture. Now, it bore no resemblance to a mere statue. Its deep brown eyes glinted with a chilling light, its neck twisting agilely as it alternated its gaze between Mike's position. This bizarre scene weighed heavily upon Mike, prompting him to instinctively swing his wand, conjuring yet another layer of protective armor around himself. However, this action seemed to enrage the largest raven, which suddenly spread its wings and emitted a harsh, grating caw directed at Mike. This served as a signal. The other ravens on the withered tree took flight, descending upon Mike like arrows. As the raven swarm approached, dark and ominous like a storm cloud, Mike felt a surge of dread. He raised his wand high, and brilliant white flames erupted skyward. Contrary to his expectations of the flames consuming the raven horde, the birds surged forth as though they were incorporeal, one after another bursting through the searing flames, disregarding the 2 layers of protective armor, and continued their onslaught toward Mike. The first raven soon collided with him, and strangely, it transformed into a wisp of black smoke that seeped into Mike's body. As this tendril of darkness entered him, Mike felt his internal magic becoming increasingly unmanageable, the flames he had conjured faltering. This was merely the beginning. One raven after another morphed into black smoke, infiltrating Mike's being. And soon he was enveloped in a thick shroud of darkness. Initially, he could suppress the surging magic with sheer willpower, but as time passed, it began to boil over like water reaching its boiling point. The eruption of magic inflicted unbearable agony upon Mike, and before long, his consciousness began to blur, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold surged from his chest to his brain, forcibly pulling his awareness back from the brink of oblivion. It is well known that unconsciousness serves as a protective mechanism for the body. However, under the influence of that icy sensation, Mike's natural defenses failed him. Thus, He finally comprehended the true meaning of being worse than dead. Every inch of his body echoed with a pain akin to being gnawed by bullet ants. Yet his consciousness remained painfully clear. What Michael remained unaware of was that the avaricious pendant adorning his chest was radiating a resplendent blue light, causing the dark aura surrounding him to swiftly diminish and vanish under its luminous glow. The colossal raven perched atop the desolate tree witnessed this spectacle, its beastly eyes momentarily betraying a flicker of astonishment that seemed remarkably human. Mike discovered that his limbs had lost all sensation, and a numbing feeling was spreading from his extremities toward his torso. He suddenly realized that he could not afford to remain passive. If this continued, he might very well perish here today. Damn that old man Carter, who claimed the test would pose no danger. Mike, enduring excruciating pain, began to attempt to harness the magic within him. The frigid aura, upon witnessing Mike's effort to consolidate his mental energy, seemed to possess a consciousness of its own as it actively clung to his psyche. This chilling essence, now entwined with his mental force, appeared to have a cooling effect on the tumultuous magic within him. The once unruly magic, after being swept by this presence, gradually began to quieten, and Mike's limbs slowly regained sensation. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. The magic once again grew gentle, and the icy aura that had accompanied his mental energy was nearly exhausted. Without the invigorating influence of this cold presence, Mike felt his consciousness beginning to blur. In the haze, he vaguely heard a familiar call, and a massive bird's claw rapidly magnified in his obscured vision, followed by a searing pain on his face. Mike covered his face and let out a wretched scream before finally losing consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself gazing up at 4 elderly faces peering down at him. Instinctively, he threw a punch, causing one of them to cry out in pain and stumble backward. It was only upon hearing that cry that Mike realized he had seemingly escaped from the sea of light. He hurriedly sat up and began to explore his face, finding it smooth and unmarred, devoid of any scars. "What happened to your face?" Professor Flivy inquired with a puzzled expression. "I just saw a gigantic raven clawing at my face," Mike exclaimed. "Fear not. The injuries you sustained during the examination were merely illusions created by the raven statue," Carter said, stroking his goatee with a grin. "Congratulations, you've passed the test." "What? I passed? How did I manage that?" Mike asked, bewildered. "You passed the moment the raven statue drew you into the illusion. Only those with exceptional talent can trigger the raven statue. The realm you entered was more akin to a reward. The longer you remained there, the greater the benefits you would receive." Mario, who had been struck in the left eye by Mike's punch, rose to his feet and remarked, "I must say, you've got quite a bit of strength." "Indeed. Take a moment to assess your abilities. Your magical capacity and mental fortitude should have both increased," Carter added. "Furthermore, the meditation technique should now be engraved in your mind. This is a benefit bestowed upon young wizards by the raven statue." Mike activated his magical perception and, to his astonishment, discovered that the range of his awareness had nearly tripled. Both his magical capacity and control had significantly improved. Furthermore, intricate and profound texts began to materialize in his mind, words he had never encountered before, yet they exuded a mysterious power. The moment he focused his attention on them, he was plunged into a deep meditative state. However, it was not long before he was jolted awake by a severe headache. This meditative state demanded an immense amount of mental energy, and compounded by the substantial mental exertion he had already suffered in the illusion, he was now experiencing symptoms of mental fatigue. "It seems our gathering must be postponed. Phileas, please take this young man back to rest. He has exhausted his mental energy," Mario remarked helplessly to Flitwick. "Next time, you certainly won't escape. Rest assured, I shall accompany you for a night of revelry next time," Professor Flitwick replied, hastily assisting Mike as they made their way outside the small cabin, where the spatial restrictions had been lifted, rendering apparition impossible. Mike did not lose consciousness. This episode of mental strain was trivial compared to his previous experience in the Forbidden Forest. The two hurriedly exited the cottage, and the small creatures that had been frolicking around it scattered in terror at the sight of Flivy and Mike. Flivy found this peculiar but chose to disregard it, prioritizing the need to settle Mike as swiftly as possible. Unbeknownst to them, a raven perched on a nearby tree observed them with keen curiosity. Unlike the other animals that fled, in its gaze, Mike's left cheek bore a significant claw mark, glowing with an eerie deep blue light. Chapter 53, Dreamscape. Upon returning to his room at 210 Godric's Valley with Professor Flivy, Mike, struggling against the dizziness caused by apparition and the headache from mental exhaustion, collapsed onto his bed without bothering to change his clothes and fell asleep. In his dreams, Mike seemed to be transported once more to the world bathed in soft blue light, yet this time, the barren tree laden with ravens did not appear. The surroundings were hazy, illuminated solely by the gentle blue glow, and his body felt weightless, enveloped in a warm, comforting sensation. Mike was aware that this must be his own dream. He flitted about like a headless fly, desperately hoping to escape from this place. Yet, no matter how swiftly or how far he ventured, his gaze was met only with that familiar pale blue hue, in the liminal space between slumber and wakefulness. He lost track of time until a melodious birdsong pierced through the haze. Having endured an onslaught from a flock of crows, Mike had developed a psychological aversion to bird calls, and upon hearing the sudden chirping, he instinctively recoiled. His consciousness swiftly returned, and Mike awoke. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the blanket that enveloped him. Outside, the sweet sound of birdsong filled the air. Turning towards the source of the melody, he discovered two unknown birds squabbling over a worm. Mike let out a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and cursed, "Damn bird. Last night, Lolo should have helped him clean up, yet now not only had his clothes been changed into pajamas, but he also detected a faint fragrance lingering about. Since he was already awake, there was no reason to remain in slumber. After his recent venture into the forbidden forest, Mike's mental fortitude appears to have significantly strengthened. The discomfort stemming from his previous mental exhaustion dissipated after merely a single night's rest. Not only that, but he now feels more invigorated than ever. Eagerly, he grasped the wand set resting on his bedside and secured it to his arm before dashing towards the spell training room. Due to the earlier mental fatigue, he had not thoroughly assessed the extent of his magical enhancement. He had only achieved a cursory awareness of it. Now that he felt completely recovered, it was imperative to conduct a comprehensive evaluation. As for the dream he experienced last night, Mike dismissed it as a mere reflection of his daytime preoccupations. The frightening events of the previous day had nearly brought him to the brink of agony, so it was hardly surprising that he would encounter a nightmare. Activating the evasion training mode, a myriad of hollow openings appeared upon the obsidian walls, occasionally unleashing arrows that shot forth like silent phantoms, aimed directly at Mike. Mike was already encased in a layer of protective armor, and the arrows merely produced a metallic clang upon striking the transparent shield before reluctantly falling to the ground. With a gentle flick of his wand, he conjured a dozen fireballs the size of dragon eyes. These fireballs did not travel far. Instead, after being cast a short distance, they returned to hover gracefully around Mike. As Mike's magical perception activated fully, the arrows, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, became vividly clear within his magical awareness. With a mere thought, the fireballs that had been floating around him dispersed and struck those arrows, igniting a splendid array of sparks in midair. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated, and Mike turned towards its source, discovering it was Professor Flivy. Indeed, Professor Flivy remarked with a smile. In terms of magical perception and control, you have surpassed many adult wizards. The potency of your spells is impressive, rivaling even those of the 7th-year students. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are undoubtedly the most gifted student I have ever taught. Mike sheathed his wand and sincerely bowed to the half-elf before him, who stood just over a meter tall. Professor Flitwick, having never married nor sired offspring, seemed to regard Mike as his own child. Thank you. Without you, I truly do not know what I would have done. Do not speak such words. All of this is the result of your own efforts, Flitwick interjected. Come, let us have breakfast. Lolo's breakfast was, as always, delectable, and both individuals at the table enjoyed their meal immensely. After breakfast, Professor Flitwick bid farewell to Mike, as he needed to rush to Hogwarts to attend to certain responsibilities within the school, leaving Mike alone to lie on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Mike's mood is exceedingly buoyant, thanks to the Raven statue, which has significantly enhanced his capabilities. Were he to venture into the Forbidden Forest now to confront Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, he would undoubtedly fare much better than before. While defeating him may be a lofty goal, at the very least, he could manage a safe retreat. In the forthcoming second year, Mike intends to adopt a more measured approach. The commotion he caused last year was rather excessive. Although he has passed the test of the Mirror of Erised prepared by Dumbledore, it does not guarantee his safety. One must remember that Dumbledore is a master of legilimency. Should he whimsically decide to delve into Mike's thoughts, discovering his secret of rebirth would spell disaster. Forget about enhancing his abilities or seeking a way home. Merely preserving his life would be a remarkable feat. Dumbledore is known for his ruthless pursuit of objectives. Even a pitiable child like Harry Potter is not exempt from the potential of being sacrificed at any moment. To borrow Severus Snape's words, in Dumbledore's eyes, Harry is merely a pig for slaughter. He grants a modicum of favor to ensure Harry's growth, only to ultimately butcher him once he is fattened up. It seems that mastering the mind-shielding spell has become an urgent priority for Mike, who murmurs to himself, audible only to his own ears. Mike has already procured the methods for practicing both the mind-shielding spell and legilimency from the restricted section and has skimmed through them in recent days. The techniques for these spells diverge significantly from other incantations. They lack fixed formulas, necessitating a gradual accumulation of practice over time. The mind-shielding spell is a unique enchantment, serving as the sole defense against legilimency, yet it is also complementary to it. Without mastering legilimency, the mind-shielding spell can merely render the mind blank, placing the practitioner in a state of extreme calm and rationality. In this state, not only will legilimency fail to extract any information, but the speed, power, and accuracy of the release spells will also see a notable enhancement. Once legilimency is learned, the mind-shielding spell transcends mere mental blankness. It can fabricate a memory during the process of mental emptiness. This fabricated memory will not affect the practitioner, avoiding any risk of confusion. However, should someone attempt to use legilimency on the practitioner at this moment, they would only access the constructed memory. Thus, every master of the mind-shielding spell is simultaneously a master of legilimency. Chapter 54. A Dreamlike Reality. The methodology for mastering the mind-shielding spell is remarkably straightforward. One simply needs to empty their mind. However, this mental emptiness is not about having no thoughts at all. It is about completely clearing the mind, discarding all emotions, and entering a state of extreme rationality. While the training method may be simple, it is by no means easy to learn. In fact, the mind-shielding spell is highly dependent on innate talent. Those devoid of such talent will see no progress, even after a decade of practice. Beginners often confuse the act of clearing the mind with mere daydreaming, rendering their efforts futile and resulting in a state of foolishness. Theoretically, achieving a complete mental void signifies the successful release of the mind-shielding spell. In practice, however, novices must meditate in a tranquil and comfortable environment for a considerable time to reach this state, remaining still all the while. This rudimentary form of the mind-shielding spell is certainly inadequate as a defense against legilimency. Only those who can instantly enter a state of mental shielding in any environment can effectively resist it. Some masters of the mind-shielding spell can even maintain this state while engaging in everyday activities. Severus Snape is among the foremost examples. Snape perpetually maintains a state of mental shielding, even while instructing students. This is evident in his cold, unfeeling gaze, devoid of any warmth or emotion. Mike had always been a person of action, and upon deciding to practice the art of mental stillness, he immediately began his attempts to empty his mind. However, he evidently fell into the common trap of beginners, confusing the concept of mental emptiness with mere daydreaming. Thus, amidst the fragrant air of Godric's Hollow, Mike gradually drifted into slumber on the sofa. As his consciousness sank slowly, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself once again in the vast ocean of blue light. Alarm bells rang in his mind, while last night's dream could be explained by the adage of daydreams leading to nighttime visions. Encountering the same dream once more was beyond explanation. Instinctively reaching for his wand, he discovered that the wand holster, which he usually concealed on his forearm, was missing. After a frantic search of his person, it became apparent that not only was the wand holster gone, but also the dagger he kept at his waist and the greed pendant that hung from his chest. Now, he was clad merely in a plain, unadorned robe of a wizard. Taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, Mike began to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, he was startled by a familiar sight not far from him. The desolate tree stood silently. However, unlike his previous encounter, this time a petite raven perched upon its branches. The raven, noticing Mike's gaze, cawed and flew towards him. In a reflexive panic, Mike turned and fled, not wishing to experience the agonizing sensation of uncontrolled magic once more. Yet, his legs were no match for the wings of the bird. He had barely made it a short distance before feeling a weight on his left shoulder. Turning to look, he was surprised to find the raven had settled upon him, its deep brown eyes curiously examining Mike. Sensing no malice from the raven, Mike extended his right hand in an attempt to grasp it. However, as his hand drew near, the raven pecked him sharply. Startled by the sudden pain, Mike quickly withdrew his hand, only to find there was no injury at all. Caw, caw. The harsh calls of the raven filled his ears, prompting Mike to turn towards the source of the sound. As the cries echoed, the surroundings began to shift. The soft blue glow around him dimmed rapidly, revealing deep green bricks that materialized, coalescing into a room that Mike knew all too well. Could this be the Ravenclaw common room? Mike found it hard to believe. It was indeed night. The dimness enveloped him as he carefully searched by the faint light of the moon. The statue of Rowena Ravenclaw still stood proudly in the common room, and the shelves were brimming with a plethora of books. The full-length mirror, placed there by the older students for their vanity, remained as well. There was no doubt, this was indeed the Ravenclaw common room. Mike approached the full-length mirror and gazed into its depths, only to be astonished by the sight of emptiness. His reflection was entirely absent. A sudden rush of wind accompanied the sharp slap of a raven's wing against his ear, which perched ominously on his left shoulder. The threshold of patience had been crossed. Enraged, Mike resolved to teach this troublesome bird a lesson. Yet, upon turning his head, he discovered the raven was pointing its wing towards the dormitory, evidently urging him to look in that direction. Following the raven's indication, he beheld a young girl stealthily emerging from the dormitory, akin to a thief in the night. Her features were obscured by a veil of mist, rendering her visage indistinguishable. It was only through the graceful contours of her form that Mike discerned her femininity. She was clad in Hogwarts robes, adorned with a blue tie, suggesting her affiliation with Ravenclaw. However, the wand held in her hand emitted a faint azure glow. And upon closer inspection, Mike noticed a distinct scratch upon the back of her right hand, which was the source of the ethereal light. She seemed oblivious to Mike's presence, furtively glancing around before brazenly approaching the statue of Lady Ravenclaw. Intrigued, Mike hurriedly approached to investigate. He saw a young girl standing before the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, her hands clasped in a prayer-like gesture at her chest, fervently uttering incantations. You are the gentle breeze from the shores of the tranquil lake. You are the prophet of truth. You are the most beautiful of all humanity. I, your foolish student, beseech you to unlock the gates of wisdom. As her voice grew increasingly fervent, the claw marks on the back of her hand began to emit a dazzling blue light, and a blue portal slowly opened before the statue of Lady Ravenclaw. Upon seeing the portal, the girl exclaimed in excitement, then quickly covered her mouth, seemingly fearful of awakening her classmates. Watching her jubilantly step into the portal, Mike stood there, utterly astonished. Although he had little interest in trivial books that did not enhance his abilities, he had perused the illustrious history of Hogwarts. It clearly recorded that Lady Ravenclaw hailed from the shores of the tranquil lake, and in light of the recent events, it was evident that the use spoken of by the girl referred to Lady Ravenclaw. So, Lady Ravenclaw is quite vain, after all? Mike murmured to himself. However, recalling the overly dramatic incantation used by Riddle to summon the basilisk in the original text, he found it somewhat understandable. Was it only permissible for Slytherin to be dramatic? While Ravenclaw was not allowed to take pride in her beauty, perched on Mike's shoulder, the raven, upon hearing his mutterings, displayed an oddly human expression of exasperation. Chapter 55, The Return of the Claw Marks. As Mike stood in a daze, the portal on Lady Ravenclaw's statue began to shrink after the girl entered. Mike, realizing this, rushed forward to enter, but he was a moment too late, colliding forcefully with the statue instead. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Yet, lamenting would serve no purpose. The pressing matter was to ascertain what had transpired. Analyzing the current information, it seemed highly probable that the portal led to his secret chamber left behind by Lady Ravenclaw. If Slytherin could leave a hidden chamber within Hogwarts, then it was certainly plausible that Lady Ravenclaw, as one of the four founders, could do the same. While reading the original text, Mike had speculated that the other three founders must have left their own chambers, even imagining the means of entry. For instance, Lady Ravenclaw's chamber might require a crown to unlock. It now appeared that her secret chamber did indeed exist, but the key to its opening was not a crown. Rather, it was the claw marks on the back of that girl's hand. Yet, Mike still harbored doubts. Why had he arrived here? What time was it? Had the treasures within the chamber already been claimed by that young girl? You brought me here. Please enlighten me on what is happening. Mike expressed his conjecture to the raven still perched upon his shoulder. The raven, clearly possessing intelligence comparable to that of a human, regarded Mike with a mocking glance before gesturing with its wings towards a nearby wall and a mirror. Mike gazed at the wall indicated by the raven, finding nothing amiss at first glance. This wall served as a gallery for the portraits of notable figures hailing from Ravenclaw, leaving a lasting impression on Mike. He recalled how their male student council president, Abbot Flea, often gathered freshmen before this wall to recount the tales of these illustrious individuals. After scrutinizing the wall for a considerable time, Mike finally discerned an anomaly. Several portraits appeared to be inexplicably absent. While he could not recall the details of the other missing images, he distinctly remembered that the portrait at the far end belonged to Gilderoy Lockhart. Mike had been astonished when he first spotted Lockhart's likeness adorning the celebrity wall in the Ravenclaw common room. Upon inquiring with Penelope, he learned that a previous female student council president, an ardent admirer of Lockhart, had defied the objections of the male prefects and insisted on having his portrait hung. That audacious senior had graduated 5 years ago and was rumored to be working in the Ministry of Magic. The absence of Lockhart's portrait now indicated that the image Mike beheld was at least 5 years old. It was also conceivable that it dated back even further. As the wall was devoid of more than just Lockhart's likeness, Mike took note of the appearance of the last portrait on the wall, so that he could compare it with the current Wall of Fame in Ravenclaw, thereby deducing a more precise timeline. After gathering all the information from the Wall of Fame, Mike turned his gaze towards the mirror. It seemed that the Raven was using this medium to respond to his inquiries, suggesting that the mirror might harbor some secrets as well. Approaching the mirror and peering into it, he was astonished to find that the once invisible reflection now appeared normal. A blond youth stood within the mirror, clad in a plain wizard's robe, his expression one of terror, with a pitch-black raven perched upon his shoulder, both locking eyes with Mike. The fear was unavoidable for Mike, as the figure in the mirror was none other than himself, and most alarmingly, a massive claw mark, glowing with an eerie blue light, marred his once fair and handsome face. Mike hurriedly leaned closer to the mirror, extending his hands to explore the scratch on his face. The reflection of Mike in the mirror mirrored his actions. Caw, caw, caw. The raven perched upon his shoulder emitted a harsh caw upon witnessing Mike's gestures, sounding remarkably like laughter. To Mike's ears, the noise was exceedingly grating, not due to its unpleasantness, but because he discerned a note of schadenfreude within it. Infuriated, Mike swiftly reached for the raven on his shoulder. Perhaps too engrossed in its mockery, the raven failed to notice Mike's hand seizing it by the throat. The discordant cawing abruptly ceased, as the raven flapped its wings desperately in Mike's grasp, black feathers cascading to the ground. Do not presume that your diminutive size renders you unrecognizable to me. Look at the mischief you have wrought, Mike bellowed, gripping the raven's neck. Why is it that you grasp the girl's hand, yet you choose to clutch my face? I see your intent, you wretched creature. The force in Mike's grip began to intensify, and the raven was clearly struggling to withstand the pressure, its eyes rolling back in distress. Witnessing the raven's struggles diminish, Mike hastily eased his grip. This raven was evidently linked to the Ravenclaw's secret chamber, and he did not wish to inadvertently extinguish its life. As Mike's hold lightened, the previously near-lifeless raven regained its vitality, flapping its wings with vigor and deftly escaping from Mike's grasp, soaring triumphantly to perch upon the statue of Lady Ravenclaw. Casting a smug glance at him, this cunning little creature had merely been feigning weakness. Once again outwitted by the raven, Mike felt a surge of frustration. He strode forward, extending his hand in an attempt to seize the raven anew. However, the raven on the statue, unperturbed by Mike's advance, casually flapped its wings. With that motion, a fierce gust of wind surged toward Mike. He felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably. The strength of this gale was far from trivial. Furniture and debris within the common room, and even the blue bricks from the walls, were swept away, crashing down upon Mike, who had already been toppled by the tempest. Mike, with his hand shielding his head, curled up and turned his back against the onslaught of the howling wind. The tempest showed no signs of abating, relentlessly bombarding his back with an assortment of objects, leaving him with a numbness that spread across his spine. Yet, the pain, as swiftly as it arrived, began to dissipate. As the fierce gale raged on, the Ravenclaw common room gradually succumbed to disarray, ultimately dissolving into a serene expanse of pale blue light. Mike had also been transported away, leaving only the raven amidst the radiant light. The raven cast a complex glance at the spot where Mike had once been, then took flight, returning to the withered tree to close its eyes and feign slumber. Meanwhile, in room 210 of Godric's Valley, the house elf Lolo was anxiously observing Mike, who lay sleeping on the sofa, muttering to itself. Lunchtime had already passed, and Lolo knew it was time to awaken the esteemed guest for a meal. No. This was a distinguished guest of the master. If Lolo disturbed the guest's slumber, it would surely face reprimand. Indeed, Lolo felt like a failure for being unable to fulfill the master's command, and it was no wonder the former master had entrusted Lolo to the new master. Just as Lolo wallowed in self-pity, Mike suddenly sat up on the sofa with a jolt. Mike explored his face with his hands, only to find it smooth and unblemished, devoid of any claw marks. However, the lingering pain in his back served as a poignant reminder that the recent events were not merely a figment of his imagination. Turning to his side, he noticed Lolo, who had been so frightened that she had collapsed onto the ground. Mike commanded, "Please fetch me a mirror." Undeterred by the tears that had sprung from her fright, Lolo snapped her fingers, and a round mirror materialized in her hands. "Thank you." Mike took the mirror, disregarding Lolo's excited gratitude, and began to observe his own reflection. His face in the mirror remained as handsome as ever, and that terrifying scratch mark had not appeared. Seeing this, Mike let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the scratch was not a frequent occurrence. This was a relief, for if he were to be disfigured, how would he ever find a wife? Chapter 56. A test during dinner, Professor Flivy returned, his shoulder burdened with a long object securely wrapped in oil paper. It appeared to be a broom. Upon noticing this, Lolo hurried forward, eager to assist his master with the luggage, but Professor Flivy waved him away. Ignoring Lolo, who mistakenly believed he had erred once more and was now punishing himself by banging his head against the floor, the professor proceeded into the living room, calling out loudly, "Mike, come quickly and see what I've brought you. Is this a flying broom?" Mike gazed in disbelief at Professor Flitwick, who was struggling to carry the elongated, broom-like parcel. "Wow, what an astute child you are. This is the latest Nimbus 2001, a belated birthday gift for you. I sincerely apologize, my dear. I completely overlooked the fact that the day before yesterday was your birthday. It only struck me today amidst the hustle of welcoming the new students at Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick expressed his regret, adding that the parcel was adorned with the most advanced anti-jinx coating and could not even fit into a no-drag extension charm bag. "By the way, this thing is quite heavy. Do come over and help me hold it." Upon hearing this, Mike hurriedly stepped forward to lift the broom from Professor Flitwick's shoulder. As soon as he grasped it, he felt the weight of the broom, which far surpassed that of any other flying broom. Turning to see Professor Flitwick rubbing his shoulder, a wave of melancholy washed over him. How many years had it been since he last celebrated a birthday? 10 years? 20? He recalled that the last birthday gift he received was a paper airplane crafted by little Jimmy during arts and crafts class. Although that so-called birthday was merely a random date Mike had provided, as an orphan, he had no knowledge of his true birth date. Later, Jimmy had requested a remote-controlled airplane with a wingspan of 3 meters as a reciprocal gift. Nevertheless, Mike felt deeply touched. After all, that paper airplane symbolized that little Jimmy still held a place for him in his heart as a father. Mike crouched down and embraced Flivy. His voice choked with gratitude as he uttered his thanks. This gesture startled Flivy, who quickly offered reassurance. "Why are you crying? Do you not like this gift?" "But that can't be true. Don't all young wizards adore flying broomsticks these days?" Mike indeed possessed the soul of an adult and swiftly recovered from his emotional turmoil. "I truly cherish this. It is the finest gift I have ever received." Mike raised his broom, proclaiming, "Next year, I shall join the Quidditch team and wield this broom to bring glory to Ravenclaw." "Oh, are you so confident?" "I shall eagerly await that," Professor Flitwick teased. Meanwhile, the house elf Lolo, who had ceased banging his head against the floor, gazed at the two conversing with a pleading expression. Ever since the esteemed guest's arrival, the master's mealtime had become rather unpredictable, all due to the guest's influence. "Oh, no. Lolo is a naughty elf, speaking ill of the guest behind his back. How dreadful! How dreadful!" With that, he began to strangle himself with the nearby curtain. Noticing Lolo's actions out of the corner of his eye, Mike hastily invited Professor Flitwick to the dining room, fearing that if they lingered any longer, Lolo might inadvertently harm himself. Hearing the master and the esteemed guest mention dinner, Lolo immediately released the curtain from around his neck, wiped away his tears, and joyfully set about preparing the dining area. With a snap of his fingers, a sumptuous feast appeared before the two. As they dined, Mike began to probe Professor Flitwick. "Have you heard of the secret passage or chamber within the Ravenclaw common room?" "Who told you that?" "Fred and George. They mentioned it to me before the break, claiming to have seen it on a map." Professor Flitwick initially appeared startled, but upon realizing it was the Weasley twins, he chuckled. "They must be pulling your leg. I have worked at Hogwarts for decades and have never heard of any secret passage in Ravenclaw. While Hogwarts indeed harbors numerous hidden pathways, there is certainly no passage in the common rooms of the 4 houses, at least none that I am aware of," Professor Flitwick asserted confidently. "Is that so? Aren't you supposed to recite a certain incantation or possess a token in front of the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw to reveal a hidden door leading to her treasure? That too was told to you by the Weasley brothers?" Mike nodded slightly. "I believe you may have been misled, Mike," Professor Flitwick said, stuffing a piece of cut steak into his mouth as he mumbled. "You certainly haven't studied the history of magic thoroughly. Among the founders of the 4 houses, aside from Slytherin, who allegedly constructed a hidden chamber at Hogwarts to conceal his treasures, the remaining 3 founders bequeathed all their wealth and knowledge to their descendants, rendering the existence of any hidden treasures utterly impossible." Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's words, Mike felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The warmth stirred by the birthday gift from Flitwick had dissipated entirely. The claw marks on his face were bestowed upon him by the raven statue used for initiation testing at the Raven's Nest. A statue that had been in the possession of the Raven's Nest for centuries, having tested countless wizards for membership, based on the visions he had witnessed in his dreams. He was not the sole fortunate one. Mike was almost certain that there must be information regarding the claw marks and the light gate within the Raven's Nest. However, How could it be that Professor Flitwick, a member for over 30 years and the head of Ravenclaw House at Hogwarts, who undoubtedly held a significant position within the organization, remained completely ignorant of the matter concerning the light gate? Mike sensed an air of danger. Either the nest of crows was genuinely unaware of the luminous portal on the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, or they were privy to its existence yet chose to conceal this knowledge from Professor Flitwick. The likelihood of the former is not entirely absent, but it remains exceedingly slim. Those with dark hearts tend to envision others as reflections of themselves, and thus, Mike instinctively opted to believe the latter. Upon reflection, Professor Flitwick's actions indeed appeared quite peculiar. As merely a gifted half-blood, why would he extend such kindness towards him? The coveted pendant was one of Lady Ravenclaw's relics, yet Professor Flitwick had bestowed it upon Mike, who had only known him for a few months. Were their roles reversed, Mike could not fathom such selflessness. Mike sensed that a colossal beast named Conspiracy was drawing near, poised to devour him the moment he stumbled into its trap. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the dining table remained joyous, as Mike and Professor Flitwick continued to savor the exquisite dishes prepared by Lolo. Standing beside the table, Lolo was ever ready to attend to their needs. On the last day of July, a frail owl collided against the enchanted glass of window 210 in the Godric Valley, producing a dull thud. When Mike approached to investigate, he found the unfortunate creature motionless, a scroll of parchment tied to its leg. It appeared that this owl had valiantly persevered, driven by sheer determination, to deliver its message to this place. Honoring it as a diligent messenger, Mike removed the letter and grasped the bird by its two claws, intending to give it a dignified farewell in the kitchen, preparing for a proper cremation. However, just as Mike was about to relieve the brave creature of its thick feathered coat, the protagonist of this funeral unexpectedly stirred awake. This was unacceptable. A funeral demanded a certain decorum. The water in the kitchen was nearly boiling, awaiting the valiant one to shed its feathered exterior for a comforting bath. How could the ceremony proceed now that the guest of honor had awakened? Mike reached out to the neck of the warrior, intending to lull it back into slumber. To his surprise, a collar adorned the warrior's neck, inscribed with the name, Wesley. This revelation rendered the funeral utterly unfeasible. Mike had yet to summon the cruelty required to roast his friend's owl for sustenance. After preparing fresh water and food for the warrior, Mike finally found the leisure to open the envelope. The letter was from the Weasley brothers, who claimed that thanks to Mike's assistance in the previous academic year, they had managed to amass a considerable fortune and were planning to host a party at their home, extending a special invitation to Mike. The letter also mentioned that Franklin had already been brought to their humble abode, and that Harry had received their letter as well, and would be arriving shortly. No wonder the old owl appeared to be on the verge of exhaustion. It had traveled to so many places. Mike curled his lips in disdain, observing how increasingly evident the capitalist traits of the two brothers had become. Was it truly worth risking the life of this aged owl, nearly losing all its feathers, for the mere delivery of a message when it could be acquired for just a few galleons? After all, this creature had diligently served the Weasley family for years. Surely it deserved to enjoy its twilight years at home. While he scorned the miserly brothers, he gently caressed the owl's feathers, perhaps due to its old age. The owl exhibited a remarkably gentle nature, closing its eyes in contentment under Mike's soothing touch, even nuzzling its moist beak against his hand, blissfully unaware that just moments ago, this very person had contemplated roasting it for a meal. Noticing the owl's still trembling legs, Mike resolved against sending it back with the message, for there was a high likelihood it would perish en route. He decided to undertake the journey himself. With that thought in mind, he instructed Lolo to care for the valiant owl and to convey to Professor Flitwick that he would be visiting the Weasley residence and might stay for a few days. Before turning towards his own room, it felt rather awkward to go to someone else's home empty-handed for the first time. Having heard that Mr. Weasley had a fondness for Muggle curiosities, Mike decided it would be most appropriate to procure a few whimsical Muggle toys for him. He retrieved a cherished 100-pound note from his collection and, with a flick of his wrist, duplicated it. As a wisp of green smoke swirled upwards, two identical 100-pound notes appeared before him. Mike examined both bills closely, noting that not only were their designs identical, but even the stains he had inadvertently transferred were exactly the same. He nodded in satisfaction. The duplication spell was one Mike had pilfered from the restricted section, and while the incantation was not particularly challenging, its use was not widespread in the wizarding community. This was primarily due to its classification as a strictly regulated spell by the Ministry of Magic, as well as its perceived lack of value among traditional wizards. Items produced by the duplication spell bore an indistinguishable resemblance to their authentic counterparts, yet fundamentally, they remained mere facades of counterfeit. For instance, should one duplicate a loaf of bread, its appearance and aroma would indeed mimic that of a genuine loaf, yet it would be inedible, over time. The magical essence would gradually dissipate, leading to its ultimate dissolution. Consuming it might temporarily alleviate hunger, but it would offer no nutritional value, ultimately resulting in a heightened sense of hunger once it vanished. However, employing this spell to replicate currency or precious metals did not carry such drawbacks. Aside from its tendency to vanish unexpectedly, Muggles possessed no means of discerning the counterfeit from the genuine article. In truth, wizards were not naive. The duplication spell had been widely exploited to counterfeit galleons for fraudulent schemes until the advent of magical detection spells, and the Ministry's stringent regulations gradually curtailed such practices. Thus, the goblin's words to Mike at Gringotts rang true. Muggle currency held no significance for those in the wizarding world. Only law-abiding citizens like the Weasleys, along with those wizards incapable of casting the duplication spell, found themselves living on the edge of financial strain. With a thick stack of pounds in hand, Mike eagerly entered the living room, where he found Lolo anxiously fixated on the owl. He greeted her before dashing into the fireplace. Mike's magical prowess was still insufficient. The replicated pounds could only endure for a single day, compelling him to spend them swiftly. Dusting himself off, Mike stepped out of the leaky cauldron, and the bustling streets of London unfolded before his eyes. He inhaled deeply, savoring the air tinged with the scent of smoke and fire, and whimsically shook his head. It had been an entire year since he had returned to the Muggle world, and even the heavily polluted air seemed delightful to him. The notes in his possession bore identical serial numbers, and he dared not venture into the extravagant boutiques. Instead, he sought out shops where his expenditures would not exceed £100. Fortunately, the value of the pound in 1992 remained robust, allowing him to procure a plethora of items with just £100. The latest remote-controlled airplane was a certainty Mr. Weasley would adore. Purchased. What? Only £20 for one? I'll take 5. A cookbook? Mrs. Weasley would surely appreciate it. Just £5 each? Please wrap up 20 cookbooks from around the world. The shopping spree continued well into the afternoon. Mike had replicated approximately £10,000, yet even with several untraceable extension charm bags filled to the brim, he still had around £3,000 to £4,000 remaining. He couldn't help but lament his long absence from the Muggle world. Even spending, once his forte, had become a challenge. In a deserted alley, Mike made ample room and brandished his blackthorn wand. With a resounding bang, a bright purple-painted 3-tiered bus materialized before him, with Night Bus elegantly inscribed in gold upon the window. Mike stepped into the vehicle through the open door. The ticket collector, adorned in a purple uniform, was about to utter a word when Mike tossed out 11 silver sickles, stating, "To the humble abode of Audrey St. Catchpole, you are familiar with it, aren't you? By the way, could I trouble you for a ticket? If only I could replicate spells, I would conjure up a recommendation ticket directly. Hee hee." Chapter 58. The Humble Abode. You mean the Weasley household, right? Of course, I know it. By the way, would you like some chocolate? Just 4 more silver sickles, and before the ticket collector could finish, Mike ascended to the upper deck of the night bus, leaving the collector bewildered and stranded below. The second level of the night bus was furnished with several single beds and a few lengths of rope strewn across them. This must surely serve as the wizarding world's version of a seatbelt. How rudimentary indeed. Mike summoned the ticket collector, gathering the pillows from the vacant beds to cushion his back. He then requested the collector to securely bind him to the bed before commanding the driver to commence the journey. With a thunderous roar, the nightly bus roared to life once more. Mike was overwhelmed by a powerful force propelling him forward, as the scenery outside the window transformed into a streak of light racing past. The speed of this enchanted automobile was truly remarkable, rendering Mr. Weasley's modified flying car utterly inferior in comparison. As twilight descended, the night bus finally arrived at its destination, the humble abode. Mike was assisted by the ticket attendant as he disembarked, for the driver's maneuvers were exceedingly reckless. Drifting was a commonplace occurrence. And have you ever witnessed a vehicle making a sharp right turn from a standstill? Although this enchanted automobile was imbued with spatial magic, rendering obstacles a non-issue, the driver still navigated with utter disregard. Mike vowed never to take the night bus again. He would rather sit by the fireplace in all honesty, for the experience had been utterly dreadful, suppressing the nausea in his stomach. Mike lifted his gaze to behold a ramshackle 4-story building that appeared to be constructed in a haphazard and scientifically unfounded manner. To Muggles, the Weasley family's humble abode seemed enchanting, perfectly aligning with their preconceived notions of a wizard's dwelling. However, to wizards, it was perceived as an exceedingly dilapidated house. Wizards, too, are human, and their aesthetic preferences are not significantly different from those of ordinary Muggles. They, too, delight in opulent villas and classically luxurious manners. Thus, a true wizard's residence should resemble that of Professor Flitwick or Malfoy Manor, outwardly indistinguishable from typical Muggle architecture, yet concealing profound wonders within. As Mike scrutinized the dilapidated home, a red-haired little girl peeked out curiously but quickly retreated upon spotting him standing outside. Before long, the Weasley brothers and Franklin emerged. "Mike, what brings you here at this hour?" George exclaimed, opening his arms to embrace Mike. "Where is Errol? I haven't seen him return." After exchanging greetings with everyone who had come to welcome him, Mike explained, "Are you referring to that old owl nearly devoid of feathers? I left him at Professor Flitwick's to rest. You lot are quite stingy, using such an ancient owl for delivering messages. Don't you fear he might perish on the way?" Before Mike could finish his words, George swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. He anxiously glanced towards the dilapidated abode, relieved to see that no one had noticed, and raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Upon seeing his demeanor, Mike immediately realized that the Weasley brothers had undoubtedly not been entirely forthright with their parents regarding their joint venture's earnings, or at the very least, had concealed the true sum. Naturally, Mike comprehended their rationale, knowing Mrs. Weasley's temperament. If she were to discover that they had amassed nearly 6,000 galleons in just a year, she would assuredly confiscate every last canute. He nodded at George, who then released his hand from covering Mike's mouth. George intended to say something further, but upon noticing Mike gesturing an okay, he resigned himself to follow him into the burrow. As they stepped inside, a tantalizing aroma of roasted sausages enveloped them. Mrs. Weasley was at the stove, deftly wielding her wand, causing pots, pans, and various kitchen utensils to dance through the air. Succulent sausages were roasted to a perfect golden brown before floating effortlessly into a prepared platter nearby. Once she finished grilling the last sausage, Mrs. Weasley finally noticed Mike. Wiping her hands on her apron, she smiled and exclaimed, "You must be Mike. Come, sit down. George and Fred have told me all about your exploits. Earning 200 galleons in just one term is truly remarkable. You should invite that child named Dolphin over for a visit as well. I am aware of the troubles the Caro family is facing, and it is rather unfortunate." Upon hearing Mrs. Weasley's words, Mike couldn't help but be taken aback. The 6,000 galleons had been reduced to a mere 200. How miserly the Weasley brothers were, even towards their own mother. Concealing his disdain, he maintained a cheerful facade and replied, "You flatter me. It is all thanks to George and Fred that we were able to earn that money. By the way, I brought gifts for everyone. I almost forgot." As he spoke, Mike began to pull out one gift after another from his undetectable extension charm bag. Initially, Mrs. Weasley intended to engage in polite conversation, but as Mike produced more and more items, each more intriguing than the last, her attention was irresistibly drawn to the gifts. Not only she, but everyone in the room unconsciously gathered around, even the red-haired little girl who had been peeking down from the second floor. "Here. This is for you, a cookbook from around the world. I thought you would surely appreciate it. And this is for you, Franklin, the latest Game Boy handheld console along with 20 accompanying cartridges. Quite splendid, isn't it? And this is for you, Ginny, a pure silver hairpin. Don't be shy. Come and take it. Look, it even has a floral design." Noticing the remote-controlled car left on the floor, Mike recalled that someone seemed to be missing and inquired, "Where's Mr. Weasley?" However, no one paid him any mind. Mrs. Weasley was joyfully perusing the cookbooks. Little Ginny rushed upstairs with her hairpin, likely to admire herself in the mirror, while Ron and the Weasley brothers tossed aside the MP3 players Mike had gifted them. Eagerly clustering around Franklin to examine the Game Boy, Mike spread his arms and shrugged his shoulders, and seeing that no one paid him any mind, he sat down to savor the delicious sausages freshly prepared by Mrs. Weasley. It must be said, her culinary skills were rather impressive, far surpassing what one might expect from a British wizard. Just as Mike was enjoying his meal, a loud melody erupted from the enchanted clock on the wall, and a hand, adorned with a picture of Mr. Weasley, pointed to the spot marked home. Moments later, a slightly portly, red-haired middle-aged man pushed open the door. "Goodness! Why is it so lively at home today?" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, placing his hat on the shoe rack at the entrance and gazing in astonishment at the gathered crowd. He then noticed the items in their hands, his mouth agape in surprise as he stammered, "Where did all these things come from?" Chapter 59. Confronting the goblins, the Weasley family was thoroughly delighted with the gifts that Mike had brought, as evidenced by their reactions during dinner. Mr. Weasley clutched the remote-controlled car tightly, utterly perplexed by how this device, devoid of any magical essence, could respond to his commands. Little Ginny had lost all interest in her meal. The pure silver hairpin had already found its place in her hair, and she would occasionally reach up to touch it. The hairpin, adorned with a small pearl, shimmered beautifully in the candlelight. As for the Weasley brothers and Franklin, each was engrossed in a Game Boy. eagerly playing a game they had insisted Mike procure for them. From their chatter, it became clear they were currently engrossed in a game called Pokemon, which Mike's youngest son, Jimmy, had also enjoyed in his previous life. Fortunately, Mrs. Weasley was not so engrossed in her recipes that she lost track of her guests. She engaged Mike in conversation while continually replenishing his plate. Observing that the others were too preoccupied to eat, she could no longer tolerate the impolite behavior and, with a commanding voice, halted their distractions. In an instant, her demeanor transformed, and with a warm smile, she resumed her attentiveness towards Mike. Thanks to Mrs. Weasley's authoritative presence, the atmosphere at the dining table returned to normalcy. As dinner concluded, everyone dispersed as if they had completed a task. Some continued to experiment with the remote-controlled car, others remained absorbed in their games, and a few indulged in vanity. Even Mrs. Weasley retreated to her recipes, leaving the dishes unattended on the table. It was inconceivable for Mike to assist with the cleanup, as Franklin, eager to continue capturing pixies alongside the Weasley brothers, stormed into the yard. Stop frowning. What is so enjoyable about this game? Mike playfully punched Franklin in the chest. Tell me, how well have you mastered the notes I provided you? Upon the mention of the notes, Franklin's previously troubled expression transformed into one of pride. What do you think? I've learned everything. I've even grasped the techniques for emotional spellcasting, albeit with a rather low success rate. Oh, are you certain? Let us put that to the test. Mike responded, somewhat surprised yet quickly regaining his composure. He gestured towards the goblins frolicking in the Weasley garden. Goblins are a common magical creature in England, standing about 30 centimeters tall as adults, characterized by disproportionately large heads and oversized feet. Typically residing in underground burrows, these creatures feed on plant roots, often wreaking havoc on crops and gardens, and due to their prolific breeding, they are regarded as pests. Mrs. Weasley evidently neglected her garden, as several goblins were merrily playing amidst the overgrown weeds. Franklin, being astute, understood Mike's implication. With a knowing glance, he brandished his wand and cast a spell, resulting in a fragmented eruption of light. A red beam shot forth, striking the goblin furthest to the right. The creature burst into a mist of crimson, reminiscent of a watermelon smashed by a hammer. The other goblins, witnessing the sudden explosion of their playmate, emitted piercing shrieks and scattered in panic. However, Franklin's expression darkened. He had intended to target a different goblin. Mike, an expert marksman, recognized the blunder and shook his head with a sigh, disappointment evident on his face. Franklin, noticing this, felt his face fall further. It was impossible to discern anyone's complexion in the dim light, and hurriedly aimed again, hoping to salvage some dignity. Fortunately, goblins are notoriously foolish, often comparable to dim-witted deer. News of their companion's demise spread quickly among the survivors, prompting many goblins to venture above ground out of sheer curiosity. A petrification spell was unleashed, accurately striking a goblin peering cautiously from the cave entrance. Upon witnessing his spell successfully hit its target, Franklin's demeanor brightened, and he cast a smug glance at Mike. Meanwhile, the Weasley brothers were being scolded by their mother, who was tidying up the dining table by tugging at their ears. Upon observing Mike and Franklin's antics in the yard, the brothers exchanged knowing glances, both unveiling peculiar smiles. Ron, witnessing this expression, shuddered. He was all too familiar with it, as it always preceded their mischievous schemes against him. Hey, Mike, what game are you playing? A goblin hunting competition? The Weasley brothers approached Mike, draping their arms over his shoulders. Mind if we join you? Before Mike could respond, Franklin interjected. Over the past few days, he had developed a good rapport with the Weasley brothers. Let us do it. I assure you that I'll leave you in disarray. The Weasley brothers exchanged a peculiar smile as they glanced at the young black man before them. How can a competition exist without stakes? George remarked. Indeed. How about the loser does the dishes? Fred added. Mike observed the smiles of the two individuals, fully aware of their intentions, yet he chose not to confront them. Instead, with a cheerful demeanor, he suggested, I believe this is a feasible endeavor. I shall act as the referee. We shall set a timer for 5 minutes, and the one who ranks the lowest will assist Mrs. Weasley in washing the dishes. What do you think? With a flick of his wand, a glowing scoreboard composed of magical energy materialized above their heads. The three of them nodded in agreement. Begin. With Mike's command, the garden erupted into a whirlwind of spells. Goblins were blasted apart, petrified, or incinerated, meeting bizarre fates. However, the goblins beneath the Weasley garden seemed to be inexhaustible. After one wave was dispatched, another would emerge, their curious eyes blinking up from the ground. The Weasley twins had been clearing goblins since the age of 6, making them quite seasoned, while Franklin was no match for their prowess. The two brothers worked in perfect harmony, One employed various restriction spells to ensnare multiple goblins, while the other swiftly eliminated them with a fire spell. They alternated seamlessly, achieving a remarkably high efficiency in their slaughter, their scores on the scoreboard soaring like rockets, leaving Franklin far behind. "What are you doing?" Just as the excitement reached its peak, a familiar voice of fury erupted from behind them. Turning around, they saw Mrs. Weasley. Her heart ached at the sight of the garden in utter disarray, her crops ruined. With their family already struggling financially, George and Fred's reckless antics were utterly intolerable. The Weasley brothers were soon dragged inside by their mother, the sounds of their pained cries echoing from within indicating that they were receiving a rather severe reprimand. Observing his two older brothers being scolded by their mother brought immense joy to Ron, who leaned over the banister, occasionally bursting into gleeful laughter. However, it became evident that reveling in the misfortunes of others would come at a cost. The following morning, having discovered the whole affair, the Weasley brothers yanked their younger brother Ron from his bed under the pretense of physical training. Judging by Ron's despondent expression, it was clear that he was the one being exercised. Franklin was also roused by Mike. The lad had been engrossed in games until the early hours of the morning and appeared half asleep as he followed Mike outside. Mike had tested Franklin's spellcasting skills the previous night. Although he lost to George and Fred, Mike was nonetheless pleased. After all, despite their mischievousness, those two brothers were undeniably gifted. Mike could see that Franklin had indeed taken his notes to heart and learned them quite well. However, that alone was insufficient to aid him. "Wake up a little," he exclaimed. "Next, I shall teach you a spell." He patted Franklin on the head. "We don't have much time. If you can master it before school starts, I will take you somewhere special." The pat on his head jolted Franklin awake. And upon hearing Mike's words, he curiously inquired, "Where?" "First, you need to learn it," Mike retorted with a glance. "What I am about to teach you is the disillusionment charm. Have you heard of it? Isn't the disillusionment charm a controlling spell?" Franklin gasped, but then felt it was inappropriate to exclaim, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before whispering, "Where did you find this?" "That's none of your concern. Just tell me if you want to learn," Mike replied with a smile. Franklin nodded eagerly, realizing the significance of learning a controlling spell. If he missed this opportunity, he might never have another chance. "All right, when casting the disillusionment charm, you must do your utmost to conceal your presence. It sounds complicated, but in reality, it is quite simple. You merely need to slow your breathing and heartbeat. At the same time, your wand must trace a Z shape in the air. Do you understand?" "Got it. Sounds easy enough," Franklin responded. Everyone in the wizarding world knows that the Killing Curse's incantation is Avada Kedavra. Yet, I don't see the Killing Curse being cast everywhere," Mike said, narrowing his eyes at Franklin. "Now, show me a demonstration." Franklin found himself at a loss for words under Mike's scrutiny. So he shrank his neck and attempted to cast the disillusionment charm as instructed. Concealment. After spending over half an hour adjusting his presence, Franklin shouted the incantation and vigorously waved his wand, causing a loud whoosh. However, nothing happened. Smack. Mike slapped Franklin on the head. "Do you think you're reciting an explosive incantation? Why are you shouting so loudly, huh? Brother, what you cast was an illusion spell, a spell meant for invisibility." Michael gazed at his crimson palm with a deep sigh, extracting a tome and tossing it to Franklin. "Very well, these are the notes on the illusory body spell. Practice them at your leisure, and I shall test you again tomorrow." With that, he made his way toward his humble abode, leaving Franklin standing there, ruefully rubbing his head. Upon returning to his modest dwelling and savoring a refreshing glass of chilled plum juice offered by Mrs. Wesley, Michael's anger gradually dissipated. Franklin was truly a peculiar fellow. At times, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, effortlessly grasping Michael's intentions with just a glance, yet at other moments, his foolishness was so profound that one could only wish to strike him on the head. Thud, thud, thud. As Mike placed the cup upon the table, he was suddenly met with the sound of tapping against the glass. Raising his gaze, he was delighted to discover it was none other than our owl warrior. Swiftly, he approached the window, opening it to welcome the creature inside. This little fellow clearly remembered Mike, nuzzling his hand affectionately with its head, and lifting its leg to reveal 2 letters tied around it for Mike to see. Mike took the letter and began to read. The first letter was predictably from Professor Flitwick, containing no remarkable information, merely wishing Mike a delightful time. However, the sender of the second letter surprised Mike. It was none other than Penelope. It appeared that Penelope had sent the letter to Professor Flitwick's residence, which was why Errol had brought it along. In her letter, Penelope warmly invited Mike to accompany her to Diagon Alley during the weekend preceding the start of term, expressing her desire to properly thank him. Upon reading the words of gratitude, Mike immediately understood. Penelope must have received the head girl badge from Hogwarts. The young lady likely believed she had greeted Professor Flitwick, when in fact, Mike had never mentioned this matter to him at all. Penelope's ascension to the position was solely due to her own diligence. Satisfied, Mike carefully placed the letter into his undetectable extension charm bag. Had the Weasley twins caught sight of this letter, their insatiable curiosity would have ensured that by the start of term, the entire Hogwarts community would know of Penelope's invitation to Mike for a rendezvous in Diagon Alley. It is indeed remarkable how this world operates. Just as Mike contemplated the Weasley twins, the duo returned, carrying Ron with them. "Oh, is that Errol?" they exclaimed. "Perfect timing. We've sent nearly 10 letters to Harry without receiving a single reply. Let us send Errol out once more." They chuckled as they positioned the dejected Ron, who could barely stand, onto a chair. "Are you trying to wear Errol to the bone? Didn't you notice he just got back?" Mrs. Weasley chastised, giving each of the brothers a light smack on the forehead. "And what has happened to Ron?" Nothing much. He simply overexerted himself and is a bit fatigued." The Weasley twins explained, their expressions stiff, while casting sympathetic glances at the slumped Ron. "Yes, that is correct. I'm merely a bit drained," Ron admitted, feeling compelled to concede under the pressure from his mischievous brothers. "All right, Mother, we'll go send the letter now," the twins said, their playful demeanor returning now that they had successfully deflected their mother-esque concerns. "If Harry still does not respond, we might have to pay him a visit to ensure everything is all right. Mike, would you care to join us?" "What do you mean? To send the letter or to seek out Harry?" Both. I'll handle the letter. As for finding Harry, I think I'll pass. I have matters to attend to. I advise you not to worry too much. Harry is under his mother's protective charm and is unlikely to be in any danger. As for the advertisement, I recommend a novel titled I Have a Blooming Adumbra, which is currently nearing 100,000 words. It's a project that has been put forth, and if you have the time, I would appreciate your support in favoriting it. Chapter 61. Ollivander's enlightenment time spent in joy always seems to fly. And soon the day that Mike had arranged with Penelope arrived. Franklin had ultimately mastered the disillusionment charm. Although his casting speed was slow and the invisibility effect left much to be desired, he was nonetheless exceedingly pleased. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, having sent 15 letters to Harry without a single reply, could no longer contain their impatience and resolved to visit Harry's home that very evening. They inquired once more if Mike and Franklin would accompany them, but once again, Mike declined. Mike resolved to distance himself from the savior Harry to avoid arousing the suspicions of that old busybody, Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Franklin seemed eager to accompany him, but Mike gave him a light tap on the forehead, prompting him to desist. On this particular day, Mike arrived at Diagon Alley early, but there was one place he needed to visit before meeting Penelope. The tinkling of bells announced his entry into Ollivander's wand shop, which remained as shabby as ever. As Mike pushed open the door, the bell chimed brightly. "Ah, Mr. Mike Tully," Ollivander greeted in his characteristic, husky tone. "A 13-inch wand of blackthorn with a dragon heartstring. Not easily bent, a wand fit for a warrior. Am I correct? What brings you here? Has something gone awry with your wand?" Mike was not taken aback by Mr. Ollivander's precise knowledge of his name and wand details. He brushed his fingers over the thick layer of dust on the stool, then disdainfully wiped them on the nearby curtain before speaking. "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, I sense that my wand has encountered a minor issue, although it appears to be evolving positively. I felt it prudent to seek your expertise as a master wand maker." "Oh, please show me your wand," Ollivander responded eagerly. "I faced a rather perilous attack in the Forbidden Forest, but fortunately, luck was on my side, allowing me to return unscathed." Mike produced his blackthorn wand and handed it to Ollivander. "Ever since that incident, I have noticed some peculiar changes. It seems to have grown stronger." Ollivander received the blackthorn wand with both hands, donned his thick, bottle-bottom glasses, and scrutinized it intently for quite some time before returning it to Mike. "What you are experiencing is quite normal. Blackthorn possesses a peculiar trait. It bears the sweetest fruit only after enduring the harshest frosts. Wands crafted from this wood can only truly bond with their masters after facing danger or adversity. From that point forward, your blackthorn wand will become an incredibly loyal companion." Ollivander continued in an enticing tone. "However, I must advise you, I have noticed numerous tiny scratches on your wand. It appears you have been somewhat neglectful in its upkeep. Such behavior is quite irresponsible, considering it is your most important ally. I recommend that you acquire a set of wand care tools. I have a set available for just 10 galleons, which includes a wand care manual. What do you think?" As Ollivander cheerfully bid him to return, Mike exited the shop clutching a set of wand care tools, gazing at the bustling crowd on the street, feeling a bit disoriented. How is it that one moment he appears as a reclusive sage, and the next, he transforms into a mercenary merchant? Are all so-called masters nowadays so mercenary? Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Mike hurried into the throng, realizing that time was of the essence. Penelope was waiting for him. Upon finally arriving at their designated meeting spot, Florian's ice cream parlor, a thin sheen of sweat had formed on Mike's forehead. With the commencement of the Hogwarts term approaching, many students and their parents flocked to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the new semester, making this a particularly bustling time. Penelope was seated at a window table, beaming as she watched Mike navigate through the crowd. An untouched glass of ice water sat before her, indicating she had been waiting for quite a while. Apologies, Penelope. I did not intend to be late. A black cat crossed my path on the way, Mike explained as he wiped the sweat from his brow. No worries. I just arrived myself, Penelope replied, resting her chin on her delicate hand, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with mirth, choosing not to expose Mike's flimsy excuse. Today, Penelope was dressed in a lively manner, in stark contrast to her usual polished appearance at Hogwarts. Her golden curls cascaded casually over her shoulders, and the hem of her white printed T-shirt was tucked into her denim shorts, adorned with a vibrant image of Doryman. The character's head appeared comically inflated, adding a three-dimensional effect. Her long legs swayed gently, glimmering almost ethereally in the sunlight. Michael appeared somewhat dazed, swallowing hard after a moment's pause. As he gazed at Penelope's teasing smile, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having spent nearly 2 years in this world without any romantic encounters, he felt out of place. It would have been one thing if he were a mere child, but he had been an adult man in his previous life. Now, seeing Penelope dressed as she was, he found himself at a loss for composure. To alleviate his awkwardness, Michael cleared his throat and called for a server, 2 servings of the Florent signature ice cream, please. The summer in England was not particularly sweltering. Temperatures reaching 30 degrees Celsius were considered high. Yet, the human penchant for sweet treats drew many patrons into the shop, and the server merely nodded in acknowledgement before returning to the counter to attend to other customers. It's quite warm, isn't it, Penelope? Michael finally exhaled, pulling out a chair to sit across from her. Oh, no. I should refer to you as head girl, shouldn't I? At his words, Penelope erupted into laughter, her joy causing her figure to sway, much to Michael's chagrin as he swallowed hard once more. This is all thanks to you. Without your support, I wouldn't have achieved this position. You know, Paula has long coveted the title of head girl. She's a pure blood, after all. How could a muggle-born wizard like me possibly compete? I know about Paula, Michael replied. I've heard she hails from an obscure pure blood family, not even one of the 28 esteemed houses. Her demeanor doesn't match yours, and in terms of appearance, she pales in comparison to you. Michael smiled, aware that women, regardless of age, relish compliments. Penelope, delighted by his flattery, covered her mouth and chuckled for quite some time. It was only when the server brought over their 2 ice creams that she finally composed herself. I must thank you, she said, retrieving a small gift box from her bag. This is something I selected just for you. Go on, open it. Penelope, coming from a muggle family that wasn't particularly affluent, could not afford the luxury of enchanted bags. Chapter 62. An outing with Penelope. Mike reached out to take the gift box, seizing the opportunity to accidentally brush against Penelope's small hand, which earned him a pair of exaggerated eye rolls. Mike cheerfully opened the gift box, the smooth texture of Penelope's small hand pleasantly surprising him. However, upon revealing the contents, his smile faltered. The present from Penelope turned out to be a set of wand maintenance tools, which were, regrettably, of an inferior quality compared to the exquisite ones he had just purchased from Ollivanders, merely a set of intermediate tools worth approximately 5 galleons. Mike was aware that Penelope's family circumstances were rather dire. The annual exchange limit of 100 galleons provided by Gringotts for muggle-born wizarding students was something Penelope seldom utilized. It was likely that this set of maintenance tools was purchased with the savings she had diligently accumulated over a long period, which stirred a pang of emotion within him. Adjusting his facial expression, he restored it to the original radiant smile and said, Your gift comes at the most opportune moment. Professor Flitwick just mentioned that my wand sustained damage during last year's Forbidden Forest battle and requires proper maintenance. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. Penelope, delicately savoring her ice cream cone, flashed a toothy grin at Mike and replied, I'm glad you like it. The ice cream from the Florian family was worlds apart from that of the Muggle realm. It was crafted from cream and milk sourced from a magical creature known as the English horned cow. The milk produced by this magical being was not only delicious but also rich in magical properties, reputed to greatly benefit the magical growth of young wizards. Consequently, this creature has been extensively domesticated by wizards, with the Malfoy family possessing the largest breeding operation as far as Mike knew. Furthermore, the Florian ice cream cones were enhanced with enchanting spells, causing snowflakes to appear around the consumer, creating a truly enchanting spectacle. Though Penelope's eating manner was exceedingly refined, she devoured the adult-sized ice cream cone with remarkable speed, finishing it off in no time. As Mike observed her somewhat reluctant demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle and offered her his own ice cream cone. Penelope's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly embarrassed at the thought of Mike teasing her for being greedy, and she hesitated to accept it. Eventually, Mike insisted, firmly placing the cone in her hand, which prompted her to relent. Gazing at the indulging young woman before him, Mike smiled gently and remarked, "Penelope, you're in your 5th year now, and in just 2 years, you'll be graduating. Have you given any thought to where you might want to work after graduation?" This caused Penelope's smile to falter, and she set aside the ice cream cone. Her spirits somewhat dampened as she replied, "It's not that simple. As Muggle-born witches, we know all too well the attitude of the Wizarding Society towards us. You, with your exceptional talent, are favored by Professor Flitwick. Even during the summer, when you had nowhere to stay, he invited you to his home. Your future employment prospects are hardly a concern. As for me, my magical abilities are merely average, and while my management skills may be outstanding, the Ministry of Magic is unlikely to hire a witch of Muggle descent. Employment? I would be fortunate to find a job working in a restaurant, much like that shopkeeper we just encountered. Penelope, you are being overly modest. In my eyes, with your capabilities, securing a position at the Ministry of Magic would be more than attainable. Their refusal to hire you would be their loss," Mike countered. Penelope did not respond, merely shaking her head gently. "Actually, you still have a chance to work at the ministry," Mike said meaningfully. "Of course, I'm not suggesting you resort to the foolish idea of marrying a pureblood wizard. I imagine Percy has been persistently pestering you these days, which must be quite bothersome." "What do you mean?" Penelope asked, caught off guard by Mike's insight into her troubles but quickly regaining her composure. Mike observed Penelope's reaction with satisfaction. He recognized her high emotional intelligence and that her magical abilities were not as lacking as she claimed, but rather among the top of her year. Such talent was someone he decided to cultivate a connection with. "Have you heard of the Raven's Nest? It is the renowned mutual aid society for Ravenclaw, with exceedingly stringent membership criteria. Not only must applicants possess remarkable abilities, but they also require a recommendation from a member who has been in the society for over a year," Mike explained with a smile. "Oh, and by the way, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Barty Crouch, is also a member of the Raven's Nest. In fact, I met him just last month during my initiation ceremony." Penelope stared at him in astonishment, her mouth agape, and the ice cream cone slipped from her grasp and onto the table without her noticing as she stammered, "Are you saying you've already joined the Raven's Nest? Does this mean—" "Indeed," Mike interjected with a snap of his fingers. "In my view, your potential is more than sufficient for you to join the Raven's Claw. All you lack is a recommender. Once you become part of the Raven's Nest, joining the Ministry of Magic would be as effortless as a mere snap." "What do you want?" Penelope, now recovering from her initial shock, questioned, sensing Mike's genuine interest in her future. "You think too highly of me. I'm not that kind of person. I will recommend you for membership in the Raven's Nest before you graduate. We are both Muggle-born." "I will certainly lend my assistance where I can," Mike replied, raising an eyebrow at Penelope. "Now, it's getting late. We shouldn't squander our date time in this dreary ice cream shop. Let's go out and explore, shall we, beautiful lady?" It proved true that the allure of shopping for women rivals that of compliments about their beauty. Initially, Penelope remained cautious around Mike. His selfless assistance left her slightly incredulous, as she had not perceived him as such a generous person. However, after a while of wandering, Penelope gradually relaxed, her smile returning to her lovely face. Particularly after visiting Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion shop, Penelope transformed into a different person, almost fervently darting among the bottles and jars. By the time the evening came and they parted ways, the small bag she had brought was gone, replaced by a seamless extension charm bag adorned with a woodpecker pattern, which she now wore at her waist. It was filled with her purchases from the day, from Mrs. Malkin's custom robes to various beauty potions. Of course, all of this had been paid for by Mike. Initially, Penelope intended to conclude her shopping after acquiring the items on her Hogwarts supply list, as she had only a modest amount of galleons with her. However, when Mike revealed a hefty sack of galleons and assured her that he would cover the day's expenses, she felt liberated to indulge. Yet, as a girl accustomed to frugality, Penelope still struggled with spending. She had managed to buy a plethora of items for less than 200 galleons. "Thank you so much for today," Penelope said with a smile. "With school starting soon, What are your plans for the next few days? I think I'll stay with Professor Flitwick for a few more days. It's getting late. You should head back and be careful on your way, Mike replied absently. Got it. Goodbye, Penelope said, quickly leaning in to plant a kiss on Mike's cheek before turning and disappearing into the crowd. Mike gently caressed his cheek, the lingering warmth from a recent touch stirring a sense of longing within him. Damn it, according to the usual script, we should be lounging in a hotel by now. Alas, Mike lamented with a hint of frustration, casting a glance at his little companion, regretting its lack of ambition. Chapter 63. Mike's small enterprise. Perhaps due to a past life experience of sudden wealth, Mike had always been extravagant with his spending. Nevertheless, he never considered himself a squanderer. The methods of accumulating wealth boiled down to two approaches: increasing income and reducing expenses. Mike believed that increasing income was far more vital than merely cutting costs. While frugality might save money, it could also render one as inept as Penelope, unable to spend wisely. Only by increasing income could one amass wealth while genuinely embodying the essence of affluence. With the school holiday underway, the business of dolphin magic drinks came to a halt. A lack of transactions naturally led to dwindling revenue, and idly consuming resources was not an option. Penelope's pitiful demeanor from the previous day sparked a significant revelation for Mike. Unlike his past life, this era did not face rampant currency devaluation. In early 1990s Britain, the pound remained robust. For instance, in 1989, an ordinary worker earned approximately £3 per hour, which amounted to £528 monthly based on an 8-hour workday over 22 days. Fast forward to 1992, with inflation considered, one could earn around £600 monthly. This income was sufficient for a family of 3 to live comfortably, provided they did not reside in a major city. An income of £600 a month truly represented the earnings of the majority in contemporary Britain. The exchange limit set by Gringotts was 100 galleons per year, equivalent to £500, a significant sum for ordinary families. Additionally, the Ministry of Magic offered subsidies for items on the Hogwarts supply list, meaning that acquiring all necessary items did not require the full 100 galleons. Consequently, most Muggle-born wizards did not exchange the maximum amount. To Mike, this was a blatant waste. And as a self-proclaimed thrifty youth, he would not allow such a situation to persist. Thus, at the entrance of Diagon Alley, 2 boys, one clad in black and the other in white, stood vigilantly, scrutinizing the entrance wall. Whenever they spotted someone dressed in Muggle attire arriving alone at Diagon Alley, they would surreptitiously approach and inquire, "Friend, in need of galleons?" If accompanied by family, they would transform into benevolent guides, enlightening them about the wizarding world and ultimately offering to exchange pounds for galleons at a nominal fee, merely a trivial commission. Though they referred to it as a negligible commission, it was, in fact, quite exorbitant. Each transaction incurred an 80 fee, with the 2 boys taking 50 and the Gringotts goblin handling the currency exchange pocketing 30. These 2 boys were, of course, Mike and Franklin. Mike was an adept observer. In his past life, bank heists and thefts necessitated acute awareness, honing his ability to discern. He could quickly identify Muggles from wizards, as well as gauge the economic status of their families, whether they were financially stable or struggling to make ends meet. This innate skill made their business endeavors considerably easier. With Hogwarts opening just around the corner, everyone was eager to procure supplies for the upcoming term, resulting in a bustling crowd in Diagon Alley. Consequently, the small enterprise run by Mike and Franklin flourished. Despite their outrageous commission rates, the galleons were essentially free money, and most patrons were quite satisfied with their services. Naturally, there were a few miscreants attempting to haggle with Mike, even threatening to report him for undermining the ministry's interests. Mike, however, was unyielding, boldly revealing his name and vowing to confront them upon their return to school. Last year, Mike gained quite a reputation at school. Now, every student at Hogwarts is aware that he is Professor Flitwick's favored pupil, possessing considerable prowess. It is evidently unwise to offend someone who is almost certain to become a prefect or even the president of the male student council for a mere handful of galleons. Consequently, these rebellious students reluctantly acquiesced, allowing Mike to extract enormous commissions. It became apparent that many of these Muggle-born and half-blood wizards attending Hogwarts came from less than affluent backgrounds. In just 3 short days, Mike and Franklin amassed nearly 1,000 galleons. One day, while searching for business as usual, Mike and Franklin encountered a few familiar faces. "Mike? Franklin? What are you blocking the entrance for?" spoke Mr. Weasley, followed by Mrs. Weasley, Harry, and the 5 Weasley children of various ages. We're just shopping," Mike stammered, concocting an excuse after a moment of hesitation. "We're actually on our way to buy new books. Why don't you join us?" Harry, likely having been cooped up all summer, eagerly invited them, relishing the prospect of company. "No, we're waiting for someone," Mike replied with a shrug. "Waiting for whom? Penelope?" Percy interjected sharply, his voice piercing the air. "I believe that is none of your concern," Mike retorted, recognizing Percy's hostile demeanor, but refusing to back down, enunciating each word deliberately. "Mr. Percy Weasley." This provoked Percy further, as he jabbed a finger at his left chest, where the glimmering badge of a Hogwarts prefect caught the sunlight. "You better take a good look. I am a prefect." "A prefect? Is this how you speak to a prefect?" "Oh, look who it is, the prefect of Gryffindor meddling in Ravenclaw's affairs." "What an impressive authority you wield, Prefect Percy," Mike replied in an exaggeratedly peculiar tone, sharing a glance with Franklin before bursting into uproarious laughter. Percy's face contorted with rage, his right hand trembling as he fumbled about, seemingly in search of his wand. Mike's wand had long since appeared in his hand. Should Percy dare to point his wand at him, he would promptly cast a disarming charm, giving Percy a taste of hardship, as he shared a deep camaraderie with the Weasley brothers. However, before Percy could draw his wand, George forcibly guided him toward their father, Mr. Weasley, who was engaged in shopping nearby. Meanwhile, Fred made a face at Mike, bowing and contorting his expression in a peculiar manner. The message was clear to Mike. He should not stoop to Percy's level, out of respect for their friendship. Mike refrained from reacting harshly and merely gestured for them to leave quickly. Noticing Mike's signal, Fred remained silent, nodded in acknowledgement, and hastily followed the already departing George and Percy. Observing their ongoing tug-of-war, Mike scoffed and spat in the direction they had gone. Franklin, witnessing this display, perhaps thinking it cool, mimicked him, though his spit flew considerably farther, nearly landing on a passing young lady. Chapter 64. Alfie on the bustling platform 9 3/4. Mike and Franklin struggled to navigate through the throngs of people, each burdened with their luggage. The delightful summer vacation had finally drawn to a close, heralding the annual return to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Clearly, the young wizards bore little aversion to the impending school year. Unlike the grim expressions often seen during school openings in the past, they appeared eager and animated. After much effort, the two managed to board the train, exhaling a sigh of relief. The platform was crowded with young wizards and their parents, many of whom, even after sending their children onto the train, remained rooted in place, waving incessantly with silly grins. Both generations of Mike were orphans, having never experienced the warmth of parental love, thus rendering them incapable of understanding such emotions. Witnessing such a scene suddenly stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Fortunately, Mike, with his tough exterior and hardened heart, did not reveal his feelings. A burst of laughter erupted as an owl perched atop Franklin's head fixed its gaze upon Mike, emitting sounds strikingly akin to laughter, as if mocking Mike's vulnerability. Mike glared fiercely at it and, without hesitation, struck its head, finally bringing it to a halt. This owl was Franklin's pet, purchased with the earnings he had amassed over the past few days in Diagon Alley. The duo's small enterprise thrived remarkably, yielding nearly 2,000 galleons in just a week's time, of which Mike alone pocketed 100, leaving 600 for Franklin. Consequently, Franklin spent 400 galleons to acquire this owl. For the first time, Mike discovered that there existed someone more extravagant than himself. 400 galleons could sustain the Weasley family for several months in comfort. Yet Franklin had squandered such an amount on an owl that served no purpose beyond delivering messages. According to the shopkeeper, this owl was a rare species, extinct in the Muggle world, known as the laughing owl. This particular owl, rather sizable at around 40 centimeters, had been cultivated by wizards over time to possess remarkable intelligence, comparable to that of a 3-year-old child. However, even this was insufficient justification for its exorbitant price. The true value of the owl lay in its unique call, which resembled laughter. Upon hearing its call for the first time, Franklin was resolute in his decision to purchase it, as he believed its laughter echoed the voice of his mother. To Mike, what Franklin perceived as a heavenly sound was nothing short of an irritating cacophony, the mocking tone of the laughter driving him to distraction. After learning the reason behind Franklin's purchase, Mike found himself intrigued by Franklin's mother. What kind of woman could emit such a derisive laugh? He felt compelled to meet her someday. As for pets, Mike held no interest. Even if he were to adopt one, an owl would be the last choice. His disdain for birds stemmed from the torment inflicted upon him by a wretched raven during the summer, which had left him harboring an animosity toward all avian creatures. If not for Franklin's affection, the laughing owl, which he had named Alfu, would have faced a rather grim fate, for its incessant laughter was quite unbearable. The two found an empty compartment and entered, but before they could settle their luggage, Franklin hastily produced a bottle of mineral water. pouring a small amount into the cap and reverently presenting it to the owl perched atop his head, incessantly calling its name. Mike mused that Franklin's devotion to his pet eclipsed any filial piety he might exhibit toward his own mother. While most kept their owls confined, Franklin allowed Alpha to roam freely, fearing that confinement might lead to depression. Consequently, Alpha made Franklin's head its home, fashioning his hair into a comical nest. It was said that the hair quality of black individuals was generally poor, leading many to baldness by middle age, thus resorting to wigs to avoid the embarrassment of a shiny scalp. Mike recalled a client named Chun from Hong Kong, who claimed that countless wig factories thrived in Africa, a notion he couldn't verify. If true, Franklin might find himself donning a wig before turning 30. Thus, Mike resolved that this Christmas he would gift Franklin a wig, preferably one from the esteemed factories of China, reputed for their unparalleled quality. Just as Mike was lost in thought, the compartment door swung open abruptly, revealing a flustered Hermione, drenched in sweat. Without acknowledging Franklin and his feathered companion, she seized Mike's hand. "Have you seen Harry?" she inquired urgently. "Wait, didn't they catch the train?" Mike struggled to free himself from Hermione's grip, noting her newfound strength. She was becoming increasingly forceful, and he felt a twinge of pain as she held onto his hand. Missing the train was inconsequential. Dumbledore would undoubtedly retrieve him. However, Hermione was clearly unconvinced and was about to retort when she was interrupted by someone entering from behind. "Who has made the train?" Penelope sauntered into the compartment, appearing as the quintessential upperclassman again, her golden hair simply pinned behind her ears. Her figure elegantly draped in a plain robe adorned with intricate gold embroidery, a garment Mike had purchased for 20 galleons. "It's Harry. He seems to have missed the train," Mike replied, spreading his hands. Hermione looked anxious, prompting Mike to reassure her that Dumbledore would ensure Harry's return. Indeed, as Mike had stated, Dumbledore would not allow his chosen savior to vanish without cause. Hermione's worries were entirely unfounded. Penelope leaned against Mike's chair and remarked, "You see, Hermione, your concerns are unnecessary." Feeling a surge of unexplainable irritation, Hermione glanced at Mike and Penelope, her cheeks flushing with indignation, muttering a curse under her breath before storming out. Meanwhile, Penelope couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the owl perched atop Franklin's head. Hermione, having not ventured far, heard their laughter and, exasperated, quickened her pace away from the compartment. Mike, amused by Penelope's mirth, chuckled and asked, "Shouldn't you be in the prefect's carriage? What brings you here?" "I'm merely bored and sought some conversation," Penelope replied, still slightly breathless from her laughter. "And Percy? Is he still pestering you?" "Not anymore. Power is his only concern. He is currently in the back of the train, maintaining order among the new students." Upon hearing this, Mike let out a scoff. Indeed, maintaining order in the compartment for the new students was the responsibility of the prefects. However, nearly all of them shied away from such a thankless task. For unruly children were universally challenging. Those prefects willing to undertake this arduous duty were either altruistic individuals or ambitious souls eager to showcase their capabilities. Percy, of course, fell into the latter category. Unlike last year when he was absent from guiding the newcomers, he had now become remarkably diligent, with his sights set squarely on the position of next year's male student council president. It was rather surprising that he was already seeking to win hearts even before the semester had commenced. Evidently, he had not squandered his time learning the art of power acquisition. Noticing Mike's silence, Penelope shifted the conversation to a lighter topic, engaging him in pleasant chatter. The Hogwarts Express did not travel at great speed, and the warm sunlight streaming through the windows was not oppressive. Besides, with a charming girl by his side, Mike felt life was exceedingly delightful. Alas, Franklin beside him was utterly oblivious to the ambience, still preoccupied with the disheveled owl perched atop his head. With a resounding crash, the compartment door swung open once more. Mike shot a menacing glance toward the entrance, eager to discover which impertinent individual dared to disrupt such a splendid moment. Entering the compartment was Draco, brandishing a Nimbus 2001 broomstick, flanked by his henchmen, Goyle and Crabbe, striding in with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing Mike's fierce glare directed at him, he tempered his demeanor slightly. "Mike, are you on a date? Whether or not I am is of no concern to you. But you, what on earth are you doing parading around with that Nimbus 2001? Mike paused, feigning sudden realization. "Oh, you must be intending to flaunt that Nimbus 2001 before Potter, right? How childishly amusing." At this, Mike and his companions erupted into hearty laughter. Penelope, ever the lady, stifled her giggles behind her hand, while Franklin and the owl above him succumbed to laughter, collapsing onto the carpet, pounding the ground with their fists. "Draco, Initially pleased that Mike had recognized the latest Nimbus 2001, proudly lifted his chin. Yet, from Mike's seated vantage point, he could not discern Draco's expression. Only the side of his flaring nostrils. Upon hearing Mike's latter comments, however, Draco felt utterly crushed. The laughter of his peers pierced him like 1,000 tiny blades. Particularly vexing was the owl, which, for the first time, he witnessed laughing audibly. Under normal circumstances, he would have begged his father to procure such a creature for him to play with, but now all he yearned for was to strangle it. As its laughter was insufferably mocking. Seated, Mike observed Draco's face shifting from pale to flushed, his surprise growing. How curious it was, under typical circumstances. Such humiliation would have prompted Draco to unleash an invective tirade, or even resort to physical confrontation. Today, however, he seemed remarkably restrained. Franklin, noticing that both Mike and Penelope had ceased their laughter and were now exchanging impassive glances with Draco and his entourage, also quieted down. Yet, the owl atop Franklin's head appeared oblivious to the shift in mood, continuing its raucous laughter. Recognizing the tension in the air, Franklin placed one hand on his wand while pinching the owl's beak with the other, finally bringing its cacophonous mirth to an end. Seeing Draco remaining silent and glaring at him with a fierce intensity, Mike stood up and approached Draco, locking eyes with him in a frosty stare. Observing this, Franklin hurriedly stepped forward to stand a short distance behind Mike, his wand now firmly in hand. Meanwhile, Penelope felt somewhat at a loss. But after a brief moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and, emulating Franklin, positioned herself behind Mike as well. The distance between Mike and Draco was less than 20 centimeters. Draco gazed up at Mike, who towered over him by more than half a head. Feeling the chill of his piercing stare, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead, and a sense of panic surged within him, prompting him to instinctively take a half-step back. Michael noticed Draco's subtle movements, and a faintly mocking smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Upon hearing this, Draco's expression darkened further, his small fists clenched until they turned white. Behind him, Goyle and Crab were poised to confront Michael, but they soon realized that Franklin had already aimed his wand at them, forcing them to relent. Draco took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to draw his wand, and managed to force a strained smile as he remarked, "I heard you've joined the Raven's Nest? So what of it?" Mike leaned forward once more, startling Draco, who staggered back a considerable distance, nearly retreating into the corridor. "We could be friends, Mike." The smile on Draco's face faltered. He had witnessed Dumbledore's blatant favoritism towards Gryffindor at last year's end-of-year banquet. This year, if we wish to defeat Gryffindor, we must unite the powers of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. I want to even mention whether two second-year wizards like us can truly represent our respective houses. Mike remained non-committal. "I only ask, what benefit does this hold for me? Spare me the talk of house honor. It holds no significance for me. I am indifferent whether Gryffindor or Hufflepuff emerges victorious." Draco appeared taken aback by Mike's remarks. Rendered speechless for a considerable duration before finally responding, "You could gain the friendship of the Malfoy family." Haha. Franklin's AFO seemed to find Draco's statement amusing as well, erupting in a mocking laughter once again. Encouraged by this infectious laughter, Mike and his companions also burst into mirth. "The friendship of the Malfoy family is of no value to me. I understand your implication. You merely wish for my assistance against Gryffindor, do you not?" Mike was nearly breathless from laughter. "If you seek my help, at least show a modicum of sincerity. Do not attempt to bamboozle me with such insipid offerings. What is it that you desire?" Draco gritted his teeth and inquired. Mike ceased his smile, replacing it with a grave expression as he leaned into Draco, whispering, "The unforgivable curses. If you provide me with the 3 unforgivable curses, I shall assist you in dealing with that band of Gryffindors. What say you? I have heard your entire family comprises dark wizards. Surely, you can procure such trifles as the unforgivable curses." Draco's face turned ashen upon hearing Mike's whisper, his mouth agape in terror as he gazed at Mike. "Permit me a brief intermission. First and foremost, I must extend my sincerest apologies to all my ardent supporters. Today, I can only present one update. Having endured 2 consecutive nights of work, I find myself utterly exhausted. I acknowledge that the recent chapters have not met my usual standard, and I promise to revisit and revise them in the future. I trust my readers will forgive me. Many of you may be aware of the recent turbulence within the online literature community. To speak candidly, the situation is far graver than many anticipated. In several of my groups, a palpable sense of anxiety prevails, though thankfully, my humble narrative remains unscathed for the time being. Alas, I have just awakened, and my thoughts are a jumbled mess, making even a request for leave difficult to articulate. In summary, I kindly ask for a day off to recalibrate and refine the plot of my second-year narrative. Additionally, I received a notification today that my work will be prominently featured in the category recommendations this Sunday. I need not elaborate on what this entails. The success of this passion project is entirely due to the unwavering support of my esteemed readers. Now, allow me to express my gratitude to a few readers who have left a profound impression on me. I am indebted to Trooper 1770, HHYWR, GM 845660, Lingen, and several others for their generous support. The amount of their contributions is inconsequential. It is the sentiment behind them that I truly appreciate. I am particularly grateful to my dear friends in real life, and I shall refrain from further formalities. A heartfelt thanks to the readers who have added my novel to their reading lists, including Aoshi Jiekwang, Gu Tuzwuyao, and Nan Xin Go. I am genuinely humbled by your kindness. I also extend my gratitude to those who have cast their votes for my work daily. I have written quite a lengthy request for leave, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. My takeout has arrived, and I will indulge in that before returning to my writing. Chapter 66. Franklin is an American. As twilight descended, the Hogwarts Express finally arrived at its destination. Mike and Franklin disembarked under Penelope's guidance, taking an alternate route toward Hogwarts Castle this year. Traditionally, only first-year students traverse the waters by boat to reach the castle, a gesture honoring the four great founders of Hogwarts, who, in their time, arrived at this very cliff by rowboat. Ultimately, Draco did not acquiesce to Mike's demands. Upon hearing Mike's whisper, he was rendered utterly speechless. He had speculated about Mike's potential motives, considering gold galleons, powerful magical artifacts, or perhaps even control over spells. However, he had never anticipated that Mike would audaciously seek the knowledge of the three unforgivable curses: the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperius Curse. Though classified by the Ministry of Magic as strictly unforgivable upon release, were not taken seriously by most pureblood families prior to Voldemort's rise. During that time, these simple yet brutal spells circulated widely among pureblood families, to the extent that even young wizards in their teens could learn them freely, with only the Muggleborns being denied such knowledge. However, following the bloody and dark era of Voldemort, society came to recognize the peril these spells posed, leading the Ministry to implement stringent regulations on them. Nowadays, any literature detailing the methods to cast the unforgivable curses is deemed a dark magical artifact and destroyed. Consequently, most dark wizarding families, including the Malfoy family, now rely on oral tradition to pass down the knowledge of these curses. It is simply inconceivable for Draco to acquire the methods for casting the unforgivable curses, as his parents would never permit him to learn such perilous spells at such a tender age. Mike was indifferent to this matter. If the storyline unfolded smoothly this year, the conflict between Draco and Harry would intensify, and he was not concerned that Draco would fall into the trap. This year, Hagrid was once again the one guiding the new students onto the boats. His imposing figure was conspicuously visible among the crowd. Beside him stood a young lad with a shock of red hair, assisting him in ensuring that the newcomers obediently boarded the small boats. This was Percy. Hagrid felt immensely grateful for Percy's assistance. In past years, he often found that his beard seemed to turn a few shades grayer with the stress of managing these unruly children. However, this year was different. Percy, this good-hearted boy, had volunteered to help maintain order, which was simply splendid. With this thought in mind, Hagrid excitedly patted Percy on the shoulder to express his approval. Mike witnessed the moment Percy's face contorted grotesquely as Hagrid's hand smacked down upon his shoulder, the force of which seemed rather considerable. Drawing in a sharp breath, Mike hastened his steps to keep pace with Franklin and Penelope ahead. The trio followed the larger group to a clearing, where the night's weather was remarkably fine. The bright moonlight illuminated everything in the clearing with clarity. In the expansive space, an array of carriages stood, their reins inexplicably suspended in midair as though tethered to some invisible entity. This phenomenon was perhaps perceivable only to the lesser wizards. However, in Mike's clear view, he discerned that at the forefront of each carriage stood two peculiar creatures. They bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Pegasus, yet possessed dragon-like heads. Cloaked in an ominous black hue, their skeletal forms reminiscent of infernal warhorses, exuding an aura of foreboding. These were the nightmares, visible only to those who have beheld death firsthand. It is for this reason that many regard nightmares as harbingers of misfortune, despite the fact that they are, in reality, extraordinary steeds, loyal, incredibly swift in flight, and quite comfortable to ride. What on earth are those? Franklin inquired, astonished as he pointed at the nightmares. Mike gazed at Franklin with a hint of surprise, not anticipating that he had witnessed true death. The nightmares, creatures visible only to those who have seen death firsthand. So, You have witnessed death? My parents died, Franklin replied, his tone steeped in profound sorrow. Oh, I am terribly sorry, Mike said, noticing Franklin's demeanor and deciding against further inquiries. However, Franklin seemed unwilling to cease, as if unburdening himself after a long silence. He recounted his tale with fervor. I am an American, which I believe you can deduce from my name. My parents were originally, oh, damn it, why can't I remember? My head hurts. Franklin suddenly clutched his head. Oh, are you all right? If you can't recall, then don't force it. Do you want me to call someone to take you to Madame Pomfrey? Mike stepped forward to steady the nearly collapsing Franklin. No, I feel fine. In any case, my parents died right before my eyes. I can vividly recall the sensation of their blood splattering across my face, yet I cannot remember how they met their end. How strange. After their death, a woman claiming to be my aunt appeared. I swear, I had no prior knowledge of such an aunt. She took me to England. And you are likely aware of what transpired thereafter. I received a letter from Hogwarts. I initially thought the racial discrimination in America was severe, but it turns out England is worse, especially in the damned wizarding world, where there is even blood purity discrimination. Truly a barbaric lot. Despite Franklin's assertion of being unscathed, and his appearance suggesting otherwise, Mike and Penelope assisted him into the carriage and sought permission from the student council presidents, who were maintaining order among the upperclassmen, to depart for Hogwarts immediately. However, a carriage must be filled with 4 individuals to commence its journey, as the number of carriages is predetermined by the number of students. If the 3 of you leave, it signifies that someone will be left without a carriage, the male student council president stated, appearing somewhat troubled. My friend is unwell. If anything happens to him due to a lack of timely treatment, it will all be on you, you antiquated relic. I shall say this once more, start the carriage. Mike bellowed. The newly appointed male president looked conflicted, about to respond further when the female president intervened. All right, since someone is unwell, you may depart immediately. I grant my permission. The female president smiled at Mike, winking at him and Penelope, urging them to hasten. From the tie of the female president, it was evident she was also a member of Ravenclaw. Mike, eschewing pleasantries, thanked her and returned to the carriage, prioritizing Franklin's health above all else, indifferent to the fact that someone else might miss their ride. As the female president issued her command, the carriage in which Mike and the others were seated was silently drawn by 2 nightmares. After a brief moment of acceleration, the 2 creatures unfurled their bat-like wings, flapping twice before lifting the carriage into the air. The nightmares indeed proved to be exceptional magical mounts, with the entire ascent executed with effortless grace, and their speed during flight was remarkable. Mike was convinced that the ability of the nightmares to soar was not attributed to their wings, but rather to a distinct form of power. As these nightmares unfurled their wings, he observed numerous perforations, the largest of which was nearly the size of his own head. Any creature would be utterly incapable of flight with such tattered appendages. The chilly British climate, accompanied by the evening breeze, sent a shiver through Mike, prompting him to divert his gaze from the 2 nightmares and retreat into the carriage. Inside, Franklin was playfully engaging with the smiling owl, AFO, perched above him. Due to the owl's nocturnal nature, the little creature appeared exceedingly animated, its large eyes curiously surveying the carriage's interior. It seems you are in reasonably good spirits, Mike remarked as he settled beside Franklin. I told you, it's nothing serious, Franklin waved his hand dismissively. It's an old ailment. Thinking of my parents gives me a headache, but as long as I don't dwell on it, I'm fine. Let us visit Madame Pomfrey. It's best to ascertain that everything is well, and should there be a problem, we can address it promptly. Franklin had intended to say more, but upon meeting Mike's sincere gaze, the words lodged in his throat and remained unspoken. Feeling a pang of emotion, he nodded in agreement and fell silent. The nightmares possessed remarkable speed, swiftly transporting the duo to the Hogwarts grounds, where Professor Kettleburn awaited their arrival. Professor Kettleburn, the esteemed instructor of magical creatures at Hogwarts, was a remarkably affable elder. Due to his constant interaction with and study of perilous magical beings, he often sustained injuries, resulting in the permanent loss of an arm and part of a leg. It was rumored that, owing to his physical limitations and advancing age, he would retire the following year. Professor Kettleburn expressed surprise at Mike and his companion's early arrival at Hogwarts. After learning the details of their visit, he promptly informed Madame Pomfrey, urging her to escort Franklin to the infirmary. MC and Penelope initially wished to accompany them, yet they were dismissed by Madame Pomfrey on the grounds that their presence would disrupt the treatment. Professor Kettleburn remained behind, as the night bus for the upperclassmen continued to arrive, and he was tasked with welcoming the students. You need not worry. Madame Pomfrey is undoubtedly the most skilled healer I have ever encountered, surpassing even the attending physicians at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Professor Kettleburn tossed 2 pieces of meat to the night bus, and upon noticing MC and Penelope's anxious expressions, he reassured them, "So do not fret. Your friends will undoubtedly be safe. You should make your way to the Great Hall without delay." Upon hearing this, Mike and Penelope had no choice but to depart. The auditorium was resplendently adorned for the evening, and by the time the two arrived, a few students had already gathered at the 4 long tables representing the 4 houses. Professor Flitwick was seated in the elevated teachers' area, engaged in conversation with his colleagues. His keen eye caught sight of Mike and Penelope entering the hall, prompting him to rise abruptly from his lofty seat and wave enthusiastically at them. His exuberant gesture nearly caused him to topple from his perch, but fortunately, Severus Snape, seated nearby, promptly cast a levitation charm to prevent any mishap. Mike also spotted Professor Flitwick and waved at him. At the same time, he observed the absence of Professor McGonagall in the classroom. It seemed that she was once again the professor responsible for organizing the sorting ceremony for the new students today. Mike and Penelope settled at the long table of Ravenclaw, and before long, Professor Kettleburn arrived with a throng of upperclassmen, instantly invigorating the atmosphere of the hall. The seats beside Mike and Penelope filled with chatter as everyone shared tales from their holidays, expressing their joy at reuniting with friends. On the stage, Dumbledore observed the youthful wizards below with a smile, seemingly relishing the delightful chaos, as if it were the most beautiful scene in the world. Eventually, Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting at the door for the new students, could no longer endure the cacophony. Bursting into the hall, she raised her wand to her throat and bellowed with an amplified voice, "Silence. The first years are on their way. Sit properly." Yet before she could finish, the door swung open once more, and a drenched red-haired boy entered. Percy. Percy felt utterly unfortunate that evening. Those wretched little miscreants seemed to be demons from the depths of hell, leaving him exhausted. If not for his desire to maintain the image of a caring older brother, he swore he would have shown them the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. His shoulder throbbed, a painful reminder of Hagrid's unwelcome slap that nearly fractured him. However, that was not the worst of his misfortunes. Upon arriving at the clearing where the thestral carriages were supposed to be, he discovered only a note left by the heads of the student council, which read, "Apologies, there was a minor mishap. Although I don't know who you are, you might need to squeeze into a boat with the first years." Percy refrained from complaining and hurried towards the dock, knowing Hagrid and the others would soon depart. Fortunately, he managed to catch the boat. Unfortunately, due to the fixed seating arrangement, he found himself crammed into a boat with Hagrid. The outcome was predictable. The little boat struggled under Hagrid's weight alone, and with Percy added, it inevitably capsized. Thankfully, the Black Lake housed a giant squid, a safety measure for Hogwarts to prevent its young wizards from drowning. Otherwise, Percy might not return that night. The hall erupted in laughter at Percy's disheveled state, with the Weasley brothers laughing the loudest. Amidst the mockery, Percy's face flushed a deep shade, nearly matching his hair, as he had never before endured such humiliation. Professor McGonagall's expression was far from pleasant. She had always been a person who valued her dignity. With a gentle flick of her wand, all the moisture vanished from Percy. Observing Percy frozen in place, looking utterly bewildered, she bellowed in a low, commanding voice, "Get back to your seat at once. Are you not embarrassed enough for today?" At her words, Percy felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he hurried to the Gryffindor table. In his haste, he stumbled, nearly falling, which prompted another wave of laughter from the students in the hall. Chapter 68. The feast before Percy could settle into his seat. George and Fred made space for him between them, gesturing for him to sit. George held out a biscuit to Percy. At that moment, Percy was mortified, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into a hole. Seeing his brothers making room for him, he thought to himself that at least his siblings were dependable. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a seat and accepted the biscuit from George, shoving it into his mouth. Having been soaked in the cold waters of the Black Lake for far too long, little did Percy remember that his 2 brothers were famously known as the Prankster Kings. The seemingly innocuous biscuit, once consumed, ignited Percy in a blaze of orange flames. Realizing he was on fire, Percy was taken aback and began desperately patting at the flames. However, the flames were relentless, akin to the legendary fire that could not be extinguished. In a moment of desperation, Percy disregarded any semblance of dignity, dropping to the ground and rolling back and forth in hopes of quenching the flames. The surrounding young wizards gasped in shock, but the Weasley brothers, observing Percy's predicament, merely doubled over with laughter. After rolling on the floor for a while, Percy noticed something peculiar. Although the flames appeared terrifying, he felt no pain from the fire, nor were his clothes scorched. On the contrary, he found himself pleasantly warm. The chill from the Black Lake and the cold wind had been entirely dispelled by the flames. Struggling to rise from the floor, he caught sight of George and Fred, whose faces were contorted with laughter, and a surge of anger welled up within him. He opened his mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of scolding, but instead, a plume of fire accompanied by black smoke erupted from his throat. At this point, the surrounding young wizards realized that this was merely another prank orchestrated by the Weasley brothers, and they erupted into laughter at the sight of Percy. With his fiery demeanor and fierce expression, Michael witnessed the entire scene, finding himself unable to suppress a chuckle at Percy's predicament. Among the Weasley siblings, aside from Ron, who was notoriously inept, Percy was deemed the least capable. Had either George or Fred been the one to fall into the Black Lake, they would have reveled in the laughter of the hall as a badge of honor, even boasting about their encounters with the lake's creature afterward. Such behavior was far superior to Percy's tendency to retreat in embarrassment, not to mention the other houses. Many in Gryffindor would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to experience close encounters with the lake's monster. After previously returning to the hall to restore order among the new students, Professor McGonagall re-entered the bustling hall, her anger palpable amidst the raucous environment. She once again raised her voice to the older students, commanding their attention until the exuberant crowd finally quieted down. Professor McGonagall observed the tranquility that had returned to the crowd and nodded slightly. She approached the sorting hat positioned at the center of the hall. Clearing her throat gently, she waved her wand, causing the grand doors of the hall to open automatically. A line of nervous first-year students, under the watchful gaze of their senior peers and professors, entered the hall with trepidation. They had heard the laughter that echoed within moments before and curiously surveyed the gathered assembly, only to find the atmosphere decidedly solemn, which heightened their anxiety. Once all the newcomers had entered, the sorting hat began to sing a song it had meticulously prepared over the course of an entire year. As the final notes faded, the hall erupted in fervent applause. McGonagall felt drowsy. He found it difficult to comprehend the aesthetic appreciation for music within the wizarding world. To him, the hat's performance barely compared to the rap of a certain individual from his past life. The sorting ceremony itself was rather uneventful, as each young wizard was sorted into their respective houses after the hat had peered into their minds. McGonagall suspected that the hat had originally been crafted to identify those dark wizards attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts. With each new student assigned, cheers erupted from their respective houses. During his first year, McGonagall had experienced the same fervor. Initially taken aback by the attention, he later realized it was merely customary. One particular girl among the first years, with her light golden hair, piqued McGonagall's interest. It was not her beauty that captivated him, but rather her demeanor, which was strikingly different from that of her fellow newcomers. A pair of oversized carrot-shaped earrings danced in her hair as she walked, and around her neck hung a necklace crafted from butterbeer caps. Most notably, her silver-gray eyes exuded a calmness, while the other new students either appeared anxious or curiously surveyed the surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. "Have you taken a fancy to her?" Penelope nudged McGonagall, noticing his gaze. "Are you jealous?" McGonagall replied nonchalantly that Luna Lovegood. Her family lives next to the Weasleys. I met her briefly during the summer. Oh, and it seems her father is the editor of the Quibbler, he added. Penelope regarded him with a mix of skepticism and interest, choosing not to probe further. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and before the feast commenced, Dumbledore formally introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in a flamboyant pink suit, with hair meticulously styled to a glossy sheen. Lockhart exuded an air of flamboyance. Upon hearing his introduction, he rose from the staff table, flashing his signature smile at the audience and offering a slight bow. His entrance reignited the atmosphere within the hall, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the witches present. A nearby upper-class woman fainted in excitement, only to be caught by a boy nearby, who appeared quite pleased with himself. McGonagall surmised that he had surely taken advantage of the situation with the swooning girl. Mike also observed that even Madame Pants, the librarian, had her arms crossed over her chest, appearing as if she were on the verge of fainting from an accelerated heartbeat, while Filch cast a menacing glare at Lockhart. Once the crowd settled into silence, Dumbledore officially declared the commencement of the banquet. With his command, an abundance of exquisite delicacies suddenly materialized upon the previously empty long table. At this point, aside from a few infatuated individuals who continued to cast glances toward Lockhart, Everyone else began to indulge voraciously in the feast. Chapter 69. A Nocturnal Visit to Ravenclaw, Part 1. Amidst the lively chatter of the students, the banquet at Hogwarts finally drew to a close. The heads of the various houses orderly guided their respective students back to their common rooms. As the announcement of the end of the banquet resounded, Mike observed an unfamiliar Slytherin student whispering something into Snape's ear, after which Snape followed the student out of the hall. It seemed that Harry and Ron had arrived. Mike pondered. Paying no heed to the commotion, he joined the throng returning to the Ravenclaw common room. After a day filled with revelry, the young witches and wizards were utterly exhausted. Following a series of yawns while listening to the prefects elucidate the rules of Ravenclaw to the first years, they bid one another farewell and retired to their dormitories for a well-deserved slumber. Unlike them, Mike had significantly enhanced his physical fitness during the morning running sessions throughout the summer break. For him, today's activities were merely trivial. The Ravenclaw common room was deserted in the late hours, with the bright moonlight streaming through the arched windows, illuminating the space with a radiant glow. Mike stood before the wall of fame in the Ravenclaw common room, meticulously examining the portraits that adorned it. It was not merely he who scrutinized the images. Those illustrious figures captured in the portraits were also curiously observing Mike, some even audibly inquiring why he had not retired for the night at such a late hour. Michael paid no heed, his focus entirely absorbed by the few portraits at the far end. There, Gilderoy Lockhart's portrait was posing flamboyantly, while in a nearby portrait, an elderly gentleman was soundly asleep. Shifting his gaze from Lockhart's garish likeness, Michael scrutinized the old man. In his recollection, this elder had not appeared in that peculiar dream, suggesting that by discerning this man's identity and the date of his portrait's hanging, one could approximate the time frame of the events within the dream. This old man had a mane of tousled brown hair and a pair of silvery eyes. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but Michael felt an uncanny familiarity with him. Below the portrait, a line of gilded text read, Egbert Ollivander, 1813 to 1912, a renowned wand maker of Europe, discovered various new wand materials such as mahogany and pineapple wood, and was awarded the first-class Merlin Medal in 1890, with this portrait hung the same year. Now it was all clear. This old fellow was the father of the Ollivander from Diagon Alley. To Michael's surprise, the elder was far more accomplished, having even received the prestigious first-class Merlin Medal. In an earlier portrait, a witch named Asha Van Court was depicted, an astrologer who, according to the inscription, achieved the discovery of 2 new constellations, a feat Michael struggled to comprehend as significant. This portrait had been displayed since 1870, indicating that the bizarre events from his dream must have transpired between 1870 and 1890. With the timeline clarified, the next step was to investigate the identity of that female student. Fortunately, the temporal gap between these 2 portraits was not substantial, making the investigation more manageable. Had the intervals been as extensive as those of the portraits at the top of the wall, spanning centuries, Michael would have found the task insurmountable due to the sheer volume of data. Next, Michael turned his gaze to the statue of Lady Ravenclaw on the opposite wall. After a thorough examination, he discerned no unique features. It was an unremarkable stone statue, only slightly more exquisite than the monstrous sculptures found elsewhere in Hogwarts. After a moment of indecision, he resolved to take the risk of attempting to activate the luminous door, for it was likely closely tied to Ravenclaw's legacy. Mike emulated the posture of the maiden from his dream, clasping his hands tightly at his chest in a fervent prayer. He murmured softly, "You are the gentle breeze from the tranquil lakeside, the prophet of truth, the most exquisite being on this earth. Your foolish student humbly beseeches you. Please open the gateway to wisdom." As Mike gradually completed his invocation, he felt a searing warmth envelop his face. Simultaneously, a luminous portal began to expand upon the statue of Lady Ravenclaw. The ethereal azure light emanating from the portal intertwined with the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a mesmerizing blue hue across the entire Ravenclaw common room, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, in that moment, Mike was not preoccupied with admiring the splendor of the Ravenclaw common room. The portal seemed to possess an enchanting allure, beckoning him to step inside. Beads of sweat, akin to tiny pearls, cascaded down Mike's forehead. With each droplet that fell, his gaze began to dull gradually. The blue claw mark etched upon his face radiated a brilliant azure light, harmonizing with the luminous aura emanating from the portal. At last, Mike found himself drawn irresistibly towards the shimmering gateway. Mike felt as though he had once again returned to that azure ocean, his entire being floating lightly, enveloped in warmth. Before him stood a woman adorned with a crown, a raven perched upon her shoulder, beckoning him from a short distance away. The details of her visage and attire remained obscured, yet her pale blue eyes shone with remarkable clarity in this nebulous realm. Throughout his past and present, Mike had never laid eyes upon his biological mother, yet the gaze emanating from those eyes imparted upon him a profound sense of maternal affection, compelling him to draw nearer to her. Whispers floated in his ears, their content indistinct, yet they filled Mike with an overwhelming sense of joy. Caw, caw, caw. The raven perched on the woman's shoulder emitted a harsh cry, causing Mike to furrow his brow as his rationality reasserted itself. However, the woman's murmurs suddenly quickened, and as he listened to the ethereal cadence of her voice, the clarity he had just regained dissipated like mist. He found himself drawn ever closer, until he stood directly before her. She opened her arms wide, reminiscent of a mother awaiting her child's embrace. A radiant smile of happiness adorned Mike's face, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the embrace of the woman before him. However, just as he was about to reach her, an icy chill penetrated his very core, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Under the influence of this frigid force, Mike's rationality began to swiftly return. The azure sea of light surrounding him grew increasingly unstable, the once steady blue luminescence twisting and elongating like the aurora borealis. The figure of the woman before him also began to distort and fade. She seemed to sense something amiss, becoming exceedingly anxious as she extended her hand towards Mike in an attempt to grasp him. At that moment, the raven perched upon her shoulder emitted a piercing cry. As the sound echoed in Mike's ears, the woman's form appeared to solidify somewhat. The bone-chilling force within him sensed the imminent danger, coalescing from his extremities towards his chest, ultimately converging into an ice dragon that surged towards Mike's mind. The ice dragon rampaged within his consciousness, and Mike felt as if his head were about to explode, a scream escaping his lips. With that cry, the woman's previously solidifying figure began to dissipate once more. Realizing the dire situation, she withdrew her hand, fixing her blue eyes upon Mike with an intensity that replaced her former tenderness with an overwhelming resentment, as if she bore countless grievances that she yearned to express. Mike felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, but fortunately, the woman and her raven soon transformed into nothingness. As she vanished, the surrounding azure sea of light rapidly scattered, and the illumination around Mike dimmed until it ultimately restored itself to the familiar sight of the Ravenclaw common room. Breathing heavily, Mike was drenched in cold sweat. As he looked up, he realized he was less than a meter away from the statue of Lady Ravenclaw. The luminous portal that had adorned it now silently sealed. At this juncture, Mike could no longer deny the occurrence of recent events. That very portal possessed an insidious power to beguile one's mind, and he had nearly succumbed to its allure. The woman depicted, crowned and accompanied by a raven on her shoulder, could it truly be Rowena Ravenclaw? Surely not. The accounts of her, both in the annals of Hogwarts and from the ghosts, painted her as powerful yet benevolent, and Mike found it impossible to reconcile her image with that of the woman who had attempted to ensnare him. Shaking his head to dispel these troubling thoughts, Mike recognized that he had no time to ponder such matters. Danger still lingered. His blackthorn wand had silently materialized in his hand, and he surveyed his surroundings with vigilant caution. The chilling force that had extricated him from the illusion undoubtedly stemmed from the real world. Perhaps the enigmatic figure who had aided him was nearby. Regardless of their intentions, that individual must possess knowledge regarding the portal, and Mike felt compelled to confront them for clarity. Within the Ravenclaw common room, the moonlight filtering through the arched windows had shifted an angle, indicating that he had been lost in the illusion for quite some time, enough for the moon's position to alter. The portraits on the wall of fame had all succumbed to slumber, even the boastful Lockhart, who now drooled against the frame. Aside from this, everything in the common room remained unchanged from the moment before his trance. Mike scratched his head, still uneasy, and began a thorough search of every corner of the Ravenclaw common room. However, after meticulously inspecting the entire space, he found no signs of suspicion. Watching the dawn light gradually brighten outside, Mike reluctantly retreated to his dormitory. With dawn approaching, he decided against sleep, lying in bed to reflect on the night's events. The occurrences felt undeniably strange, particularly the portal. Mike had no desire to enter it. He was a cautious individual, and the origins of the portal remained ambiguous. Even if it potentially housed treasures of Ravenclaw, he would never take such a risk. To his astonishment, the portal possessed a power to enchant the mind. Had it not been for the mysterious benefactor's intervention, he might have found himself ensnared within the portal, unaware of his fate. The thought of having been so easily manipulated left Mike with a bitter taste. If only he could master the art of mental shielding, his circumstances would surely improve. Yet, Throughout the summer, he had trained nightly in this technique, only to find himself slipping into sleep as if engaged in a mere relaxation exercise rather than serious training. After a month of fruitless effort to uncover the secrets of mental shielding, Mike was plagued by frustration. Was he truly devoid of the talent for this discipline? The next time the portal opened, that beguiling power could very well resurface. It seemed he must remain distant from the portal until he thoroughly mastered the technique. As for the woman in the illusion, Mike couldn't shake the impression that she resembled Rowena Ravenclaw. The crown upon her head served as compelling evidence. The diadem of Ravenclaw was a treasured artifact of Hogwarts, and although it was said to be lost, Mike knew it was hidden within the Room of Requirement. Previously, Mike had even ventured to seek it out, but as he approached the diadem, before he could extend a hand to touch it, he felt an overwhelming and malevolent force tempting him to don the crown. Terrified, he hastily fled the Room of Requirement. Now it appeared that the residual power of Voldemort paled in comparison to that of the woman. Though he did not seize the diadem, Mike had a clear image of it. Thus, he could assert with certainty that the crown worn by the woman in the illusion was indeed the fabled diadem of Ravenclaw. However, if that woman was truly Rowena Ravenclaw, why was she so eager for him to step through the portal? She even resorted to manipulative tactics. The most perplexing aspect of the night was that chilling force that had drawn him from the illusion. Why would it choose to assist him yet remain hidden? Mike rubbed the greedy pendant at his neck, his mind a chaotic whirl, feeling as though he had unwittingly become ensnared in a grand conspiracy. Unbeknownst to him, the day had already dawned bright outside. As he gazed at the streams of light filtering through the curtain's crevice, Mike sprang from his bed with a sudden leap, realizing that he could only proceed by taking one step at a time. Thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, a sleepless night posed little challenge for Mike, if necessary. He could maintain a state of heightened alertness for 3 days and nights, though he would inevitably feel weakened afterward. However, the events of the previous night had been overwhelming, and Mike sensed a lingering fatigue. He rushed to the restroom, splashed cold water on his face, and felt considerably more awake. Rallying his spirits, he made his way to the dining room, where Franklin waved him over, gesturing for him to take a seat. The morning repast was a stark contrast to the lavish banquet of the previous evening. A solitary loaf of bread, a cup of milk, and a dish of mashed potatoes lay before him, prompting little appetite in Mike as he sat in the chair Franklin had reserved for him. Franklin, unfazed by the simplicity of the meal, devoured his food with great zeal. Each morning, the arrival of the messenger owls was imminent. If he did not hasten to finish his breakfast, he would soon find his plate adorned with feathers and droppings from the owl brigade. Franklin's conjectures were spot on. Just as he polished off his meal, the messenger owls began to flutter into the dining room, circling above before dropping their letters to their intended recipients, along with a few feathers and droppings. Mike's milk and mashed potatoes met an unfortunate fate. Observing a feather floating in the milk and an indescribable substance in the mashed potatoes, Mike shook his head, realizing that these two items were no longer edible. Fortunately, the bread had been tucked safely in Mike's embrace just as the army of owls made their appearance, thus escaping any misfortune. The owls arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, apart from a few particularly brazen individuals who continued to pilfer the young wizard's breakfast at the table. The rest flew back to the Ollery adjacent to the Ravenclaw Tower. After a night of flight, these owls were in dire need of a good rest. As soon as the owls departed, a cacophony of furious shouts erupted from the Gryffindor table, stealing the car. If they expel you from school, I wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. If I catch you, you'll have a lot to answer for. I doubt you've ever considered how worried your parents would be if they discovered the car was missing. Startled by the sound, Mike nearly lost his grip on the bread he was holding. Observing this, Franklin leaned closer to Mike and whispered, "You may not be aware, but last night, Harry and Ron pilfered Mr. Weasley's enchanted car to arrive at school. We have seen that very vehicle ourselves." Mike nodded subtly, indicating for him to continue. Unfortunately, they lacked a driver's license. Ultimately, their descent ended in a collision with the infamous Whomping Willow located within the school grounds. It was rumored that this particular tree was an exceedingly rare magical specimen, provoking a furious response from the professors at the school. Franklin's voice grew increasingly loud. And despite such a grave blunder, neither of the two received any deduction in points. Their only punishment was detention. Of course, I do not imply that I wish for Harry and Ron to face harsher consequences. It is merely that Professor McGonagall exhibits such blatant favoritism towards her students. Such a mistake would warrant a deduction of at least 100 points. Franklin's words instantly resonated with his classmates, igniting a fervent discussion about last night's events and their discontent with Professor McGonagall's partiality towards Harry and Ron. Observing their indignant expressions, one could sense their eagerness to confront Headmaster Dumbledore in protest. Chapter 71. a smoldering new term the students of Ravenclaw, after all, were not akin to the Gryffindor Lions. Despite their emotional fervor and the appearance of readiness to march to Dumbledore's office and protest, none took any actual steps to do so. Everyone understood that lodging a complaint with Dumbledore would yield no results. He would undoubtedly favor Gryffindor, a conclusion easily drawn from last year's end-of-year banquet. Witnessing the collective outrage among his peers, Franklin realized he might have stirred up trouble and hurriedly pulled Mike away from the dining hall. Alas, one could only pity Mr. Weasley, the head of the Ministry of Magic's misuse of Muggle artifacts office, whose own son had piloted an illegally modified Muggle car through the streets and was now under suspension pending investigation. The fate of his job remained uncertain. Franklin felt a pang of sorrow, for Mr. Weasley had always treated him well. Rest assured, Mr. Weasley will be fine. The suspension is merely temporary. Once the storm passes, he will regain his position, Mike remarked, stuffing the last morsel of bread into his mouth, mumbling as he spoke. How could that be? Franklin exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. As the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, harboring a flying car, a contraband item, within his home was tantamount to embezzlement. According to the laws of the Ministry of Magic, such an offense could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban. Mike carefully smoothed out the creases in his clothing, having rushed earlier, leaving his attire somewhat disheveled. This simply would not do. The next class was Professor Flitwick's charms lesson, and he must show the venerable professor the respect he deserved. Regarding Franklin's inquiry, Mike was rather indifferent, responding nonchalantly, if it were someone like you or me, a Muggle-born, committing such an act, imprisonment in Azkaban would be inevitable. However, Mr. Weasley is different. He is pureblood, and one of the esteemed 28 pureblood families. With that, he disregarded Franklin and quickened his pace toward the charms classroom. Franklin stood in the corridor, lost in thought for quite some time after Mike's response. The weight of Mike's words struck him profoundly. Having grown up in America, he was acutely aware of the issue of blood discrimination, yet, being merely 12 years old, his understanding was still immature. This was the first time Mike had unveiled the harsh reality of blood prejudice within the wizarding world through the lens of Mr. Weasley, leaving Franklin profoundly shaken. By the time he regained his composure, Mike had already ventured far ahead. Gritting his teeth, Franklin began to pursue the distant figure. Attending Professor Flitwick's class was exceedingly dull, a sentiment Mike felt keenly at that moment. The second-year charms curriculum seemed rather superfluous to him, while the myriad of enchanting spells was indeed fascinating. Their contribution to his personal growth was negligible. Nevertheless, as it was a class taught by his own head of house, he felt it necessary to maintain a facade of respect. Mike sat upright in his seat, a smile gracing his face, embodying the essence of enjoyment in Professor Flitwick's class. Whenever Professor Flitwick posed a question, Mike eagerly raised his hand, drawing the professor's attention while disregarding the raised hands of the Slytherin students at the adjacent table. Each of Mike's answers in the second-year charms class earned him enthusiastic praise from Professor Flitwick, resulting in a remarkable accumulation of points. By the end of a single class, Mike had garnered 50 points for Ravenclaw, a feat that had been virtually unattainable in previous years, as professors were typically quite restrained in awarding or deducting points. It appeared that following the events of last year's feast, Professor Flitwick harbored a great deal of frustration, intending to favor his students in the competition for this year's House Cup. However, Professor Flitwick's actions soon bore their consequences. The afternoon class was Potions with Professor Snape, attended jointly by Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Snape, seemingly aware of the morning's events, emulated Flitwick's approach by allowing only Slytherin students to respond to questions, ignoring the raised hands of their Ravenclaw counterparts. To make matters worse, Snape relentlessly targeted the Ravenclaw students, with Franklin, a rather clumsy individual, becoming the primary focus of Snape's scrutiny. By the end of the class, Mike's hard-earned 50 points had been completely deducted, while Slytherin was awarded 20 points. This was not due to Snape's reluctance to grant Slytherin points. Rather, it was because Malfoy and his peers had performed dismally, answering almost none of the questions correctly aside from a few easy ones. Franklin was exceedingly displeased with Snape's treatment of them, and had it not been for Mike's restraint, a confrontation would likely have ensued. Such scenes were not confined to Mike's class. They were a pervasive phenomenon across all grades, with professors fervently awarding points to their favorite students while mercilessly deducting them from those they disliked. After class, Mike passed by the 4 hourglasses symbolizing the 4 houses of the academy and observed that the colorful gems representing the house points were continuously fluctuating, both increasing and decreasing, with considerable amplitude. Seeing this, Mike shook his head, realizing that the repercussions of Dumbledore's forceful intervention on Harry during last year's end-of-year banquet were dire. The professors of the academy had now openly revealed their animosity towards one another. The semester had barely commenced, yet the atmosphere was already thick with tension. It was difficult to fathom the harrowing scene that would unfold by the end of the term. The professors were embroiled in a fierce rivalry, and naturally, their students mirrored this animosity. After a long day of classes, students from the four houses had engaged in numerous clandestine skirmishes. Of course, physical confrontations were out of the question. To be caught fighting would result in point deductions and detention. Except for the foolish Gryffindors. No one would be inclined to take such risks, at least for the time being. Thus, the students' conflicts predominantly manifested as verbal assaults. Mike witnessed the male student council president, whom he had briefly encountered that evening, being besieged in a corner by the female student council president from Ravenclaw, accompanied by a throng of Ravenclaw upperclassmen and underclassmen. The root of their ire was that this male president hailed from Gryffindor, a house that had, through unscrupulous means, wrested the house cup from Ravenclaw the previous year. As he passed by, Mike caught snippets of their heated discourse. The upperclassmen and underclassmen unleashed a torrent of profanities. The flamboyance of their insults and the eloquence of their vitriol left Mike feeling inferior. Meanwhile, the beleaguered male president, encircled by a gaggle of girls, found himself in a state of utter despair. Being surrounded by young women, he felt compelled to refrain from resorting to any form of physical confrontation. He yearned to escape. Yet any attempt to navigate through the throng would inevitably result in physical contact with the girls. The moment he brushed against them, they would shriek accusations of impropriety, compelling him to cover his ears and crouch on the ground, enduring the insults. Chapter 72, Quidditch Team Tryouts, Part 1. Thus, the unfortunate male student council president endured a relentless onslaught for a full half-hour. By the time the Gryffindor students received word and mobilized to rescue their president, the female student council president had already departed, flanked by her entourage of friends. The Slytherin students arrived even more swiftly than Gryffindor, their laughter ringing out as they mocked the hapless male president. For the Slytherins, witnessing Gryffindor's misfortune was a source of immense delight. When the Gryffindor students finally stormed onto the scene, they were confronted with a disheartening sight. The male student council president, slumped in a corner, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. His attire was in disarray, the collar long since torn asunder. Most egregious were the dark footprints imprinted upon several sensitive areas of his body, the handiwork of some formidable upperclasswoman. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students continued to jeer, encircling the Gryffindor president once more, their ridicule unabated. Some of the bolder among them even dared to poke him, checking whether he was still alive. The brazen Slytherin spectators naturally incited the ire of the Gryffindors, and before long, the two factions were shoving one another on the brink of a full-blown altercation. Mike stood not far from Franklin, chuckling as they observed the lively scene, relishing the spectacle of the unfolding drama. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Gryffindors, the unfortunate student council president was finally rescued. A few towering upperclassmen, leveraging their physical advantage, forcibly squeezed through the throng to carry him away. This, however, did not sit well with the Slytherin students, some of whom, in a fit of temper, brandished their wands. The spectators were not limited to Mike and Franklin. Students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had also gathered around Mike, seemingly drawn to the commotion. As a trivial quarrel threatened to escalate into a magical brawl, excitement thrummed in the air. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the opposing crowd, and with a billow of grayish-blue smoke, Gryffindor and Slytherin students screamed and scattered in all directions. Mike and his companions initially believed that someone had employed an immensely powerful spell, their excitement palpable. However, the ashen gray smoke swiftly wafted into their vicinity, and an unbearable stench pervaded the entire hall. It was the odor of a dung bomb. Mike and Franklin had no choice but to cover their noses and depart from that disreputable place. It was evident, even to a fool, that the only culprits capable of employing such reprehensible objects as dung bombs were the Weasley twins. Upon finally returning to the Ravenclaw common room, Mike and Franklin heaved a sigh of relief, still oblivious to the vast quantity of dung bombs the Weasley twins had unleashed. The noxious stench permeated not only the entire hall but also tainted a considerable area surrounding it. As they were catching their breath, a young man clad in Quidditch gear approached them. Mike recognized him as Roger Davis, the athletic prodigy of Ravenclaw and captain of the Quidditch team. "Mike, I've been searching for you," Roger exclaimed, taking a few deep breaths. "Professor Flitwick recommended you to our Ravenclaw Quidditch team, and today we are holding open tryouts. Come on." He then wrinkled his nose and added, "What on earth is that smell?" Upon hearing this, Mike immediately understood that Professor Flitwick's gift of the Nimbus 2001 was not given without purpose. It was intended to persuade him to join the Quidditch team. With a wry smile, he did not refuse but instead remarked, "Very well, I shall use my own broomstick. You must have a broom for testing." "As my friend also wishes to participate." Roger cast a puzzled glance at Franklin, who stood beside Mike. He was unfamiliar with Franklin, and in fact, had it not been for Professor Flitwick's introduction, he wouldn't have recognized Mike either. Quidditch team training was extensive, and as captain, Roger was inundated with responsibilities, leading him to largely forego social interactions. "Hello, I am Franklin Clinton." Franklin introduced himself with a respectful demeanor. "All right, let us hasten. The others are already awaiting us on the pitch," Roger remarked before turning and exiting the Ravenclaw common room. Mike bestowed a wry smile upon Franklin before proceeding to follow him. In truth, Mike harbored no fondness for Quidditch. This sport, riddled with rule discrepancies, was even more barbaric than American football and utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal. Frequently, the outcome of a Quidditch match hinged entirely on the personal prowess of the seekers and the quality of their broomsticks. The disparity in equipment was somewhat less pronounced in elite professional leagues, but in internal competitions like those at Hogwarts, it was glaringly evident, much like Harry Potter in the original narrative. During his third year, he wielded a professional league-specific firebolt to compete against seekers from other houses who were equipped with Nimbus 2000s and shooting stars. Harry's speed in flight was several times swifter than that of his competitors. Should he have lost, it would have been nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, the rules of Quidditch permit beaters to strike bludgers towards opposing players, substantially increasing the likelihood of injuries among Quidditch athletes. Indeed, there have been recorded instances in Hogwarts history where students have tragically lost their lives due to Quidditch matches. The fact that such a brutal contest enjoys widespread adulation among the majority of wizards worldwide is utterly astonishing. To Mike, this bore a striking resemblance to the blood-soaked spectacles of ancient Rome, characterized by the same savage violence. "We have arrived." Roger's voice interrupted Mike's reverie, and he realized they had reached the Quidditch pitch. The initial days of each academic year were typically dedicated to the recruitment of players for the various house Quidditch teams, rendering the pitch exceptionally lively today. The stands, usually sparsely populated, were now filled to capacity, not just with upperclassmen but also with numerous first-year students eager to witness the spectacle, reflecting Quidditch's esteemed status among wizards. "Listen, Mike, since Professor Flitwick has confidence in you, I shall also place my trust in your abilities. Currently, the Ravenclaw team has an open starting position for a beater, which has been reserved specifically for you. Just go up there and fly a couple of laps to get a feel for it." Roger spoke in a tone meant only for Mike's ears. "As for your friend, regrettably, he will have to settle for a substitute role. We have ample room for reserve players. He can choose any position he desires." With that, Roger flashed Mike an approving okay gesture. Mike appeared utterly bewildered, realizing that he had long been designated as a predetermined member by Professor Flitwick. Chapter 73, The Selection of the Quidditch Team, Part 2. Justice, fairness, and friendship take precedence over competition. The noble virtues attributed to sports are, in truth, mere illusions crafted by the human imagination. The reality of athletic events is often marred by various forms of corruption beneath their glamorous facade. Quidditch, a sport characterized by its exorbitant expenses, was fated to be entwined with power and dubious practices from the very moment it gained popularity. In the original narrative, Malfoy's sponsorship of the latest flying brooms for the entire team was merely a customary maneuver within the realm of Quidditch. The fate of the former seeker on the Slytherin team was of little concern to anyone, even if Draco were a novice in Quidditch. The advantage of superior equipment would undoubtedly elevate the prowess of the Slytherin Quidditch team significantly. Thus, the sacrifice of the original seeker within the team seemed a trivial matter. Mike, a seasoned veteran who has navigated the complexities of society for many years, subtly nodded to Roger before following him onward. Initially, Mike hesitated to join the Quidditch team, concerned that the extensive training would encroach upon his time for studying magic. However, that worry had dissipated, since he had gained entry through Professor Flitwick's influence. Occasional absences from practice seemed a trivial matter. Indeed, wielding power and privilege often allows for such liberties. Within the selection area of Ravenclaw, a throng of students had already gathered, all eager to participate in the tryouts for the reserve team. Indeed, it was a reserve selection. The starting players for Ravenclaw were predominantly third-year students, and newcomers from the second year typically spend at least a year on the bench before having a chance to ascend to the first team. Those who joined the ranks as starters were either exceptionally gifted or, like Mike and Draco, had benefited from an advantageous connection. "All right, our group has finally assembled," Roger announced, capturing the attention of all present. "Let us commence this year's selection for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. The rules are quite simple. Do you see those magical hoops in the sky? Your task is to navigate through them one by one on your broomsticks. Understood? You may use your own broomstick. Or if you lack one, please come to me to obtain a Nimbus 2000 for testing purposes. Most of the young witches and wizards attending the trials lacked their own broomsticks, while some came from Muggle backgrounds and could not afford the necessary galleons. Many half-blood and pure-blood students also found themselves without a broom. After all, a brand new broomstick could cost anywhere from hundreds to thousands of galleons, a price beyond the reach of an ordinary wizarding family. Of course, one could opt for second-hand broomsticks, but these come without any quality assurance. Their performance and safety inevitably decline after prolonged use. The reason Hogwarts continued to utilize those outdated broomsticks was largely due to Madame Hooch, a master of broomstick care, who diligently maintained them. Unlike others, Mike did not approach to collect the test broom. Instead, he retrieved his Nimbus 2001 from the pocket of his invisibility extension charm. The latest Nimbus 2001 immediately captivated the attention of all the young wizards nearby, who gasped in awe and crowded around Mike. Eager to get a closer look at the magnificent broomstick, Mike noticed that even a glimmer of envy flickered in Roger's eyes. The Nimbus 2001, resembling the broomstick of the England national team this year, was priced at 1,800 galleons, a sum far beyond Roger's means. All right, everyone disperse. Roger dutifully fulfilled his role as captain, dispersing the gathering of eager young wizards. Mike, you go first. I believe everyone is eager to witness the speed of the Nimbus 2001. Mike did not hesitate. He swiftly mounted the Nimbus 2001. The selection for the Quidditch team was, in essence, rather straightforward. The magical rings suspended in the sky were quite large and distanced apart, allowing anyone proficient in the art of flying on a broomstick to pass the assessment with ease. This was hardly surprising, as the selection was merely a test for reserve players. Upon mounting the Nimbus 2001, Mike immediately discerned its stark contrast to the antiquated brooms used during flying lessons. Not only was there the presence of a magical seat, but Mike also felt numerous invisible strands of magic gently binding him. It was no wonder this broom commanded a price of 1,800 galleons. Its comfort and safety were incomparable to that of the Clean Sweep series. Donning his goggles, Mike willed the Nimbus 2001 into action, and it propelled him skyward at an astonishing speed. Having already familiarized himself with the broom's operation during the summer, the simple test posed no challenge to him. He deftly maneuvered through ring after ring with remarkable speed, exhibiting a turning radius significantly smaller than that of the competitors on Clean Sweep brooms, thereby demonstrating the Nimbus 2001's exceptional speed and agility. As Mike completed the test and landed, the young witches and wizards erupted into thunderous applause, with some young witches even squealing in delight, eager to embrace him. Fortunately, the crowd was so vast that they could not reach him. A mere 50 seconds. All 17 magical rings hit. Remarkable. Roger, clutching a magical stopwatch, was utterly elated, and it was unclear whether his exclamation of remarkable referred to Mike or the Nimbus 2001 itself. The next contestant was Franklin, who would have had to wait in line for a testing broom, but Roger, perhaps out of regard for Mike, waved his hand and handed him a Clean Sweep 7. Originally, Mike could have lent his Nimbus 2001 to him. However, after a moment's hesitation, Franklin declined. He reasoned that if he initiated the request, it would inevitably lead others to seek the Nimbus 2001 from Mike as well, and should Mike refuse them, it would surely foster resentment among his peers. Following Mike's impressive display, Franklin's own attempt appeared rather lackluster, characterized by a sluggish ascent and wide turns that nearly traced a circle. Upon his landing, only Roger offered him applause. Curiously, Roger seemed extraordinarily exhilarated, oblivious to the fact that his own hands had turned red from clapping. As Franklin dismounted from his broomstick, he was embraced by Roger. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! 3 minutes, and you hit all 17 magical rings. You've set a record. Franklin gazed at Mike, perplexed. He could not fathom why Roger was so enthusiastic despite his slow flight, which took him a full 3 minutes to accomplish compared to Mike's swift 50 seconds. Roger offered no explanations, merely patting both Mike and Franklin on the shoulder before urging them to depart. Noting that the results of the selection would not be announced that day, confused, Franklin followed Mike out of the Quidditch pitch. It was only after quite some time that Franklin understood the reason behind Roger's excitement, although he had flown slowly, taking 3 full minutes to complete a test that Mike had finished in 50 seconds. He had nonetheless established the fastest recorded time for completing the test on a Clean Sweep 7. Chapter 74. The First Encounter with Lockhart. Mike did not meander within the confines of Hogwarts but instead made his way directly to the Ravenclaw Tower. Although staying up all night was not particularly significant for Mike, It was prudent to catch up on some rest. However, upon reaching the eagle-shaped door knocker, he discovered that someone had been waiting there for a while. Lockhart was attired in a splendid turquoise ensemble, and his golden locks appeared to have been lavishly treated with a smoothing agent, each strand sleekly adhering to his forehead. Under one arm, he clutched a book, seemingly just returned from class. As Mike approached, he discerned the title, A Journey with Ghouls. Strangely absent was the characteristic. Beaming smile that Lockhart typically wore, replaced instead by a countenance marked with distress. All right, once more. This time, I shall get it right, Lockhart declared with unwavering certainty. Pray tell, what is the vocabulary often employed in ancient runes to enhance the stability of spells? The emotionless voice of the eagle knocker responded. Upon hearing this, Lockhart's expression became remarkably rigid, and after a lengthy hesitation, he ventured, Axis? Incorrect. Alder. Wrong. Well, I do not know. After a series of missteps, Lockhart finally reached his limit. You insufferable door knocker, how I loathe you. Let me in. His face contorted in anger as he struck the eagle-shaped knocker with the book, furiously uttering a string of curses in a dialect that Mike could not comprehend. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten that the eagle knocker was imbued with protective enchantments. Any attempt to force the door open would result in a retaliatory strike. True to form, the two sapphires at the knocker's eye sockets flashed with azure light, and Lockhart was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Mike gazed at Lockhart, who was rolling on the ground and groaning in exasperation. The eagle-head door knocker could be deemed the most efficient access mechanism among the four houses, akin to the sorting hat. It possessed the ability to read the innermost thoughts of individuals, albeit with a lesser degree of intelligence. It posed questions commensurate with the solver's knowledge, implying that, theoretically, one could answer any question it presented, as one must have previously studied the relevant material. This led to the phenomenon where older students, having amassed more knowledge, faced increasingly challenging inquiries. Consequently, first-year students, particularly those from Muggle backgrounds, typically found themselves unimpeded at the entrance. In contrast, it was often the upperclassmen who found themselves forced to spend the night on the cold floor outside, prompting Ravenclaw's senior students to carry sleeping bags for such unforeseen circumstances. Lockhart, however, clearly belonged to the category of individuals who had returned all acquired knowledge to their instructors upon graduation. Despite his inner disdain for Lockhart, whom he viewed as a charlatan chasing after fame, Mike approached to assist him. Are you injured, Professor Lockhart? At that moment, Lockhart noticed Mike's presence. Upon seeing Mike's intention to help, he hastily struggled to rise from the floor, exclaiming, No, I'm perfectly fine. I was merely testing the efficacy of the Ravenclaw access mechanism, and the results are quite satisfactory, just as they were during my time at Ravenclaw. Suddenly, Lockhart's expression shifted to one of surprise. You are? Mike. You must be Mike. Flitwick mentioned you, saying you were his most exceptional student and that you have joined that organization. Mike observed Lockhart, who was struggling to maintain a facade of composure despite his obvious discomfort. His disdain for him deepened as he noted the trembling of his legs, a stark contrast to the pretense of nonchalance he attempted to project, truly laughable. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Mike maintained impeccable decorum, responding with a smile, Indeed, I am Mike Tully. Professor Flitwick has far too much faith in my abilities. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a student. You are exceedingly modest. Your inclusion in that organization speaks volumes of your merit, Lockhart remarked, stepping closer. Do tell me, what is the test for the Raven's Nest like? I too wish to be a part of the Ravens. I have received several invitations, but regrettably, I have never found the time to attend. Mike had grown somewhat impatient, as Lockhart had remarked. Being able to join the Raven's Nest indeed attested to Mike's prowess as a wizard. However, the fact that Lockhart, hailing from Ravenclaw, had yet to gain admission to the nest only served to highlight his mediocrity. I am not particularly well versed in this matter myself, to be honest. I was quite unaware of how I managed to qualify. Professor Flitwick should be able to provide you with a satisfactory answer to these inquiries. Mike ceased to engage in pleasantries with Lockhart and directly stated, Moreover, do you not find it somewhat inappropriate to discuss the nest in this public setting? You were just about to enter the Ravenclaw common room, were you not? Since I am here, allow me to escort you inside. Without awaiting Lockhart's response, he proceeded to the eagle-shaped door knocker. Lockhart, being a notable figure, possessed an extraordinary thickness of skin. Upon hearing Mike's veiled refusal of his request, a fleeting look of embarrassment flickered in his eyes before vanishing entirely as he hastened to catch up with Mike. Indeed, you are quite right. Matters regarding that organization should not be discussed in such a public forum. I am surprised that at such a young age, you have already grasped the virtue of discretion. Truly remarkable. In time, you shall undoubtedly become a celebrity akin to myself, and your humility will serve you well. Lockhart continued to lecture Mike as they walked. Upon hearing this, Mike was rendered speechless, inwardly musing. Do you mean to suggest I aspire to become a celebrity like you, who is all glittering exteriors yet crumbling within? I harbor strong suspicions that you are insulting me, though I possess no proof. Ignoring Lockhart's flattery, Mike gestured for the eagle-head door ring to promptly pose a question, as he had no desire to linger in Lockhart's company for even a moment longer. The eagle-head door ring presented a significantly simpler query for Mike, who, after a brief contemplation, answered correctly without difficulty. As the door to the common room swung open, Mike disregarded Lockhart behind him and strode inside. Lockhart, however, closely trailed Mike, nearly wishing to attach himself to him. He was apprehensive that the door might suddenly shut, leaving him stranded outside, for their actions could theoretically be construed as cheating, and the eagle-head door ring might abruptly close to exclude him. Fortunately, Lockhart's fears did not materialize. He safely entered the Ravenclaw common room without incident. Upon his entrance, Lockhart once again donned his signature smile, which had earned him the Charming Smile Award from Wizarding Weekly 5 times. His previously disheveled turquoise robes were now meticulously arranged. Chapter 75. Perfume. Lockhart's arrival ignited a fervor within the Ravenclaw common room, with girls eagerly flocking to his side. Many astute young women produced copies of Lockhart's books, previously purchased, clamoring for his autograph. Others, unable to retrieve their books in time, shrieked and tugged at their plain robes, hoping for Lockhart to sign directly upon them. The previously crowded Ravenclaw reading area was suddenly left deserted, save for a few boys who gazed at the scene with envy and resentment as Lockhart was encircled by adoring girls. This spectacle bore a striking resemblance to the fervor exhibited by Muggle fans in pursuit of their idols. Upon witnessing the scene, Mike contemplated a discreet escape. However, Lockhart was not inclined to let him slip away. Look, Mike, how fervent these fans are. I dare say you have never encountered such enthusiasm before. Perhaps in an attempt to mend the unfavorable impression he had left on Mike, Lockhart boasted, but fret not, for you shall undoubtedly have a similar opportunity in the future. With that, he produced a splendid peacock feather quill from his pocket and began signing autographs for the eager young ladies. The art of signing is indispensable for aspiring celebrities. As Lockhart inscribed his name, he remarked to Mike, "Behold my signature. It is an artistic creation designed for me by a literary master. How exquisite it is. Should you desire, I can introduce you to that esteemed artist." As Mike observed Lockhart grasping his hand, a sense of displeasure stirred within him. He struggled fiercely, yet to his dismay, he found himself unable to break free, feeling a twinge of frustration as this body lacked the strength of an adult. Ultimately, Mike discreetly drew his wand and employed a spell of relaxation, allowing him to escape the clutches of Lockhart. Meanwhile, Lockhart collapsed to the ground amidst the gasps of the surrounding girls. Fortunately, Mike had not expended much magical energy, and Lockhart swiftly regained his composure. Casting an apologetic glance at the girls he had inadvertently knocked over before resuming his autograph signing. Emerging from the throng, Mike wrinkled his nose in distaste as he detected a lingering scent on his person. Having spent too long in Lockhart's proximity, he had unwittingly acquired a trace of a distinctive perfume unique to Lockhart. This fragrance was all too familiar to Mike. He had encountered it during a shopping excursion with Penelope, known as Gulong perfume. It is an exceptionally expensive men's fragrance, reputedly infused with a plethora of rare magical ingredients. Its top notes possess effects reminiscent of a love potion, capable of conjuring the most favored scents of each individual, thereby winning their affection, though certainly inferior to the authentic love potion. Its middle notes are said to evoke a near-medicinal effect, as Mike understood that they release a significant amount of pheromones, eliciting responses from others. The base notes, however, are particularly remarkable. It is rumored that due to the inclusion of indescribable elements from fire dragons, it has the effect of enhancing one's masculinity. Initially, Mike held no interest in perfumes, however. Due to the innate instincts of man, he found himself profoundly impressed by the fragrance. Yet, Mike firmly believed that he had no need for such things. With his striking appearance and his wealth and power, what kind of woman could he not attract? While it was undoubtedly pleasant to consider the application of such a scent on himself, the mere thought of the fragrance being derived from Lockhart made him feel a wave of nausea. He instinctively released several cleansing spells towards the area recently grasped by Lockhart. Suddenly, an arm emerged from the crook of Mike's elbow, wrapping around his arm. "Why did you return with Lockhart?" Penelope's voice chimed in. "What fragrance are you wearing?" "It is delightful." Penelope's current demeanor was quite peculiar. Her expression was one of sheer ecstasy, unmistakably indicating that she had fallen under a spell. Mike watched as Penelope clung to his arm, and he couldn't help but begin to ponder. Goodness, is this remarkable potion truly so effective? It certainly lives up to its reputation as a luxurious men's magical fragrance. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Even a thorough cleansing fails to eradicate this scent. I must place an order at the apothecary in Diagon Alley. I shall procure a bottle. No, 10 bottles. As Penelope's head inched closer to his neck in an attempt to inhale the fragrance, Mike hastily cast several cleansing charms upon himself, finally ridding himself of the lingering aroma. After all, this is a public space. It would be quite embarrassing to make a spectacle of oneself. Ah, what has come over me? Having regained her senses, Penelope realized she was nearly draped over Mike and let out a startled scream, jumping back. Calm down, you were just enchanted by the Guerlain perfume, Mike hastily explained. Observing her bewildered expression. What? You mean that infamous inferior love potion? I can't believe you would resort to such a thing. Penelope's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed passionately. Please, I said to remain calm. Mike spread his hands in a gesture of tranquility. As you can see, I was just with Lockhart. The scent on me was inadvertently acquired from him. If you don't believe me, take a look over there. With that, Mike pointed towards Lockhart. At that moment, Lockhart had just concluded his autograph session and was being led by the head of the student council to tour the Ravenclaw common room. With particular attention given to the wall adorned with his portrait, Lockhart appeared utterly unaware of his image being displayed on the Ravenclaw Wall of Fame. Displaying a look of surprise until the student council president explained the story behind the portrait, at which point he wore an expression of sudden realization. Mike regarded the situation with disdain. Anyone with a modicum of insight would understand that the creation of magical portraits necessitates the subject's participation. How could Lockhart possibly be oblivious to the fact that his portrait was displayed on the Wall of Fame? Upon seeing his own likeness, the portrait of Lockhart beamed his signature smile at the real Lockhart. Instantly, the simultaneous smiles of the two Lockharts bestowed a double dose of joy upon the witches present. They emitted a chorus of unintelligible sounds, their faces alight with rapture as they surged towards Lockhart, seemingly eager to draw nearer to him. In stark contrast to the reactions of those young women, the portraits of others on the Wall of Fame wore expressions of scorn as they observed Lockhart's ostentatious display. Some elderly figures even spat in disdain towards his portrait. Now do you believe it? Mike remarked to a stunned Penelope. At that moment, Penelope was on the verge of madness, her fist clenched tightly, her face contorted in fury. Despite Mike's comment, she merely shot him a glare before hastily weaving into the crowd, whispering conspiratorially into the ear of the head of the student council. Initially, the student council president listened to Penelope's murmurs with an air of indifference, her previously love-struck smile quickly solidifying into a grimace. By the end of the exchange, her expression had darkened to such an extent that it seemed capable of squeezing water from stone. You are truly despicable, the student council president bellowed. You dare to use Gilderoy perfume, that love potion, to ensnare us? We have misjudged you. Turning to her fellow witches, she commanded, Sisters, attack. Before she could finish her sentence, she delivered a swift kick. The other witches gasped in shock as their president's foot struck Lockhart squarely where it hurt, causing his enchanting smile to falter, replaced by a visage of agony as he crumpled to the ground, clutching the affected area. The stunned witches quickly regained their composure, and upon hearing about the Gilderoy perfume, they furiously joined in the fray against Lockhart. Some witches, unfamiliar with the perfume's nature, blushed deeply after a kind soul elucidated its significance. Meanwhile, the boys in the lounge reveled in Lockhart's misfortune, chuckling gleefully at his plight. With some even contemplating joining in to deliver a few kicks, having long been irked by Lockhart's flamboyant demeanor, Mike observed the beleaguered Lockhart, overwhelmed by the crowd, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. The female president of the Ravenclaw Student Council was indeed formidable. With a single kick, she had sent Lockhart sprawling. It was likely that the imprints left on the vulnerable areas of the male student council president had also originated from her foot. This assault persisted until Professor Flitwick hastily arrived, bringing it to an abrupt end. The girls, who had been mercilessly pummeling Lockhart moments before, transformed into fragile, delicate figures upon his arrival. The student council president, in particular, burst into tears, crouching before Professor Flitwick while recounting Lockhart's alleged misdeeds in a pitiful manner. Meanwhile, Lockhart had succumbed to unconsciousness, his once resplendent turquoise attire now reduced to mere tatters clinging feebly to his form. His formerly sleek golden locks were now a chaotic nest of disarray. Professor Flitwick, known for his emotional disposition rather than rationality, felt his temper flare as he listened to the president's sobs. He could hardly contain his frustration. Casting a furious glance at the nearby boys who were laughing and discussing Lockhart's hairstyle, he bellowed and randomly selected a few to carry Lockhart to the headmaster's office. The gravity of the situation was dire. It was imperative that Dumbledore be made aware of the true nature of the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts he had appointed. Before Professor Flitwick's arrival, Mike had quietly hidden himself away, thus fortunate enough to avoid being singled out by the professor. Witnessing Lockhart's pitiful state, Mike discreetly abandoned his plan to purchase the Gilderoy Lockhart perfume, for he had no desire to endure a similar fate of being besieged by a throng of girls. Chapter 76. The handshake ceremony. When Mike awakened from his slumber, it was already the following morning. As he pushed open the door to his dormitory and entered the Ravenclaw common room, he beheld a group of girls, led by the president of the student council, dismantling the portrait of Lockhart from the wall of fame. The portrait, once ostentatious, now screamed in vain to halt the girls' actions. However, being merely a magical image, it was powerless to influence the tangible world, left to helplessly watch as they removed it from the wall of fame. Amidst the mocking laughter of other portraits, the student council president took the lead in delivering a harsh kick to the image, creating a large hole in Lockhart's chest. Subsequently, the other girls joined in, each delivering a swift kick, and before long, the portrait was rendered utterly unrecognizable. Mike approached a bystander and inquired about the situation, seeking to understand the cause of the outrage among the Ravenclaw girls. It turned out that Professor Flitwick had brought Lockhart to confront Dumbledore over a grievance, and Lockhart had faced only a minor punishment, merely a month's salary deduction. This leniency incited considerable indignation among the Ravenclaw females, leading to the earlier scene. Carefully circumventing the still fuming girls, Mike made his way to the reading area of the Ravenclaw common room, intent on searching for historical records pertaining to Rowena Ravenclaw. While one might typically expect to access such records at the Hogwarts library, Ravenclaw's arrangement differed significantly from that of other houses. The common room boasted its own reading nook, housing a wealth of tomes concerning the history of Ravenclaw, with details far surpassing those found in the Hogwarts library. However, after an extensive search through the collection, Mike was disappointed to discover a lamentable scarcity of information about Rowena Ravenclaw. The only details he unearthed pertained to her final moments. It was known that Rowena possessed a magical diadem that enhanced the wisdom of its wearer, but her daughter, Helena, consumed by a yearning for knowledge and a covetous desire for wisdom, had stolen the diadem and fled into the forests of Albania. Following her daughter's betrayal, Rowena fell into a deep melancholy and succumbed to a grave illness. Yet, she did not blame Helena. Rather, she concealed the truth of the theft from others. Desperate to reunite with her daughter before her death, Rowena entrusted a Slytherin student, Barrow, with the task of locating Helena. Tragically, Barrow ended up killing Helena and subsequently took his own life, resulting in the diadem's disappearance and Rowena's sorrowful demise. This tale circulated widely within Ravenclaw, as it recounted the loss of the House's artifact, the diadem. However, aside from this narrative, the reading area offered scant information on Ravenclaw, particularly regarding events prior to her founding of Hogwarts. There was only a brief phrase alluding to her as a gentle breeze from the lake. Just as Mike was immersed in his search through the sea of books, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mike, what are you searching for?" As Mike turned around, he beheld the curious face of little Hermione, who, instead of answering his question, responded, "Is that you, dear Hermione? What brings you to Ravenclaw today?" "Oh, it's like this. Do you know the counterspell for the slug vomiting charm?" Ron attempted to curse Malfoy, but since his wand was damaged by the Whomping Willow, the spell backfired on him. "He's been incessantly spewing slugs," Hermione exclaimed with urgency. Mike, well aware of the counterspell from his lessons with Professor Flitwick the previous year, had no intention of divulging this information to Hermione, as he held little fondness for Ron. After all, a bit of slug vomiting wouldn't be fatal. One would eventually grow accustomed to it. "I'm afraid, Hermione, you might want to seek out Percy or George and Fred. They would surely know," Mike shrugged, adding, "By the way, what prompted Ron to provoke Malfoy in the first place?" "Because Malfoy called me a mudblood," Hermione replied, momentarily distracted as if noticing something, then suddenly paused. "Wait, what is that? Is it a portrait of Lockhart?" "No. What are they doing?" With that, she dashed into the crowd that was vandalizing Lockhart's portrait, pushing aside a girl who was laughing while stepping on the image. The girl stumbled back, nearly falling, but was caught by other girls nearby. The chairwoman of the student council emerged from the throng, pointing a finger at Hermione's forehead. "A Gryffindor. Who permitted you to invade the Ravenclaw common room and harm an innocent Ravenclaw student?" "Gryffindor loses 30 points. Hermione's head bobbed as she heard the penalty, her eyes reddening with indignation as she swatted the chairwoman's hand away, ready to retort. However, Mike squeezed through the crowd just in time to cover Hermione's mouth. Addressing the chairwoman, "Oh, lovely lady, this is all a misunderstanding. Hermione is my friend," here merely to visit Ravenclaw. Indeed, Carol, why not let her off this time? Penelope had also appeared, conversing with the chairwoman while playfully gesturing at her own head to imply Hermione's was not quite right. The chairwoman, ignoring Penelope, fixed her gaze intently on Mike. After what felt like an eternity, her furious demeanor transformed into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Mike, Flitwick's prized pupil, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." With that, she extended her hand. Mike spoke humbly as he extended his hand to grasp hers. The moment he held the hand of the student council president, a smile broke across his face. The position of her hand, intertwined with his, was rather peculiar. Her ring finger curled oddly, causing Mike some discomfort. This was a distinctive handshake unique to the nest of crows, employed for discreet recognition among members in public settings. Mike quickly reacted, his hand intertwining with hers, their ring fingers bending together in unison. Feeling the unique sensation in their grasp, Mike exchanged a glance with the president of the student council, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. The first rule of the Raven's Nest: members must do their utmost to assist one another, provided it does not infringe upon their own interests. Mike was certain that this matter was secure. Chapter 77, The Infatuated One. The chairwoman of the female student council, with a smile, released her hand and introduced herself. "I am Carol Morrison, the chairwoman of the female student council this year. It is a pleasure to meet you. Since she is your friend, I shall overlook her rudeness this time." Upon hearing this, Mike was about to speak, but Hermione interjected, exclaiming, "Why are you defacing Mr. Lockhart's portrait? Are you not aware that this contravenes school regulations?" "Huh. This was the result of a vote within Ravenclaw. What business is it of yours, Gryffindor?" Carol raised an eyebrow and continued, "Are you truly unaware of what that shameless scoundrel has done? He audaciously employed that despicable full of potion. Isn't it merely Gilderoy perfume? I've researched it, and this fragrance is not a full of potion at all. It merely amplifies the pre-existing fondness one holds for the user. At best, it serves merely as a catalyst. The influence you feel stems entirely from your own affection for Mr. Lockhart." Hermione argued passionately, adding, "Furthermore, Headmaster Dumbledore did not impose any severe punishment on Mr. Lockhart, which clearly indicates that this matter is not of grave significance." Hermione's eloquent discourse left everyone astounded, especially Penelope, who, recalling her own embarrassing reaction from the previous day, felt her cheeks flush crimson and hastily withdrew from the crowd. Mike did not have the opportunity to observe Penelope's reaction. Upon hearing Hermione's words, he understood that allowing her to continue would surely lead to an unfortunate conclusion regarding today's events. The rules of the Raven's Nest dictated that members should assist one another, provided it did not compromise their own interests. Hermione, however, continued her relentless pursuit even after Carol offered her an escape, which would undoubtedly tarnish Carol's reputation. If this continued, Hermione would certainly face dire consequences. Amidst the chorus of condemnation from the girls, Mike seized Hermione's arm, forcibly pulling her out of the Ravenclaw common room. "Have you lost your mind? Don't you realize that even if this escalates to the professors, you won't gain anything? Will you be pleased to be unjustly penalized?" Taking a deep breath, Mike admonished her. Hermione, upon hearing this, said nothing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and she turned to leave. Perhaps feeling that her words were somewhat excessive, Mike grasped her arm again. "You just said Malfoy called you a mudblood, right? You should know what that term signifies." "Of course I know. The incident with you and Malfoy in our first year was quite notorious," Hermione retorted defiantly. "You needn't concern yourself with this. I will handle it." "Handle it? With Ron's pitiful slug-vomiting charm?" Hermione remained silent, her gaze cast downwards. "We are all wizards of Muggle descent, according to those so-called pure blood standards. We are all despicable mudbloods. Thus, we must unite and support one another to ensure our interests remain protected." Mike gently reassured her, resting a hand on her shoulder. "Trust me, let us go to Professor McGonagall together to clarify this matter. Malfoy will receive his just desserts." Seeming to resist the physical contact, Hermione stepped back, breaking free from Mike's grasp. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Let's just forget it." At this point, there seemed little reason to continue the conversation. Since Hermione was determined to handle it on her own, he decided to let her be. After all, Mike did not consider himself a sycophant. With this thought, Mike ceased further discussion, bid Hermione farewell, and returned to the Ravenclaw common room, leaving her to quietly descend the staircase. Coincidentally, Mike had a defense against the dark arts class with Lockhart that day. In class, Lockhart continued to radiate his usual charm, as if the prior day's events in Ravenclaw had never occurred. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could still discern faint scars upon his visage, suggesting that Mrs. Pomfrey was not among his admirers. Perhaps due to his previous embarrassment in Gryffindor, Lockhart refrained from presenting peculiar magical creatures, such as the Cornish pixies, and instead adhered strictly to reciting from the textbook, his own novel, no less. This method of instruction clearly did not satisfy the Ravenclaw students, especially in light of Lockhart's earlier mishap in their common room. Consequently, the Ravenclaw Eagles treated him with utter disregard, while the Hufflepuff students, many of whom hailed from Muggle backgrounds, listened intently. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in Lockhart's classroom. The typically bright and studious Ravenclaw Eagles whispered and laughed among themselves, while the Hufflepuff Badgers maintained a studious demeanor. Naturally, Mike, as an emotionless score-accumulating machine, did not follow suit, instead feigning utmost seriousness as he absorbed the lesson. Lockhart, perhaps out of a sense of camaraderie towards his fellow Ravenclaws, overlooked their impudent behavior and ignored the attentive Hufflepuffs, frequently calling on Mike to answer questions. Even when faced with bizarre inquiries, such as how Lockhart dealt with werewolves, Mike could only fabricate responses, yet Lockhart would generously award him consolation points. Ultimately, the Hufflepuff Badgers began to grow dissatisfied with Lockhart as well. Despite their generally gentle disposition, akin to their representative animal, the badger, this did not imply they were without temper. It is worth noting that the famed honey badger, a type of badger, is known for its fearless nature. The disgruntled Hufflepuff ceased to adhere to classroom decorum, transforming Lockhart's lesson into a cacophonous market scene, their laughter and chatter drowning out his voice, rendering him utterly helpless as he gazed at the rowdy students. This chaotic episode was unparalleled in Hogwarts history. Lockhart had unwittingly set a new record for classroom disorder. In despair, he could only utter a hasty dismissal and flee the classroom, as the young witches and wizards began hurling objects onto the stage. Michael glanced at Lockhart's disheveled figure and chuckled softly before preparing to leave the classroom. He still had a plethora of materials yet to review. However, just as he stood up, a familiar voice unexpectedly called out to him. "Michael, do you have a moment?" Dolphin said, nervously fidgeting with the robes draped around him. Mike gathered the books from the desk, one after another, into his inconspicuous extension charm bag, glancing not once at Dolphin as he replied, "Dolphin? What is it? Spare me the lengthy details. I am quite occupied." Mike's words heightened Dolphin's anxiety, causing his hands to clench the fabric of his robe so tightly that they turned pale. "Why, yes, indeed. I have come to express my gratitude for the money you provided me last time," Dolphin stammered. "There are also a few matters I wish to discuss. Could we find a more secluded place to converse privately?" Mike turned his head and gazed deeply at Dolphin, saying, "Very well, follow me." He then fell silent and strode purposefully towards the Ravenclaw Tower, with Dolphin hastily trailing behind, clutching a large fabric bag. This bag appeared to contain something quite heavy, making Dolphin's progress laborious. By the time they had covered half the distance, he had transitioned from carrying the bag with one hand to dragging it with both hands. Mike walked with remarkable speed, leaving Dolphin, who was dragging a cloth bag, far behind. This peculiar scene captured the attention of the surrounding young wizards, who curiously gazed at Dolphin, some even whispering and pointing. Dolphin was clearly unsettled by the throng of onlookers. Beads of sweat, akin to small peas, trickled down his face, quickly dampening the collar of his shirt. Mike also noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him. Turning his head, he beheld Dolphin's predicament. Shaking his head, he exhaled deeply and pointed his wand at Dolphin. Wingardium Leviosa. As the spell was cast, the bag that Dolphin had been dragging began to levitate, rolling through the air before swiftly soaring towards Mike, moving far more rapidly than when Dolphin had been hauling it. The contents of the bag appeared to be of great significance, as Dolphin clung desperately to its opening, refusing to let go, until he was ultimately dragged along the ground by the bag. Their roles abruptly reversed in an instant. Mike gazed at the bizarre scene before him and, unable to contain his disbelief, slapped his forehead exclaiming, "Jesus, you are a wizard. A pure-blood wizard at that. How is it that you seem more like a muggle than I do? Where is your wand? Where is your magic?" Initially, Dolphin wore a beaming smile when he noticed Mike stepping in to assist him, but as Mike's words unfolded, the smile gradually faded from his face. By the time Mike uttered the term muggle, Dolphin's expression had completely transformed from joy to sheer terror. Mike paid no heed to Dolphin's changing expressions. After finishing his remarks, he quickened his pace towards his dormitory. The door to the dormitory closed silently behind him, and it was only then that Dolphin felt a sense of relief. As he had traversed the Ravenclaw common room, the peculiar gazes of those around him had weighed heavily on his mind. Mike, seated on the bed, retrieved a bottle of Dolphin's magic drink from the nightstand. Just as he was about to unscrew the cap, he noticed Dolphin gazing at him with wide eyes. With no other option, he tossed another bottle of the magical beverage to him. "Now, speak, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Dolphin, flustered, caught the bottle and, after expressing his gratitude, replied, "Well, it's like this. I truly must thank you. I have never possessed so much gilder. Thanks to your assistance. I have had a splendid summer." It was only at this moment that Mike noticed something peculiar about Dolphin. He appeared to have changed in ways that were no longer reminiscent of his former self. The tattered and aged robe he once wore had been replaced by a pristine, unadorned long robe, intricately embroidered with the emblem of Madame Majine's exclusive robe boutique in golden thread. Mike had encountered this garment before, according to Madame Majine. It was crafted from thread spun by a certain magical creature, offering not only unparalleled comfort but also the remarkable ability to regulate temperature, warm in winter and cool in summer. Moreover, it boasted a subtle resistance to magical influences. However, such exquisite quality came at a steep price. A tailored robe of this nature would command no less than 100 gold gallons. Dolphin's footwear had also undergone a transformation, now adorned with a pair of brand new doeskin shoes, seemingly enchanted to remain spotless despite the considerable distance traveled. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Dolphin himself had gained a noticeable amount of weight. One could truly say that he embodied the essence of a pure-blood noble, choosing to lavish funds on such trivialities rather than investing in a discreet expansion charm bag. Mike inwardly scoffed, reasoning with himself, "All right, I am aware of all this. Please, just articulate what you wish to say without beating around the bush." Despite his internal monologue, Mike maintained an impassive expression as he spoke. "Well, I thought you might be interested in some items from my home, so I have brought them all with me this time." The icy demeanor of Mike exerted considerable pressure on Dolphin, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "As long as you provide me with the same amount of galleons as last time, no, even just half of that, these items shall be yours." With that, Dolphin cautiously placed the cloth bag in front of Mike. Upon hearing Dolphin's words, Mike was immediately intrigued. He cautiously employed the levitation spell to control the items within the bag, allowing them to float out one by one. The family genealogy, 1. Family genealogy, 2. Genealogy, 3. This mischievous child had pilfered his family's genealogical records. His father would undoubtedly be furious upon discovering this transgression. Suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of sarcastic remarks, Mike continued to inspect the contents of the bag. An unappetizing cucumber, a filthy magical doll, and a plate of stargazing pie that had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. When a pair of oversized men's briefs flew out of the bag, Mike could no longer contain himself. "What on earth were you thinking? What kind of rubbish is this?" He vigorously waved his wand and shouted at Dolphin. With Mike's furious exclamation, the bag and its scattered refuse lifted off the ground, hurtling toward Dolphin. "No, please. Take another look. There must be something you need in there." Dolphin shrieked as he cowered, shielding his head from the impending chaos. Mike paid no heed to Dolphin's pleas for mercy, relentlessly hurling the contents of the bag one by one at him. Suddenly, a piece of parchment soared out from the bag, capturing Mike's attention. Michael relinquished control over other objects, guiding the ancient parchment to float before him. This parchment, imbued with a sense of age, bore numerous nicks and tears at its edges, likely a result of careless preservation and rodent gnawing. The parchment bore no inscriptions, only a few grimy remnants stubbornly clinging to its surface. Chapter 79, The Death Curse, Part 1. At first glance, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary piece of parchment. Yet Michael sensed an ominous aura emanating from it. This foreboding presence was reminiscent of what he had previously encountered on the shelf dedicated to dark magic in the restricted area. However, the aura from this parchment was considerably weaker than that of the dark magic shelf. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his magical perception following his summer adventures, he might not have noticed it at all. If Michael's intuition was correct, this parchment was undoubtedly linked to dark magic. Given the mischievous nature of Dolphin, who had pilfered his family's genealogy, it was not far-fetched to believe that he might have similarly absconded with records of dark magic from within his family. Noticing Michael's keen interest in the parchment, Dolphin hastily exclaimed, "I stole this from my father's study. What do you think? Is it valuable?" Your father's study?" Michael inquired, bemused. "It must have been well hidden." "Then, not at all," Dolphin replied. "This parchment was simply tucked away in my father's desk drawer. He used it as blotting paper to prevent his tobacco from getting damp." Upon hearing this, Mike felt a tinge of disappointment. A piece of sheepskin parchment used to prevent tobacco from becoming damp could hardly be deemed a precious item. Yet, clinging to the last vestiges of hope, he activated his magical perception and directed his gaze toward the parchment. To his astonishment, under the lens of his magical sight, he began to discern the gradual emergence of words upon the sheepskin. These inscriptions, starkly distinct from ordinary magical auras, manifested in an ominous shade of black. With his exceptionally heightened magical perception, Mike could clearly observe the dark aura emanating from the letters, which seemed to dissipate continuously into the air. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the writing on the parchment appeared exceedingly blurred. Mike squinted his eyes, diligently striving to decipher the first line of text. It was a language he had never encountered before, although it still utilized the English alphabet. The arrangement and combination of the letters bore no resemblance to the modern English he was familiar with, strangely, despite his inability to recognize the words. Their meanings effortlessly materialized in his mind. Death Curse, Avada Kedavra, it read. Mike felt a shiver run down his spine, as the overwhelming surprise left him momentarily breathless. Yet, he did not allow himself to be entirely consumed by joy. Instead, he swiftly directed his gaze downward. Deeply concerned about the preservation of the contents inscribed on the parchment. Fortunately, despite having endured water damage and the gnawing of rodents, the portions detailing the method for unleashing the deadly curse remained relatively intact, at the very least under the strain of his utmost concentration. Mike was still able to discern the meanings of the words etched upon it. With great haste, Mike extracted a pen and notebook from the bag of holding, inscribing the contents of the parchment. However, as the text was written in an unknown language, he encountered numerous inadequacies while transcribing, relying solely on the meanings that spontaneously emerged in his mind. After several futile attempts, Mike abandoned this unproductive endeavor. The study of magic demands a meticulous approach, as any deviation could lead to a catastrophic failure in spellcasting. This is especially true for dark magic, where an unsuccessful casting could result in severe repercussions for the caster. Cautiously, he stored the parchment back into the bag of holding. With a flourish of his wand, Mike emptied the remaining contents of the cloth pouch. If the parchment could manifest its text under magical perception, might there be something extraordinary among this refuse? Indeed, as Mike surveyed the heap through his magical perception, he discerned several items emitting a faint magical aura. Yet, upon retrieving these objects, he was disheartened to find that most were merely fragments of parchment, nibbled to shreds by rodents, rendering their contents utterly illegible. "Do you have any more of this parchment?" Mike inquired of Dolphin, clinging to a glimmer of hope. "None left." Dolphin replied, "That parchment was all there was. Are you satisfied now?" Mike exhaled deeply and tossed a bag filled with 200 galleons towards Dolphin, saying, "Inside this bag are 200 galleons. Please tidy up the remaining clutter for me." Dolphin accepted the bag, his eyes nearly disappearing in a broad smile, and promptly gathered the scattered items before hastily departing from Mike's dormitory. As Mike observed that Dolphin had departed from the dormitory, he waved his wand and cast a warning spell upon the door. After thoroughly confirming the door's security, he eagerly turned his attention to the parchment. Indeed, he was the chosen one. His stroke of extraordinary luck, which had been silent for so long, had finally manifested again, delivering the killing curse just when he desperately needed a potent direct damage spell. Although the contents of the other parchments were indecipherable, possessing the killing curse was more than sufficient. The green light he had witnessed in the Forbidden Forest last year had already become a shadow in Mike's heart, often accompanied by an endless chill that invaded his dreams. The peril of being discovered was outweighed by his fear of the killing curse, driving him to venture into the restricted section. The more he feared it, the more he longed for that power. At this moment, Mike's hands trembled uncontrollably as he held the parchment. By the time Mike had thoroughly perused the parchment, the sky outside had darkened, and he was astonished by how long he had been engrossed in his reading. Despite his gnawing hunger, Mike's heart burned with excitement, leaving him with no desire to eat. After completing his review of the parchment, he finally gained a detailed understanding of the killing curse. The spell's requirements for magical strength were not exceedingly high. A significant portion of adult wizards could successfully cast it after a period of study, even with Mike's current level of magical power. He met the criteria for casting the killing curse. This is precisely what made the killing curse so terrifying. Its astonishing lethality combined with its relative ease of learning. It was no wonder that the Ministry of Magic classified it as one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Such a spell is akin to firearms. Without regulation, gun violence becomes inevitable. The wizarding world, being sparsely populated, could not withstand such turmoil. In contrast to its magical power requirements, the emotional prerequisites were far more stringent. The caster must possess an intense desire to kill in order to successfully unleash the Avada Kedavra curse. For Mike, this was not overly challenging. In his previous life, he had taken countless lives, and his heart had long since hardened to an iron-like resolve. Having confirmed his ability to learn the killing curse, Mike hurriedly made his way to the room of requirement, eager to commence his experiments. Unbeknownst to him, as he traversed the Ravenclaw common room. A pair of pale blue eyes, reminiscent of beautiful lake waters, silently observed him from a corner. Chapter 80, The Killing Curse, Part 2. Unaware of this, Mike did not immediately begin his studies of the Killing Curse upon arriving at the Room of Requirement. Instead, he mentally reviewed everything he understood about the curse. The Killing Curse is a remarkably powerful dark magic. Its strength is not solely due to its formidable impact. Some may believe that the curse's instantaneous lethality is its defining feature, yet many spells can achieve similar effects with ease. Spells like the Blasting Curse, although not classified as unforgivable, possess lethality that rivals that of the Killing Curse. A direct hit can also result in instantaneous death. Moreover, not only explosive spells but also fiery incantations, dismemberment charms, and even transfiguration spells exhibit considerable destructive power in comparison to the formidable lethality of these spells. The human body is strikingly fragile. The reason the Killing Curse is revered as an unforgivable curse lies in the Ministry of Magic's explanation. It not only wields astonishing power but also, with prolonged use, can corrupt the user's mind, driving them into madness and malevolence. Mike scoffed at such assertions. In his view, the sole reason for the strict prohibition of the Killing Curse was its astonishing ease of mastery. Unlike spells such as the Fiend Fire and Exploding Curses, which required substantial magical energy and a high level of magical prowess to instantaneously eliminate an adversary, the Killing Curse demanded far less. Its magical expenditure was negligible in comparison, allowing even underage wizards to learn it with remarkable ease. As for its purported impact on the user's psyche, Mike remained utterly unconvinced. The original text was replete with individuals who wielded the Killing Curse. The infamous Half-Blood Prince, Severus Snape, could cast it as well, and he employed it no less frequently than those Death Eaters, yet there was no evidence to suggest he had become significantly more malevolent. Mike's fervent desire to master the Killing Curse stems from its direct effect on the soul, allowing it to inflict damage on certain unique entities. Creatures such as ghosts, demeanors, and magical portraits are vulnerable to this curse, although its efficacy is not as pronounced against humans. Most importantly, the Killing Curse possesses the capability to obliterate Horcruxes. In the original narrative, Harry and his companions utilized basilisk venom and the Gryffindor sword, imbued with the venom, to destroy Horcruxes. However, Mike does not intend to engage in the primary storyline of the original work this semester. He believes it is best left to Harry and Dumbledore to deal with the basilisk. Thus, acquiring basilisk venom is beyond his reach, rendering the Killing Curse's ability to destroy Horcruxes particularly significant, as Horcruxes are not limited to just one notebook. Having confirmed these thoughts, Mike took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and retrieved a glass box containing a small white mouse from his undetectable extension charm bag. Ever since the protective vest against the Killing Curse saved his life, he had prepared numerous white mice in his bag, ready to assemble a protective vest at a moment's notice. These mice were procured from the Muggle world, although Diagon Alley offered white mice for sale. Their prices were exorbitantly high. The unique effects of the Killing Curse do not manifest as clearly on alchemical dolls, so to observe the curse's release more tangibly, Mike opted to use the white mice as targets. He floated one mouse into the air with the levitation charm, rendering it immobile, and closed his eyes to cultivate his killing intent. In his previous life, Mike had taken many lives, and he speculated that he must carry some semblance of killing aura. Akin to professional assassins, those who have killed frequently develop a distinctive demeanor. Therefore, he believed that channeling the Killing Curse would come more easily to him, perhaps even leading to immediate success. Avada Kedavra. After a moment of concentration, Mike suddenly opened his eyes, and the curse traced an eerie arc through the air toward the white mouse as he fervently uttered the incantation. However, nothing occurred. The anticipated flash of green light and the mouse's subsequent collapse did not materialize. Reality proved Mike's naivety. Simply having killed many did not equate to a potent killing intent. With the failure of conjuring killing intent from thin air, he resorted to associative methods. Observing the struggling mouse suspended in midair, Mike's pupils began to dilate. As an orphan wanderer, he was intimately familiar with rodents. These wretched creatures not only carried a plethora of diseases but also exhibited fierce aggression. In the filthy, chaotic sewers of the city, some rats could grow to 20 centimeters in length, intimidating even the bravest of cats. Once, while Mike and his companions were wandering the streets during an unbearable winter, they sought refuge in the sewers for warmth. Though the stench was unbearable, the temperature was significantly more tolerable than above ground. Yet, that experience soon became a haunting nightmare for Mike. He awoke that night to the piercing screams of his friends. As he drowsily turned toward the source of the commotion, a nightmarish scene fully dispelled his remnants of sleep. One of them was being gnawed upon by a dozen rats, each the size of a small cat. While he writhed on the ground in a desperate attempt to shake them off or crush them, the rats bit ferociously, rendering his struggles futile. Realizing that his efforts were in vain, he attempted to stand, but after several futile attempts, he could not rise. Mike glanced at his feet, discovering that the shoes and toes were completely devoured by the rats, leaving only a few bloody bones exposed. After struggling for a while, he finally surrendered to the ground and reached for the rats clinging to his face. Two massive rats obscured his entire visage, preventing Mike from discerning his expression. One of his ears had vanished, with a small rat attempting to burrow into the ear canal, seemingly seeking the tender flesh within. His hands fared no better. Several fingers had disappeared, and the back of his hand, soaked in dark red blood, revealed stark white bones. Whether due to the severity of his injuries or the relentless grip of the rats, he lacked the strength to pull them off. After a series of anguished screams, he gradually grew weaker. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, he mustered his resolve, grasping one of the rats with both hands and yanking it down with all his might. This time, he succeeded, but in doing so, he also tore out his own eyeball. Chapter 81, The Killing Curse, Part 2. At that moment, Mike was completely frozen, cold sweat pouring from every pore of his body. He yearned to scream, yet no sound could escape his lips. He could only helplessly witness the unfolding tragedy. An increasing number of rats, drawn by the scent of blood, soon swarmed over the unfortunate victim, rendering him silent. The subsequent arriving rats, unable to squeeze in, turned their gaze toward Mike and his companions. The look in their eyes was one Mike would never forget, green and glistening, brimming with an insatiable hunger, a desire to devour. It was only on that day that Mike realized even the rodents, typically prone to scurrying away at the sight of humans, could indeed feast upon flesh. When a person is engulfed in extreme terror, the most common reactions are to flee or become paralyzed with fear. However, there exists a rare type of individual for whom overwhelming dread triggers a loss of rationality, inciting a frenzied counterattack. Mike was one such individual, with a fierce instinct buried deep within every cell of his being. As the first rat brushed against Mike's shoe, he felt a surge of strength returning to him. A sudden wave of fury surged within, and with a mighty roar, he brought his foot down upon the creature. Despite their substantial size, the rats were remarkably agile, moving with astonishing speed. In his wrath, Mike's foot inevitably missed its target, the recoil causing a sharp pain to radiate through his foot. Yet, fueled by a rush of adrenaline, Mike paid no heed to the pain. Mike seized the wooden stick that he had set aside for self-defense and began to strike at the rodents. When the stick broke, he resorted to stomping with his feet, punching with his fists, and even contemplated biting them with his teeth. The more astute of his companions had already fled, leaving only a few paralyzed with fear and a handful of boys who were typically friendly with Mike, watching him as he screamed hysterically while relentlessly attacking the mice. Although Mike displayed remarkable bravery in that moment, his chaotic assault yielded little result. The rodents consistently evaded his strikes, and only a scant few fell victim to his onslaught. Conversely, some of the mice seized the opportunity presented by Mike's frenzied state, stealthily climbing up his calves and gnawing at his trousers. At this critical juncture, the eldest among their group stepped forward, crossing over the onlookers who remained transfixed by Mike's antics, and delivered a forceful slap to Mike's face. The impact was tremendous and, regrettably, it struck not only his cheek but also collided with his ear. Mike, his blood boiling, felt a searing pain radiate across his face, and in an instant, his left ear rang with deafening silence. Despite the pain, clarity returned to Mike's mind. He turned to see the others already fleeing towards the manhole under the elder's direction, prompting him to hastily follow suit. This harrowing experience left a profound impression on the young Mike, instilling in him an intense aversion to mice that persisted even into his prosperous middle age, compelling him to hire pest control services quarterly for his villa. Reflecting on that dreadful memory and the near-fatal consequences of the mouse bites that could have led to a grievous infection, Mike's previously unfocused gaze sharpened. His hand, gripping the wand with excessive force, trembled violently, and the blackwood wand seemed to resonate with its owner's turmoil, pulsating with dark energy. Avada Kedavra! With a furious roar, Mike uttered the incantation, his wand slicing through the air in an arc towards the small white mouse. A blinding green light erupted from the tip of the wand, carrying a cold, ominous aura as it silently struck the mouse. The once flailing creature, suspended in the air, instantaneously succumbed, its tiny crimson eyes dimming, leaving only an unshakable trace of green behind. Yet Mike's frenzy did not abate. He was lost in a whirlwind of madness. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Waves of green light erupted from his wand with each furious cry, targeting the transparent glass enclosure containing the white mice in the corner. With a resounding crash, The glass shattered under the onslaught of the killing curse, liberating the startled mice who scattered in a frenzy. However, Mike's attacks did not cease. His past as a sharpshooter honed his precision in casting spells, rendering him terrifyingly accurate. Even as the mice darted about with remarkable speed, they were unable to escape the relentless green retribution. It was unclear how much time passed, but eventually Mike halted, not from exhaustion, but because every last white mouse had been vanquished. The room, once a training area, lay in utter disarray. The furniture was reduced to splintered wood. Alchemical figurines and bookshelves lay in ruins, and even the obsidian floor and walls bore the scars of devastation. Ah, cough, cough, cough. Mike slumped onto the ground, emitting a peculiar laugh that perhaps became too hasty, leading him to choke on his own saliva. His laughter abruptly ceased, transforming into a fit of violent coughing. After a considerable struggle to swallow, Mike surveyed the chaotic scene of the wish room, a smile once again gracing his features. This sensation, this power, is truly overwhelming, Mike murmured. Mike felt an overwhelming sense of joy, even though much of his magical energy had been depleted and his limbs ached with fatigue. Nevertheless, his spirit remained exuberantly high. He even found himself yearning for more, struggling to rise in order to fetch some more lab mice from his dormitory to continue his experiments. Suddenly, he felt a sharp heat in his chest, followed by the familiar caw of a raven echoing in his ears. The exhilaration swiftly faded upon hearing the raven's call. Mike retrieved the greed pendant from his chest, which was now emanating a soft blue magical glow. Under the illumination of the azure light, the raven depicted on the pendant seemed to come alive. As his rationality returned, Mike stared blankly at the pendant, a wave of dread washing over him. The notion that the death curse could affect the user's mind proved to be true the moment he had unleashed the curse to claim a life. An indescribable thrill surged within him. It felt akin to a meticulous reading, an intense pleasure compelling him to cast the death curse repeatedly, until he was left utterly alone, devoid of any other life around him. The room of requirement appeared to possess the ability of self-restoration as Mike regained his senses. A mere thought caused the previously disordered room to remarkably revert to its original state. That night, Mike chose not to return to his dormitory, instead opting to sleep within the room of requirement. Although the effects of the death curse had dissipated considerably under the influence of the greed pendant, they still troubled him greatly. In his dreams, Mike often envisioned himself wantonly slaughtering, a feeling that was, to be honest, exhilarating. Humans, it seems, find more pleasure in destruction than in creation. In his dreams, Mike's consciousness remained alert. He could distinctly sense the flow of magic within him with each incantation, feel the warm splatter of blood from the beings he vanquished on his face, and even detect the appealing scent of iron rust from the blood. Despite his desperate attempts to awaken, he remained ensnared in the dream. In this dream realm, Mike operated as if granted an infinite firepower buff. His blackthorn wand transformed into a machine gun, unleashing various spells that erupted as vibrant beams of light without the need for incantation. The surroundings morphed continuously. At times he found himself slaughtering classmates and teachers within the Hogwarts grounds, and at other times, he was on the streets of Los Santos from his past life, slaying bizarre extraterrestrials. Just as Mike was on the brink of losing himself entirely, the magical alarm clock he had set awakened him from this nightmarish reverie. Mike felt as though his head was on the verge of exploding, his eyes aching to the point of being unable to open. This sensation was reminiscent of the state one experiences after a night of indulgence in counterfeit spirits. The luxurious lounge conjured by the wish-granting room was a stark contrast to his discomfort. The bed he lay upon was as soft as a cloud, making the prospect of rising exceedingly challenging. It was only after the alarm clock rang for the third time that Mike managed to sit up with great difficulty. The intense headache rendered him exceptionally irritable, and it was not until he consumed a bottle of dolphin magic drink that he felt a modicum of relief. Mustering the strength to rise, he made his way to the vanity mirror positioned not far from the room. At that moment, Mike was eager to ascertain just how disheveled he appeared. The floor was adorned with a thick carpet, and walking barefoot upon its plush, warm surface was a comforting experience. When he finally arrived at the vanity mirror, the reflection that greeted him was that of a boy with sunken eyes, disheveled hair, and bloodshot irises. Mike exhaled deeply. The repercussions of the killing curse were far more severe than he had anticipated. It appeared that the principle of equivalent exchange applied equally within the realm of wizards. While the curse wielded immense power with minimal consumption, it demanded an extraordinary degree of willpower from the caster. In the original narrative, the majority of those deranged Death Eaters had indeed succumbed to their madness due to excessive use of the killing curse. Conversely, some elite Death Eaters, led by Snape, managed to maintain a relatively stable state because their willpower was exceptionally robust, particularly Snape himself, a master of the mind-blocking charm. whose expertise far surpassed that of most wizards. Ah, the mind-blocking charm. Mike sighed in resignation. It seemed that in order to fully master the killing curse, the mind-blocking charm was indispensable. Furthermore, resisting the allure of the glowing portal in the Ravenclaw common room would also require mastery of the mind-blocking charm. It could be said that this particular spell was now Mike's most coveted pursuit. However, his research on the mind-blocking charm remained, as of now, a blank slate. Mike did not linger on the matter for long. After a brief grooming that rendered him somewhat presentable, he made his way to the classroom. He had wasted considerable time upon waking, and any further delay would result in tardiness. As Mike settled into the overcrowded classroom, he realized that the repercussions of the killing curse he had encountered were far from over. He now experienced a sensation of tightness in his chest, an unsettling feeling that exacerbated his agitation. Earlier, while traversing the corridor, a first-year student had accidentally collided with him during a playful scuffle with peers. Normally, such incidents would elicit a light-hearted chuckle from Mike, but today he felt an overwhelming urge to brandish his wand and cast the killing curse upon the boy. The Gryffindor child, intending to apologize after the collision, was rendered speechless upon meeting Mike's bloodshot gaze, ultimately bursting into tears under Mike's menacing stare. The boy's heart-wrenching cries jolted Mike back to reality, and he recognized that his expression must be quite fearsome as he observed the tear-streaked face of the child and the bewildered looks from those around him. Fortunately, the day's classes were limited, and with great effort, Mike suppressed the tumultuous feelings within him. As soon as the instructor announced the end of class, he hastily exited the classroom. Given his current state, he was ill-suited to remain in a crowded environment. However, as Mike hurried back to the Ravenclaw common room, eager to retreat to his dormitory for a much-needed rest, he discovered Roger, the Quidditch captain, idly toying with a model of the golden snitch in the common room, seemingly awaiting someone. "Hey, Mike," Roger exclaimed, immediately stowing the snitch model upon noticing Mike's entrance. A foreboding sense gnawed at Mike's heart. It seemed highly probable that Roger had come to summon him for training. Pretending not to hear Roger's voice, Mike silently quickened his pace towards the dormitory. "Hey, buddy." Roger swiftly closed the distance behind Mike, his right hand firmly seizing Mike's shoulder. "Don't walk so fast. I am here to inform you that you have been accepted into the Quidditch team. Your friend has also been admitted, albeit as a substitute beater. Now, come with me. Our new member's first training session is about to commence." Mike, suddenly halted by Roger's grip, felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him once more. Struggling to suppress the urge to draw his wand, he turned his head, casting a silent glare at Roger. The intensity of Mike's gaze unnerved Roger. It was as if he were being locked on to by a venomous serpent. The hand resting on Mike's shoulder recoiled as if scalded, and he raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, Whoa, buddy, what's with that expression?" At this moment, Mike also became aware of his own unusual state. He vigorously rubbed his face, revealing an expression of fatigue, and said, "I apologize for startling you, Roger. I did not sleep well last night, which has left me in a rather poor mood. As you can see, given my current condition, I may not be able to attend the training for new members." Roger swallowed hard, finally recovering from the shock he had just experienced. After observing Mike's demeanor, he realized that he truly appeared as if he had overindulged in some kind of spiritual cultivation. With a hint of reluctance, he said, "That won't do, Mike. The primary purpose of today's training is for new and old members to become acquainted with one another. It wouldn't be ideal for you to miss it, would it? How about this? You can skip the training session, but you still need to be present. Once we complete our introductions, you can return and rest properly, all right?" Mike was aware that Roger had already received a word from Professor Flivy to take good care of him. Typically, if he had no desire to participate in a training session deemed unimportant, Roger would certainly not insist, for even if Mike chose to forego a single practice, he could easily allow a substitute batsman to take his place when the time came. Perhaps it could be said that this arrangement would please Roger even more, as he likely did not hold Mike's talents in high regard. In his eyes, Mike was probably a mere pawn, forcefully inserted into the team by Professor Flivy, while his true admiration lay with Franklin. Thus, should Mike be absent from the field, Franklin's inclusion would align perfectly with Roger's expectations. Under such circumstances, Roger's insistence on Mike's attendance at this training indicated its paramount importance. With a sigh, Mike set off towards the Quidditch pitch. Noticing that Mike was striding ahead of him, Roger could not help but grumble inwardly, "How pretentious, you charlatan." A flicker of discontent crossed his face, only to be swiftly replaced by a cordial smile as he hastened to walk a few steps ahead of Mike, oblivious to Roger's subtle maneuvers. Mike was engaged in a battle against a feeling of agitation that he found strikingly reminiscent of a nicotine craving, both suffocating and irritable. The weather was splendid, with radiant sunlight bathing the Quidditch arena, casting a golden sheen over the entire field. As soon as Mike stepped out of Hogwarts Castle, the dazzling sunlight made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Once he adjusted, he beheld the lively scene at the Quidditch pitch, bustling with activity. Not only were the Ravenclaw players engaged in a training session to harmonize the new and seasoned members, but the Slytherin players were also present on the field. The two teams, blue and green, faced each other, and from the crowd occasionally erupted a few choice expletives from the wizarding world. The Slytherin players, led by their captain, appeared quite smug, while the Ravenclaws seemed like wronged spouses, reluctant to express their grievances. Mike had yet to respond when Roger dashed out. "Flint, what on earth are you doing?" Roger's arrival invigorated the Ravenclaw players, who seemed to find their morale restored and raised their voices significantly in their disputes with the Slytherins. With a fierce demeanor, Roger strode towards the center of the crowd, the surrounding Ravenclaw players parting to grant their captain a clear path. At the forefront of the Slytherin line, a tall youth with a buzz cut regarded the approaching Roger with a disdainful expression, purposefully lifting the broomstick in his hand to draw Roger's attention. Although Roger initially intended to speak, the sight of Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, holding the broomstick caused his words to falter. "PY, I recommend a new book by a friend in the group. We Are Really Superhumans, The Humorous Daily Life of a Silly Boy in a City of Powers." It nearly had me in stitches. Chapter 83, The Challenge. PS. To assist readers unfamiliar with HP, I've included some rules about Quidditch in the related work section. Feel free to check it out. Of course, I will also add some explanations about Quidditch within the main text. Tell me, is there still an author as conscientious as I? Such a splendid opportunity to fluff up word count, yet you hesitate to seize it. So hurry and submit your recommendations. Upon noticing that Roger had acknowledged the broomstick in his hand, Flint grew even more smug. "Oh, is that you, Roger?" Roger, who had been staring blankly at Flint's broomstick, was jolted back to reality by Flint's voice. Pointing at the broom, he stammered, This is, indeed, the latest Nimbus 2001. Before Roger could finish, Flint interrupted. "And we have 7 of these." With that, the Slytherin Quidditch team members behind Flint raised their own broomsticks, glowing brilliantly in the sunlight. Roger, upon seeing the 7 Nimbus 2001s, fell into a deeper stupor. He had initially thought that with Mike's Nimbus 2001 joining the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, they could finally outclass the other houses in equipment. Little did he expect Slytherin to present 7 at once. Witnessing their captain's stunned expression, the little eagles on the field silently lowered their heads. In Quidditch, equipment is crucial. Everyone had previously used outdated broomsticks, which allowed for a semblance of fair competition. However, since last year, when Harry Potter joined Gryffindor with a Nimbus 2000, the Quidditch arms race at Hogwarts seemed to have commenced. This year, Professor Flitwick had designated Mike to join the Ravenclaw team with a Nimbus 2001, and now Slytherin had outfitted their entire team with the same model. It appeared that the Quidditch Cup would likely belong to Slytherin. "You can't possibly. Professor Snape would never give you 7 Nimbus 2001s. Roger exclaimed, panting heavily. TSK. You guessed correctly, Professor Snape certainly wouldn't provide us with new brooms. But that doesn't mean we can't procure them ourselves, Flint boasted, draping an arm around a platinum-haired youth beside him. "Allow me to introduce our new seeker, the current heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy. He's also our team's benefactor, having generously sponsored us with 7 Nimbus 2001s. Draco held his head high, disdainfully regarding the Ravenclaws as if unworthy of his words. His attitude infuriated the Ravenclaw contingent. A tall, slender boy stepped forward, glaring at the triumphant Slytherins. "So what if the brooms are better? Quidditch is a contest of skill between players. Your rookie seeker, who only got in by throwing money around, is no match for Cho Chang." The boy's words resonated with the Ravenclaws, who began to rally against the Slytherins, transforming the scene back to how it had been when Mike and Roger first arrived. Draco appeared incensed by the boy's remarks, his eyes wide with fury. "If you believe your seeker is superior, then let us settle the matter on the field right now." The Slytherin crowd echoed Draco's challenge, emboldened by the 7 Nimbus 2001s, placing them in a seemingly invincible position. Meanwhile, Roger seethed at the smug boy in the crowd, feeling an overwhelming urge to throttle him. This boy was the newly recruited seeker substitute, and Roger knew he had a crush on Cho Chang. He understood that the boy had opted for this position to gain more time with her. However, Roger hadn't anticipated that this fool would utter such ridiculous words to impress Cho. Now, the situation was dire. If he rejected Slytherin's challenge, Ravenclaw's reputation would plummet. Yet accepting it meant facing an uphill battle against 7 Nimbus 2001s, making victory seem nearly impossible. Conversely, A refusal would lead to complete failure. Weighing his options, Roger shifted his gaze from the boy back to Flint and declared, "Do you think we fear you? If you seek battle, then let it be so." Upon hearing Roger's defiant proclamation, the little eagles erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Mike, who had been quietly observing the commotion, stifled a yawn. It had been too long since Roger had pulled him aside in the Ravenclaw lounge, and Mike was growing impatient. With a sigh, Mike retrieved his Nimbus 2001 from his inconspicuous extension bag and addressed Roger. "Here, Roger, I'll lend you my Nimbus 2001. I'm too tired to participate in your friendly match, so good luck." Upon hearing this, Roger felt a surge of joy. His earlier grievances with Mike vanished instantly, replaced by profound gratitude. This Nimbus 2001 had been a gift from Professor Flitwick to Mike. Had Mike not offered it, Roger would never have dared to ask, fearing it might offend Mike and lead him to complain to Professor Flitwick, which could jeopardize Roger's future prospects. Now, without any prompting from him, Mike had proactively offered his Nimbus 2001, which was nothing short of perfect. In Roger's eyes, it was sheer waste for Mike, a chaser, to use a Nimbus 2001, especially when the team had only one high-performance broom. Such a swift broom was best suited for a seeker. Just as Roger was about to express his thanks to Mike, a rather pretentious voice interjected. "Mike, what are you doing? Are you bailing out?" Draco remarked in a rather peculiar tone. "I never anticipated that you would join the Quidditch team as well, brandishing a Nimbus 2001. Why not take on the role of seeker? Competing against a little girl is simply too dull." Draco's words caused Mike to halt his motion of handing the Nimbus 2001 to Roger. He turned to face Draco and enunciated each word with precision. "Are you truly seeking your own demise?" The expression on Mike's face, reminiscent of a hunger for flesh, startled Draco. However, his proud nature forbade him from displaying weakness before others. He swallowed hard, striving to maintain a calm tone, and replied, "It remains uncertain who will perish among us. So be it, as you wish." Chapter 84, Mike's initial experience with Quidditch after Roger accepted Slytherin's challenge. The substitute players from both teams began to scurry about, preparing for the match, while Mike and the other official players mounted their broomsticks, poised to commence the game. Just as Mike was about to take off, Roger suddenly rushed over and grabbed him. "You can't possibly be intending to serve as the seeker for this match, can you?" Roger said with concern. Mike is the cherished protege of Professor Flitwick, while Autumn Zhang is the beloved mascot of their Ravenclaw Quidditch team, adored by countless young boys as a goddess. Roger finds himself in a predicament, as he does not wish to offend either party. If Mike insists on being the seeker for this match, Roger will be faced with a difficult decision. Upon seeing Roger's furrowed brow, Mike discerned the source of his worry. Suppressing his own irritation, he managed a faint smile and reassured, "Rest assured, I actually prefer the position of a chaser over that of a seeker. Moreover, I guarantee that we will emerge victorious in this match." Roger felt a wave of relief wash over him at Mike's lack of ambition for the seeker role, though he considered Mike's words merely a form of consolation, given the overwhelming equipment advantage of the Firebolt 2001. Meanwhile, Jordan, the makeshift referee, observed both teams take flight and raised his wand, releasing a beam of light into the sky to signify the commencement of the match. As the crimson beam soared into the clouds, the 4 Quidditch balls, a golden snitch, a bludger, and 2 quaffles, were released from their box. Players from Ravenclaw and Slytherin surged forward like arrows, dispersing into groups to pursue the different balls. Thanks to Jordan's announcement, a significant number of Gryffindors also arrived. Witnessing the stark contrast in speed between the Ravenclaw players in deep blue uniforms and the Slytherin players clad in green, this disparity was particularly evident among the chasers. Compared to Slytherin's, Ravenclaw's Roger and his teammates appeared akin to toddlers taking their first steps. The scarlet bludger was conspicuous in the air, and both teams' chasers noticed it immediately, knowing that throwing it through the opposing team's hoops would yield 10 points. With their undeniable equipment advantage, Slytherin's chasers effortlessly seized control of the bludger, charging towards Ravenclaw's 3 hoops. The unfortunate Roger and his companions could do little but trail behind in futility. In such an overwhelming context, Slytherin's chasers required no tactical finesse, no strategic cover, deceptive maneuvers, or collisions, merely seizing the ball and racing ahead, with Ravenclaw's chasers unable to keep pace. Fortunately, Ravenclaw's keeper proved formidable, facing Slytherin's onslaught with bravery, intercepting a pass intended to confuse him. At last, the bludger found its way into Ravenclaw's possession, while Slytherin's chasers remained nonchalant, their confidence bolstered by their significant advantage. On the other end, Draco circled above, meticulously searching for the elusive golden snitch. As the seeker, capturing it would not only secure 150 points but also conclude the match. Autumn Zhang, however, was far from enjoying such freedom. Slytherin's two beaters disregarded their own chasers and focused on harassing her with various physical tactics. Despite her exceptional skills as a girl, she lacked the physical stamina of her male counterparts, and amidst the relentless pursuit of the two Slytherin brutes, she resembled a delicate butterfly struggling against a storm. One of Ravenclaw's beaters, originally adhering to standard tactics to protect the chasers, abandoned his post upon witnessing their goddess under siege. However, mounted on a clean sweep series broom, he found it impossible to catch up to Slytherin's beaters. Even when he occasionally managed to close the gap thanks to Autumn's delays, he could only endure a 1 versus 2 onslaught. Meanwhile, Mike appeared to treat Quidditch as a race, spiraling rapidly across the expansive field. Roger and his companions grew increasingly exasperated, with some spectators vocally expressing their discontent, believing Mike should be aiding Autumn instead. With the chasers unable to effectively counter their opponents, all hope rested on Seeker Autumn to turn the tide. High above, Mike seemed to hear the spectators' disapproval, pinpointing the location of a black bludger before diving downwards at breakneck speed. His swift descent startled the audience. The Firebolt 2001's velocity, compounded by gravity, rendered him nearly invisible. Before anyone could react, Mike yanked his broom upward, leveling off just parallel to the bludger. With a specially crafted bat in hand, he swung forcefully, sending the iron bludger hurtling towards a Slytherin chaser. A scream erupted as the bludger struck his shoulder, knocking him off his broom and into a freefall. Many timid spectators shielded their eyes, knowing too well the consequences of such a fall from such heights, recalling the unfortunate incidents that had marred Quidditch's history. Yet, luck was on the fallen chaser's side. Numerous upperclassmen, including 7th-year graduates, were present, their magical prowess rivaling that of adult wizards. In unison, they brandished their wands, casting spells to mitigate the impending disaster. As the Slytherin chaser plummeted, his descent slowed, ultimately being caught by a large hand formed from enchanted vines and gently placed upon the ground. Meanwhile, Slytherin support staff rushed onto the field, heedless of the risk of a bludger attack. Upon reaching the fallen chaser, they discovered him unconscious, his shoulder indented from the impact and his lower body soiled with excrement. Despite the foul stench, the Slytherin staff remained undeterred. One waved his wand, levitating the chaser swiftly out of the arena, while the others held their wands aloft, vigilant against any sudden bludger strikes. Chapter 85, Mike's playing style. The sudden assault by Mike plunged the audience into a momentary silence. Although Quidditch is an inherently perilous sport, occurrences as severe as this are exceedingly rare within the confines of Hogwarts matches. The teams from the 4 houses generally adhere to a degree of decorum during play, avoiding overt physical collisions. Historically, such direct assaults aimed at opponents in pursuit of victory were the hallmark of Slytherin's tactics. However, Mike has now turned the tables, employing their own strategy against them. Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, gazed upon his player's dismal state, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. Though seething with rage, he found himself powerless, as the rules permit a beater to strike a bludger at an opposing player. Fortunately, like the other 3 teams, the Slytherin Quidditch squad boasted a considerable number of substitutes. Upon confirming that the Seeker could no longer continue, a robust young man eagerly seized the Nimbus 2001 and re-entered the fray. He was a 7th-year student of Slytherin, having served as a substitute since his 2nd year, now nearing 5 years in that role. Naturally, due to the unique nature of Quidditch regulations, the match continued unabated during the substitution, allowing Roger and his teammates to seize the opportunity and score a goal while Slytherin was momentarily down a Seeker. Mike was certainly not idle. After using a bludger to send one of the opposing chasers tumbling out of the game, his gaze shifted towards the Slytherin goalkeeper. The iron bludger was slightly smaller than the quaffle, and its dark exterior made it difficult to locate. However, this posed little challenge for Mike. Perhaps due to the recent return of his fortuitous streak, the 2 bludgers seemed to frequently appear in his vicinity, showing no inclination to attack him whatsoever. The spectators observed Mike hovering in mid-air, scanning the surroundings for a brief moment before seemingly identifying his target. The Firebolt 2001, upon which he was seated, suddenly surged forward, propelling Mike through the sky in a graceful arc. At that moment, Mike assumed a stance reminiscent of a baseball player preparing to swing. Gripping the hefty bat with both hands, and as he brushed past a bludger, he delivered a powerful strike. Thwack! The specially crafted bat made precise contact with the bludger. The sheer force of Mike, combined with the inertia from his rapid movement, was wholly transferred to the bat, endowing Mike's swing with tremendous power. With a resounding crash, the bludger struck the Nimbus 2001 ridden by the Slytherin goalkeeper. The Nimbus 2001, truly the finest mass-produced flying broom on the market. appeared to remain unscathed despite enduring such a blow. However, the immense force of the bludger was sufficient to dislodge the Slytherin goalkeeper from his broom. Yes. Upon witnessing his successful strike hit the target, Mike erupted into a jubilant shout. At that moment, the weariness that had threatened to lull him to sleep before the game was entirely absent, replaced by an exhilarating fervor. Only the myriad of blood vessels visible in his eyes served as a testament to the underlying fatigue that still lingered within his body. To Mike's delight, he discovered that the heaviness in his chest had significantly diminished after he had successfully knocked down 2 Slytherin players in quick succession. This newfound sense of liberation propelled him to intensify his search for the elusive bludger. Meanwhile, Flint, witnessing the unfolding events, hastily commanded the 2 remaining beaters who were still harassing Cho Chang to return and defend against Mike. Initially, Mike's ability to take down their players could be attributed to chance. However, when he subsequently knocked down their keeper, it became evident that Mike possessed genuine skill. If left unchecked, he might unleash further havoc upon the Slytherin team. Yet, it would take time for those 2 to reposition themselves, during which Mike had already caught sight of another bludger. Seizing the moment, Mike executed his previous tactic once more, accelerating with fervor and swinging his bat. The resounding crack of the specialized bat striking the iron bludger echoed throughout the Quidditch pitch, sending one of Slytherin's chasers careening through the air. At that moment, the 2 Slytherin beaters had just arrived at Mike's side, attempting to obstruct him. However, with a deft maneuver, Mike twisted his broom into a graceful S-shaped turn, eluding their grasp and racing toward the next bludger. The 2 beaters gritted their teeth and pursued him, striving to intercept Mike. Although all players were equipped with Nimbus 2001 brooms, theoretically offering comparable speed, they could not seem to catch up to him. Another thunderous impact resonated as Slytherin lost yet another chaser, this one being the robust lad who had just entered the game. He could hardly fathom that after merely a few minutes on the field, Mike had sent him tumbling back to the ground. By now, several upperclassmen had taken to the field, having observed the pattern of Slytherin players being dispatched by Mike. They had left the stands and were poised to cast spells to catch the falling players. The spectators and players alike were utterly astounded by Mike's relentless onslaught. They had never witnessed such a ferocious style of play before. Ultimately, it was Roger who first regained his composure, rallying his teammates to launch a fierce offensive against the Slytherin goal in the midst of their frequent substitutions. At last, the 2 Slytherin beaters, seizing the opportunity while Mike slowed to pursue the bludger, closed in on him, initiating their harassment. Yet, this could no longer be classified as mere harassment. The 2 were intent on leveraging their physicality to unseat Mike from his broom, with one even resorting to swinging his bat directly at him. Mike sidestepped to evade the heavy bat that came whistling through the air, swiftly turning to chase after the next bludger. The 2 opponents closely followed his trail, fully aware that they must prevent Mike from continuing his onslaught. Otherwise, their chances of victory that day would be severely diminished. One young man, witnessing Mike poised to swing once more, recklessly positioned himself between Mike and the approaching ball. He held firm in his belief that Mike would refrain from striking, for if he did, the bat would collide with him, resulting in a foul and a potential ejection from the game. Unbeknownst to him, Mike was caught up in a fervor, and the spirit within him was not that of a mere 12-year-old boy, but rather that of a seasoned warrior, having lived through more than 40 years of tumultuous encounters and battles. A glint of ruthlessness sparkled in Mike's eyes as he swung the bat without the slightest hesitation, as if the Slytherin players standing before him were invisible. Thwack! The sound was distinct from before, as Mike's bat collided forcefully with the back of the bludger player. The tremendous impact sent the young man careening through the air, blood spilling from his lips like a tattered rag. Chapter 86. Quidditch is truly engaging foul. This is a foul. Flint had been vigilantly monitoring Mike since he felled their keeper, and upon witnessing his bludger player being sent flying by Mike's merciless swing, he erupted with rage, shouting at Lee Jordan. Faced with such a grave situation, Lee, acting as the temporary referee, was momentarily taken aback, hastily blowing the magical whistle to call for a pause in the match. All players descended to the ground, and after venting his frustrations, Mike's emotions had settled significantly. Observing the bludger player who had been struck and was now bleeding profusely, he felt a twinge of regret. Did I strike too harshly? Mike pondered within himself. In light of this serious incident, Lee Jordan fulfilled his role as referee admirably. He did not rely solely on his judgment, but sought the opinions of the upperclassmen who had rushed to the scene to assist. They were the closest witnesses to the unfolding events. After considering their feedback, Lee swiftly reached a verdict. Mike had committed no foul. As soon as Lee uttered his first words, the Slytherins erupted in outrage. What? How can you call yourself a referee? That was clearly intentional. This is akin to attempted murder. Flint roared, his voice brimming with indignation. The surrounding Slytherins echoed his sentiments, a multitude of them with fire in their eyes, ready to confront Mike. This reaction was entirely natural. Their comrades, with whom they had shared countless hours, were being carted off to the infirmary one after another. Particularly distressing was the sight of the bludger player, who, carried away on a magical stretcher, continued to cough up blood in a pitiful display. Anyone would feel anger in such circumstances. Listen to me. Firstly, the upperclassmen who were nearest to the incident unanimously agreed that the bludger player had collided with Mike's bat of his own accord. Lee blew the magical whistle once more, the sharp sound causing the gathered crowd to wince in pain as they covered their ears. Once calm returned, he slowly spoke, gesturing towards several upperclassmen. Seeing Lee point in their direction, those upperclassmen smiled and nodded to the crowd, their Ravenclaw blue and gold ties gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Flint and his cohorts noticed the ties as well, clamoring in refusal to accept such a judgment, alleging foul play. Furthermore, after examination, it was determined that the bludger player had sustained no serious injuries. His protective gear had done its job well, and he had merely fractured a few ribs. Lee continued, "This is our final ruling. If you find this judgment unacceptable, I can declare the match terminated, in which case, according to the current score, Ravenclaw would be declared the victor." With no alternative, the Slytherins begrudgingly acquiesced to continue the match. Due to the extended pause, the Slytherin team successfully substituted their players, a development not favorable for Ravenclaw. Fortunately, however, the substitutes were significantly less skilled than the starting players, and their unfamiliarity with the Nimbus 2001 eased the pressure on Roger and the others. After witnessing the bludger player's harrowing condition, the Slytherin team members now regarded Mike with trepidation, especially Draco, who, upon Lee's announcement to resume play, retreated to the skies, putting considerable distance between himself and Mike. Meanwhile, Mike was filled with elation. The newly entered bludger player dared not approach him too closely, fearful of being struck down as well. This allowed Mike to indiscriminately hunt for bludgers and launch his attacks. Thus began the Slytherin player's nightmare. Although Mike, feeling somewhat guilty, moderated his strikes compared to before, targeting not the players themselves but rather their brooms, his accuracy remained unparalleled. Merely minutes into the game, yet another Slytherin was forced to leave the field. Roger and his teammates mounted another fierce offensive, and the Slytherin substitutes proved no match for them, causing the score to widen dramatically. Draco, soaring above, was now thoroughly panicked. He was the last hope. If he could locate the golden snitch before Ravenclaw reached 150 points, he could turn the tide and become Slytherin as hero. Conversely, failure would result in overwhelming scorn from the audience. It's a common fate for competitors worldwide. Winning brings cheers, while losing invites jeers, especially in Britain, where the football culture is notorious. However, the golden snitch seemed to have vanished. As the match progressed, Draco had circled the field several times. Yet the elusive snitch remained unseen. Faced with this dire situation, Draco continued to fly in circles, searching for the coveted prize. Time slipped away, and the match stretched from afternoon into evening. The Slytherin team had undergone numerous substitutions, resembling a colossal reserve team on the brink of exhaustion. Not only were the players suffering severe injuries, but even their Nimbus 2001 brooms, battered by Mike's assaults, had become worn and slow, with one particularly damaged broom struggling to maintain flight. The score escalated to a staggering 500-80, plunging the entire Slytherin team into despair, while the stands filled with Slytherin supporters had long since emptied. As Mike gazed at the sun gradually vanishing beyond the horizon, he realized that time was indeed slipping away. He then retrieved from his jacket pocket a small golden orb, no larger than a hazelnut, adorned with a pair of silvery wings. The surrounding Ravenclaw players were utterly astounded by this sight. They could scarcely fathom that the elusive golden snitch, which both teams had tirelessly sought for an entire afternoon, was now resting in Mike's hand. Ignoring everything, Mike approached Xiaozhang and placed the golden snitch into her hand. Xiaozhang, momentarily stunned, instinctively uttered a thank you. It was only when the cool evening breeze ruffled her hair that she grasped the situation, asking the question that had perplexed her. "How did the golden snitch come to be in your possession?" "I actually spotted it shortly after the match began," Mike replied. "I must admit, this little creature flies incredibly fast. It took quite an effort to capture it." From the referee's stand, Li Qiaodan noticed Mike's actions and immediately shouted with excitement, "The golden snitch! Ravenclaw has seized the golden snitch! The match is over! Merlin, I can finally clock out." Without a second thought for the crowd on the field, he turned and dashed towards the castle. Meanwhile, a stark contrast unfolded on the pitch. Ravenclaw's players soared through the sky, jubilantly tumbling and expressing their indescribable joy, with Captain Roger even moved to tears. In stark opposition, the Slytherin team appeared crestfallen, heads bowed as they hastily flew towards the castle. Draco was among them, yet just as he was about to enter the castle, he was intercepted by someone. Quidditch is truly fascinating, wouldn't you agree, Draco? Mike teased. Chapter 87, The Mind Closure Spell Within the Hogwarts Dining Hall. Mike sat at the Ravenclaw table, yawning in sheer boredom. Following their victory in the match yesterday, he had intended to enjoy a good night's rest. However, Roger and the other teammates, brimming with energy, ventured to the Hogwarts kitchen to request an abundance of food from the house elves, proclaiming their desire to host a party. As the MVP of the match, Mike, despite the fervent pleas of Roger and others, had no choice but to remain. Roger even procured a considerable amount of butterbeer from the Weasley twins, further intensifying the revelry. The repercussions of their all-night festivities manifested in a collective lethargy the following morning. Mike fared slightly better, bolstered by his formidable spirit and having consumed relatively little. Roger, however, was a different story. Last night, he was the most exuberant and extravagant, drinking to the last drop whenever a toast was offered. Consequently, he remained in bed, unlikely to rise before noon. In stark contrast to Ravenclaw, the Slytherin Quidditch team found themselves in dire straits. Numerous players injured by Mike had nearly filled the infirmary, much to Madame Pomfrey's dismay. With the recent chill in the air leading to a surge in colds, these mischievous rascals further compounded her frustration by occupying the beds. It was said that she even dared to disturb Dumbledore's rest in the dead of night to lodge a protest, demanding a ban on such perilous activities as Quidditch. Naturally, Dumbledore would not acquiesce to her demands. In fact, Madame Pomfrey was escorted out of Dumbledore's chamber merely 10 minutes after her arrival, leaving in a huff, evidently having failed to achieve her desired outcome. According to a student who spent the night in the infirmary due to a cold, the lamentations of the Slytherin players persisted throughout the night, so disruptive that he could not find sleep. As if Madame Pomfrey had forgotten to administer pain relief during their treatment. Yesterday, the remarkable deeds of Mike spread throughout Hogwarts, thanks to the renowned gossipmonger Lee Jordan. Now, except for the Ravenclaw house, Quidditch players from the other three houses regard Mike with great apprehension, even bestowing upon him the moniker, Killer Michael. Despite his newfound notoriety in the Quidditch realm, Mike remains largely indifferent. He became accustomed to fame during his first year. The wizarding world is so mundane that even trivial matters concerning Mike can be circulated for an extended period. His current concern lies with the practice of occlumency. It has been nearly 2 months since he first delved into this art during the summer, yet he has made no progress, leading him to question his aptitude for mastering occlumency. The book he pilfered from the restricted section, Close Your Mind, explicitly states that occlumency is a skill heavily reliant on innate talent. Those endowed with it can learn swiftly, while those lacking it may toil for a lifetime without success. Faced with this daunting reality, Mike, under tremendous pressure, began to seek shortcuts to mastering occlumency. Learning such advanced spells is best accomplished under the guidance of a knowledgeable instructor. Mere reading is insufficient. As stated in Close Your Mind, the method of practicing occlumency involves clearing one's mind. But who truly understands what it means to empty the mind? To Mike, it feels akin to daydreaming. When considering whom to approach for assistance, he naturally thought of the most familiar master of occlumency, Severus Snape. However, directly inquiring about the secrets of occlumency would be imprudent. He cannot reveal his endeavors in this regard. Subtlety is equally perilous, given Snape's notorious reputation as a double agent and his heightened vigilance. Thus, without even having breakfast, Mike initiated his covert observations of Snape. He hoped to deduce the proper method of releasing occlumency by studying Snape's demeanor, as the professor is in a state of mental closure nearly at all times. However, this plan is rather foolish, with a slim chance of success. Yet, Mike finds himself devoid of alternatives. He has invested all his time into occlumency practice, forsaking even his routine meditation and spell training, yet he remains stagnant. Nevertheless, Mike's covert operation did not unfold smoothly. Snape is, in fact, a reclusive figure, often found either teaching or sequestered in his office, immersed in potion research. Mike had precious little opportunity to encounter him. And it is no wonder that Harry's mother chose to forsake Snape for James, whose affluent pure blood lineage is undeniably more alluring than the introverted potions master. Fortunately, Professor Snape is fiercely protective of his Slytherin students. Having sent numerous of them to the infirmary, Snape would not easily overlook Mike's antics. Mike was astonished to find that even when he was not shadowing Snape, the professor would occasionally emerge to deduct points from him for minor infractions. Thus, Mike embarked on a reckless journey, intentionally committing small errors to draw Snape's attention. After about 10 days of this retaliatory behavior, during which he cost Ravenclaw nearly 200 points, Snape finally relented and ceased his pursuit of Mike. In the course of those 10 days, Mike conducted a meticulous 360-degree observation of Snape's every action and expression, leading to a surprising conclusion. Snape's hollow, deep-set eyes, his cold and emotionless tone, and his decisive, unhesitating movements bore a striking resemblance to individuals he had seen hypnotized on television in his previous life. Could the secret to occlumency be self-hypnosis? Astounded by this revelation, Mike found it astonishing that the elusive skill he had diligently studied could be so deceptively simple. Although he felt a twinge of skepticism, his circumstances left no room for hesitation. That very night, he commenced his self-hypnosis experiment. While the concept of self-hypnosis may appear arcane, its application is quite straightforward. Many athletes employ self-hypnosis before competitions to enhance their performance. The method involves closing one's eyes, taking deep breaths, and clearing the mind of distractions while continuously reciting the hypnotic suggestion in one's thoughts. The author has personally tested this method, finding it effective for alleviating exam-related anxiety. Mike reclined on the bed in his dormitory, his hands crossed over his abdomen, repeatedly whispering to himself, "I am an emotionless tool. I am an emotionless tool. I am merely a soulless machine." Chapter 88. The Phantom. As the self-hypnosis deepened, Mike's breathing grew increasingly shallow. Simultaneously, he sensed a gentle flow of magical power surging towards his mind. This energy was not the fierce force he typically experienced when casting spells, but rather a soothing sensation. This feeling was remarkably enchanting. Once the magical energy enveloped his brain entirely, Mike experienced an unprecedented tranquility. This tranquility was not the ordinary physical stillness we often refer to, but rather a profound serenity of the spirit. The human brain is a restless mechanism, constantly engaged even in sleep through the medium of dreams, let alone in the course of daily learning and living. It can be said that our minds are perpetually at work, generating new thoughts at every moment. Despite the fact that most of these thoughts are ultimately inconsequential, the absence of our awareness does not imply their non-existence. Rather, it is merely a matter of habituation. At this moment, Mike's mind was utterly clear, devoid of any extraneous noise. There was no fear, joy, or anxiety, only a profound tranquility that was difficult to articulate. Mike relished this serenity. In the 40-odd years of his life, he had never felt as comfortable as he did today. Remarkably, this state was distinct from unconsciousness. His awareness was sharply attuned, and his thoughts accelerated in the absence of distractions. Mike attempted to move his fingers, seeking to test whether he could maintain this state while in motion. However, to his dismay, the moment his fingers stirred, the peculiar tranquility was shattered. Instantly, a torrent of emotion surged back into Mike's mind: fear of the future, the elation of mastering the mind-closing technique, and the confusion regarding the luminous door in the Ravenclaw common room, all of which caused him to furrow his brow in anguish. At that moment, Mike comprehended why Snape consistently upheld a state of mental closure. I could endure the darkness had I never glimpsed the light. The serenity of mental closure was an unparalleled delight for an ordinary person, let alone for Snape, who grappled with guilt over Lily and the fear and hatred he harbored for Voldemort and Dumbledore. These emotions relentlessly tormented Snape's soul. Without the constant maintenance of mental closure, he might have succumbed to despair and acted in an extreme manner. Naturally, these matters were of little concern to Mike. In truth, he merely felt discomfort for a brief moment upon exiting the mental closure, only to subsequently plunge into a state of euphoric delight, realizing that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the cultivation technique of the mind-closing spell. Initially, Mike found this hard to believe, but recalling that the release method of the Patronus charm, a similarly advanced spell, merely required him to conjure his happiest memories while reciting the incantation, he soon found solace. Perhaps the essence of all things in the world is fundamentally simple. It is merely human beings who tend to complicate them. In the days that followed, Mike immersed himself in fervent training. He not only locked himself in his dormitory after school to practice the mind-closing technique, but also engaged in practice during meals and classes. To avoid drawing attention, he donned a pair of sunglasses. Thus, Hogwarts witnessed the emergence of a peculiar figure who wore sunglasses daily, even refusing to remove them at night. Muggle-born wizards found Mike's behavior utterly perplexing, while those raised in the wizarding world perceived him differently. They considered Mike's appearance quite stylish. Consequently, sunglasses rapidly gained popularity at Hogwarts. And Mike, engrossed in his training, initially failed to notice this trend. By the time he became aware, nearly every young wizard around him was sporting sunglasses. The most extravagant of all were those who, already wearing glasses for nearsightedness, opted to replace their spectacles with sunglasses to keep up with the trend. Mike did not pay much attention to it. Upon first discovering the matter, he chuckled for a moment and then put it out of his mind, for he had far more pressing matters to attend to. He realized that the ghost of Ravenclaw, Lady Grey, was avoiding him. Lady Grey was none other than Helena Ravenclaw, the very soul who, as recorded in the annals of Hogwarts, had stolen the diadem from her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, ultimately leading to her mother's tragic demise. Moreover, she was also the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. Upon investigating the Lady Ravenclaw, Mike immediately thought of the ghost who had witnessed the history of Hogwarts. However, to his dismay, this Grey Lady seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. According to his classmates, she would spend long moments each evening gazing into the statue of Lady Ravenclaw in the common room. Yet, the moment Mike appeared, the Grey Lady would vanish. Mike was aware that his classmates would not deceive themselves regarding such matters, and he often encountered Mrs. Grey in the Ravenclaw common room last year. However, for reasons unknown, he had not seen her since the beginning of this year. Could it be due to the claw marks? Mike couldn't help but ponder. Fortunately, the other ghosts did not avoid him like Mrs. Grey did, yet he felt disheartened after inquiring with nearly headless Nick, the Fat Friar, and a host of other spirits. These ghosts were relatively young, and Mrs. Ravenclaw had passed away long before their births, rendering them ignorant of her history. Nevertheless, the kind-hearted Fat Friar, feeling guilty for being unable to assist Mike, informed him that the oldest ghosts in the castle were indeed Mrs. Grey and the Bloody Baron, and they were the only ones likely to possess knowledge of the four founders' pasts. The Fat Friar also warmly invited Mike to the Death Day feast scheduled for the end of the month, claiming that this particular gathering held special significance. To this, Mike unhesitatingly declined. Having read the original text, Mike was well aware that the Death Day feast consisted of a horde of ghosts reveling in a single room, their chilling presence rendering the atmosphere as frigid as midwinter. The food was decomposed and utterly inedible. To abandon the Halloween feast at Hogwarts for such a dismal gathering was nothing short of fanciful. He was not like Harry, who struggled to refuse others. Ignoring the Fat Friar's earnest pleas, Mike made his way directly to the room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. This seemed to be the haunt of the Bloody Baron, for nearly every time Mike visited the room of requirement, he would find the Baron wandering the empty corridors, seemingly in search of something. Upon arriving on the 8th floor this time, Mike indeed found the Bloody Baron present, but beside him stood another ghost, none other than Mrs. Grey, the very figure Mike had been desperately seeking for several days. Chapter 89. Clue. Mike firmly believed that he could not be mistaken. There were only a handful of female ghosts at Hogwarts, and among them, the Grey Lady undoubtedly held the highest stature. Thus, even though the female spectre engaged in conversation with the Blood Baron had her back turned to him, he was certain that it was indeed the Grey Lady. The two apparitions appeared to be embroiled in a dispute, with the usually reticent Blood Baron displaying an unusual fervor, gesticulating animatedly as if attempting to articulate his arguments. Unfortunately, Mike was too distant to discern their words. Just as he contemplated moving closer for better clarity, the Grey Lady abruptly turned her gaze towards his direction. In the dim light, her exquisite visage flashed before him. Though somewhat haggard, it was evident that she had been a striking beauty in life. After casting her glance at Mike, the Grey Lady ceased her conversation with the Blood Baron and, with a swift movement, vanished into the wall. Observing this, the Blood Baron did not pursue her. His previously agitated expression softened, returning to a calm demeanor. Mike is now certain that there must be something about him that Mrs. Grey has perceived. Otherwise, she would never have noticed his presence, considering that the perceptive abilities of ghosts are notoriously weak. Fortunately, the Bloodman Barrow has shown no intention of evading him. Otherwise, Mike would have been driven to madness. Mike emerged from the shadowy corner, the dark blackthorn wand materializing silently in his hand. Ordinary wizards lacked the means to harm spirits, thus Bloodman Barlow paid no heed to Mike, harboring no intention of engaging with him, and proceeded straight down the corridor. Mike was not surprised by Barlow's reaction, to be honest. He had encountered Barlow numerous times in the corridor outside the room of requirement. Barlow had always maintained an air of aloofness, dismissing even the most polite greetings. However, Mike had conducted thorough research before arriving here, undeterred by Barlow's indifference. "Wait a moment, Sir Barlow," Mike called out. Yet, true to form, Bloodman Barlow showed no signs of stopping, gliding onward. Just as he was about to merge with the wall, Mike spoke once more. "Barlow, what does it feel like to murder your beloved with your own hands?" Upon hearing Mike's slightly mocking tone, Barlow, nearly enveloped by the wall, froze momentarily. Then, he slowly turned around, revealing a gaunt face before Mike. "I did not," Barlow replied, each word pronounced with deliberate emphasis. Upon witnessing his reaction, Mike silently concluded that he had secured his position. Nevertheless, he feigned an expression of utter disdain and continued, "There is no need for denial. I am already aware of the truth. It is quite natural for love to turn into hatred. You forsook your mentor, Salazar Slytherin, for Helena. Does your conscience not ache? Moreover, that woman, fully aware of your affections, deliberately toyed with your emotions for decades. Ha ha ha, do you know how we now refer to such sibling behavior? A sycophant who ends up with nothing. What Mike articulated was far from baseless. According to the historical records of Hogwarts, Slytherin departed from the institution in its formative years due to fundamental disagreements regarding recruitment philosophies with the other three founders. As a prominent disciple of Slytherin, Bloodbaron would ostensibly have followed his mentor's departure. However, he remained at Hogwarts until he was later commanded by Lady Ravenclaw to seek out her daughter. The sequence of events becomes rather conjectural. Throughout history, it has been said that heroes often falter in the presence of beauty, and the sole figure capable of compelling the illustrious wizard, Bloodbaron, to remain at Hogwarts was Helena. Over the years, his affection for Helena, unreciprocated, morphed into a deep-seated animosity, which is hardly surprising. Upon Mike fervently articulating his investigative findings intertwined with his hypotheses, a rare expression of anger emerged upon the Bloodbaron's eternally frigid visage. I did not. I saved Helena. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by that fiend. The Bloodbaron's countenance transformed into one of sheer horror as he bellowed, lunging towards Mike with outstretched hands. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged into Mike's body. This sensation of cold was all too familiar. He had experienced a similar chill the night he was ensnared by the allure of that glowing portal, which had pulled him back from the brink of madness. However, upon closer examination, Mike discerned that this cold was markedly different from the one he had previously encountered. The earlier chill had felt akin to the biting winds of winter, sharp as a blade, whereas the cold emanating from the Bloodbaron bore a faintly sanguine scent. This icy aura spread rapidly, swiftly radiating from Mike's chest. Yet, Mike's reflexes were equally swift. With his wand poised, he flicked it sharply while intoning Protego. As the incantation resonated, a translucent shield enveloped Mike, simultaneously barring the encroaching chill. The cold within him, deprived of its external source of energy, was swiftly vanquished by the magic coursing through his veins. Mike shuddered violently, lifting his head to continue questioning Barrow, only to find Barrow in a most peculiar state. It was as if he had encountered something horrifying, his already grotesque visage twisted into an even more terrifying mask. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and his lips moved as if attempting to utter words, yet no sound emerged. Observing Barrow's bizarre reaction, Mike raised his wand defensively, pointing it at Barrow, ever poised to unleash further protective enchantments. Given the recent events, it was evident that this specter was unlike the others, possessing the ability to inflict harm upon the living. Barrow's demeanor, however, triggered a reaction. "Demon, you are that demon," he exclaimed, his finger trembling as it pointed at Mike. "No. Don't come any closer. I was wrong. Truly wrong. I should not have acted thus. I beg you, spare me." Barrow shrieked, retreating towards the wall, swiftly vanishing into the corridor. Mike was taken aback by Barrow's reaction. His demeanor was utterly devoid of pretense, as if he had truly encountered a demon. Suddenly, a thought struck Mike, prompting him to reach up and touch his own face. Although his skin felt smooth and unblemished, he was acutely aware of an invisible, grotesque claw mark at the point of contact. In the dimly lit corridor of the 8th floor of Hogwarts, a faint smile crept across Mike's face as he felt a realization dawning upon him. Chapter 90. The demon that devours maidens. His conversation with the bloody Barrow the previous day had illuminated many truths for Mike. Firstly, he recognized that he bore some peculiar mark, one that allowed Lady Grey to sense his presence from afar. Furthermore, both Lady Grey and the bloodied spectre Barrow harbored a profound fear of this mark. Michael initially speculated that the mark on his face was indeed the hidden Ravensclaw scar. Beyond that, he found it perplexing to comprehend what other peculiarities might be present within him. If such a terrifying entity as Barrow suggested was indeed linked to that scar, then what exactly was he afraid of? Furthermore, what did Barrow mean by referring to a demon? Barrow claimed that he had killed Helena not out of hatred, but to save her. What could that possibly imply? After the previous incident, Barrow, like Lady Grey, had begun to evade his own path. Left with no other choices, Michael decided to alter his approach and sought to uncover the true identity of the girl from his dream. With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Michael immersed himself in the Hogwarts library the very next day, poring over the institution's extensive historical records since its inception. Fortunately, as one of the most renowned magical schools in all of Europe, Hogwarts bore the responsibility of preserving a significant portion of its history. Thus, within its rich collection, numerous texts regarding the history of the wizarding world were available, with Hogwarts' own history being meticulously documented. As Michael delved into the student registry for the years 1870 to 1890, he unearthed a particularly suspicious individual, Miriam Levy. His inclination towards her stemmed from the glaring crimson ink that accompanied her name, inscribed with the word missing. After consulting Professor Flitwick, he confirmed that the missing Levy was indeed the girl who had appeared in his dream. Flitwick remarked, "I have a vague recollection of that Miriam. Although I was not yet a professor at Hogwarts then, I was already a member of the Raven's Nest. Miriam was quite renowned, as she had persisted the longest during the initiation trials in nearly a century. I recall she was only 15 at the time, and the elders of the Raven's Nest held great expectations for her. Unfortunately, however, as Michael continued to peruse the Hogwarts registry, he stumbled upon a chilling revelation: the alarming rates of disappearance and death among the female students of Ravenclaw. Since the year 1200, the student registry had frequently recorded instances of missing and deceased individuals, predominantly women. This was not entirely surprising, given the tumultuous state of the wizarding world at the time, where the mortality rate for young witches was exceedingly high, with other houses also reporting numerous cases of disappearance and death. Yet, as he delved deeper, an unsettling pattern emerged. The mortality rates among students from other houses had steadily declined over the years, while Ravenclaw's female students exhibited a troubling upward trend in their mortality rates, reaching a point where several perished in a single year. This brought to mind the demon that Barrow had previously mentioned. Could it be that a malevolent entity had lurked within the halls of Hogwarts, consuming the lives of these young maidens for centuries? Moreover, this was not the only anomaly within the registry. The last confirmed death of a Ravenclaw girl was that of Moaning Myrtle, Elizabeth Warren, the very ghost who haunted the girls' lavatory in the original tale. Since Myrtle's demise, there have been no further records of unexplained deaths or disappearances among young girls at Hogwarts. Michael was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Myrtle's death. She had been murdered by Voldemort through the basilisk, which meant that she was not truly the final victim of the demon. The actual last victim was a fifth-year Ravenclaw named Sheila Clinton, who perished in 1935. After Sheila Clinton's death, it seemed as if the demon had vanished as if slain by an unseen force, which left Michael profoundly perplexed. According to his previous conjecture, the Raven's claw scar was indicative of that demon's presence, and since it had manifested upon his own face, it implied that the demon had not truly disappeared. Yet, in the decades following 1935, there had been no further reports of victims. What could be the reason behind this mystery? Mike sat on the long bench in the library, his gaze vacant as he contemplated the reasons behind his thoughts. Two first-year Slytherin students strolled past him, engaged in light-hearted banter. As they laughed, they held aloft a small flag, a magical emblem crafted specifically for their Quidditch team. The flag was entirely composed of green fabric, adorned on both sides with the Slytherin crest, a silver serpent flicking its tongue, gracefully coiling around one side of a shield. Occasionally, the shield would turn, revealing the inscription on its reverse, "Go Slytherin." Michael suddenly recalled that he had been investigating this matter for nearly a month. The Quidditch League at Hogwarts had commenced, and today marked the day of the match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. It must be said that the banners were exquisitely crafted, adorned with a silver serpent that lunged at Michael as two Slytherin freshmen passed by. As Michael beheld the fierce white snake, a flash of enlightenment struck him, and a name emerged in his mind: Tom Riddle. Excitedly, Michael hastily flipped through the Hogwarts student directory, and upon seeing a particular name, he burst into laughter. From 1938 to 1945, Tom Riddle had attended Hogwarts, specifically the Slytherin house. Everything became clear. Tom Riddle was the original name of Voldemort. Since Voldemort's enrollment, the demon of Ravenclaw had vanished, only to resurface within himself today. What connection, then, did Voldemort have with Ravenclaw? The answer was remarkably simple: the diadem. During his time at school, Voldemort learned of the diadem's location through Ms. Grey, subsequently retrieving it from the Albanian forest to fashion it into one of his Horcruxes, before concealing it in the Room of Requirement. The diadem undoubtedly held a profound connection with that demon, which is why, after Voldemort transformed it into a Horcrux, the demon ceased its hunt for the Ravenclaw maiden. Silence is strictly enforced in the library. Mike's hearty laughter not only captivated the attention of the surrounding young wizards, but also drew Madame Pants closer. However, Mike paid no heed to Madame Pants and swiftly dashed out of the library. Chapter 91. Warriors and Demons. Mike dashed out of the library in a single bound, making his way directly to the Room of All Answers. Mike's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. Knowing that the crux of the entire affair lay in the diadem of Ravenclaw, he resolved to seek it out directly. With the killing curse at his disposal, Mike felt no trepidation regarding the remnant of Voldemort that might dwell within the diadem. If necessary, he could simply cast Avada Kedavra. Moreover, Mike possessed an impeccable scout barrow. "Ah, we meet again," he said, addressing Barrow, who still lingered on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, a spectral figure. Startled by Mike's voice, Barrow, who had been facing away, instinctively attempted to retreat into the wall. "Hey, do you not wish to defeat that demon? I can assist you," Mike called out urgently. As anticipated, Barrow froze upon hearing Mike's words, responding in a deep, somber tone. "No, you cannot help me. That demon is invincible. Since you are so fearful, what are you doing here? Do not think I am unaware. That demon lies within the diadem, and the diadem is concealed behind this wall," Mike declared, tapping on the wall. "Come, let me open the door for you. Together, we shall confront that demon." Perhaps Mike's words resonated with Barrow, for a glimmer of hope seemed to ignite in his eyes, albeit momentarily, before being extinguished by an all-consuming darkness. "No, it is futile. Once branded, you are destined to be consumed by that demon, and I am merely a wretch." Mike was preparing to continue deceiving Barrow into entering the room of all desires to pave the way for him. But a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Enough, do not further entrap this unfortunate soul." Mike gazed at the ethereal figure of Lady Grey, who drifted slowly from the wall, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Oh, why do you no longer hide from me?" he inquired. Noticing her silence, he continued, "I can promise you my assistance, but only if you answer my question." Lady Grey cast a glance at the sorrowful figure of Barrow beside her and sighed. "Very well, allow me to unveil the truth. The demon Barrow spoke of was, in fact, my mother, Rowena Ravenclaw. From my earliest memories, she had been the head of Ravenclaw. She was intelligent, beautiful, powerful, and insatiably greedy. The wizarding world was captivated by her beauty, yet equally terrified of her might and avarice. Her insatiable thirst for knowledge led her to quickly grow dissatisfied with the meager collections at Hogwarts, setting her sights on the ancestral wisdom of ancient families. Thus, an unprecedented war erupted. She led the students of Ravenclaw in a ruthless quest for knowledge across Europe, leaving countless families in her wake. The name Ravenclaw echoed throughout the wizarding realm as they marched unrelentingly. Naturally, her actions drew the ire of other powerful factions. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff attempted to counsel her, but to no avail. It was not until Slytherin, having long departed, returned to Hogwarts with a proposal, a pact from all pure blood families across Europe, that matters took a turn. The agreement was straightforward. In exchange for halting her slaughter, the terrified pure blood families would willingly surrender their ancestral knowledge, ensuring absolute transparency. Initially, my mother was reluctant to sign, believing she could acquire that knowledge regardless. However, after persuasion from the other 3 major houses, she ultimately acquiesced. From that point onward, she became consumed by knowledge, while the European wizarding community returned to a semblance of peace. Yet, she soon realized that no single individual could master every spell. Her gaze then shifted toward the pursuit of immortality. I believe she must have been deranged. She devised a dark soul-splitting spell that transferred the majority of her essence into a diadem, leaving only a fragment within her corporeal form for daily existence. Concurrently, she began to propagate the notion that the diadem was an artifact of immense power, promising unparalleled wisdom and boundless knowledge to anyone who donned it. Her sole intention was to entice me into stealing the diadem, fully aware that my insatiable greed mirrored her own. Once I placed it upon my head, I would succumb to the lurking fragments of her soul, gradually becoming the new Rowena Ravenclaw. Lady Grey chuckled bitterly at this point before continuing, in truth, my mother spoke no falsehood. The one who wears that diadem indeed gains supreme wisdom and infinite knowledge, albeit at the cost of their very soul. After stealing the diadem, I did not immediately wear it. Instead, I fled relentlessly. I understood the magnitude of my mother's power, having pilfered her treasure. She would pursue me to the ends of the earth. It was only upon reaching Albania that I felt a semblance of safety, unable to resist temptation any longer. I adorned the diadem. The moment I did, I lost control of my body. I could see and hear, yet could not exert command. Terror enveloped me, and it was then that Barrow appeared. At this juncture, Lady Grey paused once more, tenderly caressing Barrow's hair, her gaze softening. Under her gentle touch, Barrow, who had grown increasingly agitated upon hearing her tale, gradually calmed, taking her hand and brushing it against his cheek. Barrow was not sent by my mother. He ventured forth out of concern for me. Lady Grey's voice turned sorrowful. He recognized my distress immediately and sought to save me, but I had already lost control. I killed him. I murdered the one who loved me most in this world. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her voice choked with grief, while Barrow held her silently, tears shimmering in his eyes. This was the first time Mike had witnessed a ghost weep. the crystalline droplets cascading from Lady Grey's visage like pearls severed from their string, vanishing upon touching the ground. Mike did not disturb the couple who had been entwined for nearly a millennium, but patiently awaited a suitable moment to inquire. How did Voldemort become connected to the diadem? He was an exceedingly ambitious young man, much like yourself. Miss Grey emerged from Barrow's embrace, and I could see the fervor in his eyes, a yearning for the diadem, a thirst for the boundless knowledge and wisdom it contained. Thus, I unwittingly divulged the location of the diadem to him. So, poor Tom was merely a hapless fool. Misled to his demise by your machinations? No, I prefer to call him a warrior, a valiant knight who recklessly battled the demon for the sake of the princess. Miss Grey exchanged a knowing smile with Mike. Chapter 92. A new warrior indeed. Tom has proven to be quite the surprise. Initially, I intended for him to merely weaken my mother's primary soul within the diadem, yet he astonishingly managed to learn the soul-splitting curse. Although it was merely the rudimentary version invented by Helga Hufflepuff, he succeeded in transforming the diadem into his Horcrux. Ha ha ha. Miss Grey's laughter at this moment was peculiarly jubilant, her movements akin to a celebration, while the blood-soaked Barrow attempted to pacify her, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside. My mother. She has been engaged in a relentless battle with Tom's fragment of soul within the diadem for nearly 50 years. Though Tom's fragment has nearly been vanquished by her, she herself has grown exceedingly weak. Now is the opportune moment to eliminate her. Go forth, Mike, and vanquish my mother, eradicate one of the 4 great heads of Hogwarts. Extinguish that gentle breeze from the lakeside, obliterate the legendary sorceress Rowena Ravenclaw. You shall attain unparalleled glory. All of creation will sing your praises. Thus, after Barrow and Tom. Do you wish for me to become your new warrior? Mike remarked with a smile. Although Mike wore a smile, his eyes betrayed no mirth, revealing only an abyss of murderous intent. Nothing irked him more in life than being manipulated into a fatal demise. Lady Grey, an ancient specter, noticed this subtle shift but appeared oblivious to the wand that had suddenly materialized in Mike's grasp as she continued. No, 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 you are not like Tom. Tom is driven by his own ambition to seek the crown, while you act out of self-preservation. What do you mean? Mike inquired, his brow furrowing. The scars on your face are the mark of my mother's servant, the Nightmare Raven. This creature, now extinct, once fed on the magical essence that wizards and magical beings naturally exuded. Its ability lies in ensnaring individuals within nightmares it conjures. Dreams that blur the lines between reality and illusion, profoundly enchanting in nature. The claw marks serve as a magical brand, designed to render the chosen one's body more receptive to my mother's soul. Those branded will experience a permanent enhancement of their magical talents, accompanied by an increasing beauty and physical allure. My mother desires a youthful, magically gifted, and beautiful female form. I trust you comprehend my meaning now? You imply. Mike's voice quivered as a revelation dawned upon him. Indeed, this brand will gradually feminize your body, ultimately transforming you into a stunning maiden. Lady Grey interrupted with a gleeful laugh. Stunned, Mike stood frozen, having suspected that the scars on his face might be some curse with negative repercussions. But he never anticipated the vile nature of their effects. However, fret not, for the power of the brand comes from my mother. If you destroy her primary and fragmentary souls, you shall be free of worry. Lady Grey seemed delightfully amused by Mike's predicament, her tone turning playful. So, be brave. My warrior, for your princess and for yourself, strive to vanquish the demon. What must I do? Use the death curse? Mike articulated slowly. Lady Grey erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the most amusing joke in the world, before finally responding, Oh no, my mother employed extremely precious magical materials in crafting the crown, and it is fortified with numerous protective spells. Therefore, neither the death curse nor the fiery wrath can destroy it. Here, it is established that when Black unleashed fiery wrath in the Room of Requirement, Voldemort's fragment had already been vanquished by Ravenclaw's primary soul. To eradicate my mother, there are only 2 options. Either you confront her primary soul directly while wearing the crown, or you seek out fairies to forge a sword of unparalleled sharpness, akin to the legendary Holy Sword, and use it to cleave the crown in twain. Personally, I suggest you confront my mother directly. I can see that your soul is exceedingly powerful, nearly twice that of a normal wizard, so your chances of triumphing against her are quite high. As for the latter option, do not even bother considering it. The craftsmanship of silver swords has been lost since the Fairy Rebellion, and the sharpest sword in existence is likely Gryffindor's sword, yet even that lacks sufficient sharpness. What of the light gate? That. It is a trial set by my mother. In her design, her servants would select exceptionally gifted candidates, and only those who pass through the light gauge trials would qualify to become her new corporeal vessel. From my observations, there are at least 3 segments to the trial, with each completed segment bestowing a degree of magical enhancement upon the candidate. However, I advise against seeking your own demise. Over the years, I have yet to witness anyone survive the 3rd segment of the trial. After absorbing Lady Grey's account, Mike fell into silence, realizing he seemed ensnared in a deadlock. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Lady Grey remarked, "Take care of yourself. I am in no hurry. In fact, I hope you do nothing at all, as I am quite curious about what you will look like as a beautiful maiden." With that, she vanished into the wall, her laughter ringing like silver bells. While the bloodstained figure of Barrow hurriedly followed suit, Mike kept his head bowed, barely catching the last words of Mrs. Grey, with only the phrase "beautiful girl" incessantly echoing in his mind. Previously, Mike had noticed that his skin seemed to be becoming increasingly fair and smooth. At first, he took great pride in this change. At the age of 12, some of his peers had already begun to enter puberty, with acne slowly appearing on their faces, while Mike's complexion continued to improve. Reflecting on all this now, he could only feel a chill run down his spine. After much contemplation, Mike ultimately made a resolute decision. He could never transform into a beautiful girl, no matter how alluring the prospect may be. This revelation must remain a closely guarded secret from Professor Flitwick. The nest of crows is rife with fervent devotees of Ravenclaw, and should they seize him in an effort to metamorphose him into a lovely maiden for the purpose of usurping Ravenclaw, it would spell disaster. If it comes to that, he would rather confront her head-on. After making a decision, Mike's originally vacant gaze gradually sharpened and solidified. He directed a powerful shout at the wall where Ms. Grey had vanished, exclaiming, "No way. I will never transform into a beautiful girl. Absolutely not." P.S. I pondered over this segment for an extended period, initially intending to reveal it gradually in the subsequent Lightgate chapter. However, after careful consideration, I resolved to present it here in its entirety. After all, as a novice, my writing skills are somewhat lacking, and crafting such a plot could easily falter. Moreover, whether Mike should become a beautiful girl is indeed a significant question. Chapter 93. The air in action in the resplendent hall. Mike sat alongside Penelope and Franklin at the exclusive Ravenclaw long table. The interior was adorned with numerous pumpkin lanterns and monstrous sculptures, while countless bats hung from the ceiling, occasionally fluttering past the trio, accompanied by the occasional ghost. However, there was no need for concern. Unlike the owls that deliver messages and indiscriminately relieve themselves during breakfast, these bats were conjured through transformation magic and possessed no such bodily functions. "Penelope, Franklin, you must stay close to me tonight," Mike instructed the pair seated beside him. "We know, Mike. You've repeated that countless times," Penelope replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Franklin, his mouth full of food, could only nod in agreement. Inhaling the faint aroma of pumpkin in the air, Mike sighed deeply and took a hearty gulp from the nearby dolphin magic drink. Michael's anxious demeanor stood in stark contrast to the surrounding laughter and merriment. Ever since his conversation with Mrs. Grey, he had remained in a state of taut tension. For a man of his steadfast disposition, transforming into a maiden was a torment more agonizing than death itself. However, after conducting some research, Michael discovered, as Mrs. Grey had indicated, that the path of the Silver Sword was no longer viable. The Gryffindor sword indeed represented the last and most formidable silver blade available. Thus, the only remaining course of action was to confront the challenge head-on, yet the essence of one's soul strength was fundamentally constant and often innate. Despite questioning everyone he could, Michael found no means to enhance his soul strength. In desperation, he resorted to fervent meditation and the practice of mental fortification, hoping that as his mental prowess ascended, it might slightly elevate his soul strength as well. Time, however, was not on his side, and just as he grappled with the weight of the crown, Halloween arrived once more. To ensure the safety of Penelope and Franklin, Michael urged them to stay close. For tonight marked the moment in the original narrative when the basilisk first struck. Should these two wander off and encounter the serpent, the consequences would be dire. After all, this was the real world, not the child-friendly tome from which the original story derived. At least the Chamber of Secrets was aimed at children in reality. The kind of petrifying coincidences found in the text simply did not occur, and any ordinary individual who crossed paths with a basilisk was likely to meet a grim fate. What weighs on your mind, Michael? The Weasley twins had appeared, seemingly from nowhere. Today was a joyous occasion, not merely due to Halloween, but also because their new flavor of the Dolphin Delight potion had sold out once again. The novel orange flavor had proven immensely popular. Observing the two exuberant faces of the Weasley brothers, Michael managed a strained smile but refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead raising the potion to his lips for another hearty drink. With so many burdens weighing him down, He yearned to drown his sorrows in alcohol and lose himself in inebriation. The Weasley twins, sensing his discontent, chose not to press further, opting to promote their dolphin delight and some of their self-crafted magical pranks elsewhere. During this period, the Weasley brothers had become the happiest souls at Hogwarts, as newfound wealth afforded them the opportunity to boldly experiment with crafting magical prank items. They were undeniably talented, although the quality of their creations had notable flaws. They were brimming with creativity. Their prank candies, which could transform the consumer into various creatures, had yielded delightful results, experimenting with toads, dragons, turkeys, and nearly every imaginable animal. Moreover, they had recently refined the recipe for the dolphin delight, introducing a new flavor that garnered immense popularity within Hogwarts. Naturally, this new flavor also meant a share of the profits for Michael. As he gazed at the skeletons dancing humorously on stage and the array of delectable dishes rarely seen, Michael gradually succumbed to the surrounding joyful atmosphere, finding a flicker of appetite. He cut a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth, savoring the tender texture and rich aroma that burst forth within his palate. Mike closed his eyes in enjoyment, silently praising the diligent house elf, whose culinary creations rivaled those of Michelin-starred chefs. In his heart, Mike resolutely decided that he would, in the future, acquire a house elf to serve as his attendant. He did not aspire for it to assist him in battles. Rather, he simply wished for it to prepare meals for him daily. However, such precious and rare commodities as house elves could not be obtained merely through wealth. Luck was also a requisite. Nevertheless, Mike felt confident, for he possessed an extraordinary stroke of fortune, despite it occasionally failing him. In time, it would undoubtedly manifest once more. Indeed, delectable food has the power to uplift one's spirits. As Mike indulged more and more, his earlier gloom gradually dissipated. With the final dessert consumed, the Halloween feast reached its conclusion. Following Professor Dumbledore's announcement of the successful end to this year's Halloween feast, the little wizards, with rounded bellies, formed an orderly queue under the guidance of their respective house prefects as they exited the hall. At that moment, Mike, mingling with Penelope and Franklin, was fully alert, his wand poised in his sleeve, ready to spring into his hand at any instant. The blood words on the wall were about to appear. Merlin. We missed the last dessert. I said we should have left earlier. Now we are doomed. The voices of Harry and Ron reached Mike's ears as he saw them standing in the corridor outside the entrance, looking dejectedly at the flow of departing students. Mike was somewhat taken aback, glancing around only to find no petrified cat or any blood inscriptions. However, his expression darkened further. The unknown adversary was truly the most terrifying. Had everything followed the original narrative, Mike would have felt a sense of relief, yet it seemed that all had deviated from its rightful course. Damn it. I was well away from the main storyline. Mike cursed inwardly. Remaining vigilant, he merged with the crowd and returned to the Ravenclaw common room. It was only after reaching his dormitory that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least tonight, he presumed, nothing untoward would occur. The eagle-shaped knocker of the Ravenclaw common room was certainly formidable. A basilisk could never breach it. Yet, Mike was far too naive. The following morning, as Mike energetically stepped out of his dormitory, he was struck by the emptiness of the Ravenclaw common room. There was not a soul in sight. After a thorough search, he discovered that everyone had congregated around the eagle knocker. As Mike squeezed into the crowd, the sight before him widened his eyes in disbelief. A rigid figure stood facing the eagle knocker, holding an open letter in hand. To his astonishment, that figure was Penelope. Chapter 94. A veil of mystery gazing at the petrified Penelope, Mike felt as though his lungs might explode from rage. Despite his numerous warnings, calamity had still befallen them. Could she be dead? Surely not. Shouldn't she have collapsed if that were the case? The murmurs of the surrounding crowd echoed his turmoil. Yet, Penelope's face bore no sign of excessive fear. On the contrary, the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, suggesting she was in rather good spirits. Curiously, Penelope was not clad in Hogwarts attire nor in sleepwear, but rather in a thick khaki trench coat paired with black trousers. Mike snatched the letter from Penelope's hand, and to his astonishment, the signature read Mike Tully. The content of the letter suggested it was an invitation for Penelope to embark on a midnight rendezvous. At that moment, everything became clear to Mike. Someone had lured Penelope out under his name. It was no wonder she had dressed so elegantly, evidently having prepared meticulously for the anticipated encounter. On the wall behind Penelope, a chilling message was inscribed in blood. The chamber has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir. The attention of the surrounding students was largely fixated on the bloodied inscription, their expressions a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Meanwhile, a few smug pureblood upperclassmen reveled in recounting the legends surrounding the chamber. The Muggle-born wizards listened intently at first, but their faces turned pale upon hearing that the monster within the chamber would slaughter those of their kind. Panic swiftly spread through the crowd. "Silence," Mike commanded, striving to restore order. "Quickly, notify Professor Flitwick." And who was the first to discover Penelope? Mike held a certain level of prestige within Ravenclaw. Upon issuing his command, several individuals hastily made their way to Professor Flitwick's office. A freckled blonde girl timidly emerged, indicating that she was the first to discover Penelope. With Mike's intervention, order was gradually restored to the scene. Professor Flitwick soon arrived, accompanied by both Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Mike approached the girl with a face full of freckles and recounted the events in their entirety, ultimately handing over the letter. Dumbledore observed the growing crowd of onlookers and, with a gentle wave of his elder wand, made the bloodstains on the wall vanish. He then said, "Filius, please escort Penelope to the infirmary and maintain order." Turning to Mike, he added, "You and the young lady will accompany me. I require your cooperation for the investigation." Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick promptly instructed the other prefects, who had arrived late, to disperse the gathering students, while he himself took Penelope to the infirmary. Before departing, he gave Mike's arm a reassuring pat. Expressing his approval of Mike's handling of the situation, he held no doubts about Mike's innocence regarding the matter at hand. MC nodded at Professor Flitwick and followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped the group, creating an atmosphere thick with discomfort. The pockmarked girl was visibly anxious, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. In contrast, MC found solace in his own thoughts, retreating into a contemplative state. Given the day's unfolding events, it was highly likely that Dumbledore would employ legilimency on him, although MC was indeed not the perpetrator of the recent attack. His mind harbored the profound secret of his reincarnation. Who could guarantee that Dumbledore would not uncover this truth? Upon arriving at the headmaster's chamber, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Please, have a seat. Would you care for some cockroach clusters? Sweet treats are known to alleviate tension." The pockmarked girl stared at the wriggling cockroaches before her, shaking her head vigorously. Meanwhile, MC and Snape exhibited remarkably similar reactions, their expressions devoid of emotion, their gazes deep and vacant, completely unfazed by Dumbledore's words. "I had a general understanding of the situation, yet I felt the need to ascertain more details." Noticing the group's refusal, Dumbledore remained unperturbed and continued, "Is this letter inscribed by a magically enchanted quill, one you sent to Penelope, MC?" "I did not send it, Dumbledore," MC began. But before he could finish, Snape interjected, "He lies." Michael gazed at the expressionless Severus Snape before him, fully aware that he had discerned his mental state of complete shutdown. Mike's mastery of the mind-blocking technique had yet to reach the level of a true master, thus he could not conceal his thoughts from Snape, a master of the art. However, Mike had no intention of deceiving them. Although this would significantly increase the suspicion surrounding him, it paled in comparison to the secrets residing in his mind. "I am confident that the astute Headmaster Dumbledore will make the right decision, Professor Snape." Under the influence of the mind-blocking state, Mike faced Snape's inquiries without flinching, disregarding the chilling aura emanating from him, responding deliberately and clearly. Snape scrutinized Mike for a considerable duration and, noticing no change in his expression, chose to ignore him. "This matter is quite serious, Dumbledore," Snape stated, turning to the headmaster. "I recommend employing unconventional methods to interrogate Mike. If necessary, I can provide a truth serum." Just as Dumbledore was about to respond, Professor Flitwick burst into the office. "Snape, you intend to use a truth serum on my student? Do you wish to render him a fool?" Flitwick's eyes were bulging with fury as he fixed his gaze on Snape. Despite Flitwick's accusations, Snape's expression remained unchanged, and he offered no defense, merely engaging in a silent stare-off with Flitwick. Flitwick, who stood just over a meter tall, now radiated a ferocity that belied his diminutive stature, resembling a ravenous tiger poised to pounce. Meanwhile, a girl with a face full of freckles stood by, her mouth agape in astonishment. Flitwick's current demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual gentle and amiable nature. It dawned on her that Flitwick had once been a champion duelist. Observing the imminent confrontation between the two, Dumbledore interjected calmly, "Filius, Severus was merely trying to intimidate young Mike. There was no malice intended." "Intimidate? What a joke," Flitwick bellowed. "Everyone knows the Chamber of Secrets refers to Slytherin's chamber. I assert that the true culprit must be a Slytherin. We should administer the truth serum to all students of Slytherin House." Dumbledore, recognizing Flitwick's fury, understood that little could be gleaned from the situation today. "Very well. I too believe that young Mike would not commit such an act, especially considering that he left only the letter at the scene." "The implication of a setup is too evident," Dumbledore remarked. Flitwick's expression softened considerably upon witnessing Dumbledore's defense of Mike. Let us conclude for today. The immediate priority is to tend to Miss Penelope's recovery, and Phileas, you must oversee that. Dumbledore continued, Severus, please remain. The rest may leave. I have matters to discuss with him privately. P.S. Just joking, no transformations. Do you not perceive the obvious hints regarding my silver sword? Chapter 95. The second attack. As the three exited the headmaster's office, Flitwick promptly dismissed the freckled girl. She did not protest and skipped away, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Mike sensed that the events unfolding within the headmaster's chamber would soon reverberate throughout Hogwarts. Once the girl had distanced herself, Professor Flitwick turned to Mike and reassured him. Do not worry, Mike. Everything will be fine. I believe in you. Mike remained ensconced in the absolute rationality wrought by his cerebral closure. His heart unmoved in the face of Professor Flitwick's attempts at consolation. He forced a semblance of a smile, nodding slightly in gratitude towards Professor Flitwick. Here, take this. I am aware of the close bond you share with Penelope. I hope you do not grieve too deeply. Flitwick handed Mike a note, saying, This is an approval slip I have written for you. Take it and go see Penelope. Do not fret about missing classes, given your academic standing. A few absences will not matter. I shall speak to the other professors on your behalf. Mike, momentarily taken aback, nearly lost his mental composure upon receiving the note. From Professor Flitwick's words, he sensed a profound sincerity in the professor's feelings toward him. Choosing to relinquish his mental barriers, Mike allowed his forced smile to fade. And he bowed deeply to Professor Flitwick. Mike felt that maintaining a forced smile in front of such a teacher was nothing short of an insult to him. Thank you, Dean. Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick displayed a look of satisfaction on his face. He patted Mike's shoulder and said, Go on, my child. It is my duty to ensure your well-being. As your dean, I have failed to protect you, and for that, I owe you my sincerest apologies. Having ceased his melodramatic antics, Mike hurried towards the infirmary after bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick. Upon his arrival, he discovered a throng of onlookers gathered at the entrance, all there to visit Penelope. However, Mike was acutely aware that their intentions were merely to indulge in the spectacle, and thus he did not extend them any courtesy. He pushed through the crowd, inadvertently jostling several individuals, until he finally reached the interior of the infirmary. There, Mrs. Fleff stood like a sentinel, blocking his path, and impatiently declared, The infirmary is under strict quarantine. No one is permitted to visit Miss Penelope. After presenting the approval slip given to him by Professor Flitwick, Mike stepped into Penelope's hospital room amidst the envious gazes of those around him. Lying on the bed, Penelope remained in her petrified state, a smile still adorning her face. Gazing at that radiant smile, Mike found himself gradually entranced. He was no naive child. He was acutely aware of Penelope's feelings for him. However, the limitations of his diminutive body prevented him from reciprocating her affections. Lost in thought for an indeterminate time, Mike suddenly noticed that Penelope's bangs were somewhat disheveled. Instinctively, he reached out to smooth them down. Yet, as his hand grazed her forehead, he froze. The hardness and chill beneath his fingertips starkly reminding him that this young girl had been turned to stone. The harsh reality struck Mike once more, reinforcing the cruel nature of the world. Suppressing the surge of anger within, Mike entered a state of absolute rationality as he stepped out of the infirmary. His intent was to thoroughly investigate the scene of the incident in search of clues, for he understood that anger would only cloud his judgment. Upon exiting the infirmary, Mike realized that the sky had turned dark. He had spent the entire day within those walls. Without dwelling on it excessively, he briskly made his way towards the Ravenclaw Tower. The night was quiet, providing the perfect opportunity for him to conduct his investigation. As he progressed, he soon heard a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of serpents slithering. Though subtle, it resonated loudly in the stillness of the midnight corridor. A sense of alarm surged within Mike as he deftly flicked his wrist, summoning his dark, thorny pearwood wand into his grasp. With a gentle wave, a translucent protective barrier enveloped his entire being. Simultaneously, he swiftly closed his eyes, allowing his magical perception to surge forth like an oncoming tide. The unsettling rustle grew increasingly closer. Mike understood that the basilisk was lurking nearby. Yet, within the realm of his magical perception, he discerned no anomalies. In the dimly lit corridor of the night, a menacing giant serpent, with its scarlet tongue flickering, approached slowly, poised to strike with lethal intent. While others might have been drenched in perspiration from fear at such a moment, Mike remained composed, having first entered a state of mental seclusion, bolstered by an unwavering clarity. He calmly monitored his magical perception, his heartbeat unwavering. Suddenly, a disturbance pierced through his magical perception. Not far around the corner, a suit of armor unexpectedly stirred to life. Flames erupted. Without hesitation, Mike unleashed a fireball, casting it with fervor. Within the realm of magical perception, a radiant fireball, shimmering with brilliant arcane energy, was propelled from the tip of his staff. However, as it soared through the air, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, resulting in a sudden explosion that scattered fiery sparks across the sky. Mike inwardly lamented the predicament. The serpent creature's skin possessed the alarming ability to shield itself from magical perception. It was evident that the creature had been relying on its sensory organs, with its eyes closed, to discern direction through pheromones. Suddenly retreating with great urgency, he vigorously waved his wand, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, each the size of a tennis ball, directed toward the location where the massive fireball had previously erupted. Mike was preparing to flee, even before the second grade had commenced. He had already been contemplating strategies to confront the basilisk. The most daunting aspect of the creature was its lethal gaze, which resulted in instant death for anyone who met its eyes. In response, Mike devised a plan to close his eyes and rely on his magical senses. However, as is often the case, plans rarely withstand the test of reality. To his astonishment, Mike discovered that the basilisk's skin possessed the ability to shield it from magical perception. Furthermore, the creature's intelligence was alarmingly high. It cunningly utilized this advantage to remain hidden. With the plan collapsing from its very inception, Mike found himself with no option but to escape. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunderous sounds echoed behind him, Mike sprinted toward the infirmary without a backward glance, even casting a spell to accelerate his speed. Due to the state of emergency, the school had stationed several upperclassmen to guard the infirmary around the clock. Once he reached the infirmary, Mike would have access to several free allies. The fire spell seemed to have little effect on the basilisk. It remained silent even under a barrage of fireballs. It appeared that the creature had realized Mike was aware of its presence and, without hesitation, lunged directly at him. In that moment of flight, Mike felt a sudden tightening in his chest, swiftly dodging to the side as the basilisk's gaping maw barely missed him. P.S. Please refrain from criticism. I have made a deliberate choice to present this in segments for your enjoyment, and I will release 2 chapters simultaneously. Chapter 96, A Narrow Escape. As Mike deftly dodged past the serpent's gaping maw, he remained vigilant despite his eyes being closed. His magical perception revealed no trace of the creature. Yet the foul stench emanating from its mouth allowed him to ascertain its position. Having previously established that the serpent's scales possessed formidable magical resistance rendering fire spells nearly ineffective, Mike resolved to employ a more potent tactic. Avada Kedavra. A sinister green light flashed, striking directly into the serpent's open mouth. Although the killing curse did not induce immediate death, it nonetheless inflicted considerable damage, eliciting a chilling cry from the creature. Recognizing the effectiveness of its strike, Mike seized the opportunity to propel himself forward. Enhanced by the wind speed charm, he swiftly covered several meters, creating distance between himself and the serpent. However, aware of the serpent's rapid mobility, Mike quickly cast several shattering spells above him. Though not his primary focus, the spells gained considerable might through his amplified magical energy. The stone ceiling shattered upon impact, raining debris that effectively blocked the corridor behind him. Yet, this obstacle proved trivial for the serpent, recovering from its agony. It recoiled and executed a common predatory maneuver before lunging forward to clear the rubble. Despite his eyes being shut, Mike's potent magical perception granted him clarity as he navigated through the twists and turns of the hallway, ultimately reaching the passage leading to the infirmary. Behind him, the serpent, having overcome the impediment, flicked its tongue in frustration, realizing that Mike had evaded to a safe distance. Yet, it did not relent, opening its eyes. It fixed its gaze on the fleeing figure through the wall. Simultaneously, Mike detected 2 glowing orbs, each pulsating with astonishing magical energy, within his magical sight. Elated by this revelation, he recognized that the serpent's greatest challenge lay in its ability to conceal its location. Now, having unwittingly exposed itself, the serpent was reduced to merely a thick-skinned behemoth, and Mike believed he could wear it down through sheer perseverance. However, just as Mike shifted his focus to the luminous orbs, a sudden pain surged through his mind. The serpent's gaze could inflict harm upon those who met its eyes through magical perception. This unexpected assault caused Mike to lose his balance, stumbling and rolling uncontrollably. At that moment, 2 upperclassmen guarding the infirmary heard the commotion and rushed to investigate. Noticing Mike in his disheveled state, their high combat acumen prompted them to refrain from offering assistance, instead drawing their wands and warily observing the direction from whence Mike had come. Mike struggled to rise, shaking his head in an attempt to maintain clarity of thought. The serpent creature's recent attack had not inflicted significant harm upon him. The sharp pain had surged fiercely but dissipated just as swiftly. Aside from a lingering sense of disorientation, Mike found himself largely unscathed. He reopened his magical perception to locate the serpent creature, only to be met with disappointment. The cunning beast had vanished without a trace. "Mike, are you all right?" Professor Flitwick, with his short legs hastily propelling him toward Mike, inquired. "I hope I haven't arrived too late. As soon as I received the alert signal, I rushed over. I have identified the creature in the chamber. It is a basilisk." Mike's response seemed irrelevant in the moment. Upon hearing Mike's words, Professor Flitwick's expression shifted to one of alarm. As the wise and erudite head of Ravenlaw House, he was well aware of what a basilisk entailed and the dire consequences of such a creature roaming the school. If it unleashed its murderous instincts, its deadly gaze would turn Hogwarts into a scene of carnage. "Are you certain?" Professor Flitwick exclaimed sharply. "But let us set that aside for now. You should head to the infirmary while I investigate the matter further." Michael's injuries were not severe. Thus, he graciously declined Professor Flitwick's kind offer and followed closely behind him, simultaneously informing Flitwick of the basilisk's ability to remain undetectable by magical means. Mike and Flivvy, accompanied by 2 senior students, circled the battleground several times, uncovering nothing but a small fragment of a broken fong. Mike recognized that this fong must have been severed by his own killing curse, and he felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that the curse inflicted considerable damage upon the serpent creature. Thus, if they could eliminate its wretched eyes, the beast would pose little threat. The most daunting prospect would be if the curse failed to penetrate the creature's defenses. Professor Flivvy quickly confirmed that the small jagged tooth was indeed a venomous fong of the serpent, validating Mike's claims. Consequently, a wave of excitement surged through Hogwarts. Dumbledore and the other professors sprang into action, gathering all the students from their beds into the Great Hall. To avoid inciting panic, Dumbledore refrained from disclosing the truth about the serpent, and the students, having experienced a similar assembly the previous year, were not frightened. Instead, they speculated about the reasons for their sudden gathering. After the students had been evacuated, Dumbledore, along with numerous professors, commenced a thorough search of Hogwarts Castle. Most of these professors were alumni of Hogwarts, well acquainted with its myriad secret passages, and they were confident in their ability to locate the serpent, as there were few places within the castle large enough for such a creature to conceal itself. However, while their hopes were high, reality proved harsh. After an entire night of searching, the professors returned empty-handed. That night, Mike was not in the hall. After investigating the scene with Professor Flivvy, he was unceremoniously ushered into the infirmary under the pretext of ensuring there were no hidden injuries that required examination, despite Mike's insistence that he was perfectly fine. Even showcasing his automatic tracking floating explosive fireball spell in front of Flivvy, he ultimately succumbed to the professor's insistence and laid down in the infirmary. It proved true that Mr. Wongjing's first law of "it smells good" is indeed one of human instincts. Though Mike protested, within mere minutes of lying on the bed, he fell into a deep slumber. Madame Pomfrey intended to conduct a brief examination, but upon seeing Mike sleeping soundly, she decided against it. As a doctor, she recognized that there was nothing severely amiss with Mike. He was simply exhausted and would benefit from some rest. Observing the peacefully snoring Mike, Madame Pomfrey chuckled softly and carefully exited the room, closing the door behind her. Chapter 97. A state of emergency the following day, upon awakening. Mike was astonished to find that Hogwarts had not only maintained its state of emergency but had also increased the number of patrols. This left Mike perplexed. As in the original narrative, Hogwarts had only been close to closure during the latter part of the second-year storyline due to rising casualty numbers, and had not exhibited such heightened anxiety regarding the basilisk and the heir of Slytherin. However, after careful analysis, Mike understood the rationale behind Dumbledore's actions. In the original story, as the victims had been petrified, Dumbledore might not have known that the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk. Alternatively, he may have been aware but had confidence in his ability to handle the basilisk, to allow Harry to further accumulate experience and prestige through adventure. He deliberately refrained from imposing a lockdown. The current circumstances, however, were evidently different from the original tale. The knowledge that the creature in the chamber was a basilisk had spread, and the other professors and board members at Hogwarts would not permit such a potentially devastating magical creature to remain within the castle. It is crucial to note that nearly all children in the British wizarding community were educated at Hogwarts. If the basilisk were to wreak havoc, it would inflict a catastrophic blow to the future of the wizarding world. In this context, Dumbledore's decision to implement a full lockdown was entirely reasonable. Having been discharged, Mike joined a temporary management team tasked with protecting and maintaining student order. This team consisted entirely of exceptional upper-year students. Dumbledore granted them the authority to deduct points from other houses, with a cap of 50 points per individual, to compensate for the time they would miss in their studies. Dumbledore promised that any student who joined this team would receive extra points in their upcoming N.E.W.T. examinations. Originally, Mike was not qualified to join this team. However, after much persuasion, Professor Flivy ultimately acquiesced to his request for inclusion. Nevertheless, Professor Flivy harbored concerns regarding Mike's capabilities. Despite Mike's previous experience of escaping from a serpent monster, he was assigned a task to protect fellow students rather than participate in perilous patrols. Consequently, Mike's current duty involves remaining in the Great Hall of Hogwarts alongside his companions, safeguarding the students gathered there. To distinguish Mike and his team from the ordinary students, their school robes are adorned with an H-shaped metal badge symbolizing Hogwarts. This badge serves not merely as an ornamental accessory, it possesses an immediate alert function. Should anyone find themselves in danger, a slight infusion of magic will activate the badge, sending a warning to all badges within a 5-kilometer radius. This alert not only informs the recipient of the danger's location but also features a unique notification mechanism. Upon receiving the alert, the badge S-pin will reshape itself, gently piercing the wearer's chest. While this action inflicts no harm, the discomfort ensures that even if one were to be asleep, they would immediately awaken and respond. Mike had heard from older students in the same team that this brooch was a simplified version of the Auror brooch, thus its functions were rather rudimentary. He was quite astonished to learn that the specialized brooches equipped for Aurors not only possessed a warning feature but also boasted other practical functionalities such as real-time communication. Mike had previously assumed that the Wizarding World's research in this area was rather superficial. However, it now appeared that alchemy had advanced to a remarkably sophisticated level, with even portable communication devices having been developed. Dumbledore also made a promise that following the conclusion of this incident, the brooch would be awarded as an honorary medal to Mike and the other brave souls who stood up during Hogwarts' time of peril. This was one of the primary reasons many 7th-year pureblood students were eager to join the temporary management team. In the eyes of these pureblood students, honor was far more significant than additional points for N.E.W.T.S. days past, and the professors along with the temporary management team still had not located the basilisk. The students confined within the Great Hall had become aware of the basilisk's existence, leading to Dumbledore's greatest fear materializing. The heir of Slytherin will kill all mudbloods. You are next. A Slytherin boy shouted at a Hufflepuff student of Muggle descent. The Hufflepuff student, listlessly gnawing on the meager rations provided by the school, had been enduring the invisible threat posed by the basilisk, with Hogwarts kitchens having ceased operations. He had grown weary of the dry provisions, nearly to the point of nausea. The sudden outburst from the Slytherin student startled him so much that he dropped the food he had been holding. The surrounding Slytherin students erupted into laughter at the sight. The Hufflepuff boy, feeling the sting of humiliation, reddened with tears welling in his eyes. Amid the jeers, he hastily bent down to retrieve the fallen rations and fled, as if escaping. This act incited even more boisterous laughter, with one Slytherin boy laughing so hard he collapsed onto the floor. What they failed to realize was that this Hufflepuff student came from a dire background. His mother had instilled in him the importance of not wasting food from a young age. His attendance at Hogwarts was not driven by a passion for magic, but rather by the institution's lack of tuition fees and provision of meals and lodging. By studying at Hogwarts, he could significantly alleviate the burden on his family, allowing more food to be available for his younger siblings. There were many students like him at Hogwarts. As an old bastion of capitalism, England during this period was not as glamorous as outsiders might perceive. The rise of the once sun-never-set empire was built upon the bones of countless workers. Observing all that transpired within the Great Hall, Mike felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rise within him at the sight of the Muggle-born wizards, who were unable to voice their frustrations. Slytherin loses 50 points. Mike approached the group of Slytherins in the auditorium, his demeanor icy as he addressed them. The Slytherins appeared indifferent to the points deducted by Mike. They were astute individuals who had already sent letters informing their families about the happenings at Hogwarts. Most of their families were established aristocrats within the wizarding community, wielding considerable influence. Now, these Slytherin students' families had banded together to exert pressure on the Ministry of Magic. Should Dumbledore fail to locate the basilisk within the next week, it was highly likely that Hogwarts would face closure for reorganization. Under such precarious circumstances, the house points seemed trivial. Oh, I thought it was someone important, but it's merely Mike from Ravenclaw, the leading Slytherin remarked with a sardonic tone. What is this? Do you aspire to be a hero for your Muggle-born brethren? I am not a fool born of your pure-blooded lineage. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a member of the management committee. Mike replied, his expression unyielding in the face of the Slytherin's provocation. And do apologize to that Hufflepuff from earlier. The surrounding Muggle-born students, originally simmering with indignation, lit up with joy upon witnessing Mike's intervention. Particularly the Hufflepuff student who was on the verge of tears, believing he would have to endure the humiliation alone as Cedric, their house guardian, was patrolling elsewhere. To his astonishment, the infamous Mike stood up for him, profoundly altering the perceptions of most Hufflepuff students towards Mike. Furious at Mike's words, the Slytherin boy, proud of his noble lineage, loathed the insult to his bloodline. While Mike's notorious reputation had already spread throughout Slytherin following the Quidditch match earlier in the term, his overwhelming anger clearly clouded his judgment. Say that again, and I assure you, I will leave you in ruins. I am not some worthless Malfoy, incapable of handling a mere second-year Muggleborn like you. The Slytherin boy spat. At that moment, his fellow Slytherins noticed the growing crowd of Muggleborn students and sensed the impending trouble, hastily pulling their comrade away from the confrontation, urging him to silence. However, the enraged boy could not contain himself, shoving his finger into Mike's chest as he continued, "You Muggleborns are oblivious, aren't you? Even if the creature in the Chamber of Secrets spares you, your time at Hogwarts is limited. The school is on the verge of closing due to the basilisk. And you Muggleborns will have to crawl back to your filthy pits. Especially you, Mike. I heard you're an orphan, right? Well, now you can return to your garbage heap and scavenge for scraps." As soon as the words left his mouth, Mike delivered an uppercut to his chin. Although merely 12 years old and typically engrossed in magic rather than physical training, Mike was adept at fighting, having a background as a street tough in his past life. The impact struck the lower jaw, connecting to the brainstem, where the vagus nerve is abundant, easily leading to unconsciousness. Though Mike's punch lacked immense force, the Slytherin boy still felt dizzy, collapsing into the arms of those behind him. But the situation was far from over. Franklin, blending into the crowd with his newfound companion, had already arrived at Mike's side and delivered a swift kick. The Muggleborn students, incensed by the derogatory remarks, could no longer contain their fury upon witnessing Mike and Franklin take action, and they surged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the Slytherin boys. Some timid girls, unable to join the fray, cheered from the sidelines. The other Slytherin students, initially entertained by the scuffle, quickly rose to join their peers as the situation escalated into a brawl between Slytherin and the Muggleborn students from the other three houses. When Cedric received word of his younger housemate being bullied, he rushed into the auditorium alongside Professor Sprout, only to find a disheveled group of Slytherin students sprawled on the ground, and a throng of Muggleborn students gathered around Mike, who was delivering an impassioned speech. "I am a Muggleborn. I have always referred to myself with that derogatory term, not out of self-deprecation or a lack of shame, but because each time I utter those three words, a profound sense of humiliation reminds me of the environment I inhabit. It urges me to bravely confront discrimination. It compels me to aid those who suffer the same plight. My fellow brethren, during these trying times, do not despair or lose heart. Remember, only in unity do we possess true strength. That so-called Slytherin heir is utterly powerless against the might of our solidarity. Let us stand together and weather this storm." As Mike concluded his speech, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Professor Sprout, deeply moved, brushed away tears from her eyes and turned to a visibly stunned Cedric, saying, "What a splendid oration." Though touched, she knew her responsibilities awaited. Once her emotions settled, Professor Sprout stepped forward to restore order. The students who had initially reported the incident had already conveyed the entire situation to her and Cedric, allowing her to disregard the fallen Slytherins and focus on comforting the Muggleborn students, particularly thanking Mike for his bravery in defending them. It was only when the tardy Professor Snape intervened that the Slytherin students received any form of assistance, much to Professor Sprout's dissatisfaction. She could see that the injuries were not severe, as Mike and the others had not employed any spells. Her disdain for those who had bullied her students was palpable. In her view, they deserved to lay on the cold floor for an entire day. While Professor Snape contemplated deducting points from Mike, Dumbledore swiftly countered his suggestion. Given the large number of students involved and the fact that the incident stemmed from the Slytherin's misconduct, adhering to Snape's proposed course of action would undoubtedly incite the ire of most Muggleborn students at Hogwarts. Snape understood the principle of collective responsibility, but found himself in a precarious position. Should he fail to protest to Dumbledore, his standing within Slytherin would diminish, a prospect he could not tolerate. After the recent incident, Mike was hailed as a hero in the eyes of the Muggleborn students, who had previously regarded him with trepidation. His speech in the Great Hall spread like wildfire among the Muggleborns, significantly uplifting their spirits. Now, when encountering fellow Muggleborns in distress, They no longer remained passive bystanders. Instead, they eagerly rushed to offer assistance. Moreover, they transformed their previous tendency to avoid pureblood students, now glaring at them with a gaze filled with animosity, causing palpable tension among the purebloods. Chapter 99. The third attack the following day. Mike became a figure of prominence within Hogwarts, not solely due to his strength, but because a throng of Muggle-born wizards followed him wherever he went. Following the recent upheaval, the Muggle-born wizards had united completely, inspired by Mike's proclamation that unity is strength. Consequently, they embarked on their endeavors in groups, with many half-blood wizards joining their ranks as well. The crowd surrounding Mike was undoubtedly the largest, and he had inquired about their motivations. They expressed concern that he might face retaliation from the Slytherin students and Snape due to the previous incident, vowing to take turns guarding him. Initially, Mike felt a sense of gratitude, but after just one morning, he found himself in despair. Even during his brief visits to the restroom, several male students stood guard nearby. Though they insisted they would never peek, Mike couldn't help but notice their furtive glances and expressions of shock and envy. While he felt a swell of pride regarding his own development, he found the situation increasingly irksome. Reluctantly, he decided against voicing his discomfort, recognizing their intentions were well-meaning. Thus, in a moment of resignation, Mike requested a patrol assignment. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick proved to be an understanding individual, and upon learning of Mike's predicament, he granted his request. Since most of these Muggle-born wizards had not joined the management team, they lacked the privilege to leave the Great Hall, allowing Mike to finally enjoy some peace. However, just as night fell and Mike stepped out of the Great Hall to commence his first patrol, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Mike and his two fellow patrol members were suddenly struck by a sharp pain in their left chests, prompting them to collectively inhale sharply. In an instant, they realized that an alarm had been triggered. Mike and his companions swiftly activated their magical perception. Through the clear vision granted by this ability, they discerned a warning brooch in the distance, emanating a fierce red glow. Alarmed, the squad leader issued a command: "We must hasten to provide assistance." Without hesitation, Mike and another team member followed closely behind him. Upon navigating the winding corridors, they arrived at the scene only to find that other teams had already reached it. Report to Professor Dumbledore. 3 team members have perished. Harry Potter has been petrified, and the other 2 second-year Gryffindors are lightly injured, shouted the captain of the first arriving team to one of his subordinates. The ordered team member nodded and sprinted towards the headmaster's office. While Mike seized the opportunity to survey the scene, on the ground lay 6 individuals in disarray. Hermione and Ron appeared to be unharmed, albeit visibly traumatized, cowering in a corner and weeping. Harry shared a similar fate with Penelope, both of them stiffened in an eerie posture, clearly petrified. The other 3 members of the patrol team exhibited a lifeless, ashen hue, as if their very vitality had been drained away, rendering them beyond recovery. Although Hermione and Ron's condition was tragic, especially Ron, who seemed deeply affected by the preceding events and had vomited extensively, the surrounding team members refrained from offering comfort. Instead, the commanding officer continued to berate the two. "What on earth happened here? How did you end up in this situation?" None of the other team members intervened to stop the captain's inappropriate behavior. After spending countless days together, the patrol team had developed profound bonds, and now, witnessing their once vibrant companions lying silently on the ground was unbearable for anyone. In response to the captain's inquiries, Ron was unresponsive, preoccupied with his retching, while Hermione struggled to catch her breath, attempting to articulate an explanation. "Hey, Hermione," Mike stepped forward to console her. "Stay calm, breathe through your nose." "Yes, just like that." "It's Harry," she gasped. He said he could always hear a voice in the walls threatening to kill Muggleborns. So, he snuck out of the Great Hall with Ron and me under the invisibility cloak to investigate the voice. We encountered the basilisk, and Harry was petrified at just one glance. We tried to escape, and then the patrol team discovered the anomaly and came to check on us. After several moments of breathing steadily as Mike suggested, Hermione recounted the events, her voice gradually breaking with emotion. The captain, who had already been grieving for his fallen comrades, erupted in fury upon learning that his friends had perished due to Harry's reckless actions. "You wretched children," he bellowed, kicking towards the sobbing Hermione. However, just as the strike was about to land, his body suddenly froze. Dumbledore, wand in hand, appeared before them. "Calm yourself, Blaise. What's done is done. Taking your anger out on these children will not revive Beck and the others." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Blaise's tears began to flow uncontrollably. As soon as Dumbledore released the immobilization spell, Blaise collapsed to the ground, mumbling over and over, "It's all your fault, Beck, Joshua." Dumbledore, observing Blaise, who seemed utterly bereft of strength, along with the other patrol team members equally consumed by grief, turned to Mike, the only one still composed. "Mike, please stay here and take care of Blaise and the others. I will escort Harry and the rest away from this place." Upon hearing that Dumbledore intended to leave the members of the Night Watch in such a perilous location while allowing Harry and the others to depart, a chill ran through Mike's heart. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as he responded flatly, "Yes, Headmaster." Fortunately, Dumbledore took with him the 3 bodies belonging to the Night Watch team as he departed, which somewhat alleviated Mike's unease. Yet, the profound coldness in his gaze lingered. After Dumbledore's departure, Mike heightened his vigilance, acutely aware of his surroundings. Based on his understanding of the basilisk, it was highly probable that the cunning creature would strike again once Dumbledore was gone. Thankfully, other members of the Night Watch soon arrived to join Mike. Mike recounted the events to the assembly, including the departure of Dumbledore, without embellishment. Consequently, the crowd was engulfed in sorrow, with the majority failing to recognize the peculiarities in Dumbledore's behavior. Under their escort, Mike and his companions returned to the Great Hall without incident. Chapter 100. Within the portal, the news of Harry Potter's petrification and the sacrifice of 3 members of the Night Watch swiftly incited a wave of panic among the gathered crowd upon Mike's return. This was especially true for the pureblood wizards, who had previously believed that the basilisk would not pose a threat to them. Harry's demise served as a rude awakening. Despite having grown up in the Muggle world, Harry was undeniably a true pureblood wizard. The Potter family had once been a formidable lineage, and although only one descendant remained, the bloodline was certainly esteemed. Some argued that Harry's mother was of Muggle descent, thus tainting his bloodline. Initially, many were inclined to accept this rationale, yet soon, nearly all pureblood wizards present fell into silence, including those who had proposed the explanation. Among these so-called pureblood wizards, who among them had not intermingled with Muggle bloodlines throughout history? Families that ardently championed absolute purity had long since been submerged in the annals of time. Much like the Gaunt family, Dumbledore, rather than interring the 3 fallen members of the Night Watch, promptly informed their parents. By the time the bereaved parents arrived, dawn had already broken. After accompanying the grief-stricken parents to retrieve their children's remains, Mike returned to the hall and sank into a deep slumber within a sleeping bag. In the deliberately hushed atmosphere cultivated by the Muggle-born students, Mike slept soundly until the late hours of the night. Upon awakening, Mike discovered food and water placed beside his pillow, a thoughtful gesture from the Muggle-born students. Warmth enveloped him as he devoured the provisions. Having gone without sustenance since the previous evening, hunger gnawing at him fiercely. With the meal finished, he felt revitalized. Conjuring his wand to cast the disillusionment charm before stealthily slipping out of the Great Hall, the formidable basilisk loomed heavily on his mind, compelling him to enhance his strength urgently. Thus, he resolved to enter the portal that night for his first trial. Navigating silently to the Ravenclaw common room, Mike gazed at the familiar surroundings with a deep sigh. Following the events of the previous night, Hogwarts was likely to be closed imminently, severing his access to the Room of Requirement and its coveted crown, sealing his fate as a beautiful maiden. Contemplating this fate only solidified Mike's determination to vanquish the basilisk, should the need arise. He might even risk revealing his reincarnation secret to Dumbledore regarding the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets for later. Crafting a prophecy talent for himself would not pose a challenge. Shaking off the sudden intrusive thoughts, Mike focused his mind and entered a state of mental closure. Once more, he opened the portal. This time, due to the mental shielding charm, he did not feel the seductive pull he experienced before. Nor did he see the woman with the cerulean eyes. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and plunged into the light. A piercing ringing filled his ears as he felt as though he had lost all perception, surrounded solely by a sea of blue light. Time became an enigma as the ringing morphed into what resembled human screams, the azure glow gradually dimming, and his senses began to return. The sound intensified until it crystallized into unmistakable human wails. As his vision cleared, Mike found himself enveloped in darkness, with only a narrow sliver of light ahead. Mike slowly stretched his body, realizing that he felt no pain. However, he seemed to be confined within an exceedingly cramped space, unable to extend his limbs. His body appeared to have diminished in size, with his arms noticeably thinner than before. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically as he instinctively reached for his vulnerable areas. Upon feeling something solid, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was a comforting realization that his essence remained intact. After confirming his surroundings, Mike redirected his attention to the incessant, harrowing screams of a woman echoing in his ears. Cautiously peering through a narrow crevice, his pupils dilated in shock as he finally discerned the source of the anguished cries. Before him lay a wooden chamber, dimly illuminated by an oil lamp filled with an unknown viscous substance, casting a faint glow. The decor of the room was strikingly antiquated. The ground, though level, was evidently composed of mere dirt. On this earthen floor, a woman was desperately struggling, intermittently emitting piercing screams. Clinging to her were three humanoid beings resembling the mischievous creatures from ancient tales, devoid of any clothing, their large eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. The woman's garments had been torn into ragged shreds, as one of the creatures engaged in unspeakable acts upon her, while the others ferociously gnawed at her. Mike witnessed one of the fairies gnawing at a woman's face. With a sudden jerk of its head, it extracted an eye, adorned with pale blue irises, complete with veins and nerves, before swiftly vanishing with a flick of its tongue. As he beheld the horrific scene, Mike felt an inexplicable familiarity with the woman, and a tempest of wrath surged within him. He yearned to rush forth to rescue the tormented woman. Yet he discovered that he had lost all control over his own body. The flickering light of the oil lamp cast the shadows of the fairy and the woman upon the wall, their silhouettes dancing in a grotesque ballet, reminiscent of a performance from the depths of hell. The woman's screams melded with the wicked laughter of the fairies, creating a nightmarish symphony. Together, they conjured a vivid tableau of infernal torment. Move, move, move. Deep within, Mike was incessantly screaming in anguish. His fingers had clawed deep gashes into the adjacent wooden wall. Yet all his efforts were in vain. At that moment, his body felt as though it were no longer his own, completely disregarding his commands. He could not even manage to avert his gaze. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the first rays of dawn pierced the tranquil night sky, illuminating the earth. This beam of light streamed through the open door, flooding the room before Mike. It acted like a switch, and Mike sensed that he was finally regaining control over his body. However, he hesitated to step outside, for the fairies that had been in the room had long since departed, leaving behind a pockmarked, ravaged ground, now only occupied by a broken corpse. Chapter 101. The rescue. Mike's stomach emitted a resonant protest. Weakly extending his bloodied hand, he gently rubbed his abdomen, gradually regaining his senses. Although Mike had been a ruthless figure in his past life, the harrowing scene he witnessed last night left him profoundly shaken, enveloping him in a state of disorientation. With a gentle push, he discovered that the wooden door he had been unable to open the previous night yielded effortlessly to his touch. Struggling to extricate himself, it was only at this moment that Mike realized he had been confined in a small secret chamber. The wooden cabin was suffused with light, as the sun streamed through the windows and door, illuminating the interior brightly. On any other day, Mike might have basked in the sunlight while sipping tea. But now he stood, dazed, staring at the broken corpse lying in the room. Though the face of the deceased was so mangled that it bore no resemblance to its former self, Mike felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from her. It was bewildering. He could have sworn he had never seen this woman before. The circumstances of the previous night were equally perplexing. Logically, he was not the type to rush to the aid of strangers in distress. His prior assistance to fellow Muggleborns had been motivated solely by a desire to enhance the status of Muggleborn wizards and elevate his own prestige. Yet, inexplicably, he had felt an overwhelming urge to leap into action to help. If that were all, it might be understandable, especially given the repulsive actions of the creatures resembling goblins from Gringotts. However, at that moment, he had lost control over his own body. Mike pondered for an extended period, grappling with the reasons behind the chaos. But ultimately, as his stomach protested once more, he resolved to prioritize filling it. The provisions in the cabin had been entirely taken by the mischievous fairies the previous night, prompting Mike to abandon his search indoors and step outside. As he crossed the threshold, he was taken aback by the harrowing scene that unfolded before him. Corpses lay strewn about, those of adults, children, and livestock, alongside charred remains that were unrecognizable. This was evidently a village. The cabin he had occupied was a veritable luxury compared to the other structures, which were constructed of earth and thatch. However, now the thatch had been reduced to ashes, and the earthen walls were scorched and cracked. Many buildings had collapsed, leaving only the thick wooden beams, which continued to smolder. The air was thick with the stench of blood, charred flesh, and an array of other foul odors, overwhelming Mike's senses and inducing a wave of nausea that surged in his throat. He fought against the urge to vomit, acutely aware that with an empty stomach, he would only expel bile, which would corrode his throat and intestines. As the urge gradually subsided, he took a deep breath and lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. What struck him as peculiar was the apparent fire that had ravaged the village, yet the cabin where he had previously resided bore no signs of scorching. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from a distance, cutting through his bewilderment. Without uttering a word, Mike hurried towards the source of the screams. Relieved to discover that there were indeed living souls, at last, he could ascertain the nature of this place. The physical condition of this body was markedly inferior to that of his previous 12-year-old form. After only a few dozen meters of running, he found himself gasping for breath. Fortunately, the cries for help were not far off, and as Mike dashed forward, he soon beheld the person in distress. A girl, approximately 12 or 13 years of age. With flowing brown hair, stood her ground against a fairy. This fairy appeared to be juvenile, considerably smaller than the few he had encountered the previous night. Yet its eyes mirrored the sinister hunger for destruction that he had observed in the others. The girl clutched a wand in her trembling hands, attempting to recite an incantation that Mike had never heard before, striving to unleash her magic. However, her anxiety rendered her unable to cast even a single spell. Suddenly, she seemed to notice Mike's approach, and a flicker of hope illuminated her eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by anxiety and fear. "Run, Reina. I'll hold it off," she shouted towards him. This momentary distraction offered the fairy an opportunity. With a swift push of its small hand, an invisible force struck her, sending the girl flying as if struck by a massive hammer, her wand slipping from her grasp. The fairy appeared to possess a rather low intellect. Despite the girl's obvious indication that Mike was right behind it, it showed no inclination to look back. Instead, it let out a sinister laugh and lunged at the girl, beginning to tear at her clothing. At that moment, Mike arrived. As Mike sprinted, he bent down to retrieve the wand that had fallen from the girl. With a swift motion, he cast a spell, causing a powerful force to separate the girl from the fairy. The fairy, seemingly realizing the imminent danger, let out a shrill scream and fled in a panic, clutching tightly to a torn piece of the girl's garment. Observing the retreating figure of the fairy, Mike's gaze turned icy. He harbored no fondness for these creatures. Avada Kedavra! Mike hurled his wand, and a beam of verdant light shot forth, striking the fairy with unerring precision. Roina. Everything that Mike did was observed by a girl not far away. Upon witnessing the fairy being slain by Mike, the girl was overwhelmed with excitement. Ignoring her tattered clothing that barely concealed her form, she attempted to rush forward to embrace Mike. "Step back." Mike turned his head and aimed his wand at the young girl, simultaneously issuing a stern command. The girl, witnessing this, exhibited a look of incredulity in her eyes. Yet she still took several steps back as instructed by Mike. It was at this moment that Mike realized the girl towered over him by a head. While she was not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a certain warmth that was quite endearing. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she appeared to him. Mike pondered whether he had recently contracted some ailment, as everyone seemed to evoke a sense of familiarity. "I ask, you answer. Do you understand?" Mike inquired. "Yes," she replied. "What is your name?" "Helga Hufflepuff." Mike's body jolted as he realized that before him stood the founder of Hufflepuff. No wonder he felt an eerie familiarity, after all. The portraits of the founders were prominently displayed in the library, and he had perused them countless times during his research. Suddenly, a memory struck him of Helga's earlier address to him, and with a quivering voice, he inquired, "Then who am I?" Mick's inquiry evidently caught Helga off guard, prompting her to respond somewhat perplexedly. "You are Roina, aren't you? Your full name." With a flick of his wand, Mike cast a disarmament charm, which manifested as a beam of crimson light striking the ground before Helga. The village's terrain, composed of ordinary earth and soil, instantly transformed upon the impact of Mike's spell, creating a pit with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Michael's sudden assault caught Helga off guard, prompting her to scream and collapse to the ground in tears. After a brief moment of weeping, it seemed she recalled that she had yet to respond to Michael's inquiry. Sniffling, she exclaimed, "Rowena Ravenclaw." Chapter 102. The Great Druid Helga. Upon hearing Helga's answer, Michael hastily reached for his vulnerable area, clutching it for a considerable time until he ascertained that this was not an illusion, at which point he exhaled in relief. "You have mistaken me for someone else. I am a man, not Rowena," Michael said, his tone softening slightly. "No, you are," Helga asserted with unwavering conviction. "I truly am a man, you know? If you doubt it, come and see for yourself." Mike was on the verge of a breakdown, unbuckling his belt to reveal his assets to Helga. However, halfway through, he realized that Helga was not only unashamed but also leaned in with curiosity, wanting to see more closely. He hastily refastened his belt, observing the lack of revelation. Helga expressed her mild disappointment, saying, "I can certainly tell you are a male, although I am unsure why you have suddenly transformed in this manner. I know you are Rowena, your scent remains unchanged, but let us set that aside for now. What are those monsters? Rowena, have you lost your memory? Those are goblin fairies. Unlike the fairies residing in the northern fairy kingdom, these creatures resemble beasts, unproductive and prone to raiding villages. The most terrifying aspect is that they consume humans and commit unspeakable acts against young girls," Helga exclaimed. Her words finally illuminated some understanding for Mike regarding the events unfolding before him. The creatures dubbed goblins were likely an extinct branch of fairies, and last night, this unfortunate place had evidently become their target for plunder. Presently, he realized he was ensnared within a trial illusion crafted by Ravenclaw, which also elucidated the inexplicable familiarity he felt towards the deceased woman. She was likely Ravenclaw's mother. Last night, his loss of bodily control was probably a protective mechanism, considering he had no wand on him and faced a multitude of goblins outside. Charging out would have been tantamount to signing his own death warrant, clearly exceeding all reasonable limits. Contemplating this, Mike felt a twist of discomfort. He was now embodying Lady Ravenclaw, which was quite an unsettling prospect. Confirming once more that his assets remained intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate they were still there, or he would be utterly despondent. Helga, observing Mike's repeated touch to his sensitive area, found it peculiar and remarked, "So, should I now call you Brother Rowena?" The utterance of Rowena pierced Mike's heart once again. And in exasperation, he retorted, "Do not call me Rowena. I am not. My name is Mike." "Brother Mike? Do not call me brother." Their banter lightened the atmosphere significantly, allowing Mike to lower his wand that had been pointed at Helga. According to the information Mike had gathered, Lady Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff had been childhood friends, embarking on adventures together, ultimately becoming renowned figures and establishing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thus, the Helga before him was indeed trustworthy. "We cannot linger here any longer. There are still so many corpses that need to be moved, and those goblins will return soon," Helga declared, suddenly grasping Mike's hand and dashing away. Michael was startled by her sudden movement, his wand aimed squarely at Helga's head, nearly unleashing a lethal curse. "Where are we going?" Michael inquired. "We are heading to Raventown. There lies the Wizards' Guild, where we can not only satiate our hunger and thirst but also enlist the wizards there to eliminate those goblins," Helga replied, panting heavily. "Raventown? A gathering of wizards? What are those?" Helga's words left Michael perplexed, yet after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to heed her instructions for the time being. After all, with a wand in hand, he could effortlessly take Helga's life if necessary, and he felt a degree of assurance regarding his own safety, confident in his abilities. "Let me go. I can run on my own," Michael said, breaking free from Helga's grasp. In response to Michael's actions, Helga remained silent, breathless, and unable to speak, solely focused on propelling herself forward. The pair dashed out of the village and into a forest. It was only then that Helga paused, leaning against a tree and gasping for breath. Comparatively, Michael fared much better, although this body possessed little stamina. He had employed the levitation charm halfway through their sprint to assist his running. He refrained from using the wind speed charm, as it too would deplete his energy, and he knew he could not sustain the effort for long. Moreover, he chose not to cast the levitation charm on Helga to conserve his magical energy. "You are quite impressive, Michael," Helga remarked, astonished at Michael's seemingly unperturbed demeanor. "Why did you stop running? Are you unable to continue?" Michael asked. "Not at all. The goblins did not pursue us. We are safe now," she replied. "How do you know that?" "Mr. Tree informed me," Helga said playfully, winking at Michael. Taken aback, Michael retorted, "What nonsense is this? Trees cannot speak. How could it tell you? And why are you in such a playful mood? Your parents must have been slain by those goblins, yet you show no sorrow." "Do not refer to him as it. Mr. Tree would be displeased," Helga responded. "I have been able to communicate with animals and plants since childhood. How could you not know this? Besides, I am an orphan. The people in the village were wicked, each wishing to sell me to those old wizard researchers. I felt no grief at their demise. How could you be unaware of this? Oh, right. I forgot about your amnesia." Mike now understood that this girl possessed a talent akin to that of a druid from mythology. Having rested sufficiently, he decided to continue their journey. Helga, noticing Mike's recollection, remarked that the forest harbored many dangers, and they needed to traverse it swiftly to reach Corvid Town. Upon seeing Mike nod in agreement, Helga set off into the depths of the forest. This forest was entirely different from those Mike would encounter a millennium later. It was teeming with an array of bizarre and fantastical flora and fauna. Mike witnessed firsthand the extent of Helga's extraordinary abilities. Rather than fleeing, the animals they encountered drew closer to Helga, seeking her affection and warmth. Some of the bolder creatures even scrambled onto her shoulders. Before long, 4 or 5 exquisite butterflies, whose names Mike could not recall, perched on Helga, along with 2 rodent-like creatures resembling squirrels and a vibrantly colored bird. Observing Helga's joyful interactions with these animals, Mike marveled, thinking, "This is not merely druidic talent. She is truly the child of the forest." As for the book Corvid, it should be considered my second work. My first was also a fanfiction of HP, but I only managed to write a single chapter before attending to royal duties. However, 2 months ago, upon whimsically revisiting my meager 500-word story, I was taken aback to find someone urging for updates. Although it was just one person, and perhaps I was merely moved by my own emotions, I resolved to embark on a new book. Determined to write earnestly this time and at least attempt to seek a publishing contract. I have never regarded myself as a person of great perseverance. So I established a goal. If I did not reach 50,000 words, I would abandon the effort. Thus commenced a month of extraordinary progress. I penned 14,000 words. Tested the waters with my writing and advanced in the fantasy genre. I feel immensely honored as a novice to achieve such results, for which I am grateful to my editor, Lil, and to the readers who have supported me, as well as to my own steadfastness. The book is set to launch at noon on the 14th, and the true test is finally at hand. I vividly recall the anxiety I felt during my first attempt to gauge interest, wishing to check the collection count every 10 minutes. If it rose, I would beam with delight. If it fell, I would be disheartened to the point of losing my appetite. I initially thought that the launch would heighten my nerves. Yet surprisingly, I feel a profound calmness at this moment. It is time to focus on my efforts. Post-launch, I will strive to produce more content and hope that my esteemed readers will lend their support. I do not expect everyone to vote or reward me with subscriptions, but I earnestly request a few initial subscriptions as they hold immense significance for me. Now, regarding the update schedule and additional chapters, tomorrow, there will be a minimum of 2 updates, with an extra chapter added for the generous contributions from the esteemed Global Cold Weather patron and Trooper 1770. Currently, the book has garnered 500 collections. As a novice, I cannot ask for too much, so I anticipate a 20:1 subscription ratio, aiming for approximately 300 initial subscriptions after rounding down. For every additional 100 subscriptions beyond this, I will add another chapter. Moreover, for rewards, one patron will earn 1 additional chapter, while a leader will earn 10, meaning that a reward of 10,000 will result in 1 extra chapter. I sincerely hope you refrain from overwhelming me with rewards. I also hold modest hopes for monthly votes, but given my novice status, my performance may not be stellar. Therefore, I shall set a temporary goal of 100 monthly votes for an additional chapter, though I suspect few will vote for me. To summarize, I will provide a minimum of 4 updates tomorrow, all of which I will upload promptly after the launch, while I will attentively monitor the data for further updates. Lastly, I implore everyone to consider granting me an initial subscription. For you, it may be a mere few cents, but for me, it is of utmost importance. Thank you all. Chapter 103. The wild sorcerer Mike and Helga traverse through the forest, journeying from the break of dawn until midday when they finally discovered a clearing to rest. Since the first light of day, Mike, ravenous to the point of desperation, cast a hungry gaze upon the small creatures that accompanied Helga. Those little beings, imbued with an innate sense of caution, scurried behind Helga, trembling in fear. They are innocent souls. Please do not frighten them, Mike, Helga proclaimed, extending her arms in a protective gesture. You must be quite hungry, am I right? Fear not, for I have a solution. With that, Helga turned to the small animals and whispered a few gentle words. Once she concluded, the creatures dispersed in various directions. When they returned, each one bore a delightful assortment of wild greens and fruits in their mouths. Helga beamed with pride as she regarded Mike, her expression radiating a sense of triumph, as if to say, look at what I can do. Praise me, praise me. However, Mike paid no heed to her. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by the desire to indulge in the feast before him, yet he resolutely restrained himself. With a significant gulp, he swallowed hard at the sight of the delectable dishes and said to Helga, please, go ahead and sample each dish. Mike's evident distrust sparked Helga's displeasure, however. Upon Mike brandishing his wand, she pouted and complied with his instructions. Mike, having drooled for over half an hour, finally seized the food on the ground after confirming that Helga showed no signs of poisoning. The animals, in their search for sustenance, evidently did not consider the flavor of the food as a criterion. The wild fruits and vegetables were rather unpalatable. However, driven by hunger, Mike disregarded such matters, stuffing everything into his belly without hesitation. Meanwhile, Helga sulked, deliberately turning her head away from him in silence. Yet, suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and with a sense of urgency, she exclaimed, Mike, stop eating. Mr. Tree just informed me that he has spotted a wizard ahead. Upon hearing this, Mike nearly choked, and it was only after a considerable effort to swallow the food in his mouth that he inquired, what kind of wizard? Mr. Tree, lacking eyes and thus unable to perceive the intricate details, conveyed to me that the individual possessed an extraordinarily swift movement, capable of clearing paths by merely waving his hand. He surely was no ordinary human. Mike furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He rose, intending to flee with Helga. However, Helga remained motionless and declared, "It's too late. He has already arrived." No sooner had Helga spoken than several large trees nearby came crashing down, startling the small creatures around Helga into a frantic escape. The once dense line of trees at the edge of the clearing now bore a conspicuous gap. Mike's gaze was icy as he swiftly retreated, only directing his wand towards the breach in the dense forest once he had established a safe distance from Helga. This action left Helga astounded. She was acutely aware of Mike's distrust, but never anticipated that he would regard her as an adversary at such a critical moment. In a panic, she rushed forward, attempting to reach him. Her legs, however, froze in place, struck by Mike's leg-locking curse while in motion. Helga lost her balance and tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. Lifting her head, she gazed up at Mike with tear-filled eyes, brimming with despair. It was not that Mike was heartless. Rather, Helga's behavior was too suspicious. The mere fact that she had entered the forest without the goblins in pursuit indicated her formidable innate abilities. Yet, she had only raised the alarm when the wizard was so perilously close, leaving them no time to escape, which inevitably aroused Mike's suspicion. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the breach, seemingly drawn by Helga's cries, and with sudden urgency, it hastened forward, reaching the clearing in an instant. Mike directly unleashed a deadly curse. Fully aware of the dark laws governing the forest after having navigated its treacherous depths for so long, despite his limited education in his previous life. In this dire situation, eliminating the wizard was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Mike harbored no illusions about the existence of benevolent souls in this world. The scenario of a young boy and girl encountering a powerful wizard in the forest, who then aids them in returning to human society to embark on new adventures, was a mere fantasy. The wizard, unfazed by Mike's assault, elegantly waved his wand, conjuring a crimson beam of light. The clash of the red and green beams produced a thunderous explosion, resulting in a stalemate. However, this impasse was short-lived, as the green beam of the deadly curse clearly gained the upper hand, pushing forward slowly yet inexorably towards the wizard. Witnessing this, a faint smile crept upon Mike's lips. Although the area of effect damage of the curse was not particularly formidable, its singular lethality was renowned. Thus, while other destructive spells could momentarily counter the deadly curse, they were unlikely to prevail unless their wielder possessed overwhelming strength. Nonetheless, the wizard displayed considerable combat experience. As the green light drew nearer, he deftly waved his wand, amplifying the red beam and momentarily pushing back the green light. Subsequently, the wizard chose not to maintain the spell any longer, leaping aside just in time to evade Mike's deadly curse. It was only at this moment that Mike clearly discerned the wizard's appearance, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. The man swiftly rose from the ground and, taking advantage of the brief moment when Mike was adjusting his spell casting after releasing the deadly curse, thrust his wand forcefully into the earth. Although Mike was unaware of the nature of the enchantment, an instinct compelled him to pivot and evade. Nevertheless, he was a fraction too late. A stone spike, standing half a meter tall, erupted from the ground beneath him, piercing through his thigh and anchoring him in place. A piercing pain surged through him, nearly causing him to drop his wand. The middle-aged man, displaying an unforgiving demeanor, drew his wand, disregarding the dirt that clung to it, and unleashed another crimson beam aimed directly at Mike. Enduring the excruciating agony, Mike entered a state of mental fortitude, once enveloped in absolute rationality. The expression of pain vanished from his face. He effortlessly cast a killing curse that repelled the red light, before expressionlessly extricating his thigh from the stone spike. Observing the middle-aged man, who was intent on continuing his assault, Mike softly intoned the incantation for a fire spell. Suddenly, basketball-sized fireballs materialized, indiscriminately attacking every living creature in the vicinity. The red light emitted by the man was eventually extinguished after breaking through several fireballs. Meanwhile, the forest had transformed into an inferno under the onslaught of Mike's fire spell. The middle-aged man, witnessing Mike's godlike presence amidst the flames and the anguished Helga, who was ensnared by a leg-binding curse and attempting to crawl toward him, gritted his teeth, ignoring the flames that licked at him. He donned several layers of armor for protection and charged toward Helga. Surrounding Mike, there were no flames. He had meticulously considered his own safety while casting the fire spell, intentionally leaving the area in which he stood unscathed. At that moment, witnessing the middle-aged man braving his fiery incantation to rescue Helga, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had wrongfully accused a good person? Yet, Mike quickly reassured himself. Even if he had misjudged, what difference did it make? Given the enmity that had already arisen between them, there was no need for restraint. Avada Kedavra. With this thought in mind, Mike uttered the killing curse once more. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, steadfast against the flames, pressed forward. Before he could reach Helga, he cast a spell that dispelled the binding curse on her legs. Now free. Helga was far from grateful. Without a glance at the man who risked his life to save her, she dashed into the dense forest. At that moment, Mike's killing curse pierced through the inferno, appearing before the middle-aged man. The flames obscured his vision, and the green light loomed perilously close. Time did not permit the man to conjure a defense. In despair, the middle-aged man shut his eyes against the blinding green light. Not far away, Mike observed through the gap created by his curse as Helga fled heedlessly into the woods, a smirk of derision gracing his features. Such was the fate of those who attempted to do good. Chapter 104. Return and reward. Watching as Helga vanished into the thicket, Mike felt an urge to pursue her. But the gaping wound on his thigh, oozing blood, held him back. The injury inflicted by the stone spike was significant. And after battling the middle-aged man for so long while wounded, Mike was beginning to succumb to dizziness from blood loss. In Mike's pocket lay remedies such as white herbs, capable of healing external wounds. Alas, his personal belongings did not accompany him into the trial's illusion. Consequently, Mike was compelled to resort to extreme measures to staunch the bleeding. He found a stick to bite down on and, with steely resolve, unleashed a weakened version of the flame spell upon his wound. Under Mike's deft control, a faint flame sputtered from his wand, licking at his injury. As the fire seared the wound into a charred husk, Mike, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground. Having bitten through the stick in his agony, Mike lay on the ground for an extended period, only mustering the strength to move towards Helga's direction after the forest fire had gradually subsided. His injuries were grievous, and without prompt further treatment, he would surely succumb here. Thus, the immediate priority was to hasten towards Raventown. However, Mike soon felt the sting of Helga's vengeance. Not only had the once gentle woodland creatures turned frenzied in their assault against him, but even the florist seemed infused with malice, attempting to trip him with their roots at every turn. Fortunately, the forest was not vast, and given that Mike and Helga had already traversed it for half a day, his magical senses eventually detected the forest periphery. After persevering through the night, as his wounds began to fester and his strength waned, he finally emerged from the woods, revealing before him a picturesque farm adorned with a windmill, where a shepherd tended to his flock of cattle and sheep. Mike staggered towards the farm, his wand silently clutched in his hand. After a night that felt as if the entire world had conspired against him, Mike was in dire need of sustenance and healing. To obtain them, he was willing to resort to force. However, as he officially set foot on the farm's land, everything around him began to blur. Initially, Mike thought he was on the verge of fainting, but he quickly realized that this must signify the conclusion of his trial. Mike's injuries healed rapidly, and his tattered clothing restored to its original state, evoking a long-lost sense of refreshment that prompted a comfortable sigh from him. However, this fleeting sensation was soon eclipsed by a severe pain that surged through his mind. A memory not belonging to Mike invaded his consciousness, one that even the mental barriers could not suppress. Amidst the agony, he glimpsed the recollections of Lady Ravenclaw, her homeland besieged by goblins, her mother slain before her eyes, and her valiant stand alongside Helga to repel a small goblin, followed by their desperate flight into the forest. The initial segment of the memory mirrored Mike's own experiences perfectly. But as they entered the woods, the narrative began to diverge. Instead of confronting the middle-aged wizard they encountered, the two young girls chose to flee. Alas, they could not outrun him and were swiftly captured. Yet, this wizard proved to be a benevolent soul. He not only escorted them to Raventown but also adopted and raised them, even rallying other wizards to eradicate the goblins that had ravaged Ravenclaw's homeland. However, 2 years later, when Ravenclaw turned 13, the small town of Raventown was besieged by a horde of nightmare ravens. Only Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff managed to escape, having ventured into the forest for herbs, while the rest of the town, including the kind wizard, met a tragic fate. After witnessing this painful memory, Mike shook his head with a wry smile, realizing why the first trial was so daunting. He had wondered how even his considerable strength had nearly succumbed within it. It became clear that he simply needed to follow that middle-aged wizard. When Mike finally emerged from the throes of pain, he found himself back in the Ravenclaw common room. The moon still hung in the night sky, and a glance at the hourglass beside him revealed that the 2 days spent in the trial had equated to merely 1 hour of real time. Without much astonishment, he began to assess his physical state and possessions. To his delight, everything remained intact, and he felt a significant increase in his magical power and mental acuity. While precise measurements would require testing in the room of requirement, Mike conservatively estimated an increase of over 10%, though this may seem modest. Mike's current level of magical prowess now rivaled that of an average adult wizard, making this enhancement substantial. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken Mike 3 years to achieve such growth. Yet, this was not the most exhilarating revelation. The spell that had wounded him, cast by the middle-aged wizard, had also embedded itself in his mind. Earth Spike Spell Incantation, Stone Spear Rise. One movement. First this, then that, and finally this. Cautions. This spell requires a formidable mental fortitude. Otherwise, it may result in inaccurate casting and magical backlash. This spell appeared to be a modified version, likely refined by Ravenclaw. The original incantation required the wand to be plunged into the earth to facilitate the flow of magic underground. But the revised version only necessitated the utterance of the incantation and the waving of the wand. This adaptation made sense, as early medieval Europe primarily had earthen floors, making such a spell practical. In contrast, with modern wooden and stone floors, the wand could not penetrate the ground, which likely contributed to the spell's decline in usage. Eager with excitement, Mike hurried to the room of requirement, unable to contain his anticipation to test the Earth Spike's might. The knowledge had been implanted directly into his mind, allowing him to wield the spell as effortlessly as eating or drinking, without the need for retraining. Stone Spear Arise. Stone Spear Arise. As Mike recited the incantation, a mannequin nearby was impaled by a stone spike over 1 meter tall and 10 centimeters thick. Simultaneously, another mannequin was lifted by a stone pillar of similar height but measuring 70 centimeters in thickness. The two spikes were comparable in height but varied greatly in girth, with the thinner spike's tip decidedly sharper than the blunter thick one. Satisfied with his results, Mike noted the versatility of the Earth Spike spell. He could manipulate the length and thickness of the spikes at will. Furthermore, the spell exhibited no prior signs before the spikes manifested, making it ideal for ambushes. After experimenting with the Earth Spike spell, Mike began to feel a wave of mental fatigue wash over him. Although his physical injuries and exhaustion had vanished, the mental toll from the trial lingered. Initially too exhilarated to notice his weariness, he now felt an overwhelming desire for rest. Struggling against his drowsiness, he returned to the hall and nestled back into his sleeping bag. Glancing at the half-full cup of water beside him evoked a sense of nostalgia. It was good to be back. Chapter 105, The Intervention of the Ministry of Magic. Mike enjoyed a deep slumber, only to awaken to the mid-afternoon light of the following day. As he rose from his repose, he was taken aback to find that the remnants of his previous meal had been replaced by a fresh serving of fish and chips. Grabbing a fry and placing it in his mouth, he was astonished to discover it was still warm. This revelation surprised Mike, for the kitchen had been closed for days, and their sustenance had consisted solely of bread and other dry rations. Though fish and chips were hardly gourmet, they represented a significant improvement in their diet. What could have prompted this change? Had the kitchen reopened? Yet, this was not the most pressing matter at hand. More crucially, the members of the management team, previously responsible for ensuring the safety of the students, had been entirely replaced by uniformed Aurors. How swiftly things had changed. Mike pondered. It was evident that Hogwarts security had been assumed by the Aurors. While Mike had anticipated that the Ministry of Magic would swiftly implement measures following the tragic incident, he had not expected the British Ministry's response to be so prompt. It appeared that the ministry was not as decayed as the rumors suggested. After finishing his belated breakfast, Mike made his way to Flitwick's temporary office, eager to gather more information. Due to the basilisk incident, the professor's offices had been relocated next to the Great Hall. Upon knocking and entering, he discovered that Flitwick had other guests. "Mike, we were just speaking of you. Come and sit," Flitwick warmly beckoned. "This gentleman requires no introduction, I presume?" Abbot Flitwick, an exemplary Ravenclaw graduate from last year and the former president of the Male Student Council. You may recall his father, Mario Flitwick, whom I introduced you to last summer, the deputy director of the Auror office. Mike recognized Abbot, though he had not interacted much with him the previous year. However, his father, the affable Mario, had left a lasting impression on Mike, particularly due to the amusing coincidence of their shared name with the famous plumber, Mario. A ceremonial smile graced Mike's face as he extended his hand, engaging in the distinctive handshake of the Raven's Nest with Abbot. Instantly, the smiles on their faces brightened further, as Abbot reciprocated with the same signature gesture. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Professor Flivy excused himself, citing other matters requiring his attention, leaving only Mike and Abbot in the office, where their conversation swiftly turned to the crux of the matter. "Mike, I have just completed my Auror training and am now officially an Auror. This time, I received orders from the Ministry of Magic to accompany our captain to Hogwarts to address the basilisk situation, Abbott remarked with a smile. What Abbott conveyed was largely in line with Mike's own conjectures, yet there remained some aspects that puzzled him, prompting him to inquire. Why has the Ministry of Magic reacted so swiftly this time? Moreover, under such circumstances, shouldn't the school be closed? I see students still in the Great Hall. Let me first address your initial question, Abbott replied. The tragic incident involving the deaths of 3 students has garnered significant media attention, and numerous parents are vocally criticizing the ministry for its inaction, including several prominent figures. Consequently, the ministry, under considerable pressure, felt compelled to dispatch us here. He continued. Regarding the closure of the school, our team comprises numerous seasoned and exceptionally skilled Aurors. It can be said that the very finest of our ranks are present at Hogwarts, and even the basilisk would be no match for them. Furthermore, based on the information provided by the 2 young wizards who accompanied Harry Potter, we have confirmed that the basilisk has been traversing the Hogwarts plumbing system. Therefore, our captain believes that there is no necessity to close the school. We will soon apprehend the basilisk. Should it choose to strike during an evacuation, we could not guarantee the safety of all students, and another incident of death would tarnish the ministry's reputation irreparably. Upon this realization, Mike expressed his gratitude to Abbott. Mike, I strongly recommend that you join this endeavor. With this achievement as a foundation, regardless of whether you aspire to become an Auror or wish to enter other departments within the Ministry of Magic, your path will be significantly eased. There is even the possibility of acquiring a 3rd-class Merlin Award, Abbott continued earnestly. We are both members of the Raven's Nest. I would never wish you harm. Do not worry about safety. You are aware of my status. As long as you remain with me, you are assured of your safety. Hearing Abbott's assurances, Mike suddenly understood. Initially, he had pondered why the scion of a prominent family was assigned to such a perilous task. It seemed he was merely seeking to enhance his own reputation. Uncle Mario had dispatched numerous seasoned Aurors not only to swiftly eliminate the basilisk, but also, perhaps more importantly, to safeguard his son, Abbott. Mike felt a stir of inclination towards Abbott's proposal. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the basilisk that had attacked him and Penelope, and the prospect of earning merit while ensuring his safety was certainly appealing. After careful consideration, Mike sincerely replied, Thank you, Abbott. I owe you a favor. You are my junior. I would not assist anyone else, Abbott rose, stating, Let us seek out our captain and Professor Flitwick to discuss this matter. I am certain they will concur. The 2 exited the office, and along the way, Mike learned that the temporary management team had been disbanded. All former members had returned to the Great Hall to receive protection, much like the younger students. Shortly thereafter, Mike encountered an office serving as a temporary command center, which was already brimming with personnel. Numerous Aurors in uniform and combat-capable professors from Hogwarts were deliberating strategies to confront the basilisk. Curiously, Dumbledore was absent. Since it has been established that the basilisk resides within the plumbing, I propose that we seal all exits and flood the pipes with poison gas to eliminate it, a seemingly youthful boy suggested. In response to his proposal, Professor Flitwick countered, That is likely unfeasible, my boy. The plumbing system at Hogwarts is extraordinarily intricate and expansive. The poison gas would not disperse effectively. Moreover, the basilisk is immune to most toxins. Are you certain it can be killed by poison? The youth, embarrassed by the dismissal of his suggestion, retreated to the side, silenced. Let us adhere to our previous discussions. We will assign individuals to investigate according to designated areas. For safety's sake, we shall breach the pipes and walls at intervals to create escape routes and disregard any concerns for damage to Hogwarts Castle. A middle-aged man with a commanding presence and a scar on his face declared in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, some Aurors began to stir restlessly. One of them suggested to the middle-aged man, But Captain, this would put our people in great danger. Perhaps we should seek Dumbledore's assistance, if he intervenes. A mere basilisk would be no match for him. His words garnered immediate agreement from the others, yet the middle-aged man erupted in anger, bellowing, Always relying on Dumbledore for everything, what use are you then? Remember your station. You are an Auror. Do you understand? The plan is thus finalized. Go and execute it. Chapter 106, The Basilisk Elimination Operation. After the middle-aged man, referred to as Captain, issued his orders, the Aurors in the temporary command center promptly dispersed to their respective posts to prepare, leaving only a few professors and the middle-aged man behind. Noticing the reduced number of people in the room, Abbott led Mike into the command center to present their request for Mike to join the operation to their captain, a middle-aged man named Dana, and Professor Flitwick. Aware of Abbott's purpose for coming to Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick readily agreed. To Mike's surprise, The seemingly stern Captain Dana also consented without hesitation. It appeared that this Captain Dana, sharing a name with a renowned superhero from a certain island nation, was unwilling to offend Abbott, the son of his superior. However, during their conversation, Mike noted that Dana's demeanor towards Abbott was peculiar. It lacked any semblance of sycophancy and instead resembled that of a mentor to a junior. Ultimately, Captain Dana assigned Mike and Abbott to work alongside a team of seasoned oarers to search the pipes beneath the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Upon hearing this news, Mike felt overwhelmed. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was located there. If they were to search that area, it was highly probable they would encounter the chamber and the basilisk. Could we perhaps choose a different location? It feels rather inappropriate for us to enter the girls' lavatory. Mike fibbed. Upon uttering these words, Mike elicited a chorus of laughter within the command room, as none could have anticipated that he would still concern himself with such trivialities at this juncture. You were truly amusing, Mike. Surely, you jest? Abbott, seemingly flustered, reached out to clasp Mike's shoulder and guided him toward the exit. All right, it's getting late. Let us be on our way. Once they had exited the command room, Abbott leaned closer to Mike and whispered, You need not worry, Mike. Uncle Dana is a close friend of my father's and has watched me grow up. The place he has arranged for us is undoubtedly the safest. Mike pursed his lips, contemplating the arduous battle that lay ahead. He was acutely aware that his fortunate streak had been remarkably active during a previous period, even bordering on excessive usage. According to the concept of luck conservation, this undertaking promised to be rather perilous. However, having reached this juncture, Mike could only nod in a perfunctory manner at Abbott, while discreetly entering a state of mental closure. Relying on oneself proved more reliable than depending on the so-called seasoned oarers accompanying them. Mike preferred to place his faith in his own abilities. The two of them arrived at the girls' restroom on the second floor, where the oarers had already gathered, even completing some preliminary tasks. The restroom was in disarray, with an oarer engaged in combat with a ghost, the Weeping Myrtle. This spirit was decidedly displeased with the intrusion of so many men, hurling insults at the oarer. Meanwhile, the sink, which served as the entrance mechanism to the hidden chamber, had vanished, replaced by a gaping abyss of unfathomable depth. The oarers clearly recognized Abbott and greeted the two newcomers warmly. Abbott, embodying the demeanor of a high-ranking ministry official, managed to alleviate the previously tense atmosphere with his jovial banter. Mike, however, chose not to partake in their conversation, instead focusing intently on sensing the magical energy within the chasm. Though aware that the entrance to the hidden chamber was lengthy, he was nonetheless taken aback by the extent of his perception. With his current magical sensitivity, he could not discern the end of the passage. All right. Time is of the essence. I shall descend now, one oarer declared. Abbott, you and your friend should stay in the middle of the group. Mike had no objections to this arrangement. He merely nodded impassively and stepped into the ranks. He understood that the aura had afforded them a privilege, as positions in the middle of the group were typically the safest. If one wished to earn accolades, it was essential to engage in tangible actions. For idly reclining in an office while reaping the rewards was but a fool's dream. The group utilized the levitation charm to orderly enter the sloping passageway. Upon entering, the badges on the chests of several oarers emitted a bright yet gentle light, illuminating the surrounding tunnel as if it were midday. The foremost badges even projected beams akin to powerful flashlights, guiding the way ahead. Illumination instills courage, and in his mental closure, Mike felt no fear. Yet, he noticed that Abbott visibly relaxed as the surroundings brightened. Mike couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, insisting aloud that there was nothing to fear, that they were absolutely safe. Yet, upon arriving at this place, it was he who found himself gripped by trepidation. After a brief moment of mockery directed towards Abbott in his mind, Mike refocused his attention, vigilantly surveying the surrounding environment. They were advancing towards the lair of the serpent creature, and he knew they could not afford to be careless. The interior of the tunnel was exceedingly damp, the walls adorned with dark green moss, and the air was thick with a foul stench. Observing the moss around him, Mike felt a slight easing of his anxiety. The absence of any signs of disturbance in the moss indicated that the serpent had not traversed this passage in quite some time. Should they encounter the creature within this confined space, the odds would surely be against them. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the group finally reached the tunnel's end, revealing a cavern filled with jagged stones. One of the oarers, after brushing against the damp stone wall, remarked, "This may be the cave beneath the Black Lake. Remain vigilant, for we may be close to something significant." At this, the others nodded in agreement, and the oarers formed a triangular tactical formation as they ventured deeper into the cave. Mike and Abbott found themselves situated at the center of this formation, shielded by the oarers. With every few steps, the oarers would cast luminous stones into the surroundings, gradually illuminating the cavern. Although the area brightened, the group remained silent, not daring to utter a word, apart from the occasional dripping of water. The only sound was the rapid beating of their hearts. Suddenly, a rustling noise pierced the stillness of the cavern, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. Mike was all too familiar with the sound and urgently shouted, "It's a basilisk! Run!" The surrounding Aurors were startled by his sudden exclamation. Yet their exceptional combat training prevented any chaos. They swiftly adjusted their formation, directing the sharp angle of a triangular arrangement towards the source of the sound. While a brilliant beam of light emitted from a brooch shot forth, the intense illumination revealed the scene before them. Leaving the Auror positioned at the acute angle in a state of shock, instinctively murmuring, "Merlin." Chapter 107. The basilisk's doom. Before them lay a colossal emerald green serpent, laboriously consuming a creature with a fish-like tail. Judging by the almost dislocated jaws of the basilisk, the size of this piscine being was indeed immense. Beneath the serpent, the ground was littered with countless spherical bone-like masses, remnants of the indigestible materials the basilisk had regurgitated. Mike realized that he and his companions had indeed arrived at the feeding ground of the serpent creature. Upon witnessing the creature indulging in its meal, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. This was undoubtedly the opportune moment to strike. He reacted with remarkable swiftness. Lowering his gaze the instant the light illuminated the serpent's form, and, based on his deductions, unleashed a fireball aimed at the approximate location of its head. With a resounding explosion, the fireball struck true, colliding with the serpent's cranium. The force of the blast caused the creature to rear back, its frigid gaze sweeping across Mike and his companions as it began to roll in place to regurgitate its half-consumed meal. It was imperative for it to expel the food it had ingested, lest it become an easy target. The Aurors were equally quick to respond. After a brief moment of astonishment, they diverted their gazes to avoid direct confrontation with the serpent. They swiftly reorganized their formation, leaving 3 Aurors to shield Mike and Abbott, while the remaining members dispersed rapidly to engage the serpent from various angles. The division of labor among the Aurors was meticulously defined. One Auror cast a transfiguration spell, transforming the surrounding boulders into massive stone hands that sought to ensnare the serpent's writhing body. Another Auror moved with great agility, attempting to locate the creature's head to employ the blinding curse, a spell designed to temporarily incapacitate the opponent's sight, thereby neutralizing the serpent's most lethal gaze. The remaining Aurors launched a barrage of powerful spells to cover his maneuver. However, the serpent proved to be not only immensely strong but also possessed astounding magical resistance due to its scales, coupled with an intelligence that was remarkably high. It seemed to anticipate the Auror's tactics, closing its eyes to thwart any attempt for them to employ the blinding curse. As it thrashed violently, the stone hands were rendered ineffective, unable to restrain its powerful movements. The various offensive spells cast by the Aurors appeared futile, causing no discernible reaction upon striking its form. As the serpent slowly regurgitated the enormous creature with a fish-like tail, an idea sparked in Mike's mind. A stone spear materialized before him. With a flick of his wand, Mike conjured an intricate rune in the air and softly uttered the incantation for the Earthspike spell. In an instant, a massive stone pillar erupted from the wall directly facing the serpent creature's mouth, forcefully jabbing into its fish-like tail. The serpent, which was on the verge of regurgitating its prey, was abruptly thrust back by the pillar, causing it to choke and writhe in agony within the cavern. It lashed out like a whip, producing a deafening rush of wind. This struggle was far more violent than its previous attempts. The entire cavern trembled under its tumultuous movements, and stone pillars resembling spears began to shatter and rain down upon the bystanders below. The experienced Aurors surrounding the serpent, undeterred by the chaos, maintained their balance amidst the violent tremors. They moved with the grace of fish in water, skillfully evading the falling debris while employing transfiguration spells to transform the surrounding stones into sharp spears aimed at the beast. Realizing that magical attacks inflicted minimal damage, they resorted to physical assaults. The serpent's scales evidently exhibited a low resistance to such attacks, as the relentless onslaught from the Aurors shattered its armor, exposing its vivid crimson flesh beneath. Meanwhile, the Aurors tasked with protecting Mike and his companions found themselves in a more precarious position. Bound by their duty to safeguard Abbott, they remained stationary. "Shield us all," they shouted in unison, raising their wands skyward to unleash a wide-range protective charm. This enchantment, though more draining in terms of magical energy than the standard shield charm, was amplified by their collective effort, thereby mitigating individual strain while enhancing its efficacy. Mike did not employ the full extent of his protective spells, so he directed his attack towards the serpent creature, which had already expelled a significant portion of its food once more. This time, The serpent had learned from its previous encounters, positioning its head away from the wall, thus leaving Mike with no choice but to bombard it with fire spells. Although the dampness of the cavern diminished the potency of the flames, the numerous scales that had been stripped from the creature's body ensured that the fireballs still inflicted considerable harm. Finally, the serpent regurgitated the remnants of its meal, its cold, piercing gaze sweeping across the scene before swiftly closing its eyes to evade a curse shot from a nearby oar. With its forked tongue flickering, the serpent locked onto Mike's direction and lunged forward, recalling its master's command to prioritize his demise. The others, witnessing the serpent's charge, were visibly alarmed. Several oars could no longer afford to shield the butt and instead sought refuge, well aware that their spells alone could not withstand the assault of such a formidable beast. However, the serpent's speed far surpassed theirs. With a few swift movements of its head, it crushed the chests of 3 oars, sending them hurtling backward, bloodied and seemingly doomed. A butt, evidently lacking in combat experience, failed to flee from the approaching serpent. Instead, he hastily cast multiple obstacles and transformation spells in a futile attempt to deter the creature. Yet, the serpent was not so easily thwarted. In an instant, it was upon a butt, opening its gaping maw to deliver a fatal bite. With the incantation of the microphone speed spell, his mobility surpassed that of others, allowing him to dash through the rugged caves with remarkable swiftness. Thanks to the swift demise of a few oars, he quickly distanced himself from the serpent creature. Upon witnessing Abbott in peril, he gritted his teeth and unleashed the Earth Spike spell with unprecedented haste. A stone spear materialized, just as the serpent was about to sink its fangs into Abbott. A massive stone spear suddenly erupted from the ground beneath its jaw, forcefully slamming shut its mouth. Having narrowly escaped death, Abbott finally regained his composure and sprinted toward the remaining oars without sparing a glance at the serpent. The creature flexed its jaw and arched its body into a bow, its gaze fixated intently on Mike. Although Mike's recent strike had inflicted minimal damage, it had once again provoked the creature's wrath. Upon witnessing this, Mike's heart sank. He recognized the movement as a prelude to a serpent's predatory strike. Given the distance between him and the serpent creature, evasion was futile. In this moment of peril, Mike disregarded everything else, propelling himself with the wind speed charm to create distance while simultaneously conjuring the death spell, poised to unleash at the moment the serpent opened its maw to strike. However, after running for what felt like an eternity, he realized that the serpent had not launched an attack. Curiosity piqued, he glanced back and was astonished to see the stones surrounding the creature seemingly come to life, converging upon it and enveloping it in mere seconds, transforming it into a stone serpent. The serpent thrashed desperately, attempting to dislodge the encumbering stones, but to no avail. An increasing number of stones amassed, their tremendous weight rendering the creature immobile. Dumbledore, clad in white robes,